hand, the avoda is possible. And again, in this case, it had this condition already. So the Gemara says, because a Kohen, listen to this, a Kohen who does the avoda without the requisite garments is the equivalent of a non-Kohen who does the avoda. And a non-Kohen does the avoda is having this condition, right? So who does the avoda without the proper vestments, without articles of clothing, is kayiv. So the insurance. So Amar is actually from this. And we learned that Allah L'maisa, if a non-Kohen does the avoda, is kayiv. So what's it? It's really incredible that the kahuna only rests upon the Kohen when he's wearing the garment. Which I will say is such a fascinating idea. Why? Because on one hand, the kahuna is innate. Remember again, what do you have to do to be a Kohen? It's not like you can, no matter how well you behave. If you're not in, you're not in. If your father's a Kohen, you're a Kohen. If your father's not a Kohen, you could be in the Gadol HaDor, you're still not going to be a Kohen. So on one hand, kahuna is innate. On the other hand, you need the Gadol in order to go ahead and do the avodah. We think there are two profound lessons. That this really is the embodiment of Kedusha. Kedusha is comprised of these two things. There's innate Kedusha, and ultimately, again, there's earned Kedusha. So innate Kedusha, every single Jew has Kedusha. Right? You don't have to do anything. You're born a Jew or you convert into Yiddishkeit. If you're Jewish, you have Kedusha. And that's beautiful. And it's a fantastic foundation. The next step are like, what garments do you want to put on yourself? A beggar represents something that I take from the world, or I take from the outside, and then I make it part of me, right? They say that clothes make the man. Clothes are very much tied up in a person's identity. On a spiritual level, my begotten are the actions I engage in, my accomplishments. What begotten? What am I going to wear? And if you don't have begotten, if you don't have begotten, then all you're left with is your innate Kedusha. If all you have is your innate Kedusha, you're a Zar. You're like a baby. A spiritual baby. Baby comes into this world. Yeah, baby's home. It's beautiful. Fantastic. But the baby do absolutely nothing. So how's the baby holding? Because every single baby has an innate Kedusha. But life, successful living is all about what clothing are you going to wear. What are your ma'asim tovim? What are your good deeds? What are your accomplishments? What are your chasadim? What's your tzedakah? And every single thing that you do in life is another bed, is another garment that you put on. And clothes manage make the man. Clothes make us man. And I will say this is interesting. You have to think about it. Why is it exactly that there's such specificity regarding the clothing of the garment? Such specificity. So, on one level, the Sefer Chinuch brings down. He says because people are very taken by externalities, and we want people to come to these educations to be inspired. And you can see the point all dressed up. But I think that which is beautiful and incredible. But I suppose other people that I'm reminded this is I couldn't see a coin. What is the embodiment of like what it means to be a spirit of growth-oriented spiritual being? And what I see with the coin is even the coin, right? It's no clothing. It's no clothing. Right? You need a he's getting pieces just like everybody else. So let him go first in line, right? Well, you have to give respect to him. Either he's not, but he's still going. He's still going to be still going because he's in nature school. But he really only fully self-actualizes when he puts on the yoke. Now listen, it's the same for all of us. I'm always Kaddish. If you want to become the best version of you, put on your clothes. What clothing are you dying? Right? And I decide, I'm not telling you. It's going to be a jacket of tzedakah. Right? It's going to be a pair of Hamatola. It's going to be a sweater of chesed. And every day the goal is to layer. You can walk around without paint and you're still holy. But that's ultimately the image of the birth holiness. That whole thing right is to earn your Kedusha. And the way you earn your Kedusha is ultimately by accumulating a beautiful Begadim. This is what the big community teaches us. Without the Begadim, you're not a Kohen. Without the Begadim, you can't serve in this way. With the Begadim, sky's the limit. Okay, let's go to the right there. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. I'm going to go to the Begadim. Good. Next. If a Kohen does not go ahead and wash his hands and he does the Avot, this needs to be Shemayim. Says the Gemara, where do we know this? Come in, Nova. It said, to go on Olam Moed, Yichet to Mayim V'lo Yamusis. The Torah says when the Kohanim come to the Olam Moed, they should go ahead and wash their hands, and they won't die. And they won't die. Okay, so it's pretty explicit. So wash your hands and feet, you won't die. Don't wash your hands and feet, you will die. One more piece. With Kruay Rosh. Sorry. Shtuye Yain, it's a Yain Shek out. The point drank wine and they did the Avodah. Kindness Vishal and said, you are Kruay Rosh. What about, so again, Shtuye Yain, it's a Yain. Check out this. The passage is explicit. So it says, do not drink wine or intoxicating beverage. Good. Kruay Rosh. How do we know that a coin can't do the other coin and it does so? It's kind of siv. Rosham moyigalechu. Upera voyishayechu. The Torah says on one hand, you can't go ahead and shave his head, but you also can't let his hair grow long. Siv basvei, yayin lo yishti. So there's a juxtaposition between wine and letting his hair grow. This fish parua rosh l'shtuye yayin. He compares his hair grow to drinking wine. Mashur Benisa, just like drinking wine, ultimately against Benisa, Kruay Rosh Benisa. So to again, letting your hair grow, doing the Avodah with long hair, so it's like, so let's provide this to you as well. You know, the washing of the hands and feet. Yes, you love it. It says so beautifully. It says, why is it that when it's to wash his hands and feet when it comes to the feet? What's the shot? It could be, but on a deeper level, what is it? So Rabbi says something so beautiful. He says, you know, that one of the great challenges of being a Kohen, or being part of this research, is you go to your head. You go to your head, and the person can easily utilize this exalted position for self-aggrandizement, and ultimately to just stroke his ego. So what happens? Every day, the person going over, he washes his hands and his feet. That's just the feet take you where you want to go. The hands represent how you accomplish this goal. Rabbi says, when the Kohen walks into his relationship, he's washing away his own self-interest. I'm going to go not where I want to go. With my feet, I'm going to go where the Father wants to go. I wash my hands. I'm ultimately, what am I going to accomplish? Not just simply what I want, I'm going to accomplish what is powerful. That the way that the Kohen goes ahead and enters into the mikdash is by washing away Negios. Washing away any personal interests. If I'm going to be successful in this role, I got to do it for the job. I got to do it for the team. I got to do it for Klal Yisrael. And I can't be doing it for me. What about the wine? Why can't the Kohen drink? On the most basic level, you can be concerned that after he drinks wine, so the nice thing is mess up us in the future. So there's another risk. That wine is very important. And this, by the way, this is the week about wine. But there's a piece of wine on one hand. Wine can go ahead and bring incredible joy, like it does. We know it does. On Shabbos and Yom Kippur, Purim Abba Levi Mitzvah. When you come into these men in such close proximity to the Shparach, your joy should emanate from one place to one place. And that's expression. There should be no external means to bring about joy. You don't need it. It's a tremendous idea. We need wine at different times in life to kind of get us where we can bring out the sin. That's the nature of man. Like you saw before, sometimes we need wine to take the edge off. Sometimes we need wine to amplify or allow the sin to come. But when you have such profound I don't need any other external stimulus. I don't need anything to help you with that sin. You know why? Discover the greatest secret in the world and closeness to it. That's really the greatest pleasure. Never the Kohen, who has been privileged to serve the inner peace. He was not really fond to be able to find. In fact, this is one that endowed together. Kohen, the Simcha, for us also. I think just, you know, we're all working for happiness. And happiness happiness comes from us. Some things happiness is some possession. Some things happiness come from career. Happiness comes from one place. Closeness is powerful, and also have everything. Not only do you have everything, beautiful, unbridled, in life. Only in this close relationship. Like I was talking about, I can't be there with you in person. but a tremendous physical strength on עכשיו אפילו כבר תבוא לצד מהפרסים, but I was trying to catch up my ability when you ask for it. People need to at least work together virtually. So I also want to think about sponsors. The sponsorship info will be listed there as chef. In the description on YouTube as well as the podcast as well. Well, with that, let us begin.
What up, Chef Mario? How you looking, Pam?
About 14 lines up from the bottom of the dots. So the missionary.
I didn't realize you have. How many fucking cameras do you have, bro?
33, big dog.
Oh?
33.
33?
You've got it.
Holy butter. And I'm assuming that they're just all, like, basically...
No, there are a bunch of 22 live streams going to below.
Yeah. I saw that. I saw your link tree, and then you have the playlist, like, above it. It's a search. I think it's a search of your name.
It's just live after live after live, right? Find the link in the upper corner.
I get it.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So, you ready to tell Chef Mario what's good, baby?
No, I'm doing great, bro. How are you doing?
Kicking ass, taking names. You hear? I had the chance to tell you my whole.
There was so much going on. I was like, oh, and then my phone started ringing. I had my mom calling me, and I'm like, oh fuck. So I had, yeah. Sorry.
All right, big dog. First and foremost, are your Blue Jays going to win tonight?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I should change my... I changed my Facebook picture to Blue Jays picture. How do I do it on here? Stupid. I hate how Discord is now.
Yeah, it sucks. Settings.
Edit profile. Change. Upload image. I already have the Blue Jays. There it is.
All right, excellent. All right, Chef Mario, have I ever given you my spiel?
Okay. See, there we go.
All right, big dog. It's changed. Looks beautiful. All right, have I ever given you...
That looks good, no?
Absolutely. Have I ever given you my spiel?
Your spiel?
Yeah. Why I do this?
What do I need your spiel? Why you do this? Because you got the World Guinness Book Record for blah, 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 right?
Yeah, but I could care less about that. Okay, let me give it to you.
You do it for free speech. Yeah.
Incorrect.
Isn't that what it was?
No, I like free speech. But I do it for world peace. Let me just give you my spiel.
World peace. Yes, that's what I read. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay, so you haven't heard me say it.
World peace.
Come on, it's a show.
Yeah. Yep. It's a Truman Show.
Absolutely, but let me give you my spiel.
All right. How about? Where's the closest camera you have on?
Left corner of this Discord, you'll see a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. If you just go to that link, you'll get them all.
Well, yeah, I have them on my screen right now. Actually, you can't see because I don't have it here. Let me turn my camera.
All right, big dog. Whatever makes you happy.
Let me get my setup here.
Whatever makes you happy.
I can buy 24/7 live stream.
I've seen it, dog. That's why I knew. I've seen it. That's why I knew you were a Blue Jays.
Yep. I do have. When I go to, I should start doing it. When I go to sleep, I have a it's a little Chef Mario sitting on the couch, like he fell asleep. So when, you know what I'm saying? So I think I'm gonna start doing that when I go to work. I used to put up a thing like "On to work, see you later" kind of thing.
Absolutely, dude. You have.
I have it set up where I could live stream from the kitchen and have it pop up on my stream. You know.
Whatever floats your boat, big dog. All I know is that you have one of the most professional. Oh, is that you have one of the most professional kick setups I've ever seen. But you have no one watching you. Join the club.
Join the club?
Absolutely. It's hard to get anybody to watch kick.
Yeah, there's 2 people over there right now.
Dog,
I keep getting followers every day, but I can tell that they're bots because I had to change my chat to followers only. And it's like you have to be a follower for a couple minutes before you can type in chat. Because I was getting those bots saying, if you want to get more followers, go to this link and pay money and then we'll send followers. And I'm like, I'm not paying for you to bot to go watch my, shut up.
100%. I know quite well.
I'm your Discord.
Okay, so you don't want my spiel.
What's your spiel?
Thank you for the opportunity. It's Rabbi Rothschild. I shoot my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing this for 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the Queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of King, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman television show Big Brother?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. I'm always essentially on camera. I want you to know, if you weren't already aware, that The Economist magazine in 2018 stated that data was the number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if and when that happens, I want to make you, your friend, your family, all exceptionally wealthy. I want you to have generational wealth if you don't already. I want you to be financially independent if you're not already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, Chef Mario?
Sounds amazing, bro.
Excellent. Excellent. I talk about other things like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, water greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you, Chef Mark?
Sounds like a lot of work.
All right, well, you're not the one having to do it. I'm also a futurist. I enjoy speaking and learning about as anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel faster than light, communication, things like Santa Claus machines, replicators, things like space tourism, space elevators, intergalactic travel, terraforming of other planets. I like to talk about things like de-extinction. First successful de-extinction took place in the year 3 with the Pyrenees, which was a goat located in Spain, southern France. For the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. Their goal that within the next years or by the year 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle. I think this is a mind-blowing goal. Following the reintroduction of the mammoth, they want to reintroduce Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I talk to you someday, Chef Mario, your friends, your family, things like your life expectancy. When you were born, Chef Mario, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, peptides, things like cold shock therapy, nootropics, cryogenics, things like perhaps red light therapy and ambrosia therapy and testosterone replacement therapy. But eventually you may get to be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run. Back in 2025, everything that you said came true. It's been wonderful. What's the next plan, though? My body's starting to break down. And this is all with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI. Knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. Essentially what I'm saying to you, Chef Mario, is that you may have the opportunity at Digital Immortal. What are your thoughts? You're muted, big dog. I hope you are as inspired as that.
Sorry.
You're good, baby.
I was watching. Yes, I was listening. It sounds great. Sounds great.
Excellent. Well, that's what I do. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever.
A lot of money.
Oh, I don't know
You
about
must
that.
be a millionaire.
Trillionaire, perhaps.
Where? I'm not asking for your fucking GPS coordinates.
That's in my description. Based out of Irvine, California.
California.
Word, dog.
What's the weather there? What's the temperature?
It
Just
is
curious.
sure.
It's 50 here.
Yeah, 72 degrees.
It's 50 where I am. It's actually
That's pretty nice.
it's definitely fall. Definitely fall. 10
Excellent.
degrees Celsius.
No, it's like 72, which is like
It's 10 degrees Celsius. That's degrees higher than freezing. Because freezing is 0. I don't understand. What does water freeze at Fahrenheit?
32 degrees.
32?
Yeah,
33?
32. Word, dog.
So wouldn't it make more sense to start at 0? Makes sense to me for freezing.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement. I'm metric and
Makes
Celsius.
just
I'm all for the conversion to metric and Celsius, so you don't have to convince me.
like I get roast. But what's weird is where I work, our freezer is outside. Like it's like a little building, whatever. But it's outside, right? And when there's a digital temperature gauge on the outside. Well, it says F at the end, so I'm assuming it's Fahrenheit, right? Because it's F. If it was Celsius, it would be C. So for the longest time, bro, it was at like between minus 15 and minus 20. I'm like, that just don't make sense to me. There's no way that freezer can be that cold in Fahrenheit, right?
Okay.
That's impossible. And why would you need your freezer that cold anyways?
Do you know what my favorite temperature is aside from 69? Negative 40, because negative 40 is the same in Celsius as it is in Fahrenheit.
Yeah. I always have I have like a wall unit that's like you see in a hotel. It's like heat and air conditioning. And I always just leave it at like 69. In the wintertime, I put the heat on, and in the summer, I put the air conditioner on. But I like it being, I don't like sweating at night or being hot. You know what I mean? I like to have at least be able to warm up. You know?
Absolutely.
It just seems more cozy now.
100%.
Who wants to sweat? Like, it's not an enjoyable sleep. That's why I tell people when they try to troll me, bro, and I play along with their heads, bro, you know what I say?
What do you say,
I say,
Big
you know what, bro? Tonight, you're going to have the worst dream about me. You're going to have a dream about me tonight. You're going to think about Chef Mario. And you're just going to just be sweating. And you're just going to just think about me. Just weird dreams. And I said, you know what? He's like, what? I'm like, better yet, you know what you should do? Go on Amazon right now. Go purchase a new fucking bed, a mattress, because you're gonna sweat so much on me that you're gonna be like, sweat is gonna be filling your fucking mattress. It's gonna smell. You might as well just buy a new one. So just go buy one right now because tomorrow you're gonna need a new mattress.
Wow, you don't fuck around.
Just saying, like, you don't play with me. I'll play with your head because you know what's gonna happen. He's gonna go to bed that night and he's gonna think about me, bro. He's gonna go, motherfucker.
Good on you, big dog. All right, so have you been? Do you only stream on Kick or do you multi-stream?
I'm on Twitch because I will stream, but I just use the free one, so you can only do the two.
Right.
So I just have Twitch and Kick. Sometimes I'll make a YouTube from that, or I'll just turn on YouTube when I make a video on YouTube.
You want a pro tip?
I'm also on TikTok.
Okay.
I go in the lives there on TikTok. Do you ever go live on TikTok?
Word, dog.
So that's the one social media thing you don't have is TikTok? Are you kidding me?
No, I have 10. I have
That's
over.
where you get the views.
Quit it, dude. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. No, I do.
You should go live on TikTok.
I do. I do, but it sucks that if you stream on TikTok for more than an hour, you have to do a captcha. I don't like that.
Yeah, but I can go live on TikTok right now, and it'd be cool if I could basically stream this, like, or have a channel, like a Discord channel where people come in, and it's like, it's you as the host, you can mute me, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, you can mute me so no one can hear me. So it's almost like you're kind of unmute to let them talk, or I don't know.
Yeah, but
like a talk show.
I agree with you, but then every hour you have to do a captcha. And if you want to do a lot of live streaming on it, that gets really annoying.
Yeah.
That's if you're using...
you can set up an auto clicker.
That's correct. But you have to do a captcha. So an auto clicker doesn't really work with that. But if you use a PC and the TikTok studio, you don't have to do that. So you don't have to do a captcha.
You have typical webcams, different webcams.
Yeah, I've got a ceiling cam. I've got a bunch of... Yeah.
Because I was thinking some of this could even just be an old phone. It could just be a small tablet, like a cheap tablet. As long as it says camera, and you just go live on it, right? It doesn't have to be but I mean, I guess that would be way more expensive to get a fucking phone or a tablet.
Dog, I got in front of me 15 phones, and over there another 8 phones. And tablets, I've got 2 tablets right here, another 4 over there. I've got tons of tablets. I've got tons of phones. So what's on your agenda for?
I'm good with.
Absolutely. What's on your agenda for today, Chef Mario?
I'm off today. I'm happy that I work today.
That's amazing. All right, so you're gonna go live on TikTok or on?
I'm live right now.
Are you live on Kick?
I'm live on Kick and Twitch.
Okay,
I'm showing you. You're the star of the show, bro.
Excellent. Welcome, everybody.
Everybody heard you. I'm gonna let everybody know your spiel. They heard you.
They heard me, absolutely.
There's 4 people. There's 4 people on Kick right now.
Yo, Kick, I'm the most infamous person on that platform. I'm friends with Eddie Craven. Eddie Craven and I are Discord friends. That's big time. I hope you're all doing well. You all should know who I am. If you don't, you will. Just check Chef Mario's clips. And you can do that to just about any user on Kick. And it looks like the same thing. Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, etc., etc., etc. So that's pretty baller. Okay, well, Chef Mario.
You gotta turn up the volume for me, though. Can you turn up the volume for me?
This is as loud as I get.
No, because I'm watching. Oh, you know what? I'm watching you on one of your devices.
All right, big dog. I don't know what you want me to do.
I can hear you. I can hear myself in the background.
All right. What I can tell you is this: if you want to live stream on multiple devices, so that you're live on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and Rumble simultaneously for free, just create a Rumble account and use their Rumble Studio, and you multi-stream on essentially unlimited devices. Or I should say unlimited platforms, but unlimited devices as
Also,
well.
can you get the Rumble Studio like as an Windows, or is it's online browser?
It's a browser.
It's a browser studio. I should look into that.
It works
I
perfect.
can do all three.
Yeah, and
But certain things I don't want on YouTube because YouTube has a stupid fucking copyright shit all the time. You know?
yeah, dude. So then you just shut that one off whenever you don't want to be streaming on YouTube.
Yeah.
But Rumble Studios.
That's why I'll turn off Twitch sometimes because it doesn't matter if I have Twitch off because sometimes it's better to just restart it anyways because your followers will get a notification, right?
Word. Rumble allows you to multi-stream for free. So, like you know how Restream?
I'll do that right now.
Absolutely. So create a Rumble account, and then in the upper right corner. Okay, so just
I'll
log.
do it right now. See?
Okay. So then log in, and then in the upper right corner, you'll see a drop down to go live, but then click Rumble Studio. There you go. And then you on the right, upper right corner.
Oh, right there, Rumble Studio. There we go.
Yep. And so you just log in with your YouTube, your Twitch, and then get your stream key from Kick and put it in there, and then you go live on all four at once. Yeah, it's fancy. You want to put in your description and everything, so copy it from Kick. I really mean the Chef Mario. I see.
Use this already? I did not use this already.
You haven't, baby. This is brand new.
See, I did go live on there before. See, I do have some videos.
Yeah, you might have gone live using Rumble, but you likely didn't go live using Rumble Studio.
Right. So what do I do here?
Okay, so in the left corner, in the left side, you'll see connections. Do you see connections?
Where?
Go to your profile. Go to your profile.
I'm gonna change that picture.
All right, do whatever makes you happy, my man.
Picture.
You can do that, I believe. You do that in the not in Rumble Studio. You do that in like the profile part, which is in just Rumble.
Oh, here it is. Streaming platforms. Added that new destination. Okay, here we go. Connections.
That's correct.
Add a new connection. Let's do it. I'm going to do it right now.
Excellent. I'm here to help.
Connected.
It's really simple.
Connected. Add another one. What did I do?
Twitch.
YouTube. Hey, Twitch.
Okay, then YouTube.
YouTube. Can you do a Facebook? No, you can't do a Facebook page.
You can do Facebook Live.
choose. Might as well connect it, right?
Exactly. You can always just turn the toggle. You can always turn the toggle.
I don't think
Okay, so for X, you need a premium account.
Yeah, I think I might not have it. I think I got rid of it, but whatever.
That's okay.
Locals.
It's like
something different.
Yeah, it's a new thing.
And then they have a custom. Oh, they have a custom.
Yeah.
So that's where I put my cake.
Exactly. So get your stream key and make sure to keep it.
Yeah. So now what I would do is when I'm in Rothschild Studio, let me just refresh this. Yeah, I know. I put this into. I could put this right into OBS. Really.
You could do that as well.
Put the stream into. Just run that and just have it. Yeah.
Or you could run.
Right.
Or you could run OBS into that. So you do that through.
Just instead of using stream, use Rumble.
That's
basically
what.
You're telling me.
That's exactly right, man.
So, because I have OBS where for restreamers, right? The controls are all on there. Restream channels are all on there, so I can toggle on and off right from OBS.
Yeah. So what you want to do?
So I love OBS.
Okay, great. So then OBS is your primary software that you're going to use. But then when you, before you go live, you have it do a virtual camera, and then it'll show everything from your OBS.
Exactly. I can do a banner. Display this banner on your stream. Stream details. Stream settings. Podcast. Okay. So it has all the same stuff as the chat.
Yeah, it will combine all the chats into one.
And then I can toggle them. That's fucking cool.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, big dog?
I'm trying to studio.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to stream on key. I need stream key.
Yeah, do you know where to find it?
Yeah, you go to settings and then go to oh no, it's under.
It's under Creator Dashboard.
No, it's under channel. It's not under settings. It's weird. It's not under settings. Go under channel and then the last one is stream URL and key. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's weird. Why would that not be under settings?
I didn't design it.
I would assume it'd be settings. So kick would be I like that I have a glove on. I can just send the page right to me. Desktop.
Word, dog.
What's that sound?
That's Chef Mario.
Entering your 6-digit verification code. Oh, fuck off. Okay, I'll do that later. I'll do kick later.
Let me tell you kick later.
I wonder if I can turn that off on my kick. Or is it going to keep asking me for a phone? I don't know if I can get that fucking code. I switch phones.
It goes to your email.
I know, and I have to authorize the app on my phone, so I'm gonna have to reach you.
It doesn't go to your phone. It goes to your email. So go to the email. Go to the email associated with your Kick account.
There he is. He looks nice and comfy.
That's what I do best.
Good night, Rabbi.
Excellent.
Oh, I gotta answer somebody else. I'll see you in a bit, okay?
Take care, Chef Mario.
Thank you, Mario.
All right, did you get it, Brandon?
No, I'm still having trouble.
Okay, show me your stream and I'll walk you through it.
Is that okay?
Show me. Are you showing me your screen?
I'm still in costume. Thank you, Rabbi.
You want me to show? You want me to help you?
What's the destination? I was straight like you.
Okay, excellent. Okay. So this is Rumble, right? Is this Rumble, Brandon?
Rumble Studio.
Okay, so go to Kick.
Kid. Okay. Kid.
Yeah, upper right corner. Go to Creator Dashboard. Yep. On the left side, what are the options?
Ross, Community, URL, and key.
Stream key. Go to key. What?
That's the Gmail.
Okay, so check your Gmail.
Shift Mario doing the same thing?
Yep. Okay, now the first thing of text, just hit the copy button.
Yeah.
And then put it into Rumble. Yep. And then take that one and put it into Kick, or put it into Rumble. Yep. And then name it Kick at the very top of that. It should say, you should want to call it Kick. Kick. Yep, right there. And then hit the green button. Okay. Now you can go live. Yeah, so, yep, right there. Okay. And then click the second one. Okay. So click the one, click the ones you want. Okay, go back. Yeah, okay. No, go back to Rumble. Okay, yeah. So I don't normally do it this way. Okay, so click the back button in the upper left corner. Okay, now, do you see there are 4 T's at the top? Do the second one. Yeah, the second one. That one.
Okay.
Click it. Okay, yeah, this is the one that I do. Okay, so you don't really care what the name of it is right now. You're just testing, right?
No.
Okay, so then click the little toggles on the right side for YouTube. Yeah, the YouTube and Twitch. Click all those. And then Name your stream whatever you want. Brandon's test stream or whatever. Put in the description. You can just say test or whatever you want. Copy and paste. Yep, that's fine. Okay, and pick it any category you want. Okay. I choose. That's fine. Excellent. Okay, now click the green button. Actually, I messed up. Go back. Hit the upper left corner back. Yeah. Okay. Second one. Yep, just paste back into everything. Okay, and then you might need a picture. Click a thumbnail. Yeah. Yeah, whatever you want. Go to photos. No, you're okay. That's fine. I don't know if you need one. That's okay. You can close that. Hit cancel there. Okay. Now, do you see? Hold on. Just put your mouse down. Okay, move your mouse to the right. A little bit more. No. Move your mouse. Do you see where there? Okay, wait. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, up. Move your mouse up. Move your mouse up. Wait, stop. Hold on. Quit moving it. No, quit moving. Only move your mouse when I tell you. Okay. Move your mouse down a little bit. You're okay. Move your mouse down a little bit. Stop. No, up. Back up. Back up. Move your mouse up. Stop. Move your mouse to the left. Down. That one. Okay, what are the options there? Okay. Okay, click that. Okay, now scroll down. Okay, see that green button? There you go. So, there you go. Okay, now you want to hit allow. There you go. Now wait. Okay, do you see that there are 5 choices at the top? Press the second one. No, to the left. No. To the left. There are like 5. No, keep going to the left. Way over to the left. Like in the middle of the page. Keep going to the left. Keep going to the left. Left. Keep going to the left. Right. You want to go to the left. There you go. Keep going. Keep going to the left. There you go. Okay, do you see there? Hold on. Not what you want to do yet. There you go. Okay, do you see there? Stop. There are 5 choices right above. Okay, right above your mouse, like maybe an inch. Yeah, that one. Click the second one. There you go. Okay, now scroll down at the bottom, and you're going to see like a microphone and a camera. Make sure the microphone's on. Okay, it should be good. It should be good. But just make. Okay, we'll test it. Okay, now you can press the button in the upper left corner, the green button. Okay, and then make sure all your stuff is clicked to the right, and then hit the green button to go live. All right, you're going live, big dog. So it's checking everything. Okay, something isn't working. Your X isn't working. That's okay. You need to have a premium X account to be able to stream on X. So don't worry about that at all. Hit the proceed without X. Yeah. All right, so you're going live now. And this is what I do. All right, you're live right now. All right. Now, in the upper right corner, you should see chat. There you go. So that's all your chats right there. And I'm going to check, and I'm going to make sure that we can hear you at least on Kick. All right. So what's your username on Kick?
My username is I love my horse singing.
I love my horse, Sunny. Okay. Yep. Hold on a second. Talk.
Hello?
Okay, your microphone's not working. So we need to turn your microphone on. Do you see? Yeah. Okay, pick your microphone. Okay, now I can hear you. Yep, now I can hear you now. Okay, let's check your YouTube. What's your YouTube username? Just one moment. What's your YouTube username? No, don't do that. Just tell it to me. You're okay, just tell me it.
SC, the tropical S, location,
SC Day Ship?
SC, ship. Pick them out too.
It's the one with the horse you said? Oh, okay, that's a boat. Okay. Okay, ship. Oh, that one's not you. Okay. Okay, so it's SC. S is in Sam. C is in cat. SC Daddy Ship. I found it. Is it SC Daddy Ship 3041? You're okay, big dog. Okay. Is there a 3041 at the end?
see the boat photo?
Yeah.
The red boat photo?
Yeah, I see it. But that one is not live. Are you sure that's the one you connected to Rumble? That's okay. End your stream in the upper left corner. End stream. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, now we're going to go click the left arrow in the upper left. Yep, upper left corner. Go to connections.
Connections.
It's in the upper left corner. It's like the third one down. Upper left corner. No, up, up, up. You're going to see it in the left corner. Yo, what's going on, Pistol? Just one moment, Pistol. I'm helping a friend. Just one moment. Okay, just one moment. I'm helping a friend. So you're good. So Brandon, go to connections. It's in the upper left corner. It's the last one. No, keep going. No, left. That's right, left. Do you see there are options on the left-hand side? Left, like along the left wall? Do you see? Do you know what side the left is? Okay. Do you see there are 4 choices on the left part? They're stacked vertically.
Yeah.
Okay, click the bottom one.
The bottom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where's your mouse? Shake your mouse.
Right here. It's a brain tester.
Yeah, don't. Okay. So in the upper left corner, do you see there are 4 icons?
What icons? Yes.
Okay, click
I
the.
see direct RMTP.
No. Brandon, stop. Brandon, stop. That's in the middle. Do you know what the left is? To the left. The left. All the way on the far left part of the screen. Brandon, do you see? Put your mouse in the far left corner. Now, do you see 4 icons along the left edge? Brandon, do you see where it says Rumble Studio in the upper left corner?
Yeah.
Okay, a little to the left of where the Rumble Studio, it says Rumble Studio, there are 4 icons. They're stacked vertically on top of each other. Do you see them? I'm not mad at you. Don't worry. So, do you see where it says Rumble Studio in the upper left corner?
Yes.
Do you now see that there are 4 icons to the left of that along the left side of the screen?
No.
Do you see the 4 icons?
Yes, the 4 icons. I see a dollar sign and here.
Okay, so click the bottom one. Yes. At the bottom of the 4 icons. There you go. Click that.
Okay, I'm on it.
Click it. Are you clicking it?
Yes, I'm doing.
What is it? Okay, Brandon. Do you see where it says Rumble Studio in the upper left corner?
Yeah.
Put your mouse there. Okay, is your mouse in the upper left corner on Rumble Studio?
Yes.
Now move your mouse a little to the left, like an inch.
Right there.
Okay, now do you see there are 4 icons? 4 pictures. Do you see 4 pictures?
Yeah.
Okay, so click the bottom picture.
Bottom picture.
Yeah, that one. Okay, click the picture above it. No, not there. Okay. See if I can make your screen bigger.
Don't let it take off key.
Hold on. I made my screen bigger. Just a moment. Did you find it?
Okay, here it is.
Okay, just one moment. I'm gonna leave and come back because I can't see your stream.
Okay.
It says the stream has ended. Start your stream up again. There you go. Hold on. There you go. Don't move. Okay. Do you see in the upper left corner, there's a house? Okay. Go lower than the house. All the way, there's like a gear, the last choice. That one. Okay. Now, do you see where it says Manage Connections under Settings? Nope. Up. To the left. There you go. Down. There you go. Okay. Now your YouTube has already been connected. And yeah, click there. I'm not mad at you, Brandon. I'm not mad at all. Click the 3 dots.
Okay.
Remove.
Okay.
Go to Add New Connection.
I need connection.
YouTube.
Okay.
Now hold on. Now that Brandon account. Just one moment. You want it to be the SC Daddy one.
Yeah.
Click that. Okay, good. You can close that. Yep, and then remove X. So, because that's going to get in the way again. Remove, exactly. Okay, now go in the upper left corner where the house is. And then do the second one, the second option. Um, just like we did. Yeah, that one. No, not that one. The second one. That one. Okay. And do the second one from the top. And yeah, the second one. That's the third one. The second one. That one. Yeah. And then turn your camera on at the bottom. Okay, and turn your microphone on. Okay, now in the upper left corner, hit end stream. Yeah, click that. Okay, go to the second choice over. That one. That one. Yeah. Okay, click the green button. All right. Click all the stuff that we did earlier. So the thing on the right side, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, all that stuff. Kick. Okay, scroll down. Yeah, pick a category. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Scroll up. Okay, click the where it says user account. Yeah, that. Click that. Yeah. Click that. Okay, scroll down. Okay, scroll down. There you go. Green button. Yep, that one. Okay. Yep, that one. Camera. Okay, and the second one in. Okay. No, the reason why it's not working, you have to click the second option at the very top. The very top. No, to the left. No, cancel. Get out of here. Yeah. Okay. Wait, stop. Don't. Yeah, a little to the right. The second one. That one. There you go. Okay. Okay. Everything looks good. Go live. Upper left corner, the green button. Okay. Go live. You're good. Okay. Now we're gonna test and see if it works. Okay. So YouTube's not working. Have you ever live streamed on YouTube? Okay. Okay. Click the red button. Yep, end stream. Okay. Let's go to YouTube. Open up YouTube. Upper right corner where your icon is. Yeah, go to Creator Studio. Yeah, it's the fourth one down. No, no, no. There you go. Creator Studio. It's the fourth one down. That one. Okay, now just hold on a moment. No, get out of here. Cancel. Cancel. Okay, just one moment. Um, okay. Everything looks okay. Let's go back to kick it. Let's go back to Rumble and try it again. If it doesn't work, that's okay. We'll try in 12 hours or so. And if it doesn't work, then we'll try another 12 hours. I was having trouble with this myself. So don't fret. Don't worry about it too much. Okay, hit the red button to end stream. Yep. Okay, second one in. Yep, that one. That one, yeah. Okay, the green button. Okay, click all the stuff. Yes. User. No, keep YouTube on. Keep YouTube on. We're going to try it again. That's okay. Yeah. Oh, I know what I wanted you to check. Green. Yeah, that's fine. Hit the green button. Yeah, green button. That one. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Open a new tab. Okay, and go to YouTube. Okay, and then in the upper right corner, not where your ship is, but you should see like a little camera. Not there. No, no. Next to that, to the left. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Go live. Click to go live. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Live streaming has been disabled. Please review YouTube policy for more information. Okay. So something went wrong, and you're not allowed to live stream on YouTube. And we have to figure out. All right, go to your email for that account. Oh, I know why. Because you were live streaming the NFL. You're not allowed to do that. Yeah, so go to your now search YouTube. Yeah, go get out of here. No, in your email, go back to your email. Search YouTube. Okay, go to your Gmail. Okay, search YouTube, YOUTUBE. Okay, search YouTube. In the search, there's a search at the very top. No, go back. Go to your Gmail. Go to your Gmail.
Okay.
Go to your email. Now search YouTube in the search at the very top. No. Go back to YouTube. All right. Do you see where it says search messages?
Yeah.
Type in YouTube. And then press enter when you're done typing YouTube. Okay. What does this say?
My God, so it looks like anytime. So, there's
Yeah, big dog. So you're not allowed to stream on YouTube. So if something's copyrighted, meaning it is you didn't make it, it's being made by someone else, like it's live TV or it's a movie or it's a song, you can't play it on these streams, on these platforms. Does that make sense? Okay, that's all right. So for now, you're not going to be on YouTube, but you'll be on Kick and Twitch and Rumble. So that's okay. So let's go back to just click the red button. Okay, or you could do that and just remove YouTube. Yep. That's okay. Yeah, quick green. Okay, so you have on Rumble, Twitch, Facebook, and Kick. And at the very, of the 5 choices you have at the top, click the second one. There you go. Okay, so let me check and make sure you're on Kick at least. Okay, Brandon, talk. Yep, it works. Okay, so you're live on Kick. Let's test you on Rumble. Now, Brandon, do you hear in the background of your Discord? It's like, do you hear that?
Yeah.
Is that annoying?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go, exactly. Let's go to your notifications. Turn off streamer mode.
Streamer mode?
Yeah, that's fine. Just go to your notifications. Turn off streamer mode. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Go back to your settings.
Okay.
Go to notifications.
Okay.
Okay. And scroll downward, please. Scroll down. Do you see where it says sounds? Do you see where it says message?
Yeah.
Turn that off.
Okay.
Now, tell me if the sound stopped.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm still getting it.
Okay, you're still getting it. Hold on, go back. So we'll figure it out. Go back to notifications. Yep, sounds. Okay, keep scrolling down. Okay, wait. Scroll up. Okay, so let's read the things. Okay, so message is off. Deafened, that's fine. Mute's off. Unmute. Camera on. That's keep scrolling down. Hold on. Hold on. Video disconnected. PT activated. Okay. Oh, that's fine. User join. That's fine. User leave. That's fine. User moves. That's fine. Keep going down. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Stream started. Stream stopped. Viewer join. Viewer leave. Activity start. Keep scrolling down. Activity start. Activity end. Keep scrolling down. Okay. Keep scrolling up. 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 Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Go back down. Hold on. Scroll down. Stop. Okay. Let's see here. We don't want to disable all notification sounds. But let's try. See where it says disable all notification sounds? Click that, but we're not going to do it permanently, but just click it. Okay, did it stop?
No.
You can still hear sounds?
I can still hear sounds. It might come from
Stop.
another district.
It is. Stop. Go. Oh, no. Go back. It's okay. Just go back to your settings. It is coming from your other one. But go back to your settings. We have to fix it. Okay, there you go. Click the disable all notification sounds. Yep. Okay, good. Okay, now go all the way to the top, and there's an X. Okay, good. Now, wherever else you have Discord open, refresh it. No, you must have it open in a browser or something, don't you? No, that's Twitch. Do you have Discord? Do you have? Okay, hit. Okay, so here's what you want to do. Hit the refresh button at the top left corner. Let's see if it fixes it. Yeah, hit refresh. Let's see here. Hold on. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I bet it's your other account. It's your other account. Okay, is it still making the noises? Yeah, hold on, stop. Okay, do you see that Brandon A account?
Yeah.
Okay, go to that account. Okay, go to settings, go to notifications, and press the message button. What'd you say?
I turned it on my the one with the Pokemon.
Hold on. Yeah, is that a Pokemon? The Brandon A one. Is it still making sounds?
It stopped for a second.
Okay, is it making sounds still?
Yes, it's making sounds still.
Okay, that's fine. Share your screen on that account. Share your screen on that account. Okay, the one that's Brandon A. It's blue. Do you see your Brandon A account that's blue? Brandon, do you see your Brandon A account that's blue? There you go. There you go. Okay, you want to go to your settings? You want to go to your settings of Discord. There you go. Settings. There you go. Okay. Do you see notification? Yeah. Now scroll down to sound. Okay, messages off. Scroll up. Oh, hold on. Okay, do you see reaction notifications? Wait. Scroll up. Yeah, keep scrolling up. Okay. Do you see you have a Twitch browser open? Close that. There you go. There you go. Okay. Enable desktop. Enable unread message. Okay. Okay, where it says reaction notifications, do only direct messages. Is the sound still being made? Where's the sound going? No. You know that like do you still hear that? Okay, good. So you're good to go. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna close this. All right, you go enjoy the person in your chat, and I'm gonna get. Okay, Brandon. Excellent. If you need more help, you let me know. Okay. Excellent, my man. I see you live on Kick. You look good.
So the fascinating Mishnah. Mishnah said that if you have a Kohen who does the avodah in a state of ritual impurity, so what's the halacha? So the young Kohanim would take him out and essentially beat him up, beat him to death. The concept or application of kanoim poking board. We saw yesterday that. So the Gemara says it's so Rav Huna asked the following shayla from Rav Sheshes. What was the shayla? Kohen shemish b'tumo chayim mitzvah d'shamayim in chayim mitzvah d'shamayim. What if a Kohen does the avodah in a ritual state of impurity? So what's the halacha? Is he chayim mitzvah d'shamayim or not chayim mitzvah d'shamayim? What halacha? I'm related to the surah. So again, remember this is Rav Huna asking from Rav Sheshes, and Rav Sheshes responds. He says, "Run the Mishnah. Kohen shemish b'tumo. Kohen did the avodah in a ritual state of impurity. Ein achav hakohen yavin also the other Kohanim don't bring it. There's no Mishnah. Other Kohanim don't bring it to base. In other words, Ela pirchei kahuna motzin also chutz la'azara. Young Kohanim take this Kohen who did the avodah in a state of tumah, they take him outside of the courtyard, oppose him and smoke for begisman, and they beat him over the head with clubs. So what do you see from here? These are like Mechayim Shamayim. The Shach gave the lickful b'dei Shamayim. And again, if halacha l'maisa, we're making the assumption that a Kohen who does the avodah in a state of tumah is highly b'dei Shamayim, kills at the hands of heaven, then leave it alone. Leave it alone. Let HaKadosh Baruch Hu do his job. Let Baruch Hu run his world. Why did the Pirkei, why did the young Kohen have to take this guy and essentially beat him back? The Gemara says, "Elamai eno chayiv Rather, it must be that halacha l'maisa, a kohen who does the avoda in a state of tumah is not chayiv misvidei shamayim. After all, the Gemara says, is there such a thing for an infraction that a Baruch Hu says you're potter and we're going to make a person chayiv? So it must be that he's not chayiv misa b'dei shamayim. Incredible. Is that true? Is that true? That just because Hashem says you're potter, we don't exact punishment from such an individual. What about the following case? So again, we just saw this in Shabbos. If somebody went ahead and violated prohibitions multiple times, and he's chayiv malchus, so what do you do after a certain number of times? You put him in the kippah, right? You put him in the cell. Remember again, the cell that's small that he can't sit down, he can't stretch out. We put him in the cell, and ultimately again feed him a little bit of bread with water and then barley, and he dies. So the Gemara says, here's a perfect case. If you were to bring the guy to Beis Din, what would Beis Din do to this individual? Nothing. So here's the case of Baruch Hu says the person is potter, and yet we still take the law into our own hands. Gemara says, no, that's not a good raya, because remember, the Malchus shall Tchisos Askinon, the Gabra Bar Kitalo. No, remember how we defined that case? What case of Malchus is that this is a person who committed multiple acts of kares, or I should say, he violated the same kares prohibition multiple times. Now, for kares, big person, but Beis Din does give Malchus, the person is deserving of death. Remember, the Gemara said, and clearly the fact that he's a repeat offender indicates he doesn't value his life. So this expedites the process of the death. So what about the case? Also Shabbos is Mishnah. What about the guy who steals a klisharis, a service utensil? So again, the Mishnah said, "Can I bug him? If you kill such an individual, so again, see, here's an example. If you bring the guy to Beis Din for stealing klisharis, so what would they do to him? All right, probably another case of theft. Take back what you stole and move on. But yet again, we kill the guy, or Kanoin would kill the guy. So what does he do? That even in a case where someone is technically exempt by his Baruch or by Beis Din, we will still go by his Baruch. We'll still go ahead and kill him. No. I'm ready to the Kisharis Askinon. Remember again, that case was different because now the case stood on a pasuk. Remember again, it was interesting interpretation. The pasuk on the same sense of the Mitosh, and that you need to trust that Shabbos down. What about the guy who curses with sorcery? Remember again, also, it's spoken about. Here's an example. If you bring him to court won't do anything. Yes, he still killed this guy, right? I can't make him kill this guy. But Yosef, Yaakov Kosim as Kosmo, the next section of Varish Hashem. That's the case. Remember, when you find that case, it has the appearance that such individuals actually cursing very vulnerable. That's how we should deal with the reference to your friend. What about the case of all us? Like, what about a man who is so again, remember, Midai says if you bring the guy to Beis Din, okay, maybe it's allowed. But when I saw, imposed so here's an example where this Baruch Hu quote unquote exempts the person. Anyway, which the Gemara says, no, remember, how are you kind of a Chalmei, Rav remember again, that's where, remember again, he asked the question to Rav didn't know the answer, Rav had to do, so it has to give it, and therefore again, this idea that you go ahead and kill someone who went ahead and with Baal, this is, again, based on that possible interpretation of that person. Also, as you saw, halacha or a case rate, remember if you can so again, you have to keep track or around basic fundamental question. So Kohen does the avoda in a state of ritual impurity. Is he chayiv nisa b'dei shamayim or not? So remember, this was the question that Rabbi asked from Rav Sheshes. Now, Rav Sheshes responded. Rav Sheshes said the answer is obviously no. Right? The answer must be no. So, he said, I'm sorry. The answer must be yes. Because the Mishnah said that if a Kohen does the avodah in a state of tumah, then halacha l'maisa, Pirkei Kuna are allowed to take him out and beat him to death. Now, from Rav Shimshon's perspective, the only way that would be permitted is if such a person was high in Yisrael Shamayim. So then again, the Pirkei Kahuna could almost act as the Shukei Hashem, the agents of HaKadosh. That penalty, but if he's not high in Yisrael Shamayim, so at the end of the day, how can you tell someone to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which not ignore through all of these cases where, no, you do have cases like that, where someone technically would not be liable in a technical, legalistic free case, but yet can still see that they could be liable to a death penalty. Okay, or I should say, at least liable to the death, liable to death at the hands of a Kandoi. Okay, the Gemara goes like this. The Gemara said, the Gemara is the fashion. Here we go. Fascinating case. Take the Habolel, the Haposes, Hamoleach, Hamilech, Hamagish, and the silence of Shofar. Okay, so let's go through this. So this is talking about different aspects of carbon neutral. So the person goes ahead, and the person goes ahead, we'll see exactly what this case is. Pouring oil on a mitzvah, that's the oil. Bolel, ultimately again, is mixing the flour with the oil. Bolel, poses. Certain levels to be baked up and crushed. So the act of crushing is called poses. Molea, adding salt. Native is waving the mincha. Magish, bringing the mincha close. Close. So on the side or one who puts the left hand on the actual shulchan itself, or a naked ascendant over arranges the candles or the oil of the menorah. The hakomates, or one who takes the kmitza, and the kmitza is the way the kohen takes the flour from the carbon the three little fingers. On the kabel damin b'chutz, or one who goes ahead and in the kabel damin, he receives the blood of a carbon that has been offered. If you do these things, ultimately, potter, the in chayav and one is potter, and ultimately, again, not chayav. Now, what is this talking about? So if you take a look at the last Rashi here, Rashi says, "B'chutz asa achas ilchutz." So what we're talking about over here is that the person performed any of these avodos outside of the Mizrach. So again, so if a person, so that's the case, pour oil on a mincha, mix the mincha, roll up the pieces of the mincha, add salt to the mincha, wake the mincha, bust the mincha close, arrange the bread on the shulchan, or arrange the candles for the lights of the menorah, receive sacrificial blood. If you did any of these things outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are potter. You are potter. This is very interesting. Remember, again, there is a concept of shutei chutz. You're not allowed to check the carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. You're not even saying over here. So apparently, it only applies to certain types of sacrificial service and doesn't apply to others. Most of these things. Take a look at Rashi. Potter. This is that last Rashi on say days when he's going to be. Rashi says potter. The only thing that chayiv you do b'chutz is shita, slaughtering of a sacrificial animal. Except asher yishchak u'malek except asher ya'ala ola v'zorek yoshtavim yidam shachar dat b'chol hani v'yesh achoda imet b'tarvasta. So this is very interesting. Rashi highlights a principle like this. Any sacrificial rite that has another sacrificial rite that follows after it, you're not chayiv for doing that b'chutz. Essentially, the only thing you're chayiv for doing outside is including sacrificial rites. So a good example of that would be shchita, slaughtering an animal, right? Zrika, sprinkling the blood. So these are final rites, actions that only have a corresponding follow-up action. So because of that, if you do that for the Beis Hamikdash, you are fine. Okay, so let's see. You're in chayav and kabel pekim. So you're not chayav. Now, what are you not chayav? Lo mishum zaros. And one, for example, let's say a kohen did any one of these aforementioned acts outside of this, like he poured the oil on the mincha, he broke it up, he did all of these things. So if a non-kohen did it outside, he would not be chayav. Remember, normally there's a misa. If a non-kohen does the apple, but it's chayav. So again, if any of these things were done, similarly, if the kohen did, but he was in a state of truma, he also wouldn't be chayav. Very interesting. Similarly, a kohen actually is passing sharsha. A kohen has to do the avodah wearing the requisite Kohanic vestments. Failure to do so, in many respects, just validates the avodah. And also the issue of resale. But again, this doesn't apply to the list that we just mentioned before. The Lomi Shum Rachos Yadayim Raglayim. And also, again, again, halacha l'maisa, normally before performing an avodah, a Kohen would have to go ahead and wash his hands and his feet. Failure to do so results in liability, culpability. But again, if he washes his hands and feet for any of these things that were done outside, there's no liability. Okay, very interesting. And now she points out over here, Rabbi Shemzaro, so this is interesting, right? Zar, and I'm going to if any of these things inside of his gush, he would not be chayiv misa. Same idea, but let me show you Tumah. Kohen coming to Shemesh, the Zaros, the Shemesh, the Tumah, Mitzad Cross. Same idea, but again, there's no good of Tumah, there's no good of Mitzvah. The God didn't enjoy it. So the Gemara says as follows. Ha Makder Chayiv. And interestingly enough, what we could see from this is that if you were to do the Hakara, if you were to go ahead and take the carbon and put it on and burn it outside the base of the bush, then you liable. Take a look at that. So come back here. So have you avoda tama, she'in achareha avoda, chayev mishum tuma, umay chayev la misa. So again, so now the Gemara kind of switching gears over here a little bit. So what do you see from here? That if the Kohen were to go ahead and offer up a covenant, burn it on the Mizbeach in a state of tuma, he would be chayev. In other words, the only time that there wasn't the din of tuma, ultimately I guess is if it was b'chutz. But if it's bifnin, there would be a fee. So what do you see from there? Again, come full circle. But if a Kohen does the avodah in a state of Tamah, there's a fee of Misa. Now again, the questions are talking about Misa B'Yisrael. So that seems to answer the original question that Rabbi asked the Rothschild. That was the original question. If the Kohen does the avodah in a state of Tamah, is he chayiv Misa B'Yisrael? The answer seems to be around yes. Which is my love Lisa, don't we see a Kohen goes ahead and offers up a covenant in the state of Lisa? Lisa, well, not as hard. No, it's not a different Lisa, actually, it's a lot. So I must understand Nani last Hara. So you're going to say that if a non-Kohen does this, also only in violation of Allah. Rashi says over here, Elazar Nani, how did I put on Hamakdili in Zaros? Temanami Elohim Chayva on this ledger. So the issue over here, remember, we're grouping all of these things together. So if you're telling me now that if a Kohen offers up in a state of Tamah, it's only only allowed, not in this case. So what does that mean? If the non-Kohen does this, it's also only allowed, or that can't be considered the Hazar HaKar you must. Because it says explicitly that the non-Kohen engages in sacrificial service. It's the sacrificial service. This person, you're right, how can you sell or how can you sell? You're not treated the same. Not treated the same. In the cloud, you might just make some inference of it. In the cloud, the Yosef Kubolel, so the rest of the cloud, the Yosef Kubolel Lav Nami Lo. So you might also interestingly enough, we can infer from this that ultimately, again, Yosef, remember, Yosef is the coin of the oil, Bolo is the mixing of the oil, Lav Nami Lo. But also not divided with Rashi, where it says, Yosef Kubolel, the common master Lav Ba'amavu, the Ishbei, Umeahu, Yulo Nami, Yosef Kubolel, Amafu, Lav Lo. So apparently, again, by Yosef and Bolo, I guess he's not even allowed by Bolo. Which was is exactly about Tanya. I tell you, Yosef and Bolo Minayin, so where you know that there's allowed to go ahead and pour in the oil and mix it out to a common in the cup. One is in the state. Lomar, Hidoshi, you, Velo Yichalu. Plus, it says, Beholim, and people not just. The Gemara says, you're right, because that's only Midra Baram. Okay, interesting. Apparently, so there's no biblical prohibition against someone who's coming pouring mixing the oil from the club, but rather against it. One of the consequences is not good. Discuss on Mason writes the question. Ne'ela Esau, the Raisa says over here, these are the people that I Esau, Kameh, Shishimish. Okay, pretty explicit. Kameh who is Kameh. Ultimately, again, does he have all the time? Lisa, the gay Shammai. Gemara says, enough to not need refutation. She will say, Shalach Lamaisa. Here's the conclusion of the Gemara is that Halach Lamaisa is the person, the point does he have all the state of Shammai. He's kind Lisa, the gay Shammai. Now, by the way, if we take that approach, so it's interesting, we take that approach, so then it makes sense why Mishnah says, she can't bring in today's, right? Like Misha said, but I can bring in today's, but what is based in still based in liability over here, but what term they do? Also Zara, they can take it out and they can dig it up. Now, what I see for yourself, because since the Kohen is Chayiv Misa B'Dei Shamayim, therefore, Halacha L'Maisa, the other times you take it out, in the sense that you didn't do that. Pretty incredible Gemara. I was going to say, I'll also point out that it's very interesting, something like nugget of information, that Halacha L'Maisa appears, when it comes to doing sacrificial rites and services outside of the Israel. At least according to the Gemara here, I don't know, I'm not supposed to have it, I'm not asking, I don't know, but according to how the Gemara speaks over here, is that it's only what's called an avodah kama, only a concluding service. What's the definition of a concluding service? A service that there's nothing that follows after. By shkita, there are services that follow after. But shkita itself is a self-concluding avodah. It doesn't have a follow, not follow up this shkita. Interesting enough, so we get just as an aside, one is only chayiv for shkita, for avodah b'chutz, is what we call an avodah kama, a complete avodah that doesn't even have anything following up. Okay, so now we're going to go back and read the rest of the daf today. Go back and dissect the rights which we just gave before.
That is a huge what are we doing here? Are they really?
Says in the following people are Chayiv Misa, and again, in this context for today, whenever we see Misa means Misa B'Dei Shamayim. Fine. So the Hilish of Misa, however, as I tell, the person goes in and eats cattle. In other words, what's cattle? Cattle is unclaimed produce. The person goes in and eats cattle that Chayiv Misa B'Dei Shamayim. Rashi says over here, Rashi says. So again, what's the we're going to do? We're going to go ahead and do the next list, and then we'll go back and we'll explain how we know each of these items. So number one, number two, the Kohen Tamisha Afro Truma Tahor. The Kohen who is Tameh eats Truma, which is ritually pure. Okay, so Tameh Kohen eats Truma, which is Tahor. These Bishmai. Zar Shachas Truma. A non-Kohen eats Truma also. Mitzvah Bishmaim. Zar Shishimish. A Zar, like non-Kohen, is served in this Mikdash. Ultimately, again, Chayiv Misa. Tameh Shishimish. Oh. A Kohen who is Tameh, who does the also Chayiv Misa. Again, both sides, this is the following from the previous survey. Remember again, the Gemara just quoted part of it beforehand, but once again, this seems to be the definitive ruling that a Kohen who does the whole of the state of ritual impurity is Chayiv Misa B'Dei Shamayim. Kohen Shishimish, Utvul Yom Shishimish. Utvul Yom, remember again, is someone who goes to the mikvah by day, but still requires Erev Shemesh, the sunset in order to do the avodah. If he does the avodah, next, the Kohen wearing all of the obligatory Kohanic vestments. Next, the Kohen, which is lacking Tameh, different types of Tumah require up to 3 different things. Number one, time, duration. Someone who may have had time even gone to the mikvah but has not yet brought his necessary kabbalah. So a person like that does the avodah in the Beis Hamikdash, he is Chayiv Misa. Fascinating. Okay. Right. Shalom. Remember again, the first moves into the basin this morning. Also, from the business, they go basin and they wash their hands with feet. Failure to do so, and therefore doing the avodah with unwashed hands with feet is Chayiv Misa B'Dei Shamayim. Shtuya Yayin, if you do the avodah under the first, right, drink the use of wine. Kure Rosh, the Kohen allows his hair to grow. He didn't take the haircut. Remember, he almost said how often a Kohen has to cut his hair. Another person to cut his hair. The Kohen goes in with long hair. This Chayiv Misa Aval Orel Va'onein the Yosh and Chayiv Misa Elabaskara. But if a Kohen grants the Kohen's uncircumcised, he's an Orel. He doesn't have also Onein. Onein means never again a period. The person loses a relative whom they obligated to mourn. The kid between death and burial is Aninos. Kohen does the avodah with Onein or Yosh. The halacha is that avodah has to be done standing up. Let's say the Kohen does the avodah sitting down. All three of these things. Orel, Onein, Yoshev. There's no fear of Misa B'Dei Shamayim. Rather, what is there? Ella, Ba'askara. There's a love. There's a love. Now, interestingly enough, Rashi points out over here, it's fascinating. What's the piece Rashi says? שניסו אחר מחמס מימה, וכן עונן ששימש, וכן מי ששימש מיושב, וכל כולו קיבלו רגלו דמח ויעבוד. So this machine, by the way, you think yourself, where would you ever have an uncircumcised Kohen? Remember again, what happened in the situation today, we know, because of hemophilia. So we know that again, obviously, genetically, so a lot of myself, let's say the Kohen had older brothers who died as a result of this evil. So we recognize that now, again, that there's an issue. There's such a point where such a person not obligated to have this evil. Which is fine, they got to the but he's not allowed to be the Avodah. So any of these three people really are not allowed, so Orel, Onen, and Yoshif are not allowed to be the Avodah. But if they do so, not here needs to be Shemayim, rather again, it'll be allowed. Balmo, fascinating. What happens if a blemished Kohen does the Avodah? What's going on? Rabbi Omer, the Misal, the Chachamim Omer, Ma'as Hara. Rabbi says, needs to be Shemayim, and Chachamim say Allah. Fascinating. Okay, so again, we'll see all of this later on. Let's say somebody intentionally committed an act of evil. Remember again, maybe it was misappropriation of several properties. So let's say someone actively, purposely, went ahead and took place of this property and used it. Rabbi Omer believes. Rabbi says, usually it's Shmayim. The Chum say, no, Ba'as Hara, it's allowed. How old is this? Well, so now that's our whole. Now let's dissect this. Number one, Oka the Hebel. The first person in the Yisrael Shemayim lineup, first guy in the Shemayim lineup is Oka, a person who eats untied produce. So once you know it, where exactly do I know that from? How do I know that if someone eats Hedel that it's Hayim, as Hadshem Yisrael, Asher Yadimu Hashem. So literally it says, do not forget the consecrated items of the Israel that will be raised to Hashem. Future tense. You must be Basigim Litrom Akosov Nedaber. The Torah is talking about produce that is going to have tithes removed from it. What's the definition of produce that is going to have tithes removed from it? It's called Tadal. Called Tadal. And the Torah says over here, do not go ahead and profane it. Do not go ahead and profane it. And the Torah prescribes that all things. So the Gemara says, listen to this Yolith. Well, actually, Torah just describes here's what happens. Yolith, Chilo Mishma. Make it Zir Shabbat. It says Chilo by Tadal, and it says Chilo Fame by Truma. The Shamas Mishma Lo Yisra Alochet. And it says Chalaluhu. So it says Chilo by Truma. It says Chilo by Tadal, and we say Mara Halon B'Misa, Afkan B'Misa. Just like if someone is not allowed to eat truma, whether it's a sow, I'm not going to eat truma, or calling somebody who eats truma Torah, they're put to death. So Zir Shabbat Chilo to teach us that if you eat Tadal, it's also re-studied in Shemayim. Incredible. The Gemara says, one second, hold up. Why don't you make it so? Nosar. You want to say, what's Nosar? Nosar is a sacrificial meat that is left over past its permitted window. So why don't you? So the lotion of Chil also occurs by Nosar. So why not make it Zir Shabbat and say the following: Ma'ala Alon B'Karis, Afkan B'Karis. Now Nosar is punished by Karis, right? If you eat sacrificial meat past the permitted window, Karis. So why don't we say that just like Nosar is Karis, so too again, Tadal is Karis. Which the message no. No, it makes more sense to learn out Tadal from Truma than Tadal from Nosar. Why? Because between Truma, Chutza, number one, Truma doesn't have Tzaretz. So, right, Truma doesn't have Tzaretz, Tadal doesn't have Tzaretz. Next, Chutza. In both of these cases, there is a way to remedy the status. Right? So Rashi says over here, Rashi says it's about 6 lines of Truma with Chutza. Similarly, that Truma, a little letter, called in Hadi Mukuzat, Mosa Noy Belibar, Ubishas Hetrabah. So number 4 more. Technically speaking, Nosar can apply to Tzaretz. Now, when can Nosar apply to Tzaretz? When there's heterobombs, when you are allowed to use personal altars, which gives my focus exactly when that's permitted, but when you're allowed to use personal altars, there needs to be upper covenants anywhere. This means no such can apply anywhere. The Shetel Yisiro, then you Shetel Yisiro B'Hafrosh, but then you Shetel Yisiro B'Tadal. And what the Rishuma about no such checking station by a second time is Kutzla. No, I remember, the Tadal can be permitted. How? Separate Shuma. Shuma ultimately is permitted to a Kohen. No Sar can never be permitted. Once it's no such it remains prohibited. Furthermore, Rabbi, both Rothschild and Hillel by Tebel and by Truma is in the plural, but by Nosa in the singular. And Pig and Berabin, Pigol, I'm sorry, Truma Chutzlar, Kutra, Berabin, Peros, Pigol, Venosa. Take a look at Rashi. Pigol, Venosa. Rashi. So first of all, both apply to produce and size. So both have the plural Russian plural. Both apply to produce. Both being again Tebel and Truma. And Pigol. Venosa. Rashi says, you go Tebel over Truma. Neither Pigol nor Nosar apply to Tebel or Truma. So therefore, again, the Gemara says these are all the similarities that exist between Truma and Tebel, and therefore it makes more sense to compare or to make the Gzer Shava between Tebel to Truma than between Tebel to Nosar. 1 second, hold up, one second. Nosar also has commonalities with Tebel. How so? Shekin Pasol, Shekin Pasol Ocho. Shekin Pasol Ocho, look at that. Shekin Pasol Ocho. Nosar Betal Shnei and Psul HaMaichel. So remember again, both Nosar and Tebel is the Psul in the Ocho. The food itself, the item itself, is inherently invalid, right? So again, Nosar inherently invalidated. Tebel inherently invalidated. Rashi says, Pasal Agufu, the Kiyah Al-Lua, B'tumas Aguf. Interestingly enough, Truma, right? Because remember, again, we're talking about Truma itself is inherently permitted, right? It's permitted at certain times. But when I say Rabbi, so the Gemara suggests, why not compare Tebel to Nosar? Because Tebel and Nosar have finality. So ultimately, again, both inherently copies. Which furthermore, Elo Heter, but like furthermore again, Elo Heter the mikvah, neither can be remedied in a mikvah. Right? You can't remedy Nosar by putting in a mikvah. You can't remedy Tebel by putting in a mikvah. Truma, right? The case of Truma, right? By the Kohen was Kameh, he's not allowed to eat it. So ultimately, again, he can go to the mikvah and remedy himself. Rashi says over here. It's the same Rashi. Okay? So the point the Gemara is making over here is you're making it sound like all the comparisons that exist between Tebel and Truma. But there are plenty of comparisons that exist between Tebel and Nosar as well, to which the Gemara is kind of confusion. You're right, but there are more similarities between Tebel and Truma than there are between Tebel and Nosar. Therefore, when making the Gzer Shava we'd rather make it between Tebel and Truma than Tebel and Nosar. And therefore, again, that will teach me that just like Truma is Misa, right? So to again, the Shul of Tebel will also be Misa B'Yishamayim, and not like those are the place. Okay, beautiful. Ravina says, no, the truth is, the reason we prefer to compare Tebel to Truma, not Tebel to Nosar, is because Tebel and Truma both have the lashon of full, profane, in the plural, as opposed to Nosar, which has it in the singular, and that seems to be a more compelling halachic bridge between those two concepts. All right, incredible. Kohen coming, we know what. And where do we know that a Kohen is coming? Right, so again, we saw on the list. Kohen is coming, goes ahead and go, right? So Tamei Kohen, he's regular Truma, he's Gishamai. You know, from where do you know that? So the Arshua, United Kohen coming, Sha'afat Truma Torah. From where do we know that a Kohen is coming who ate Truma Torah? How do we know that Allah Talamaisa should be Misa? How do I know that if they're coming home, each Truma Torah, Allah Talamaisa again? Shomas Mishmarti, along Yisu Alav Chait. Pasuk said, "It will be again guard my guardianship, Mishmarti. They will not carry or not bear any sin." And the Gemara says to hold it in to lay alone. Ultimately, again, the first Truma Torah, not the Truma Tamei. Amar Shmuel, Amar Elazar, it is only if a Kohen Tamei eats Truma Tahora that is Misa B'Yishamayim. But if a Tamei Kohen eats Truma Tamei, there's no Misa B'Yishamayim. How do I know this? They will put to death if they sustain the truma. So what do you see from here? Omega was a ABCD fat resolution that less of omega. This is truma, which is already profaned. What's an example of truma which is already been profaned? That's truma which is already coming. So again, therefore, when we speak about again the consumption of truma to bring nutrition value, that's a tummy kohen who consumes truma tahora is chayiv misa edusha. So remember, so our list we're just going through our list over here, right? What we are assembling our different things that fall into this category. Ultimately, we're going to use Good. Let's go back. Zasha has a truma. Coin eat truma. Chayiv misa edusha. Says Mara Amara. Zasha has a truma local. So that's interesting. You're not setting off a non-coin truma. He gets malchus. Amar Rav Kahana. Rabasi Rav. Lema Magamisa, it said the Kol Zalo Yochar Kodesh, Ani Hashem Yikadsham. The pasuk says that no non-Kohen should eat truma. So again, then the pasuk, interesting enough, the pasuk before it says the Shamras Mishmarti, but Yisrael Achet Umesa. So Misa is juxtaposed to a Zar eating truma. So why did you say therefore that a Zar eating truma should be a Yid Mishmarti? And not allowed, to which the Gemara says, no, there's an interruption. Rashi says, they may see both or being called out. So the pasuk doesn't really flow, right? In other words, the pasuk begins ultimately with a discussion about Mesubo, and then it says, so it doesn't flow directly. Because it doesn't flow directly, therefore the juxtaposition can't necessarily teach me the sound of each true is going to be high. Okay? And they say is the kasha, the English. These are the people who are chayiv misa zara okeles hatruma. And non-kohen eats truma. So excuse me, pretty explicit that a non-kohen really chayiv misa. Which means no. Masli sadra kalamas. You're bringing up again. You're bringing up a mishnah. You're bringing up a bison that to go and go bring. Right? You're bringing this raya to contradict Rav. So the Gemara says, "Tana who we call it." Rav is a Tana, and Rav is people to argue. Okay, so listen, it happens to be that in this listing, Allah we passed that indeed a Zara Truma is highly significant. Okay, anyway, the Tamish Shishimish. If a Kohen is coming and does that both in the basement, just hide this. So you must be about having made a this is the exact discussion we had before. The name of the Shibboleth, how do we know that if a Kohen is coming and if you have all the basement, that is hiding itself? Said, Dabra Alza Albanos, the Nazgul Kachi in Israel, will you as shame called sheep. Okay? So the Pasuk says, speak to Aaron and his sons, and they should be careful. We have to be careful with the touching of the name Israel, and they should not profane my holy name. And the once again, you know this. Philo, wow. We need to do a Shabbat. Philo, and say, Ma la'aron b'nisa, Afkan b'nisa. Just like the legal consumption of Truma is Nisa b'Shamayim. So too again, if a person who's coming, does the Avodah, it's Chai Nisa b'Shamayim. I said, give me 1 second. Say it we had before. The nail it. Why not make the Shabbat Kilo and then again, both sides. Mala Alan Karis, Afghan Karis. Consumption of those kinds of Karis. So what do we say? It says Kilo by Nosar, and it says Kilo by a Kohen who is coming does the Avodah. Just like Nosar is Karis, so to this Kohen does the Avodah. The Tumah is also kind of Karis, which means it's literally Sabra, the Truma Habas Fleur makes more sense to learn out the Tumah case, Truma. Why? You must have Shekin Guf, because interestingly enough, both the case of Truma as well as Truma has to do again with the body of the individual. Tameh, also a state Truma, Mikvah has the ability to relate. The Rabbi, both have a plural Russian of it. So these are actually the Rashi of the group, Tameh Mikvah the Rabbi, Tameh Shishimish.
I mean, it's just true.
the Kamish Alpha Truma. So both a Kohen who is Tameh does the Avodah, and a Kohen who is Tameh who eats Truma. So they have both. First of all, both of them, their disqualification is inherent in India person. The India person. Ushnehem Sulei Truma. Right? Both of them are agreeing Truma. The Yeshlam Hetzed mitzvah. Both can be remedied by mitzvah. The Chidul of Rothschild, and also both share Lashon Chilul in the plural form. Adrabah, you know something like that. 1 second, not so fast. Let's learn out how you does the avodah by Shemot Nosa. After all, Shekin, Kodesh, Nim, Nosa. Listen, because Nosa and Shemot have all of these other Shemot. Look at that, Shekin, Kodesh. Kamish Shirish for us like Nosa, Kodesh, remember again, all of these things, right? Both of them deal with consecrated items, Kodesh. Both of them deal with the inside or the inside of the base of the Mikdash, and both are subject to Chilul and Osar. Which the Gemara says, Chilul Durabin, Chilul Durabin, sorry, Chilul Durabin, Chilul Durabin. Once again, about the existence of the Shirkin before it appears that really is interesting. So it kind of carries the day with this is compared to things that have the same Lashon. Since again the plural form of Chilul is used by Truma, and the plural form of Truma is used by a person, a Kohen does the avodah of the Truma. Therefore, again, we will link them to the Sikha Allah, and I suggest as legal consumption. If a Kohen is coming, it becomes timely solution. So too, a Kohen coming who does the avodah is also trying to use submission. Incredible. I will just go back here. Next in line. Tvul Yom. So we're going to do Tvul. Went to the mitzvah by day, but he still requires nightfall. If he does the this Kohen does the avodah, he's high. Where do you know this? The sign that is human. Let's say first 5 line. Okay, you know this in review. Rabbi Tvul Yom. From where did we know that if a Kohen is Tvul Yom, he went to the mikvah by day, told me some how do I know that his owner is unfit? You know, Minayin, I'm a Roman Kedoshim, you let it plus it says, be to your God, and do not profane. Now the Gemara says, no, what does this mean? Hashkos is talking about Tumah, but I don't need it for Tumah. In opinion of Tumah, remember again, if I don't need this process to teach me that a Kohen who does the avodah of Tumah is chayiv, because you already know that from the process. Ultimately, again, use it to teach me that a Kohen is a Tvul Yom who does the avodah is chayiv b'shamayim, or I should say is chayiv. Is chayiv. I don't know that it's chayiv b'shamayim. Once again, Yalis, Chilul Mikshuma. You make a Jershav of Chilul Truma, Mala Alon Memisa, Afkan Memisa. Just like by Truma, if a Kohen was coming to Truma, it's chayiv b'shamayim. So again, if a Kohen is a Tvul Yom does the avodah, he's also chayiv b'shamayim. Incredible. And it's supposed to be God. So let's say, again, like I said before, last week's the Tzaddik. That the Kohen has to wear the requisite outfit, requisite clothing. Failure to do so, right? He doesn't have the avodah, he doesn't have the clothing, he doesn't. And he still does the avodah. It's chayiv nisa bidei shamayim. Says Rabbi Noah, from where do we know this from? On Rabbi Abba, on Rabbi Ochanan, Umatu Beishmi, Rabbi Shimon, Agarta Osam Avnit. Plus it says you shall put the belt, literally you shall gird it. You shall gird them with the belt. Avnit, the belt was one of the Biguna. Zmasha became Aleim, Kihunasam Aleim. When their clothing is upon them, then their clothing upon them. The Rosh Hashanah really fascinating, right? Because the Rosh, you have to really appreciate the rest of us. The rest of us is the Chagatil Osam Avnit, right? You should put a belt around them. Alo Rubanot, the Chalash on the bones, put the hats on them. I saw Rahem Kuhuno, Lukukas on. And the Kahuna will be there for an everlasting statue. My God says, when is the Kahuna theirs? When they wear the clothing. When they wear the clothing. If they're not wearing the clothing, then Allah will say the Kahuna is not wearing the Kahuna. It means, whereas understanding, that if a Kohen does the avodah without the garden, then Allah will say again, the avodah is possible. And again, in this case, kindness will be shalom. So the Gemara says, because a Kohen, listen to this, a Kohen who does the avodah without the requisite garments is the equivalent of a non-Kohen who does the avodah. And a non-Kohen who does the avodah is kindness will be shalom. So to a Kohen who does the avodah without the begun, without the proper vestments, without articles of clothing, is chayiv misa b'deishan. But Amar Mar. So Amar Mar is actually misa. And we learned that halacha l'maisa, if a non-kohen does the avodah, he is chayiv misa. So let's say it's really incredible that the kahuna only vests upon the kohen when he's doing the. So let's say it's such a fascinating idea. Why? Because on the one hand, the kahuna is innate. Remember again, what do you have to do to be holy? It's not like you can earn it. No matter how well you behave. If you're not in, you're not in. If your father's a coin, you're a coin. If your father's not a coin, you could be in God's blood. It's still not to be. So on one hand, kahuna is innate. On the other hand, it begrudges in order to go ahead and do the avodah. I think that there are two profound lessons over there. This really is the embodiment of Kedusha. Kedusha is comprised of these two things. There's innate Kedusha, and ultimately, again, there's earned Kedusha. So innate Kedusha, every single Jew has Kedusha. Right? You don't have to do anything. You do, or you convert into if you're you have Kedusha. And that's beautiful. It's a fantastic foundation. The next step are like what the garments do you want to put on yourself? A beged represents something that I take from the world, or I take from the outside, and then I make it part of me, right? You know, they say that clothes make the man. Clothes are very much tied up in the person's identity. So on a spiritual level, my begotten are the actions I engage in, my accomplishments. What begotten? What am I going to wear? And if you don't have begotten, if you don't have begotten, then all you're left with is your innate kedusha. If all you have is your innate kedusha, you're a zah. You're like a baby. You're like a baby, a spiritual baby. Baby comes into this world. Yeah, baby's holy. It's beautiful, fantastic. But the baby do absolutely nothing. So how's the baby holy? Because every single unit has an innate kedusha. But life, successful living is all about what clothing are you going to wear? What are your ma'asim tovim? What are your good deeds? What are your accomplishments? What are your chasadim? What's your stuff? And every single thing that you do in life is another bed, is another garment that you put on. And clothes, mamish, make the man. Clothes here. And also, this is interesting. You have to think about it. Why is it exactly that there's such specificity regarding the clothing of the garment? Such specificity. So, on one level, it's about putting down. Because people are very taken by externality, and we want people to come to this mission to be inspired. And you can see the coin all dressed up. But I think this is beautiful and incredible. But I think also on a deeper level, that what the coin reminds us is like, what is your coin? Coin is the embodiment of like what it means to be a spirit of growth oriented spiritual being. And what I see with the coin is, even if he's a coin, right, with no clothing, right? You meet the coin on the street. Meet the coin on the street. Right? You need a Hatzishat who's getting peace that just everybody else. So what happens? Let him go first in line, right? Why? Because you have to give respect to him. But he's not willing to go there, but he's still a Kohen. He's still a Kohen. Even without the he's still a Kohen because his innate identity is Kohen. But he really only fully self-actualizes when he puts on the Kohen. Now let's think for all of us. I'm always Kaddish because I have innate Kedusha. If you want to become the best version of you, put on your clothes. What clothing are you going to don? Right? And every day I decide what I'm putting on. Today it's going to be a jacket of tzibah. Right? It's going to be a pair of pants of Talmud Torah. It's going to be a sweater of chesed. Every day the goal is to layer more and more and more begotten. You can walk around without clothing and you're still holy. But that's ultimately innate or conferred holiness. That both in life is to earn your Kedusha. And the way you earn your Kedusha is ultimately by your beautiful begotten. This is what the big takeaway is. Just without the begotten, you're not a Kohen. Without least, without the begotten, you can't serve in the base of the with the begotten, let's go to the right here. Serve the Gemara. Serve the Gemara. Almost close to the begotten. Good. Next. The Kohen not to go ahead and wash his hands, and he does the apple. There's some reason says the wearing of it. Some know. It said, "Before I'm Olam Moed, if it's my Yamus." It says, when they come to the Olam Moed, they should go ahead and wash their hands, and they won't die. And they won't die. Okay. So it's pretty explicit. So wash your hands and feet, you will die. Don't wash your hands and feet, you will die. Sorry. The coin drank wine and did the avodah. It says the Gemara what about so again yayin is sig yayin shekate. So the pasuk is explicit. So it says do not drink wine or intoxicating beverage and do the avodah. Good. How do we know that a coin can't do the avodah with long term? If it does so, it's kind of special. So the Torah says on one hand, you can't go ahead and shave his head, but you also can't let his hair grow long. So there's a juxtaposition between wine and letting his hair grow. Compares letting his hair grow to drinking wine. Just like drinking wine, ultimately again is a clear misa. So to again, letting your hair grow, doing avodah with long hair is also most like swift between as well. You can wash your hands and feet. It says so beautifully. It says wine isn't that the king has to wash his hands and feet when he comes into the It's a tremendous thing. Well, it could be, but on a deeper level, what is it? So Rabbi says something so beautiful. He says, that one of the great challenges of being a Kohen, I didn't tell you this because you go to your head. The person could easily utilize this exalted position, self-aggrandizement. And ultimately, they just stroke his ego. So what happens? He comes and the first thing he does is he washes his hands and his feet. That's so beautiful. The feet take you where you want to go. The hands represent how you accomplish this world. The Rebbe says that a coin walks into the English is washing away his own self-interest. I'm going to go not where I want to go with my feet. I'm going to go right for 12. I wash my hands. I'm ultimately, what am I going to accomplish? Not just simply what I want, I'm going to accomplish what's powerful. That the way that the coin goes ahead and enters into the mikdash is by washing away negilas, washing away any personal interest. If I'm going to be successful in this role, I got to do it for God. I got to do it for the team. I got to do it for council. And I can't be doing this. What about, again, wine? Why can't the coin? Why is it the most basic level? You can be concerned that actually drinks wine, so nice and easy made, and that's not us in the detail. So almost like there's another use. That wine is very important, and this is the week to learn about wine. But there's a profound use of wine on one hand. The yang is somewhat about that. Wine can go ahead and bring incredible joy, like it does. We know it does. Like Shabbos and Yom Tov, Purim Abba, and Tova. When you come into these things, such close proximity to what is powerful, your joy should emanate from one place only, and that's close to this flesh. There should be no external reasons to bring about joy. You don't need tremendous idea. We need wine at different times of life to kind of get us where you can bring out the sin. That's the nature of man. Like we saw before, sometimes we need wine to get the edge off. Sometimes we need wine to amplify or allow those things of sin to come out. But when you have such profound closeness to God, I don't need any other things. I don't need to help you with that sin. You know why? Discover the greatest sin in the world enemies. That's what the greatest threat is. Yes, a poet, rather than reach the rest to serve. Inner pieces, inner sanctity of the Bible. He does not need wine to be able to find something. In fact, he introduces wine that invalidates the other. Coin, the simcha, has to come from the pure, beautiful, unadulterated closeness. It's very for us also. Teach us, we're all looking for happiness. When you think happiness comes like this, when things happiness will come from money, when things happiness will come from possession, and some things happiness will come from career, that's going to come from this. And at the end of the day, happiness comes from one place, closest to a place. You hear us on the two. Closest to a place, powerful, and ultimately, and that's why you have everything. Beautiful, unrivaled, true simcha in life only comes in a close relationship with God. Right, the Muslims come over here today. Shleach, I'm inside, can't be there with you in person. A tremendous zuchos for them as well.
This dish right here is just so easy to put like a video of you hiding from something before, and then he's calling you a bitch the whole time. I'm thinking 40 chess, dude, you know what I mean? Download the Reddit video, put a little thing of you there. Calling me, saying that I suck on stage, and be like, you bitch.
Don't say good morning, is this close. Spark Hashem to you, don't have one inside of
I lost my train of thought, just like him.
I'm not there in person,
Let's see.
but I very much want to thank the tech traveler and Shave Syndrome.
Yeah, so that's it.
And we wonder why the community is full of people that want to troll and disrespect.
Oh, like if he were to see us talking about him and he did a video, he's like, y'all two are
And
peaches.
last important, we will need to at least learn with you together.
I'm a duck when it comes to fighting, dude. Yeah, if we're in person, I wouldn't call you a bitch here.
So I also want to thank all of our sponsors. The sponsorship info will be listed in Eretz Hashem in the description on the YouTube video as well as in the podcast description as well. Thanks to all of our sponsors. We'll say we're back. Let us begin. Today's back is page 83. We are picking up on today is on base 82B, about 14 lines up from the bottom of the two dots. So the Mishnah reported ourselves Kohen Shishimi's Ketuma. So this fascinating Mishnah. The Mishnah said that if you have a Kohen who does the avodah and says ritual, it's what's Halacha. So the young Kohanim would take him out and essentially beat him up, beat him to death. Beat him to death. The concept or application of Kanoin clothing board we saw yesterday. So the Gemara says as follows: so Racha Bar Huna asked the following Shaila to Rishon. Going to Shemish Ketuma, Chayi needs to be Shemayim, or in Chayi needs to be Shemayim. What if a Kohen does the Avon, does the ritual state of impurity? He's coming. So what's the halacha? Is he Chayi needs to be Shemayim, or not Chayi needs to be Shemayim? What is the halacha? I'm going to make So again, remember, this is the Racha Bar Huna asking to Rishon. And Rishon responds, this is under the Mishnah. Going to Shemish Ketuma, Kohen did the Avon, the ritual state of impurity. Aim at HaKohen Levine also the other Kohanim don't bring in this Mishnah. Other Kohanim don't bring in this, no matter what they do. And Lafirchei Kohuna Motzion also puts the Azara. The young Kohanim take this Kohen did the Avot and straight from the kitchen outside of the courtyard, or post them and smoke or begin and they beat them over the head with clubs. So what do you see from there? These are right from Mechaydi Shemayim, the Shafki, the Mitzvah Shemayim. And again, if Halacha so we're making the assumption that a Kohen who does the Avot in the state of Tumah is highly Shemayim. Fill up the hands of the Sarah and leave it alone. Leave it alone. Why do the Christian why do the Kohen have to take this guy? He was element. Rather, it must be that Halacha L'Maisa, a Kohen who does the Avot in the state of Tumah is not highly Shemayim. Actually, the Gemara says, Miti for Miti. But going is there such a thing for a fund? Who says you butter make a person high? So it must be. It is not high Nisa Bidi Shamayim. Incredible. Is that true? Is that true? That just because Hashem says you butter, we don't expect punishment from such an individual, or that's how we face. But not Nisha Lot of the Shamayim is not Nisha on people. So again, we just saw this in Shabbos and that. If somebody went ahead and violated prohibitions multiple times, and his height mounted, so what did you ask for a certain number of times? You put him in the teapot, you put him in the cell. Remember again, the cell that's small that he can't sit down, he can't stretch out. You put him in the cell, and ultimately again feed him a little bit of bread with water and then bargain, he dies. Here's a perfect case. If you were to bring the guy to Daisy, what would you do to this individual? Nothing. So here's the case of us. The Bible says that person is butter, and yet these people take the law into our own hands. The says, no, it's not a good riot. Remember, the Malchus shall Christos Askinon, the Gabra Bar Chikalo. No, remember how we defined that case? What case of Malchus is that this is a person who committed multiple acts of charis. He violated the same charis prohibition multiple times. Now, the charis basically doesn't execute person, basically doesn't get Malchus. Such a person is deserving of that. Remember again, Gemara said, including the fact that he's a repeat. And he doesn't value his life, so we just expedite the process of I go going back to strong. What about the case? Yeah, also Shabbos is Mishnah. What about the guy who steals from sharks? So again, the Mishnah said, I'm buzzing it. He doesn't bring the ritual. So again, so here's an example. If you bring the guy today using stealing from sharks, what would you do? Probably in another case of theft. They got him stolen, move on. And yet again, we kill the guy, or Kanoim we kill the guy. So what do you see from here? That even in a case where someone technically exempt by a Kachar or by Jason, we will still go by a Kachar, we'll still go ahead and kill him. No. I'm ready to be shy. You know, the Ramiza will evolve the virus to go as I call it. Remember again, that case is different because you're engaged on a process. Remember again, we're just being and that unique trust that was shot this down. I'm a colorless saying, what about the guy who curses with sorcery? Remember again, also, I'm not imposing motion. Here's an example. If you bring him to court won't do anything. Yet you still kill this guy, right? I can't make you kill this guy. Matara Yosef, Yaakov Kosin as Kosmo, the next second of Baruch Hashem. That's the case. Remember, when we find that case, it has the appearance that such individuals actually person a vulnerable. That's how we can deal with it. I have all as a thesis. What about the case of all as a thesis? Like, what about a man-like relationship with an active? So again, remember, Nida, if you bring back to the maybe it's a lot. But when I saw cannot impose both. So here's an example where this part of the quote unquote exempts the person, and yet he's killing anyway. Which the Gemara says, no. Remember, how you kind of a Talmud, the Akre Rav Ligmar. Remember again, that's where Rav. Remember again, he asked the question to Rav. Rav didn't know the answer. That's how had your dream. So the pasuk in the dream, and therefore again, this idea that you can go ahead and kill someone who went ahead and with all this is based on that pasuk interpretation. Also, as you saw, Allah Almighty. All right, Esrei. So Mary is the conscious process. So again, so just to keep track of our basic fundamental question. If a kohen does the avodah in a state of ritual impurity, is he chayiv to do shamayim or not? So remember, this was the question that Rav Ahad asked the Rishis. Now, Rav Sheshes said the answer is obviously no. Right? The answer must be no. So the halacha myself. I'm sorry. The answer must be yes, because the Mishnah said that if a kohen does the avodah in a state of tumah, then halacha l'maisa pirchei kuna are allowed to take him out and beat him to death. Now, from Rav Shish's perspective, the only way that would be permitted is that the person was highly misleading shamayim. So then again, the pirchei kuna should almost act as the shluch and the details about the problem that penalty. But if he's not highly misleading shamayim, then at the end of the day, how can you kill someone who HaKadosh Baruch Hu paters? Which now is relevant to all of these cases where, no, you do have cases like that, where someone's technically would not be liable in a technical, legalistic basis, but yet you still see that they could be liable to a death penalty. Okay? Or I should say, at least liable to death at the hands of the minority. Okay, the Gemara goes back there. The Gemara says, the Gemara is the kasha. Here we go. Fascinating case. Hayotse Nabodo Naposes Hamoleas Aminit Hamagish and Science. Let's go through this. Yotse. So this is talking about different aspects of covenant. So the person who goes ahead, we'll see exactly what this case is. Pouring oil on a mikvah. That's Yotse. Oil, again, is mixing flour with the oil. Bola poses. Certain enough to be baked off, then crushed. So the act of crushing is called poses. Moleach, adding salt. Native is waving mincha. Magish, bringing the mincha close. So what's the halacha? Now the sadra shulchan, or one who puts the lechem upon it, on the actual shulchan itself, or a native esanilos, or one who arranges the candles or the oil of the menorah. The hakomates, or one who takes the knis. Remember, the knis is the real point. It takes the flour from the carbon, the 3 little fingers. And the kabel drumming book, or one who goes ahead and is metabolized, he receives the blood of a carbon that has been offered. If you do these things ultimately, of course, potter, the in chayav. One is potter, and all again, not chayav. Now, what is it? So take a look at the last nashil here. He said, "V'chutz im asa achas over here is if a person performed any of these avodos outside of the Mikdash." So again, so if a person, so that's the case. Pour oil on a mincha, mix the mincha, broke up the pieces of the mincha, added salt to the mincha, wake the mincha, brought the mincha close, arranged the bread on the shulchan, or arranged the candle for the lights of the menorah, to the k'nisa, received sacrifice sacrificial blood. If you do any of these things outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are potter. You are potter. Now this is very interesting because remember that there is a concept of shvutei chutz. What's shvutei chutz? You're not allowed to shecht the carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So now the Gemara is saying over here, apparently it only applies to certain types of sacrificial service and doesn't apply to others. What's the mistake? We'll take a look at Rashi. Potter. Last Rashi on page 82, Rashi says Potter. So chayiv chares ela shochet. The only thing you're chayiv is to do before the shechita, slaughtering of a sacrificial animal. The asher yishchat maled the asher yara ola break the study with the shah that the whole honey.
It's called Tucker clocking in.
The Yesh Achara Avoda Image of Hashbasa. So this is very interesting. Rashi goes like this. Any sacrificial rite that has another sacrificial rite that follows after it, you're not chayiv for doing that before. Essentially, the only thing you're chayiv for doing outside of this are concluding sacrificial rites. So a great example of that would be shechita. Slaughtering an animal, right? Zrika, sprinkling of the blood. So these are final rites, final acts corresponding follow-up. So because of that, you do it outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are potter. Okay, so also says the Gemara says, and top of page. So you're not chayiv. Now what are you not chayiv? Lo mishum zaros. Let's say a kohen did any one of these aforementioned acts outside of the Beis Hamikdash, right before the oil on the broke it up. You did all these things. So if non-kohen did it outside, you would not be chayiv. Remember, normally it's a misa. If a non-kohen does the apple, so it's chayiv. So but again, if any of these things were done, and Allah is not chayiv. Lo mishum tumah. Similarly, if the kohen did it, but he was in a state of tumah, he also wouldn't be chayiv. Very interesting. Similarly, a kohen, actually, is considered karsha. A kohen has to do the avodah wearing the requisite big Quranic vestments. Failure to do so, and then it was best to validate the avodah. And that's going to be a misa. But again, this doesn't apply to the list that we just mentioned before. The lo mishum rachos yadayim v'raglayim. And also, again, halacha l'maisa, normally before performing an avodah, a kohen would have to go ahead and wash his hands, and failure to do so results in liability, culpability. But again, if he didn't wash his hands and feet for any of these things that were done outside, there's no liability. Okay, it's very interesting. And Rashi points out over here, if you look at Rashi, lo mishum zaros, zar she'asa achas mem b'fnim, eino chayiv misa. So this is interesting, right? Zar, the non-kohen did any of things inside of the Beis Hamikdash, he would not be chayiv misa. Same idea, but lo mishum tumah. Kohen coming to Shemesh, the zaros the Shemesh the tumah mechad kra. Same idea that again, there's no good of tumah, there's no good of mechusar gadin. Good. So the Gemara says as follows. Halak there chayiv. Interestingly enough, what we could see from this is that if you were to do the Hatzara, if you go ahead and take the cover and put it on and burn it outside the Beis Hamikdash, that there would be liable. You look at Rashi, Hamakir, Tahavi Avodah Tama, Shein Achareh Avodah, Chayev Mishum, Umay Chayev Lav Misa. And now you might kind of switch gears again. What do you see from here? That if the kohen were to go ahead and offer up a cover, burn it on the Mizbeach in a state of tumah, he would be chayiv. In other words, the only time that there wasn't the din of tumah, ultimately, I guess, is if it was b'chutz. But if it's within, there would be a chayiv. So what do you see from here? Again, from kind of full circle, that if a kohen does the avodah in a state of tumah, it's a misa. Now again, the Kashas would have to be considered right. So that seems to answer the original question that Rabbi asked Rav Shish. That was our original question. If a kohen does the avodah in a state of tumah, is he chayiv misa b'dei shamayim? The answer seems to be a resounding yes. To which the Gemara said, "My love misa." Don't we see from here that if a kohen goes ahead and offers up a covenant in the state of tumah, is chayiv misa? No, no, it's not. It's actually it's a lot. However, I must. So they're going to say that if a non-kohen does this, also only be in violation of Allah. Rashi says over here, Elazar Nami. So the issue over here, remember, so we're grouping all of these things together. So if you're telling me now that if a kohen offers up in a state of tumah, it's only a quote unquote only allowed, not in this case. So what does that mean? If a non-kohen does this, it's also only allowed, but that can be upset. Plus it says explicitly that calling the Jews and sacrifices against the public sacrifices. What you got? This verse says, you're right, Hakidisa, Hakidisa. You're not treated the same. You're not treated the same. In the cloud, you might just make some difference over here. In the cloud, the Yotzei Bolel, the verse in the cloud, the Yotzei Bolel, Lab Nami Lo. And that's also interesting. We have to infer from this that ultimately, again, Yotzei, remember, Yotzei is the pouring of the oils, Bolo is the mixing of the oils. Lab Nami Lo. We're also not glad what you're asking. It says, Yotzei Bolo, the common master, Lab Bahama, who is today. So apparently again by Yotzei Bolo, I guess it's not even allowed by Tuma. Which verses is that true about Tanya? I tell you Yotzei Bolo Minayin, from where you know that there is allowed to go ahead and pour the oil and mixing it also from the one of the Lomar. Hidoshi, you Kalu. Plus it says, be holy and do not profane, do not profane. Gemara says, you're right, but that's only the Rabbi. Okay, interesting. So apparently, the Torah so there's no biblical prohibition against someone who is coming pouring the oil mixing the oil for coming to God. But rather against the Rabbi, and the Pasuk is not smart. But Ukras not. Mason is the Kasha. Ne'ego is the Nisa. So the Rabbi says over here, these are the people who are Chai Nisa, Tamei, Shishimish. Pretty explicit. A Chai who is coming. Ultimately, again, does the Nisa, the gay which Gemara says, to Yakinani is the refutation. So halacha l'maisa, it appears that the conclusion of the Gemara is that halacha l'maisa, if a person, when he does the avodah and speaks tomorrow, he's kind of Nisa Nishama. Now, by the way, if you take that approach, so it's interesting approach, so then it makes sense why the Mishnah says, so you can't make them today's right? Like Misha said, what are they bringing today's but what is based in? There's no based in liability over here, but what can they do? They can take it out and make it give up. Now, what's their license to do so? Because since this calling is Chayin means to be Shamayim, therefore, the other kind be taken out and essentially be able to do that. Pretty incredible Gemara. I'll also point out that there's something very interesting, another like nugget of information, that halacha l'maisa appears that when it comes to doing sacrificial rites and services outside of the Mikdash, I just went to the Gemara over here. I don't know, I can't look up. I'm not asking, I don't know, but according to how the Gemara passes over here, is that it's only what's called an avodah, only a including service. What does that mean? Including service? A service that there's nothing that follows after that. By shchita, there are services that follow after. The shchita itself is a self-contained avodah. It doesn't have a follow-up to shchita. So interesting enough, so again, just as an aside, one is only chayiv for shchita, for avodah, before it's what we call an avodah tama, a complete avodah that doesn't even have anything following us. Okay, so now we're going to go back and read the rest of the daf today. Go back and dissect the rice which was just here. As you know, the English means so the public people are saying Isa, and again, in this context for today, whenever you see Isa means Isa b'gei Shamayim. Fine. So the English Lisa, how often is that travel? Person goes in, eats travel. Remember, you watch travel. Travel is untried produce. The person goes in, eats travel, the Chai Lisa, Rashi says over here, Rashi says, how often is that travel? Kulamas Nisi Yav on the So again, first what we're going to do. We're gonna go ahead and mention the list, and then we'll go back and we'll see how we know each of these. Number one, how often is that travel? Number two, the Kohen Talmud Truma Tahor. The Kohen was coming, eats which is ritually pure. Okay, so coming Kohen eats Truma, which is Tahor, eats Bishmai. Vizar Shachas Truma, a non-Kohen eats Truma, also eats Videi Shamayim. Vizar Shishirish, Zar, right? Non-Kohen serves in the Mikdash. Ultimately, again, Chayyim means Tamei Shishirish. Oh, a Kohen who's Tamei, who does the avodah, also Chayyim means again, both sides, it's the problem from the previous Remember again, you might just quote part of the Bible plan, but once again, the seems to be the definitive ruling that a Kohen does the avodah in a state of ritual purity. This guy means Videi Shamayim. Tamei Shishirish, Utvul Yom Shishirish. So we remember again, if someone who goes to the mikvah by day, but still requires hair of shemesh, the sunset in order to do the avodah, in order to be pure, he does the avodah, chai the mishpah. Next, mechusar v'gadol. The kohen is not wearing all of the obligatory Kohanic vestments. Next, mechusar kapara. The kohen is lacking, he's tamei. Different kama require up to 3 different things. Number 1, time, duration. Number 2, mikvah. Number 3, karbanos in order to fully effective. Mechusar kapara means someone who may have had time, even gone to mikvah, has not yet taught his necessary karbanos. A person like that does the abode in the Mesa Mikdash, he is chayiv misa. Fascinating. Okay, so the Gemara says weiter. Remember again, that the first thing when the plane comes into the basin, it's more to hop on. From the basin this morning, they go to the here, they go to the big basin, and they wash their hands. Failure to do so, and therefore, doing the avodah with unwashed hands and feet is highly subjective. If you do the avodah under the influence, drinks and reviews of wine, which might Kure Rosh, going allows his hair to grow. He didn't take a haircut. Remember, he wants to say this. How often a plant has his hair? God loves to cut his hair. God loves to cut his hair. So the plant goes in with long hair. It's kind of so about Arel, Ba'onim, the Yosh, and Indonesian Alabasta. The plant very soon. Plains uncertain. Arel does that. Or Onim. Only means number in the period. The person loses a relative and they're obligated to one. Period between death and burial is animals. Kohen does their order or Yoshi. The Rothschild means that a vote that has to be done standing up. Let's say the Kohen does the avodah sitting down. All 3 of these things. Arel, Onim, Yoshev. There's no key of these tradition, right? Rather, what is there? Ella, Da'as Kara. There's a lot. Now, interestingly enough, Rashi points out over here, it's fascinating. What's the piece of Arel? Rashi says, Shenisu Akam Makmas the Onim Shishimish, the Shishimish Miyusha, the Kohen Kulu Kiblu Gulu the Makli Avoda. So this is interesting, by the way, you think it's a way you ever had an uncircumcised Kohen. Remember, it can be happening in a situation today, we know, it's hemophilia. So we know, and again, obviously, genetic conditions, so come up from a nice stuff. Let's say the Kohen had older brothers who died as a result of this anyway. So we recognize that now, again, there is an issue with such a Kohen, with such a person who is having this chemo. Which is fine. It's not the schema, but he's not allowed to do the avodah. So any of these 3 people, maybe Arel, Onim, are not allowed to do the avodah. So it's not here needs to be Shemayim, rather again, you would be allowed. Talmud, that's here. What happens if a blemish Kohen does the avodah? What's that law? Rabbi over Rebisa, the Chachamim Omim Nas Hara. So Rabbi says, these should be Shemayim, and Chachamim say Allah, fascinating. Okay, again, we'll see all this later on in the Gemara. Let's say somebody intentionally committed an act of murder again, even though this appropriation of temple property. Let's say someone actively and purposely went ahead and took place with this property and did Rabbi emergencies. Rabbi said, using the Shemai, the Chum say no, but as it's allowed. How so? So let's say now that's our holders. Now let's dissect this. Number 1. First person in the CBD Shamayim lineup, first guy in the CBD Shamayim lineup is a person who eats untied produce. So much you know, where exactly do I know that? How do I know that it's had already tried me? Shamayim, so literally it says, just profane the consecrated items of the Israel that will be raised to Hashem. Future tense. The Gemara says, "Ba'asidin litrom akasos." The Torah is talking about produce that is going to have ties removed from it. What's the definition of produce that is going to have ties removed from it? It's called tevel. The Torah says over here, do not go ahead and profane it. Do not go ahead and profane it. And the Torah prescribes that also. So the Gemara says, listen to this Yolis. Well, actually, the Torah does describe that. Here's what happens. Yolis, chilo mishuma. Make it zero shabbat. It says chilo by tevel, and it says chilo profane by truma. Yishamras mishmar kid lo yisu alal chet. So it says chilo by truma. it says Chilul by Tevel, and you say Mela Halon b'Misa, After Misa. Just like if someone is Truma, whether it's a Sav, it's not going to use Truma or a Kohen company who uses Truma, they're put to death. So Zir Shabbat Chilul to teach us that if you use Tevel, it's also Misa B'Yei Shamayim. Incredible. I was immersed in one second. Hold up. The Nelos Chilul, why don't you make it no sir? What's no sir? No sir. It's a sacrificial meat that is left over past the committed window. So why don't you? So the lashon of Chilul also occurs by no sir. So why not make a Zir Shabbat there and say the following? Mala alon b'kares, akani kares. Now, no sar is punished by kares, right? If you eat sacrificial meat past the committed window, kares. So why don't we say that just like no sar is kares, so too again, Tevel is kares. Which means no. No, it makes more sense to learn out Tevel from Truma than Tevel from no sar. Why? Because Shekin Truma, Chutzar Aretz. Number one, Truma doesn't apply to Chutzar. So, right, Truma doesn't apply to Chutzar. Tevel doesn't apply to Chutzar. Next, Chutzra. In both of these cases, there is a way to remedy the status. Right? So Rashi says over here. Rashi says it's about 6 lines of Truma Chutzar. Similar to that Truma, no Rabbis, but in the idea of Chutzar, about no certain like Bamidbar, or the Shas Heter Abal. So remember again, B'chol Makom. So technically speaking, it's interesting. No sar can apply to Chutzar. Now, when can no sar apply to Chutzar? When there's Heter balance. When you are allowed to use personal altars, which again is a machlokes exactly when that is, but when you're allowed to use personal altars, then you can offer kabbalas anywhere, which means no sar can apply anywhere. The Yesheter L'Isuro, Zen Yesheter L'Isuro B'Afra, so the Zen Yesheter L'Isuro B'Afra. More than Truma, about no sar, Ein Yesheter L'Isuro. Second distinction, right? Second commonality is Chutzra. No, right? Remember, so Tevel can be permitted. How? Such as Truma ultimately committed to a Kohen. No sar can never be permitted. Once it's no sar, it remains what it is. Furthermore, Rabbi, both total by Tevel and by Truma is in plural. No sar is singular. Okay, the Rabbi, Pigel, I'm sorry, Truma Chutzar, Chutzra, the Rabbi, Peros, Pigel. Take a look at Rashi. Pigel Benosa. Rashi. So first of all, both apply to produce and right. So both had the plural lashon of plural. Both apply to produce. Both being again Tevel and Truma. And Pigel Benosa. Rashi says no, the Tevel of Truma. Neither Pigel nor Nosar apply to Tevel or Truma. So therefore, again, the Gemara says these are all the similarities that exist between Truma and Tevel, and therefore it makes more sense to compare or to make Zir Shava between Tevel to Truma than between Tevel to Nosar. Because one second, hold up, Andraba. One second. Nosar also shares many commonalities with Tevel. How so? Shekin Pasol, Shekin Pasol also. Look at that. Shekin Pasol Oakland. Nosar is all Shneim Psul HaMichael. So remember again, both Nosar and Tevel is a Psul in the Oakland. The food itself, the item itself, is inherently invalid, right? So Nosar inherently invalid. Tevel inherently invalidated. Rashi says about Truma, Pasol Aguf Lukatia. It's interesting enough, Truma, right? Remember, but again, we're talking about Truma itself is inherently negative, right?
The reason I don't understand is just because, like, I'm not there yet.
It's like people are saying times. But when I say Rabbi,
but I'm not at the level where I can do like.
So the Gemara therefore suggests, why not compare Tevel to Nosar? Because Tevel and Nosar have this commonality. So ultimately, again, both of them are inherently invalid or inherently compromised. Which means further, Elo Heter, but like furthermore again, Elo Heter the mikvah, neither can be remedied in the mikvah. Right? You can't remedy Nosar by putting in the mikvah. You can't remedy Tevel by putting in the mikvah. Truma, right? The case of Truma, right? The Kohen is Tameh, he's not allowed to eat it. So ultimately, again, he can go to the mikvah and remedy himself. Rashi says over here, for the same Rashi, okay? So the point the Gemara is making over here is, you're making it sound like all the comparisons that exist are between Tevel and Truma. But there are plenty of comparisons that exist between Tevel and Nosa as well, for which the Gemara says You're right, but there are more similarities between Tevel and Truma than there are between Tevel and Nosa. Therefore, when making the Tevel, we'd rather make it between Tevel and Truma, Tevel and Truma, and Tevel and Nosa. And therefore, again, that will teach you that just like Truma is Nisa B'Yishamayim, so too again, the consumption of Tevel will also be Nisa B'Yishamayim, and not like Nosa, which is a few parts. Okay, beautiful. Ravina says, the reason we compare Tevel to Truma, not Tevel to Nosa, is because Tevel and Truma both have Lashon of Hilul, profane, in the plural, as opposed to Nosa, which has been singular, and that seems to be a more compelling halachic bridge between those two concepts. All right, incredible. So the Gemara goes back to Kohen Tamid She'achal Truma Torah Minallah. And from where do we know that a Kohen is coming? Right, so again, it's on the list. Kohen is coming, goes ahead and eats Truma Torah. So Tamid Kohen eats regular Truma, meets B'Yishamayim. From where do you know that? So the Amar Shmuel, Yinayim Kohen Tamid She'achal Truma Torah. From where do we know that a Kohen is coming who ate Truma Torah? How do we know that Allah L'Maisa should use B'Yishamayim? How do I know that if a Tamid Kohen eats Truma Torah, that Allah L'Maisa again, I do this right. It says, the Shomer es Mishmartim, Allah Yisu Allah Kate. Plus it says, literally again, guard my guardianship, Mishmartim, Allah Yisu Allah Kate. He will not carry or not bear any sin. The Gemara says, to hold it in, to lay alone. Ultimately, again, it's the first Truma Torah, and not the Truma Tamid. I'm Shmuel, Rabbi Lezer, United Point, I'm Shach Truma Tamid, in the Nisa. So what's the story? It's very interesting. Gemara suggests over here, it is only if a Kohen Tamid eats Truma Torah that there's Nisa B'Yishamayim. But if a Tamid Kohen eats Truma Tamid, there's no Nisa B'Yishamayim. How do I know this? Shene'emar Imesu Bo Yechalon. They only put to death if they profane the Truma. So the question, what do you see here? Amid goes like 83b. Prat Mezusha Mechuzah Letzvah. This excludes Truma, which is already. What's an example of Truma which has already been profaned? That's Truma which is already come. So again, when we speak about again consumption of Truma to bring Tamid Kohen who consumes Truma Torah is Chayav Nisa B'Yishamayim. So our list, we're just going through our list over here, right? Where we are assembling our different things that fall into this category, ultimately again Nisa B'Yishamayim. But let's go like this. Here it is. Zar Shachar Truma. And now Kohen eats Truma, Nisa B'Yishamayim. Says the Gemara Amara. Zar Shachar Truma Lokus. Rav, interestingly enough, said, "No, man Kohen eats Truma, he gets Malchus." Amr Rav Kahana, Ravasi Rav, Lema Mardami. So it said the whole Zaloyo, Ani Hashem Mikadsham. The pasuk says that no non-Kohen should eat Truma. So again, then the pasuk, interesting enough, the pasuk before it says the Shomer Mishmartim, Balav Kate Umesu. So Nisa is opposed to a Zar eating Truma. So why don't you say therefore the Zar eating Truma should be a Nisa B'Yishamayim not allowed? To which the Gemara says,
let's make sure we're 100%.
No, there's an interruption. There's an interruption. Now she says, Be'mesu bo u'bein kol Zar. So the pasuk doesn't really flow, right? In other words, the pasuk begins ultimately with a discussion about Mesu bo, and then it says, B'chol Zar lo yochal kodesh. So it doesn't flow directly. Because it doesn't flow directly, therefore the constitution can't say, teach me that the Zar eats Truma is giving a Chayav Nisa. Okay? Once the Nisa is the Kasha, the Able Nisa, the Nisa, these are the people who are Chayav Nisa, Zara Oshales HaTruma, a non-Kohen eats Truma. So it's very explicit that a non-Kohen eats Truma is giving a Chayav Nisa. Which Gemara says, no, Mas Nisa, so you're bringing up again, you're bringing up a mission. No. We know what I said that to go and go bring, right? You're bringing this raya. So the Gemara says, Rav, Tana who call it. Rav is a Tana, and Rav has the ability to argue. Okay, the most thing that happens to be that in this listing, we pass that indeed a sound each truma is highly solution. Okay, now let's go back there. So remember, Tamish Shinish, good. The Tamish Shinish. The Kohen is coming, goes there and does a whole thing basically, because she's hiding this. The boy made of Ian made of Yosef. So most of this is the exact discussion we had before. The name of Tamish Shinish should be Misa. How do we know that if a Kohen is coming, and the Yabodah is in the club, said, Gabriel out the Abanov, the Nazgul Kutchig in Israel, although you have a little exchange on sheep. Okay. So the Pasuk says, speak to Aaron and his sons, and they should be careful. The Nazgul should be careful with the clutching of the Israel, and they should not profane my holy name. And the Mara says, once again, the Yolif, Philo, Truma. Wow. So we need to say, Shabbat, Philo, Truma. Ma la'alon b'Yisrael, Hashem b'Yisrael. That's the consumption of Truma is Yisra b'Shamayim. So again, if a person is coming, a Kohen is coming, does the avodah, it's Yisra b'Shamayim. I said to you 1 second, same as we had before. The nail it, feel why not make this year Shabbat, feel, and then it was like, Ma la'alon price, Hashem price. Consumption of those is a price. So what do we say? It says chilo by Nosar, and it says chilo by Kohen was coming, does the avodah. Just like Nosar is courage, so to this Kohen does the avodah b'tumah. There's also kind of courage, which measure is really stop now. The Truma Havayim makes more sense to learn out the Truma case from Truma. Whereas the Shekin Guf, that's interesting enough, both the cases of Truma as well as Truma have to do again with the body of the individual. Tameh, also a state of Truma. Mikvah has the ability to eliminate. Both have a plural lot. To read the Rashi, Rashi says over here, Guf, Tameh, Mikvah, Rabin. Tameh Shishimish, the Tameh Shah. So both a Kohen who is coming does the avodah, and a Kohen who is coming who eats Truma, first of all, both of them, their disqualification is inherently in their person. They are in their person. Ushneim Suvei Truma, like both of them are doing Truma. Based on Heter the Mikvah, both to be remedied by Mikvah. The Chilul, and they also both shared Lashon of Chilul in the plural form. Adrabah, you know something not so fast. Let's learn out Kohen who does the avodah by Truma from Nosar. After all, probably the Shekin, Kodesh, Pnim, Kegol, V'Nosar. Listen, because Nosar and Truma have all of these other sulas. Look at that. Kodesh, Kamesh Shishim Ishvasak Kachim, V'Nosar, Kodesh, Ushtei B'Tzmim. Remember again, all of these things, right? Both of them deal with consecrated items. Coach, Pnim. Both of them deal with the inside, right, or inside of the Beis Hamikdash. And both are subject to Chilul and Osar, to which the Gemara says, Chilul D'Rabin, Chilul D'Rabin, sorry, Chilul D'Rabin, Chilul D'Rabin Ardiv. Once again, about the existence of the before, it appears that really it's interesting. So what kind of carries the day with this is we would rather compare two things that have the same notion of Chilul. But since, again, the plural form of Chilul is used by Truma, and the Chilul form of Truma is used by a person, a Kohen who does the avodah of Truma, therefore, again, we will link them together. Also, I suggest as the legal consumption of Truma, right? If a Kohen coming each Truma is Chinese B'Shamayim, so too, a Kohen who is coming who does the avodah is also Chinese B'Shamayim. Incredible. I was just going to next to Tvul Yom. Remember, it's Tvul one day, but it still requires nightfall. If he does this kind does avodah, he's kind of Nisai. Says the Gemara Minala. Where do you go? This sign that the Siman Omer. First white line. Okay, you know this 83 views. Rabbi is Tvul Yom. From where do we know that if a Kohen is Tvul Yom, he went to the mikvah by but he still needs Harris and still go down. How do I know that his avodah is Hilo, Minayim, Lomar Kedoshim, Yulel, Veloy Chalalu. Plus it says, do Kadosh to your God, you do not profane. You might have said, now what does this mean? Hashtos is fucking wonderful. And So remember again, if I don't need this process to teach me that a Kohen who does the avodah b'tumah is chayiv, because you already learned that in the process. Tineu inyum tvuyom shishiyesh. Ultimately, again, use it to teach me that a Kohen who does tvuyom does the avodah is chayiv b'shamayim, or I should say, is chayiv. Is chayiv. I don't know that it's chayiv b'shamayim. Once you know it, chilo mitzvah. We make a jeshav of chilo mitzvah. Mala alon b'misa, afkan b'misa. Just like by Truma, if a Kohen was coming to Truma, it's chayiv b'shamayim. So too, again, if a Kohen who does tvuyom does the avodah, he's also chayiv b'shamayim. Incredible. And of course, regarding. So let's say, again, like I said before, last week, this passage kind of starts with Pesach. The Kohen has to wear the requisite outfit, requisite clothing. Failure to do so, and, right? He doesn't have the avodah, he doesn't have the clothing, he doesn't, and he still does the avodah. He's chayiv misa b'dei shamayim. It says Noah. Where do we know this from? I'm Rabbi Avot, Umatu Bishmit, Rabbi Rothschild Shemin, Hagarta Osam Afnis. It says you shall put the belt, you shall gird them. Gird them with a belt. Right? Avni belt was one of the big unos. His master became Aleim, Kiunasam Aleim. Where their clothing. Where their clothing is. Then their Karuna is fascinating. Right? Because the Lush, you should dress upon. That's the positive. The Chagatim also put a belt around them. And the Kahuna will be there for an everlasting statue. Anyway, if the Kahuna is not there, it means, whereas understanding that if a Kohen does the avodah and not to be, then halacha l'maisa is possible. And so the Gemara says, because a Kohen, listen to this, Kohen who does the avodah without the requisite garment is the equivalent of a Kohen who does the avodah. And a non-Kohen who does the avodah is Hamis Yidishanayim. So to a Kohen who does the avodah without the proper vestments, the proper articles of clothing, is Chayiv Misa B'Yishanayim. So if Amar is actually Shim Misa. And we learned that Allah for myself, a non-Kohen who does the avodah is Chayiv Misa. So we'll say it's really incredible that the Kahuna only vests upon the Kohen when he's wearing the garment. So we'll say it's such a fascinating idea. Why? Because on one hand, the Kahuna is made. Remember again, you have to do to be a Kohen. It's not like you can find it. No matter how well you behave, when you're a Kohen, if I was not a Kohen, you could be because of Hador, it's still not to be. So on one hand, Kahuna is innate. On the other hand, you need to be gutted in order to go ahead and do the avodah. And if you get like 2% lessons of it, this really is the embodiment of Kedusha. Kedusha is comprised of these two things. There's innate Kedusha, and ultimately, again, is earned Kedusha. So innate every single year, every single last Kedusha. Right? You don't have to do anything. You're born a Jew or you convert into Yiddishkeit. If you're Jewish, you have Kedusha. And that's cool. And it's a fantastic foundation. Step. I like what garments do you want to put on yourself? A beggar represents something that I take from the world, I take from the outside, and then I make it part of me, right? You know, they say like clothes make the man. Clothes are very much tied up in a person's identity. So on a spiritual level, my begotten are the actions I engage in, my accomplishments. What begotten? What am I going to wear? And if you don't have begotten, if you don't have begotten, then all you're left with is your innate Kedusha. If all you have is your innate Kedusha, you're a Zah. You're like a baby. You're like a baby. It's your baby. Baby comes into this world. Yeah, baby's holy. It's beautiful, fantastic. But the baby do absolutely nothing. So how's the baby holy? Because every single kid has an innate Kedusha. But life, successful living is all about what clothing are you going to wear? What are your nice Tova? What are your good deeds? What are your accomplishments? What are your sudden? What's your tzedakah? And every single thing that you do in life is another bag, is another garment that you put on. And clothes manage the man. Clothes make us do that. And listen, this is interesting. If you think about it, one is it exactly that there is such specificity regarding the clothing of the garment. On one level, it's about people bring down. People are very taken by externalities, and you want people to come to these organizations to be inspired. You need to see the point, all the rest. But I think our push is beautiful. But I think also on people level, that's I remember this is what is your point? What is the of like needs to be a spirit of growth oriented spirit. And when I see it, it's even the coin, right? With no clothing, right? Meet the coin on the street. Meet on the street, right? You need a Hasid Shabbos, he's getting pizza to everybody else. So what happens? You're going to let him still run, right? Why? Because you have to give respect to him. He's not going to God, but he's still a coin. He's still a coin. Even without the he's still a coin because his innate identity is food. But he really fully self-actualizes when he puts on the it's the same thing for all of us. I'm always Kaddish because I have an age position. If you want to become the version of you, put on board. What are you going to do? Every day I decide what I want. Today it's going to be a jacket of tzedakah, right? It's going to be a pair of pants of Talmud Torah. It's going to be a sweater of chesed. Every day the goal is to layer more and more together. You can walk around without clothing and you're still holy. But that's ultimately to me what confers holiness. That holy right is to earn your Kedusha. And the way you earn Kedusha is ultimately by your beautiful Kedusha. But the big thing really teaches not that the Begadim you're not a Kohen. Without the Begadim you can't serve in the Beis HaMikdash. With the Begadim, Next, Rothschild and Rabbi know if a Kohen does not go ahead and wash his hands and he does these needs to be Shemayim. Says where do we know this? Let me know. It says the Bolam Olam Moed. It says when the Kohanim come to the Olam, they should go ahead and wash them, and they won't die. And won't die. Okay, so it's pretty explicit. Wash your hands. You won't die. Don't wash your hands. You will. With Kure Rosh, Shtuya Yain, this is Yain of wine, and then did the Avodah. Chinese edition says the Gemara Kure Rosh. What about? So again, Shtuya said Yain and Sheikh. Okay, so the passage is explicit. Torah says, do not drink wine or intoxicating beverage and do the Avodah. Good. Kure Rosh. How do we know that a coin can't do the Avodah with long hair? So John says on one hand, he can't go ahead and shave his head, but he also can't let his hair grow long. So there's a position between wine and letting his hair grow. If you compare letting his hair grow to the wine, just like drinking ultimately against the Misa, so again, letting your hair grow, doing the avodah with long hair is also so most like some of these as well. You know, the washing it. Yes, she loved the issue. It says so beautifully. Why? Because to wash his hands and feet. It could be, but on a deeper level, what is it? So that's the thing so beautiful. It says, you know, that one of the great challenges of being playing against Mikdash is you can go to your head. You go to your head, and a person should easily utilize this exalted position for self-aggrandizement, and ultimately to just stroke his ego. So what happens? Every day during the first thing he does is he washes his hands on his feet. So that's his feet take you where you want to go. The hands represent how you accomplish in this world. The Rabbi says when the Kohen walks into the Beis he's washing away his own interests. I'm going to go not where I want to go with my feet. I'm going to go where the Baruch wants me to go. I wash my hands. I'm ultimately, what am I going to do? Not to see what I want, I'm going to accomplish that the way that the Kohen goes ahead and enters into the Mikdash is by washing away nevius, washing away any personal interests. If I'm going to be successful in this role, I do it for God. I got to do it for the team. I got to do it for cloud myself. And I can't be doing it for what about, again, why can't the Kohen drink? What's the most basic question that has to drinks wine, the nights you're getting made, and that's not what's in the details. Remember, so there's another issue. That wine is very important, and this, by the way, this is the learn about wine. But there's a wine on one hand, the yang is how much about that. wine could go ahead and bring incredible joy, like it does. We know it does. Shabbos, Yom Kippur, Purim Haba, Levi, Tova. When it comes to this mental proximity to our your joy should emanate from one place only. And that's closest to Hashem. There should be no external means to bring it out. You don't need it. So tremendous idea. We need wine, different kinds of wine to kind of get us going to bring out the season. That's the nature of man. Like we saw before, sometimes we need wine to take the edge off. Sometimes we need wine to amplify or allow those things of symptoms to come out. But when you have such profound focus throughout the Torah, I don't need any of its I don't need anything to help me with that sin. You know why? Discover the greatest secret in the world means. And closest to Hashem. That's what it means to live in the poet who has been unique privilege to serve the inner species, the inner sanctuary of the Torah. He does not need wine to be able to find something. In fact, this is wine that invites the others. It's going, the simcha has to come from the pure, beautiful, unadulterated closeness. For us also, to teach us, we're all looking for happiness. When things happiness comes like this, when things happiness will come from money, and some things happiness will come from possessions, and some things happiness is going to come from career, that's going to come from this. And at the end of the day, happiness comes from one place only. Closest to Hashem. I need to give myself a feeling. I have closest to Hashem, and ultimately, I have everything. Not only do I have everything, but I have beautiful, unbridled, incomparable, true simcha in life. Only comes from a close relationship with Him. Alright, so let's stop over here for today. I'm sorry I can't be there with you in person, but a tremendous beautiful story. You have a wonderful day.
Oh yeah, Ben from the fucking painting. The writer, right? I have no clue. Remember you wore the turtleneck? Oh yes. Yeah, that works too much. Yeah, he drank like 13 Modelo's.
Good morning.
Yeah, he drank a lot of Modelo's, but I guess he did 5.
I can't be there with you in person, but about Hashem. We discussed the words together virtually, but I didn't thank all of our sponsors for this morning. Thank our chemical sponsors, our annual chemical sponsors, hey. Filson Shabbat itself.
Okay, so there we go. That's it. So that was like the beginning. They're just talking about a guy with turtleneck. Yeah, fascinating. All right, well, back with another dude. He
dedicated all of the student and Rothschild in the kitchen. As his custom service, almost so far. First conference to other Abali of the Tova, and the loving many of his father, Harry Kansi Hirsch, and Yosef Cohen, received from within and broken families in memory of Mr. William Zeb Shmuel Ben Yisrael, and a week of learning. Only Captain Park, memory of both grandfathers, Zakaria, and Zakaria, from the Rabbi of the American Torah, Dennis Shamos have an Aliyah and families. Because of that, we have a ridiculously overwhelmingly exciting document. Today's document is the Rothschild of the Shabbos. We're able to get to the bottom of the Alpha Base 81B, and we are actually from the bottom. Hagoli a kiss. So if one steals a kiss, so again, actually, by the time the fight to the Gemara, we got to the Gemara what that is. And Makalo Bekosin, or one who goes ahead and curses. Now, the proper person literally curses with source. So someone uses some type of sorcery in order to create the curse. We'll see exactly again in the Gemara what it means. Or one of those ahead. Anti-Commission is a non-Jewish woman. And I'm talking about zealots have the ability to go ahead and take this person's life. And I actually point out to them, this is very we're going to spend a lot of time on this class. Don't be sure just yet. So actually says, on this class, I'll be focused. First, we're not just about this stuff. And I'm talking about actually says, and the other shade and this kind of hustle from so who is it? This is someone, first of all, himself who's a kosher, someone himself who's an upstanding Jewish person, and this kind of Knesset Shalom, who really feel almost like they feel the pain of HaKadosh. Really, again, they fight the battle of the Gilgal talking about the Shosh Rodas and myself. So they're able to kill this person. So again, I know they see someone about, like they see a shoe, they're making an act of immorality with the members of the past of the scope of it. Right? And you see a man engaged in the act, they're allowed to go ahead and take it. But after any time, any substance Allah promotion. Again, the only way to kill them is to catch them in the act. But afterwards, ultimately, they're not going to go ahead and do so. And interestingly enough, this is not something that's given over to Jews. We need it. Rather, again, this is unique in Rashi cultivate Allah promotions. The source of it Allah comes from Sinai, that all around this, if a man goes and has relations with a non-Jewish woman, zealous is permitted to go ahead and take his wife. Again, much more Russia required. Okay, Cohen continues with the book. The Cohen who practiced English literature. Any Akabakin Marinos for David, so some have no bringing to days, the other way do. And the perfect queen will see also put the young Kahakin him out of the court of the nation. Thus, you must see it as local big design. Essentially, they hit him over the head. They kill him. They can go ahead and literally split his skull. Split his skull with his rib, which are again pieces of wood. So again, we're gonna. Yeah, these are just I don't think we see pieces of wood. These are actually with the mikdash. We have a 9 who served in the base of mikdash. That is two dollars a fennec. And people says his punishment is the fennec. The come say no, it's misinformation. All right, really a lot to unpack in this position. So let's go. Says the Gemara, my kisva. So the first Mishnah talking was that if somebody steals a kisva. So again, the time is what's a kisva? Omer Yehuda, Kli Sharis. This refers to a service utensil. So kisva is the utensil used in the base of interest, so it's an interest service. The Omer, that's kashos and so again, that's it up. But we define this idea that if somebody goes ahead and steals the utensil, so this is the relation interest. And not important, someone's allowed to kill them. Plus it said, Bo, Biros, Kibola, as I call it, Ramis. Let's look at a play on the words. So remember again, this set is talking about, technically about the Levian, who are obligated to transport. What was that the argument was covered by the Kohanim before the Levian would take hold of this music. As the Mergashis over here below your phone, literally again, you should not stand idly by while the base is being diminished. The boss of some is being diminished. Rather, again, those who are causing the diminution of the case, and stealing of the Sharis, from this ultimate issue of the so incredible. So that's the first case. A person who goes ahead and steals an object under the because service utensil, Next, the Gemara says, when it goes down literally again, curses with sorcery, what is the person says the sorcery should curse the one who gave the first sorcery his power. So it's very special in the Gemara. So a person curses with the Shalom with sorcery. One of you came with Rabbi Mori on me, Yakelu Kosin Lo, Lakono Ulumikno. The sorcery, go ahead and curse again to his creator, and the one who endowed it with his power. Therefore, again, the case of Kosin is a person cursing a person has to show them with. Okay? Next, the boss said, this is not going to be the bulk of our stuff. So, of course, the one that really catches our attention dramatically is that the Mishnah says that if a man goes ahead and has relations with a non-Jewish woman, I'm talking about Shatana is zealot. Now, again, remember, so now we define what is zealot. Zealot is someone who self-is a other usher, but it's actually pointed out over here. The Russian was, B'nai Adam Kshir, which is the other usher, and the motivation is totally to defend the so if they catch a Jewish man in this act, that has in the act, they're allowed to take his life. If it's after the fact, they're not allowed to do anything. Even if his base can't do anything either. All right, so that's not wise. But I'm going to count it out. So let's talk about papers. So 82. So if kind of has to probably catch it up. Low probably both what happens if let's say there were no zealots around? There were no zealots around. And so the person, the Jewish man, committed this idea with his non-Jewish woman. So what is his punishment under those circumstances? So the Gemara says, so Rab forgot. He forgot the halacha. He didn't remember the halacha of this particular circumstance. He forgot. So the Gemara says, that guy just kind of had a dream. And in this dream, he saw the following passage. Yehuda, V'to'iva Nasta V'Yisrael Yerushalayim, Ki Chilal Yehuda Kodesh Hashem Asher Ahav, U'Baal Bas El Nechar. So he quotes over here the pasuk from Malachi. The pasuk literally says again, Yehuda rebelled against Hashem, engaged in an abomination. Or an abomination occurred with the prophet and Yerushalayim, because Yehuda profaned the Kodesh, that was love. Baal Bas El Nechar. Relations again with the daughter of El Nechar, an alien god. So So this was the dream. So in the dream of Kahana, so again, just to follow this earlier. Someone asked Rabbi, what happens if a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman? And no one caught him in the act. So again, no one's allowed to kill him, obviously. David can't give him anything. Once his punishment, ex post facto, what's his punishment? Rabbi couldn't remember. That night, Rav Kahana has a dream. And in the dream, he sees this puzzle. So what happens? I'm away. How can you tell you? So Rav Kahana told Rav the dream. And I said, oh, as a result of that dream, I'm praying Rav Ligmari. Rav remembered the teachings. He remembered the rules. What's so, and apparently, again, the puzzle shot is members. You're going to see the first person puzzles. Both good, you would know what's that? It's not only so puzzles. It's the first idolatry. The people Omer, which says, that God can be based. He's strong with Hashem. Get your Eva Nesta Israel. What is it? An abomination with no one about Israel. Usually. This is the first homosexual activity. Omer, that's Zachar Lokishka Mishkei Isha. Kihila Yehuda Kodesh Hashem. Because Yehuda has faith, sanctity of Hashem. Zu Zona. This refers ultimately again to a zona, to a harlot. Kihilu Omer, Loyia Kodesh. So again, so the nothing of your life is thinking quality of these different things that lastly, the trial of Pascal, that relationship really again with the daughter of the king of God, what is that? This refers to a Jew. That's relations with the non-Jewish. That's what it means that relations with the daughter of the king of God. That relations with the non-Jewish woman. What does it say afterwards? Yachdes Hashem le'ish asher yasena va'olah milakei Yaakov u'magish mincha Hashem tzivakos. So this is the punishment. So what's the punishment? Here we go. Become chacham. So if the Jew who committed this transgression in relation to not just what is then what? Lo yir lo er b'chachamim va'olah b'tamim. Son will not be a tamim. So they literally translated, become chacham without of his non-Jewish one. And it means literally again, his son be amongst those who are awakened, those who are bright in the Talmudim, and nor will he be able to converse with Talmud Chacham. So again, the punishment for Talmud Chacham was relations with the non-Jewish woman. Ultimately, again, if you want to tell Talmud Chacham, they're going to say, now, well, let's one more line, in Kohen, and if he's a Kohen, well, then Magish Mincha Hashem Tzivakos. His son will not continue in his Kohanim task. Again, his son will not be in the Talmud. So I just point out something interesting. First of all, a couple of very interesting things. Number one, Sassing here is not talking about talking about relations with God. It teaches you something very interesting. That no person is above temptation. No person is above sin. A person can get come chacham, learning Torah about Hashem Yalom Malay day and night. But a man is a man, the person is usually do. We all have our weaknesses and all have our wants, our lusts, our desires. It's so important to be real about these things. Sometimes we like to be sort of blessing a little bit. And sometimes I'm beyond the spot. I mean, we never do that. See what? Yes, you would. Given the opportunity, we would do a lot of different things. Unfortunately, it's always been around. Really important to say. The other interesting idea is if you notice the pattern. So if you come as relations to non-Jewish women, is not to get from Kohen. The sons are going to come meaning what? That it's specifically like immorality. Immorality imprints itself on a mission. And specifically imprints itself on children. An immoral father cannot raise up his son. And this is irrelevant. The son knows about what the father did, doesn't know about it. It's a thing in lookingness. There are certain things that fundamentally speak to what immorality is one of them. So a man goes ahead and engages in this kind of a situation. And what's fascinating about this is like, it's not one of like a riot that's punishable or niece or like something else. Remember again, this is Kano and Hogan ball. But if the Kanoid doesn't get the react, there's no follow-up from it. There's no follow-up from it, at least in base levels. But you have to get you see that this level of moral trespass is so profound that it improves how much I could be greatest uncle in the world. But if I do this, my kids are not going to become a couple. I could be a coin. But if I do this, my kids are, and again, it's not a punishment. I think it's a result. If I am wrapped up in immorality and manifest myself or having relations with these other women, by definition, that is going to impact my ability to raise and inspire family. It's not a punishment. It's just the reality. It's just a fact. It's just the way that it works. It's such an incredible Gemara.
Oh yeah, everyone relates to that.
I'm going to keep it Baraguyo. Kalabala is doing this cutting of all this. Rabbi is religious and not just showing this as if it's married like out. Simply, plus it says, Baal Bas El plus it says relations with the daughter of an alien God. If he Bas Yisrael El Mekad is an old, his daughter had a daughter, and let's have all of this. It's the first with Jewish man religion. I'm going to keep about Hustle. This is incredible. Hustle Al Dal. Rothschild, Zos. So remember again, one of the kings I saw of the was the man Yoakim, unfortunately, had only that on the Torah. Unfortunately, again, that cloud you saw in a very broad period. Part of his punishment was that the Rabbi told him you're not going to be buried. So it was written on the skull of Yoakim, Zos. This will happen to you, and another thing will happen. I will see them moving this to moment. So Gemara tells an incredible story. The king of Rabbi Preda, so the grandfather, his father, well, he's the king of the grandfather, of Rabbi Preda, found the skull. And the skull ultimately again was cast to the sun at the gates of Yerushalayim. So the city he did, Zos Va'odachas. And on the skull was written the phrase, Zos this and something else. Now, you didn't realize that this was the skull of the king Yoakim. So what did he do? Cover up. He buried his skull. It's got to be a Jew, but he buried the skull. The other knuckle. Cover up the knuckle. So every time he buried it, the skull lays back out of the ground. Buried it again, it lays back out of the ground. Okay? Amar Hai will show you on your. So you realize this must be the skull of the Yoakim. Today, who has common cover, skull of a hashbek and a hammer of Shari Yisrael. And nothing said to Yoakim. And because Rabbi Yirmiyah said, you are going to be buried like a donkey. Just like nobody takes the time to bury a donkey's carcass to destroy by the side, so to your body is going to be thrown by the side, not buried. But nevertheless, the grandfather Rabbi Preda said, nevertheless, again, he said, you know what? It's not right. Even though Yoakim deserves, all the stuff at the end of the day, he's still a king. And as a king, he deserves some level of cover in the way that he remains treated. So what happened? So what did the grandfather Rabbi Preda do? So listen to this. So Shakri Tarfam goes there, this sift up. So he went ahead and he wrapped it. You realize you can't bury it, so he buried it like that. Yeah, so what did he do? Wrapped it in pieces. So he put it in a box. Okay, I cited this too. Chazi. So what happened? So the grandfather of Rabbi Preda, his wife came over. And she said, oh, that's interesting. The skull in silk in a box. Okay, besides talking to the neighbor about it, I'm going to use this really say. So she said, they were talking, the neighbors were talking, this is like a nice, this must be the skull of your husband's first wife. So apparently, again, this marriage is the second marriage, right? The grandfather was married before, and the neighbor says to the contemporary things that this must be the skull of your his first wife. The Lord commands you, and what happens? And clearly, your husband cannot forget about his first wife. So what did the wife do? Shagarta l'tanura the cost. She took the skull, threw it into the oven, and it wasn't served. He also, when the grandfather came back, Amar Elu the city, Zos va'odachas. So now I understand the meaning of all the skull. Zos will want to be up there, you won't be buried normally. And number two, again, really ultimately the skull wasn't served. You also have to be alert. They finish the Hashmonai, so the days of Hashmonai, they were Kohanim, they made their baby made zero. What was the zero? Hamala Isis, Hayib Alem Mishum Nash God. If a man has a relation with a priest and a Jewish woman, he is Hayib because of Nash God. Four things. Now, by the way, what's Nash? Just look. So Nash is Nun is Nida. Now, this is interesting because remember again, I want to read apply to Jews and don't apply to non-Jews. Again, remember, the days of Hashmonai were trying very hard to ensure that Jewish men would not be having relations with non-Jewish women for a variety of reasons, morality, marriage, all these things. So they threw the book of this relationship. Jewish marriage with non-Jewish women. She's a Nida. Number two, Shivcha, for the Jewish man having a relationship with you. So number Gimel, God is a typical prohibition that is Irish to the non-Jewish woman, and ultimately Aleph is Tisha's Ish. She's married, ultimately it's adultery. Okay? Yes, Rabbi, Mishum Nashgaz. Rabbi came along and he said it's not Nashga, but rather it's Nashgaz. Again, if you read on the first read, the Shivcha Goya, Zona. He takes out Isha's Ish, married woman, and puts in Zona. Why did he say that? Should Ishus less little? Because apparently the Kusim were not so marked on marriage. You're immoral, therefore you really have monogamous relationships. Therefore, it didn't make sense to put Ishus Ish. Instead, it makes more sense to put in Zona. The first opinion would say, now Shayu Badai Lamukila. Okay, so it might be true they didn't have like a formal construct of marriage. We have Yishin and Yisurim, but when I said they still had an institution of marriage. And they still had a monogamous relationship. Therefore, from that relationship with the married pieces, it's Ishus Ish. Okay, incredible. I'm going to kiss Habal Lemok Emok. It's supposed to now. Now we're beginning to kind of, fill this out a little bit. So, in Seal begins the severity of a Jewish man having relations with a non-Jewish. Days in Hashmonaim, Nashkaz, other days in Nashka, either way, or Nashka, based on Hashmonaim, Nashkaz. So, we're keeping it right down. The point, the Mishnah says that if Hanan is zealot, as we define him, cash is a Jewish man in the act, he's permitted to go ahead and take his life. The Gemara says, by the way, the Gemara says, I'm going to this though. How about Limbo? Somebody comes to ask this Shiloh, a moral. You do not actually instruct them to do this. So Rashi says over here, I'm going to say stuff. Hanoi Habal Limbo for base Chasmai, say Yitkabo, a moral Shalom, Emma Ella, the Kanani Atzmo. This is very interesting. So let's say again. Let's say Ruben is in relationship with his right? And now what happens? Shimon is a kanoi, right? He's very bad, asking anything on a kanoi, right? He's a kanoi. And he shows up in Beis. He says, Beis, Ruben is having relations with the pieces. Can I kill him? The halacha is Beis does not instruct him to do this. Rashi points out that it is. The concept of kanoi holding both is a person acting motivated by their own sense of religious self. So I can't tell you again how incredibly dangerous this is. Because remember again, the person who's going to carry this out has to make sure that he is not decided that he's a kosher, or he's a kosher, and that he's doing this for all right reasons. That's why Allah says we don't. This is Allah promotion. We see that. We remember we're going to learn this from Pinchas. That's the stuff from we don't pass on. We don't instruct people to do this. So if someone comes to these and asks. Says, should I do this? Tell them, no, don't do it. Don't do it. This is a unique halacha. If someone acts of their own beliefs and satisfy your criteria, you're not liable for it. Right? But the nice basic will never someone to actually do this. So the verse says, somebody asks, right? Literally, somebody comes to these, right? Somebody comes to these, and Ruben is not having a relationship with the Kusis, and I'm a Kanoi. Can I do it? No. So no, do not do it. You must roll. So remember again, we're going to get to this moment. The paradigmatic example of this was, or an example, the episode where this happened is remember again, Zimri was the father of Princess Shimon, had relations with husbands on Midnight Princess. They engaged actually in public act of immorality, and Pinchas killed Zimri. Pinchas kills Zimri and Cosby, kills them both. So this is the story that drives this concept of Boel around this. This is based on Pinchas. So let's just show you what a dangerous thing this whole thing is. Listen to this. Shakiri is in the heart of Pinchas. Never. Let's say Pinchas, after he had already finished the act, let's say Zimri finished, and then Pinchas killed him. Pinchas was in line for bloodshed. Because I'll show you wrote it furthermore. Pinchas is trying to come into a cause by Zimri. Zimri turns around and told Pinchas, Zimri will not be died. Why not? Because Pinchas has the beautiful road. So just see how even though the law says that a kanoi is allowed to kill someone in relations with our rights. But again, it's not part of the legal system. It's our promotion. The point therefore that the kanoi has the bit of a rotate. So if the Jewish man defends himself and kills the kanoi, he's touching. It's terrible. So Zimri turns around and kills Pinchas, Zimri wouldn't be chayiv. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. I don't know what Shashov thinks so. Follow Shito Shashov is supposed to remember what did all of this happen? Balak, the king of Moab, went ahead and hired Bilam to curse the Jews. Bilam was unable to successfully curse them. So what does Bilam say? Bilam says to Balak, listen, lure the Jewish men into immorality. I can't curse them, but immorality is the Achilles heel of Cloud Yisrael and the Achilles heel of man. So what happened? So Moab, essentially the Moabite men, lured the Jewish men into immorality. The tribe that we felt for this the most was Shimon. So what happened? So the tribe of Shimon came to their tribal prince Zimri. She said to Zimri, sentencing us to death because we're engaged in immorality. You're just sitting here doing nothing. You're sitting here being quiet. Zimri, Zimri gathered 24,000 down to 24,000 people. Bahalav is a Cosby, and he went over to Cosby. Cosby was in the United States. It says, Amarlo, Hashmiyuli, have relations with me. Right? So Zimri wanted to make a spectacle. So he says, Cosby, submit to me, have relations with me. Amarlo, Lo, Basmela, honey, so she said, listen, first of all, Zimri's a nice guy, and I'm a princess. I'm a princess, and my father said I can only have relations with, the Melech, the king of the Jewish people. Okay? Amarlo, Afu Nasi Sheva. So Zimri said, listen, I'm a Nasi. He's referring to himself in third person. I'm a tribal prince. Below, not only that, I'm even greater than Moshe. Also, I'm a second-born son, a second-born child, and Moshe is a third-born child. So you see, I'm even greater than the leader of the Jewish people. So what does he do? Tough subject when he saw. So Zimri literally took Cosby by the hair. The Via Eitalosh. She brought him before Moshe Rabbeinu. Amar Ben Amram, Zuasura or Musar? Moshe, tell me, is this woman mutter or asur? Is this woman mutter or asur to me? Ben Tomar Asura. And if you say that she's asura to me, Bas Yisrael Mikiyah. Who allowed you to marry the daughter of Yisrael? You hear this incredible chutzpah? So he says to Moshe, tell me, is this woman with me? And by the way, before you say us, what are you going to say? Who allowed you to marry Tzipporah? Who allowed you to marry the daughter of Yisrael? Incredible. So the Gemara says, this other than a halacha. Moshe Rabbeinu, in that moment, he couldn't remember what halacha was. He just couldn't remember what halacha was. So go to the What's the first one out of the body? So everybody started crying. In order to this moment, Zimri is confronting Moshe Rabbeinu, challenging Moshe Rabbeinu as a God. And Moshe Rabbeinu, who's memorized all the answers all the time, like Moshe Rabbeinu is one who's like the school of Christ who navigates us through every single crisis, has nothing to say in this moment. Everyone just begins to cry. So what happens? They're invoking Pesach or Lord. Vayar Pinchas ben Elazar. The passage says Pinchas ben Elazar saw. I asked the Gemara, what did Pinchas see? Omar Rav, Lo'a Ma'aser V'Niska Halacha. He saw everything else happening, and Pinchas remembered the Halacha. Amar Achi Abi Abba, literally again, the brother of my grandfather. Remember again. Pinchas was the son of Elazar, the grandson of Aaron. So Moshe Rabbeinu was his great uncle. So brother of my father's father. So Catholic by the time they definitely had Sinai. You taught us, Moshe Rabbeinu, you taught us. You came down from our Sinai. Apolos akusis in noim hogibo. Moshe taught us a halach, literally a halacha of Moshe in Sinai. You came down from our Sinai and you taught us the following halacha. If a man has relations with a non-Jewish woman, you're allowed to kill him. So again, with all the complications, like catching the act, everything else. On the Moshe is right. And I remember they said, Kaina Garto, the one who used the letter, Ihu Rehavi Karban. You should be the message. In other words, think us. You're the one remembering the halacha. So therefore, again, you're the one who should carry out this thing. Shmuel says, no, something different. Shmuel says, Pinchas says something different. There is no wisdom, there is no understanding, there is no counsel. Neged Hashem. What does that mean? Hashem ain't holding Kavod. This approach, what happened over here is as follows. Pinchas, something else happened. Someone went to that halacha. Pinchas knew the halacha. Pinchas acted without consulting Moshe. Under normal circumstances, we know you can't act. Talmud can't act without consulting the Rabbi. You can't acting on his own volition. Why? He's still Hashem. We do not worry about the covenant. When it's still Hashem, we act decisively. Incredible. So the Gemara says, good. But Yitzchak, Amar Abelazar, so the Gemara, Rama Shepha Malach Mishkas Ba'am. Him coming to do some morality going on. The mouth was just destroying and spilling everywhere. Yaakov took Ha'iga, so things like that. So I just want to point out how fascinating this is. Reading two different versions of the story. Version number one, right? Well, everyone agrees, much when they forgot Talmud. He forgot Talmud. In version number one, Pinchas reminds him of Talmud. Moses says, yeah, that's how Moshe is doing, right? Moses says, you remember it, so you carry it. In version number two, Pinchas never even, Moshe forgot Talmud. Pinchas just happened. Pinchas just happened. This participation of God in recurring, and Pinchas just acted. Because when there's a Chilul Hashem, all other conventions and all other frameworks simply go out. The Gemara was like, Vayakom Mitocha, you catch all of the others. Pinchas got up and he took a spear. It's very interesting. The Gemara says, you can't show the Knesset between Zion and this range. Now, the fact that it says Pinchas got up and he took a spear, Pinchas did not have a spear with him. Where was Pinchas? Pinchas was in the base medrash. And the Gemara says, you see from here that you do not bring weapons into the base medrash. I'm sorry. You do not bring it into the base medrash. You can't say this Knesset between Zion the base medrash. So this is really very interesting. So, by the way, this is the thing about it. What's the logic of not bringing weaponry into the base medrash? The base medrash is where we go to go ahead and promote weapons. Go ahead and tell a short list. A lot of interesting contemporary discussion about weaponry for different kinds. In any event, so what did Pinchas do? He got up, he got a spear. Now, Pinchas understood that he was outnumbered, right? He did not want to go at it with shaded of Shimon. So what did he do? Shalot Shimon, being a Bogan Shah, took the spear, he unscrewed the tip of the spear, and he put it in his throat. So what I knew what to do. I initially, let's say 3 days, 1 day. I told you, 82 days. Now, so he took the tip of the spear in his clothing, and he used like the shaft of it as a walking stick. Yishalom, David Shigi, so he goes to the area where Shevet of Shimon is. Amar Heichal Matzino Sheshifto Shalidi Gagol Mishal Shimon. Pinchas says, why should Shevet lady be any holier than Shimon? What is that? He's saying like this, Shimon, you guys are having a great time, right? You're really living it up, enjoying all this debauchery, this immorality. So why should Shevet lady lose that? I'm from Shevet lady. Why should we enjoy life any less than you? So they said, wow. Right? They must Amar, Nichalo, Aku Raso Slachav, right? Look at this, Pinchas is here. It's really just here to satisfy his own needs as well. Lenin, Nichnas, so the Gemara says, Nichnas, the key occasion as Hadar. So he said, let him in. Because after all, again, that even the holiest of people are permitting relations with non-Jews. It's incredible. Rabbi Yochanan says, she is the national of Pinchas. 6 miracles occur for Pinchas in this episode. Number 1, Echad, Shahayro Zimri Lefrosh Rothschild. First of all, Pinchas walks in, and literally Zimri is having relations with something. So one thought that, Zimri sees Pinchas. This is almost basic. One would have thought that Zimri would have stopped, but he didn't stop. Echad, Shahayro without a relationship. He should have cried out. Right, especially when Pinchas was getting ready to kill him, and he didn't cry out. So you're going to see Pinchas killed Zimri and Chayim as they were actually engaged in active relations, and the sword like pierced them through both of their sexual organs. Another miracle. She lifted them up on the spear, right? And they did not fall off the spear. Malach lifted up with the lintel, the doorway. Again, Pinchas went out miraculously, holding Zimri and Chazbi on the spear. So Malach came up and lifted up the door so he can get out. And Malach then again at the same time was also kind of wreaking havoc. He was killing out people who were immoral, and that kept everybody else distracted while Pinchas killed Zimri and Kozbi. So Pinchas came and threw down the bodies of Zimri and Kozbi in front of Elu Yipru Chaftal everything Yisrael. Pinchas is Ribbon because of these two people, 24,000 Jews should lose their lives. Pinchas is coming out of the world almost like he is a Canaanite with righteous indignation. He's going to hold the whole people accountable because of the actions of these two. Shemeh and Mari, the Gemara says, "You are making a first one, I know, right? Above Esmolach, the Hainu Yisib is what it means when it says, "Vayamo Pinchas vayipalo." The pasuk says, "Pinchas stood vayipalo." Interestingly enough, I remember Lazar vayispalel lo nemar. It doesn't say Pinchas. Daven elo yipalel. Now, by the way, the shorish of palal, pelam and lamed, means to judge. Lamed kibiyachol she'asa politos. So literally, that Pinchas was judging the Kadosh Baruch Hu. He had kindness, and he had like rebuked fresh and happy these two people, two ringleaders, and everyone else being held responsible. So picture Malachim tries to justify. So the Malachim wanted to push Pinchas down. Pinchas was being asking, he was being disrespectful. Amar lahem hanichu lo. So Kadosh Baruch Hu says, "Leave him alone. Leave Pinchas alone. Kanoi ben kanoi." He is the son, he is the Kanoi, the son of another Kanoi. Ultimately, again, who is the Kanoi? He's a descendant of Levi, right? Remember again, Levi, Shimon and Levi were the ones, after Judah was abducted and raped by Shem, Shimon and Levi went out and killed out all of the men of Shem. Shmuel says, Pinchas is a Kanoi, the son of a Kanoi. Meshiv Chima, then Meshiv Chima. He is one who goes ahead and literally, he is one who removes divine wrath, the son of one who removes divine wrath. So that's what he's out. Out of the aftermath of the rebellion of Korach, stopped the plague which is incredible. So it's one point that's amazing over here. What do you see? That what the Rebbe Shalom cares about more than anything is that we look out for each other, is that we advocate for one another. And he's probably willing to excuse other trespasses because he sees that we are motivated by a love for God and stuff. So he thinks us is literally acting in a footstep with back and forth with God. One thing I love him, I like push him down. What's the alone? Leave him alone. He's being a but understand why he's doing it because he loves God and stuff. Because he's pained by what he sees happening to the other Jews. That's what motivated him back, and that's what motivated him to speak to him. The Bible says, when a Jew has such incredible abbas and somebody cares about his fellow Jews, and he's willing to even take God to task for the mistreatment of Jews, the Bible says, I'll take it. I'll take it. Leave him alone. He is a Kanoi, the son of a Kanoi. Just like Levi and Shimon did what they did for the dignity of his sister. Just like Aaron did what he did for the dignity of Klal Yisrael. So I know Pinchas is doing what he's doing for the dignity of Klal Yisrael. You speak up for the dignity of another Jew. When you are there for another Jew. When you're willing to put yourself on the line for another Jew. The Bible says that I have no time. Even if it comes with a little bit of chutzpah, it's incredible. So the Gemara says, the other tribes began disparaging Pinchas' house. They said, "We said that Pinchas actually began Avi Imo and Ran my brothers for Chavim, but all that nothing shaded Israel." And they started to start disparaging him. Now remember, so Pinchas's mother was from Yisrael. Actually, Rashi says over here. Rashi says, so Pinchas's mother was one of the daughters of Yisrael, from the family of Yisrael. So the tribe started disparaging Pinchas. So look at this guy. His grandfather was a priest for Avodah Zarah. And this guy, the grandson of a priest for Avodah Zarah, has the chutzpah to kill a tribal prince. So the pasuk comes and gives the yichus of Pinchas, and Elazar ben Aaron. Again, the pasuk itself gives his yichus and say, "Listen, be careful what he's talking about." Yes, careful about this, it's true, but he's also the grandson of Aaron Cohen. This prophet Moshe, Haktim Moshe. This prophet says to Moshe, they know literally again. Remember, Hinei Nosin Obrisi Shalom. Hashem gives Pinchas the covenant of peace. So Hashem says to Moshe Rabbeinu, "Go and extend this covenant of peace, of shalom, to Pinchas. Shneimar, Lachain Emor, therefore go tell Pinchas, Hineni knows See, I give Pinchas the covenant of peace. By the way, just as an aside, it's quite fascinating that of all the gifts that Pinchas could have gotten, he gets this covenant of peace. What's the shot? It's a very basic level. How to understand that when a person takes life, even if it's warranted, even if it's justified, even if it's a mitzvah, the act of taking life fundamentally changes who and what you are. Baruch says, I want Pinchas to remain pure and pristine. I want him to change his result. This is shalom. This is shalom. When a person has to take life, they live with that trauma. Even if it's totally justified, right? They live with that trauma. It changes something. You take life, it changes you. So the Baruch says, Pinchas, because you did this for me, I'm giving you the covenant of peace. That you should find peace in life, that you should find tranquility, that you should not have to live with the guilt of what you did was 100% correct, 100% warranted. And even though you know that, the trauma is still there. So the Baruch seeks to soothe the aching soul of Pinchas, and giving him this shalom, the covenant of peace. The Gemara says, "Ru'ya kaparazu shekei mekaparis v'lachas l'olam." Pinchas, you will have this kapara. Ultimately, you have this shalom. And your act, right? Your act, what you did on Israel, should be a kapara li'olam. Isn't that it? The fact that Pinchas was willing to stand up and do that for you, the fact that Pinchas was there to defend the honor of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that is a chus for many for himself for many generations. I'm going to say, Zarzim Asnaim, oh, Tayish, Malak El-Kum, Imo Dala Meos, as in the Abkis Gemara says. The pasuk is from Mishnah. Zarzim Asnaim, oh, Tayish, Umelech Al-Kum Imo. So what does this mean? So the Gemara says, Dalit Meos, as in the Abba Bikilos, Baal Kosher, Rasha Osayim. Apparently, Zimri did not just have one action on his feet, but he had a lot of action. Really good. 400, right down the nails of the Esser of the Abba. 424 action. Didn't have fun to and engaged in a lot of immorality. The Hinkim of Pinchas Achekasha Kofa. The Pinchas made until Zimri finished. He did actually finish because remember he had action in the act, but he waited until it was practical acts of relations and was still engaged. But when you're there, Shemalach Al-Kum Imo. The Masnisa Tana, Shishim. He waited for Zikah 60 acts of relations. Action is like a base of Hamudas. Okay, so apparently again, Zimri engaged in so many acts of immorality that it's testicle civil. The Hihaisa Kalugam Leamayim. The Cosby was filled with Zera, with sin, so that she became like a saturated shield. Moshe's Gesa, Tayav Yosef, Kever Shala Amos. Imagine using a bit of a symbolic description of it, the idea that the immorality was so rampant. What Zimri and Cosby did, they unleashed the title of immorality in concept. So they themselves must have engaged in acts of morality multiple times throughout the day, but they created this title of immorality all around them. Look, Cosby Shma. In fact, the name of this midnight princess was not Cosby. What was her name? Shvila Noi. Bas Sur Shma. Well, I'm going to Shma Cosby. So why do they call her Cosby? She Hizba Ba'avir. Because she writes for her father. Remember again, her father told her there's going to be a relations with the head of the Jewish people. And she had relations with the tribal police. However, her Cosby, Sha'amar Abiyah, Cosby Amzeh. And Cosby was filled with so much hatred for Christ. She said to her father, Cosby, allow these people to be destroyed for me, or by me. Rashi says over here, Cosby, Shachot Osam Al Yadu. Let them be slaughtered. She was willing to give herself. However, she knew that it wasn't going to end well. So she was willing to give herself for destruction of Christ. Literally, again, if you look between the reeds, right between the reeds and the swamps, Rashi says, if you look in the secluded places, that's where you'll find Shvila Noi. And a lot of people go to secluded places to learn to engage in immoral acts. So if you want to find Shvila Noi, look for the secluded place between the reeds. My by Ba'adi Kalfi, the kind of Shvila Noi. My by Guf Sali. What is she doing up there between the reeds? What does she do there? She literally prostitutes out her money. And Shvila was so immoral that she even cast aspersions upon her money. Chamisha Shemos Yeshlo Zimri. Yeshlo Zimri, right? They were, Chamisha Shemos Yeshlo. 5 names were given to the tribal prince of Shimon: Zimri, Ben Salo, Shaul, Ben Aknanis, Shlumiel, Ben Suri Shaddai. Zimri, why is he called Zimri? Ashenasa Bates of Kibetza Mizaz, because when somebody acts of omission, that his testicle shrivels up. Okay. Ben Salum, Al Shedisi, Abonos, Shom, Mishpachto. Then ultimately, again, Ben Salum actually says over here, Hisli, Garak, Shiyisku, Bisapu, Roshua, Kisla. And he caused Shayim Marif and Ashwar Paz, so he caused the iniquities of his family to be spoken about. So he's not good. Shaul, Ashemisha, Ashwar Baradeva. He literally let himself out for sinful behavior. Ben Aknanis, Asha Maisiknan. Called Ben Aknanis, right? Because he engaged in actions like Canaanite-like actions. Umashmo, what was actually his name? Shlumiel Ben Suri Shaddai Shemo. Incredible. Ultimately, again, his name was actually Shlumiel Ben Suri Shaddai. Plus, I just point out something really amazing. If you think about it, right? So his actual name wasn't Husky, right? It's Zimri, right? Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, right, Zimri was a descriptive name that represented multiple acts of immorality. But his real name was Shlumi Elbet. Because remember again, he's the Nasi of Shimon. We just read his name by Stammer because his name is so long. Bible princes. And also, if you think about it, by the way, like the name itself is so holy. Shlomi El means like Shlomi El, like I create a sense of peace and spiritual tranquility and harmony with Hashem. Like, in other words, I try to live my life in consonance with Hashem. So I have shalom. Like, what do you all want? Like, I want shalom with Hashem. And as a result, Suri Shaddai. Hashem is my rock. Hashem is my rock. So you're talking about a person whose actual name represents so much to do so. Shlomi El, I make shalom with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I live a life in harmony and consonance with Hashem. And as a result, Suri Shaddai. Hashem is my rock. He's my anchor. And yet you see something amazing. That someone so holy so you will be again dropped to the depths of depravity. And I want to say this is a lesson we keep seeing over and over and over. Which is no matter how holy a person is, right? Like before us last week, Moshe Rabbi says, "Ahaman ba'atzmacha yomoscha." Do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. Because although I might take time to tell us, the same things are beyond me now. I'm not pushing the beings and will be. And in one moment, I can be on the highest of high, and the next moment, I can sink to the lowest of depths. Such is the nature of this human condition. So you say to yourself, what do I do with this? It's very simple. This is why we have to live life with constant deterrence. So we have to understand everything you do matters. Every action, every decision you make matters. Because even the smallest, most innocuous decisions come in a particular direction. And that ultimately leads me somewhere. And enough bad, small decisions sets me up to that moment when I have to do a dramatic decision and I make the wrong one. And then suddenly again, I descend to the depths of the How do you go from Shlomi Ben Suri Shaddai to Zimri in just a moment? There's a whole bunch of other things that happen along the way. But we're susceptible to sin. We're susceptible to failure. And that's why, again, living life with that constant sense of vigilance. I'm about to do something. What is it going to do? Where is it going to put me? What direction does it lead you? This constant awareness, constant vigilance. Again, I can prevent me from making mistakes because we all make mistakes. But at least if I'm always aware of what direction I'm going on, I put myself on the right path, I can save myself from those steep falls of life. Right, the most like, wow. Okay, Shkrat, we'll stop over for today. Tremendous daf. Wishing everyone an incredible day. Or see everyone. Culture.
So we'll see. Maybe a good one attribute of a tree and the other will just kind of suffer. But let's see what this is about, though. Why did you split your flight?
Okay, good morning. I'm sorry I can't be there with you in person. What's up? We're supposed to be able to learn together in person. I think all of our sponsors just wanted to thank our total sponsors. Our annual sponsors say, hey, tell some spot of ours yourself. So I'm dedicated to and Russia's this as a Christian so let's other Abba Lila Latova, Terry in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Hansen Hirsch, and Yosef Hakoin, the Zin and Birmingham in memory of Mr. William David Shmuel in Israel, and a week of learning. Falling Catholic College memory of both grandfathers, Zachariah, then Zachariah, and Rabbi from America, from Florida, in the Shem, Nalila, and his family. Mostly that, we have a ridiculous, overwhelmingly saying that.
So we got one down.
Today's topic is Baruch Hashem over Shabbos. We were able to get to the bottom of the Aleph Order Days 81b. I'm going as a kiss. So if one steals a kiss, so again, actually, by the time the price of the mouse, you have to Gemara what that is. And the color of the kosis, or one who goes ahead and curses. Now, the prophet Hashem literally curses with sorcery. So someone uses some type of sorcery in order to create the curse. The seed can get in the Gemara is or one who goes ahead and has relations with a non-Jewish woman. Cannot impose both. Zealots have the ability to go ahead and take this person's life. That actually points out to me, now this is very important. We're going to spend a lot of time on this cover, so don't leave sheer just yet. So it actually says, on this class, only co-couple. First to a non-Jewish woman, about this couple. Cannot impose the Gemara actually says, and the other shade on the scanning to the social model. So who is a Kanoah? Who is a zealot? This is someone, first of all, himself who's a pastor, someone himself who's an upstanding Jewish person. And this kind of who really feel almost like they feel the pain about this battle. Literally, again, it's fight the battle of the Gizon. So they're able to kill this person. So again, I know they see someone without they see truth. So maybe an act of immorality with non-Jewish in the past of this cult. Right? And they see him engaged in the act, they're allowed to go ahead and take his life. While acting on any such raised Allah will not see. Again, the only way to kill when they actually react. And afterwards, ultimately, again, they're not committed to go ahead and do so. And interestingly, this is not something that's given over today either. Rather, again, this is Rashi calls it halacha l'moshe Sinai. It's the source of it. Halacha l'moshe Sinai. That a Paul and us, if a man who goes in more relations with a non-Jewish woman, zealot is permitted to go ahead and take his life. Again, much more drasha required. Okay. Kohen Shishim is Ketuma. The Kohen who practiced this any fact of a coin in the videos of the Asians, so self behind the bring into this, and what do they do? And the perfect kind of zero self the young Kohan and thinking of the out of the part of the Dutch, who must see it and smoke of the Gizar. Essentially, they hit him over the head, they kill him, they can go ahead, literally translated, split his skull, with Gizrin, which are pieces of wood. Again, look at that. Yeah, Israel says Bitcoin. Okay, you see pieces of wood. If you have a non-coin who served in the Mikdash, and you keep over the head, and you keep the sense of the Chenek, the common say, no, it's Nissi. Really, like, a lot to unpack in this issue. So let's go. So the first Mishnah copy was that if somebody steals a kisva, so again, what's a kisva? Already Huda, he's sharis. This refers to a service utensil. So kisva is the utensil used in this initial service. Between the Omer, there's kashas and esak and for these. So again, plus that's set up. But where do you find this idea that if somebody goes ahead and steals the utensil, so this is not imposing someone's allowed to kill them. So the Prophet says, so it's a little bit of a play on words. So remember again, it's technically about the Levian who are obligated to transport the ark. So now what was that the ark had to be covered by the Kohanim before the Levian would take hold of it to move it. The Merdarshins over here below literally again. We should not stand idly by while the base of is diminished. Rather, again, those who are causing the diminution of the base of in this case, the stealing of a Kisharis, ultimately should be put to death. It's incredible. So that's the first case. A person who goes ahead and steals it up
He's not driving an illegal car.
From the basement, he tries to swim to cancel.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the Raptor is like a Raptor.
Next, the Gemara says, "V'makalabakosing." One of those that literally again curses with sorcery. What is it? Somebody says, "Yankia kosing as kosmo." The person says the sorcery should curse the one who curse sorcery is power. So it's a reflect on the Gemara. So a person curses the lower Paloma with the sorcery. Now, one of you came around Abba Mari on me. Yakelu kosing lo. Ultimately, and the coast of sorcery should go ahead and curse against its creator and the one who endowed it with its power. So therefore, again, if he's a coasting, is a person cursing the sorcery has to show them with sorcery. Okay. Next, the most like this is not going to be the bulk of our bullet. So of course, the one that really catches our attention dramatically is the Mishnah says that if a man goes ahead and has relations with a non-Jewish, I'm not important about so I cannot be a zealot. Now again, remember, so that we define what is zealot. It's someone who's selfish Adam Kasher, that is actually pointed out over here. Rothschild was the name Adam Kasher, supposed to be Adam Kasher, and their motivation is totally to defend the honor of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If they catch a Jewish man in this act, that has to be in the act, they're allowed to take his life. If it's after the fact, they're allowed. Yeah, they're going to take this days in hand. But I mean, that's kind of so 82. So the following question what happens if let's say there were no zealots around? And so the person, the Jewish man, committed this non-Jewish woman. So what is his punishment under those circumstances? So the Gemara says, so Rav forgot. He forgot the halacha. He couldn't remember the halacha. He forgot. So the Gemara says, "I tried with Rav Kahana B'Chamim." That night, Rav Kahana had he saw the following passage. But Yehuda, B'To'iva Nastam Yisrael, Kichila Yehuda Kodesh Hashem Asher Har, U'Baal Bas El. So it comes to the pasuk from Malachi. The pasuk literally says again, Yehuda was doubled against Hashem, engaged in an abomination, or an abomination occurred with his father's son and Yerushalayim, because Yehuda profaned the Kodesh, that was love, and Baal Bas El Mechar, relations again with the daughter of an El Mechar, an alien god. Alright, so this was the dream. So in the dream of Kahana, so again, just to follow the progression of it. Someone asked Rabbi, what happens if a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman? And no one caught him in the act. So again, no one's allowed to kill him, obviously. Satan can't even do anything. What's his punishment? He's supposed to back know what's his punishment. Rabbi couldn't remember. That night of Kahana has a dream. And in the dream, he sees this pasuk. So what happens? Amalei, how can you carry it? So if Kahana told Rav the dream, Rav said, as a result of that dream, I pray Rav with mine. If Rav remembered the teaching, he remembered the rule. And apparently, again, the pasuk is you're going to see the first person of the pasuk. But do you know? You would adult. What's that? This is idolatry. The Chino Omer Sotur says that can be based on Hashem. It's what even has to be so. Which means an abomination was done with his father Yerushalayim. Then Zachar. It's the first homosexual activity. Chino Omer as Zachar lo tishkav mishkavei isha. So even Kihila Yehuda Kodesh Hashem, because Yehuda has profaned the same thing as Hashem. Zu Zona. First, ultimately, I had to a Zona for her with Kihila Omer Kodesh. Also again, so nothing over here in my life is regardless of the task for all these different things that is lastly, the Baal Bas El Mechar, that relation is literally again with daughter of the alien God. What is that referring to? This refers to a Jew relation with a non-Jewish. That's what it means to have a relation with the daughter of an alien God. Have a relation with a non-Jewish woman. And see by saying, what does it say afterwards? Yachveis Hashem le'ish asher yov, u'magish mincha la'Hashem tzivakos. So this is the punishment. So what's the punishment? Here we go. If the Jew who committed this transgression, a relation to non-Jewish woman becomes chacham, so then what? Lo yiyeh lo keret b'chachamim v'ona b'tamim. His son will not be a tamim. So again, literally translated, say if he becomes chacham without a relation with this non-Jewish woman, and it means literally again, his son will not be amongst those who are awakened. like it goes from right in the Talmidim, and nor will he be able to converse with the Talmidim. So again, the punishment for Talmid Chacham relations with the non-Jewish woman, ultimately, again, see one of us always Talmid Chacham. They're both saying that, well, let's one more line. In coming and if he's a Kohen, lo yelo ben magish michal Hashem tzvah. So if he's a Kohen, his son will not continue in his Kohen. It will be again, his son will not be the Kohen. So let's say, son has something interesting. First of all, I'll see you. Number one, Sassin Zir, you are talking about Talmid Chacham and relations with the non-Jewish woman. It teaches you something amazing. That no person is above and no person is above sin. Person can get Talmid Chacham, learning Torah about Hashem Yom Malayla, day and night. But a man and a person is human being. We all have our weaknesses and we all have our wants, our desires, and sins. To be real about these things. Sometimes you want to think what is like this. There's certain things I've been young, but I would never do that. Yes, you would. Given fertility, we would do a lot of different things. The ladies are coming, unfortunately, they fall into the web of immorality. It's really important to show. The other interesting idea is if you notice the parent, so if you come from relations with non-Jewish women, his son will not be a Talmid. If it's already, his son doesn't mean what? That it's specifically like immorality. Immorality imprints itself on this, and specifically imprints itself on children. An immoral father cannot raise a holy son. And this is irrelevant to the son. He knows about what the father did. Doesn't know about the nitpickiness. If there are certain things that fundamentally came to him, immorality is one of them. So a man goes ahead and engages in this type of illicit relationship. And again, what's fascinating about this is like, it's not one of like the arayos that's punishable by mis or by something else. Remember, again, this is kano and poginbo, but if the kano doesn't get the person in the middle of the act, there's no follow-up. There's no follow-up. At least it's engaging level. And yet again, you see that this level of moral trespass is so profound that it imprints on my choice. I could be based on in the world, but if I do this, my kids are not going to become a couple. I could be a Kohen. But if I do this, my kids, and again, it's not a punishment, it's a result. If I am wrapped up in immorality and manifest myself that I'm having relations with these other women, by definition, that is going to impact my ability to raise an inspired family. It's not a punishment, it's just a reality. It's just a fact. It's just the way that it works. Such an I'm going to keep whoever has relations with non-Jewish women is marrying idolatry. It's safe that the Pasuk says, the Pasuk says he has relations with the daughter of a true God. If he bas Israel El Mechar doesn't hold his other have daughters, and this refers to a Jewish man who has relations with a non-Jewish woman. Kasu is the Zikar. Shout out to the clips or the chants. So remember that. This is a great compiling. I'm proud of you. The worst as a man, Yehoyakim, unfortunately, again, was who unfortunately, again, that cloudy story was very well curious. Part of this punishment was that the Rabbi told him you have to be charged. So it was written on the skull of Yehoyakim, Zos va'od acheres. This will happen to you, and another thing will happen to you. Now we'll see what that means in just a moment. So Gemara tells an incredible story. Zekino to be prayed, Ashka Kahu Gulgulasa, the Hanishadja Ishai Yushalai. So the grandfather, the father, Zekino used the grandfather, of the Preza, found the skull. And the skull ultimately again was cast to the side by the gates of Yerushalayim. Of the city Zos va'od acheres. And on the skull was written the phrase, Zos this and something else. Now, he didn't realize that this was the skull of the king Yehoyakim. So what did he do? Cover up. Bury his skull, because it's got to be a Jew, but he buried the skull. V'hadar novel. Cover up V'hadar novel. So every time he buried it, the skull raised back out of the ground. Buried it again, it raised back out of the ground. Okay. So you see the skull of the Yehoyakim. This day, Kvul Aschomer you cover, skull about Shrei from the Hawil Shari Yushalayim. Because the Nabi said to Yehoyakim, the Nabi told Nabi Yirmiyah said, you are going to be buried like a donkey. Just like nobody takes the time to bury a donkey's carcass, they just throw it by the side, so too your body is going to be thrown by the side, not buried. Nevertheless, the grandfather Rabbi prayed this said, nevertheless, again, he said, you know what? It's not right. Even though Yom Yaakov deserves, all this stuff, at the end of the day, he's still a king. And as a king, he deserves some level of covet in the way that his remains are treated. So what happened? So what is interesting? So what did the grandfather very creative this? The Shachar Chabishirai goes to the Sifto. So he went ahead and he got to the US and can't bury it. He doesn't get buried in that out of the ground. So what did he do? So after the piece of silk, he put it in the box. Okay? Aside from this, Chazise. So what happened? So the grandfather of Rabbi played up, his wife came out, and she said, that's interesting. There's a skull in silk in a box. Okay, so she was in the back. I'm going to wish you this. So she said, they were talking, the neighbors were talking. This must be the skull of your husband's first wife. Well, so apparently, again, this marriage was a second marriage. Right? The grandfather Rabbi was married before. The neighbor says for the concept right here, this must be the skull of his first wife. And what happens? Clearly, your husband cannot forget about his first wife. So what did the wife do? Shagarta l'tanura b'tal. She took the skull, threw it into the oven, and it was incinerated. He also, when the grandfather came back, now I understand the meaning of what was written on the skull. Zos, you won't be very normally. And number two, again, clearly ultimately his skull was inserted. He also has the Amr. So the Beis of Hashmonai, this is Hashmonai's story. So the Beis of Hashmonai, they were Kohanim. They made their Beis made it zero. What was it zero? Habala Kusis, Chayiv Alem Mishum Nashgo. If a man has a relationship with a Jewish woman, he is Chayiv because of Nashgo. Four things. Now, by the way, what's Nashgo? We'll see in this flow. So Nashgo is Nun is Nida. This is interesting because remember again, I often for Nida apply for Jews, but don't apply for non-Jews. Again, remember, the Beis of Hashmonai were trying very hard to ensure that Jewish men would not have any relations with non-Jewish women for a variety of reasons. Morality, intermarriage, all these things. So they tend to do and fought at this relationship. So they said, Jewish man is a non-Jewish woman, she's Nida. She's a Nida. Number two, Shifcha, or like Jewish man has a relationship with Shifcha. This is the right. Number three, Gimel, Goya, is a typical prohibition that can have relations with non-Jewish women. And ultimately, Aleph is Ish's Ish. She's married, ultimately it's adultery. Okay? Yes, Rabbi, Mishum Nashgaz. Everything along in his head, it's not Nashga, but rather it's Nashgaz. Again, we agreed on the first three. Read the Shifcha Goya, Zona. He takes out Ish's Ish, married and puts in Zona. Why? Mishum Ish's less than the Kusim, that's not about marriage. They're immoral, they have monogamous relationships. Therefore, it didn't make sense to put these instead, it makes more sense to put in Zona. The first thing you would say, now, Shayu Badai on the thing, okay, like you today didn't have a formal concept of marriage, distribution in the cement. But for myself, they still had an institution and they still had a monogamous relationship. Therefore, when man has a relationship with a married pieces, it's Ashes. Okay, incredible. Look at this stuff. How about the most emotional? So now, we're beginning to kind of, overstand what we still be here is the severity of a Jewish man having relationships with non-Jewish. Using the Hashmonai, Nashgaz, other days in Nashga, either way, or Nashga, basically, Nashgaz. So we're keeping it very good. The point that the Mishnah says that if Hanan, as we define in this catches a Jewish man in the act, he's committed to go ahead and take his wife. The Gemara says, by the way, the Gemara says, somebody comes to ask this Shiloh, a motive. We do not actually instruct them to do this. So Rashi says over here, Amr of this, Hanoi Habal Nimrod Bebezi, Shasmai, say, Yifkabo, a motive Shalo, Nemra El Mekamini Atzmo, very interesting. So let's say again, Reuben is having relations with his sisters, right? And now what happens? Shimon is a Kanoi. Asking anything about Kanoi. He's a Kanoi. And he shows up in Bezin. It says, Bezin, Reuben is having relations with the princess. Can I kill you? Halacha is Bezin does not instruct. Rashi points out over here is because the Kanoi told him both, is a person acting motivated by their own sense of religious desire. I can't tell you again how incredibly dangerous this is. Because remember again, the person who's going to carry this out has to make sure that he is not decided that he's a kosher, and that he's doing this for all right reasons. That's why Allah says, this is how Allah promotes in the Sinai. Remember, we're going to learn this from Pentecost. That's where this comes from. But we don't pass the words. We don't instruct people to do this. So if someone comes today and asks, says, should I do this? We tell them, no, don't do it. Don't do it. This is unique halacha. If someone acts of their own volition and satisfies your criteria, you're not liable for it. Right? But the nice subdivision will never instruct someone to actually do this. So the Gemara says, somebody asks, right? Literally, somebody comes to this, right? Somebody comes to this, and having a relationship with a kusis. Can I do it? No. You tell him, no, do not do it. Not only that, no. So remember now, when you get to this moment, he tries to mention what this was, or just an example. The episode where this happens is for the Pinchas. Remember again, Zimri was a tribal prince of Shilin, had relations with his husband, and making it business. They engaged actually in a public act of immorality, and Pinchas killed Zimri. Pinchas kills Zimri and husband, kills them both. So this is the story that drives this concept of Boel, Aramis, or Boel. This is Hanoi smoking bowl. Say something else. So let's just to show you what a dangerous thing this whole thing is. Listen to this. Should Pirish Zimri Bahago Pinchas? Never at all. Let's say Pinchas killed Zimri after Zimri had already finished the act. Let's say Zimri finished the custody. And then Pinchas killed him. Pinchas would have been liable for bloodshed. Pinchas never at all. Snap back Zimri Bahago Pinchas. Maybe I don't know. Try your own different furthermore. But Pinchas was trying to go into Zimri. Zimri turned around and killed Pinchas. Zimri would not be guided. Why not? Because Pinchas has the bit of a road. So he seems now fascinating. Even though the halacha says that a kanoi is allowed to kill someone who's having relations with an aramis, but again, it's not part of the legal system. It's a lot of emotions here to the point, therefore, that the kanoi has a bit of a road. So if the Jewish man defends himself and kills the kanoi, it's utter. It's terrible. So Zimri turns around and kills Pinchas. Zimri. Incredible. Zimri goes like, "Remember, when all of this happened, Balak, the king of Moab, went ahead and hired Bilam to search the Jews. Bilam was unable to successfully persecute. So what does Bilam do? Bilam says to Balak, listen, lure the Jewish men into immorality. I can't curse them, but immorality is like the Achilles heel of the problem. So the Achilles heel of man. So what happened? So Moab, essentially the Moabite, they lured the Jewish men into immorality. The tribe that we felt for this the most was Shimon. So what happens? So the tribe of Shimon came to their tribal prince Zimri. They said to Zimri, they're sentencing us to death because we're engaged in immorality. And you're just sitting here doing nothing. You're sitting here being quiet. Also, what did Zimri do? Zimri gathered 24,000 people. Gathered 24,000 people. Vahalach ate some Kazbi, and he went over to Kazbi. Kazbi was a Midnight Princess. He says, Hashmi'ili, have relations with me. Right? So Zimri wanted to make a spectacle. So he says, Kazbi, submit to me, have relations with me. Amro, lo, basmela, honey, so she said, listen, first of all, Zimri seemed like a nice guy, but I'm a princess. I'm a princess, and my father said I could only have relations with, the Melech, the king of the Jewish people. Okay? Amrullah, Aku Nasi Shaver. So Zimri said, listen, I'm Nasi. He's referring to himself in the third person. I'm a tribal prince. Below, not only that, I'm even greater than Moses. How so? I'm the second born child, and Moshe is a child. So you see, I'm even greater than the leader of the Jewish people. So what does he do? Tough subject, Lulisa. So Zimri literally took Cosby by the hair. The Via Eitz Moshe. He brought them before Moshe Rabbeinu. Amro ben Amro. Zu Asura or Musaras. Moshe, tell me, is this woman mutter or asur? Is this woman mutter or asur to me? In Tomar Asura, and if you say that she's Asura, Basis, who allowed you to marry the daughter of Yisrael? Yes, incredible chutzpah. So he says to Moshe, tell me, is this woman mutter or asur to me? And by the way, before you say asur, now you're going to say, who allowed you to marry Tzipora? Who allowed you to marry the daughter of Yisrael? Incredible. So the Gemara says, this other than a halacha. Moshe Rabbeinu, in that moment, he couldn't remember what halacha. He just could not remember what halacha was. So go over the video. What's the first one out about it? Everybody stop trying to find it. You have to understand, like, the enormity of this moment. Right? So Zimri is confronting Moshe Rabbeinu, challenging Moshe Rabbeinu to God. And Moshe Rabbeinu, who's the man who has all the answers all the time. Like Moshe Rabbeinu is the one who's like the school of mathematics with every single crisis, has enough to say in this moment. Everyone just needs to right. So what happens? Behind the Sid, he both came to Pesach Lolo. Sid, Vayar Pinchas ben Elazar. And what happens? The pasuk says Pinchas ben Elazar saw. I asks the Gemara, what did Pinchas see? Omar Rav Lo'ah Ma'aser Niska Halacha. He saw everything else happening, and Pinchas remembered the Halacha. Little again, the brother of my grandfather. Pinchas was the son of Elazar, the grandson of Aaron. So Moshe Rabbeinu was his great uncle. So brother of my father's father. But Kafki Barakani, during the death of Har Sinai, you taught us, Moshe Rabbeinu, you taught us. When you came down from Har Sinai, Apollos Akusis, Kindoin Hodibo. Moshe, you taught us a halach, literally, a halacha of Moshe Sinai. You came down from Har Sinai and you taught us the following halacha. If a man has a relationship with his woman, you're allowed to kill him. Plus, and again, with all the complications, the act, everything else. On the Lama says, you're right. Now I remember. But he said, train up the one who reads the letters, Rabbi Parvan. He should be the message. In other words, Pinchas. You're the one who remembers the halacha. So therefore, again, you're the one who should carry out this. Shmuel says, no, something different. Shmuel says, Pinchas says something different. Literally translated, there is no wisdom, there is no understanding, and there is no counsel. Neged Hashem, opposite Hashem. What does that mean? So according to this approach, what happened here is as follows. Pinchas saw everything else happening. Someone really forgot the halacha. Pinchas knew the halacha. Pinchas acted without consulting Moshe. Under normal circumstances, you can't act without consulting Rabbi. Pinchas acted of his own volition. Why? Because when it is killing Hashem, we do not worry about the covenant. On the school Hashem, we act and we act decisively. Incredible. So the Gemara says, good. But he spoke Amar Rav Elazar, Rav Shep, Pinchas saw that the Malach was coming to do something morale ago, and the Malach was just destroying, killing everyone. Vayakam Ito Cha'ido, so Pinchas said, I point out how fascinating this is. Really two different versions. Number one, right? Well, everyone agrees, much like Allah. We got Allah. In version number one, Pinchas reminds us of Allah. Moshe says, yeah, that's Allah. Moshe says, right? So Moshe says, you imagine it, so you carry it. In version number two, Moshe got Allah. Pinchas just acted. Pinchas just acted. There's tremendous hesitation. God's commentary, and Pinchas just acted. Because when there's a Hashem, all other conventions and all other frameworks simply go out the window. The word goes right there. But okay, so I can't go back to the other. Pinchas got up, and he took his decision. The word says, you can't change the lesson that the design of this. Now, the fact that it says Pinchas got up and he took his spirit with him, Pinchas did not have his spirit with him. Where was Pinchas? Pinchas was in the nation. And you must, as you see from here, that you do not bring weapons into the base of into the base marriage. I'm sorry. You do not bring it into the base marriage. You can't say the custom of the base hamedrash. So this is very interesting. So finally, what this is the thing about is what's the not bringing weapons into the base marriage. This is where we go ahead and prolong life. With it, weapons go ahead and curtail or shorten life. This is lot of interesting contemporary discussion about this person. It's about weaponry for different times. In any event, so what did Pinchas do? He got up, that's what you got to spear. Now, Pinchas understood that he was outnumbered. Right? He did not want to go at it with Jacob of Shimon. So what did he do? Shalof Shimon, they make a long call. He took the spear, he unscrewed the tip of the spear, and he put it in his bow. So and then what did he do? But I mission, go say pay base on base. I told you, 82B. Now, so he took the tip of the spear and hid in his clothing, and he used like the shaft of the spear as a walking stick. He goes to the area where the Shimon is. Why should Shaded live in Shimon? What is that? Shaded, you guys look like you have a great time. It's idolatry, it's immorality. So why should Shaded lady lose out? I'm from Shaded lady. Why should we enjoy life any less than you? They said, wow. Right? Amr, Nichalo, right, look at this, Pinchas is here. And clearly he's here to satisfy his own needs as well. Lenin, Nichnas, the Gemara says, Nichnas, the Tino Mushin as Hadlawa. So he said, let him in. There's got to plug in that even the holiest of people are permitted nations which are not Jewish. Rabbi Yochanan says, he's a national with 6 miracles of Pinchas. Number 1, Echad. Shahayro Zimri Lifrosh Loki. So Pinchas walks in. So literally Zimri is having relations with something. So one would have thought that Zimri sees Pinchas. It's almost basic. One would have thought that Zimri would have stopped. But he didn't stop. He didn't stop. Should have cried out, like especially when you saw that Pinchas was getting ready to kill him. He didn't cry out. We're going to see Pinchas killed Zimri and Kalbi as they were actually engaged in relations. And the sword like here is the through again through both of the sexual orders. Another miracle, Ba'achad, Shalom Nishlutu Min Haroma. He lifted them up on the spear, right? And they did not fall off the spear. Ba'achad Sheba Malach Be'Gias HaMashkov. Malach lifted up like the lintel, the doorway. And Pinchas went out miraculously, holding it and Chazut on the spear. The Malach threw up and lifted up the doors. Ba'achad Sheba Malach Be'Ishkaham. Malach then again at the same time was also the wreaking havoc. He was killing out people who were immoral, and that kept everybody else distracted while Pinchas killed Zimri and cousins. Well, the couple in a muscle. So Pinchas family threw down the bodies of Zimri and cousins in front of my house. Well, this is the because of these two people should leave the rise of earth, almost like he is a kanoi with righteous indignation. You're not uncomfortable because of the actions of these two. Shineh and Mar, the Gemara says, they do not make them like the first one line of right? Above the Asimala, the Hainu Kisid is what it means when it says, Yamo Pinchas by Yipala. One plus it says Pinchas stood by Yipala. Interestingly enough, Amr Belazar, by Yispalel Lonem, right? It doesn't say Pinchas, Gavin Ella. By Yishpalel. Now, by the way, Yishar Shapalal, Lami means to judge. Lami can be up on Asa Polilos Unkono. So, literally, again, that Pinchas was judging a Kadosh Baruch Hu. He had kindness. He had like rebuke, correction. How can you do this to people? Two ringleaders, and everyone else being held responsible. So, picture Malach Yashar is the duck. So, Malachim wanted to push Pinchas down. Pinchas was being disrespectful. Amalahan Hanichu. He says, leave him alone, leave Pinchas alone. Kanoi ben Kanoi. He is the son, is the Kanoi, the son of another Kanoi. Now, ultimately, again, who is the Kanoi? Shevet Levi. He's the descendant of Levi, right? Remember again, Levi, Shimon and Levi were the ones, after Dinah was abducted and raped by Shem, Shimon and Levi went out and killed out all of the men of Shem. 12 says, Pinchas is a Kanoi, the son of a Kanoi. Nation Ema, then Nation Ema. He is one of goes ahead and literally removes the body wrath, the son of one who removes the body wrath. So that's reference to Aaron. Aaron, in the aftermath of the rebellion, Korah stopped the plague with the incredible. Because it's a proof with us in the amazing. What do you see? That's what the Rebbe cares about more than anything is that we look after each other. Is that we advocate for one another. And Rabbi was even willing to excuse other trespasses. You can see that we are motivated by a love for God and Son. Literally acting in a twisted fashion towards the Prophet. Like pushing down. Leave him alone. Understand why he's doing this. That's probably so. Because he's pained by what he sees happening to the other Jews. That's what motivated him back when that was motivated him to speak it. Well, he says, when a Jew has such incredible abbas and something, he cares about his fellow Jews, so it's God task for the mistreatment of Jews, which Bible says, I'll take it. I'll take it. Leave him alone. He is a Kanoi, the son of a Kanoi. Just like Levi and Shimon did what they did for the dignity of their sister. Just like Aaron did what he did for the dignity of Klal Yisrael. So I know Pinchas is doing what he's doing for the dignity of Klal Yisrael. You stick up for the dignity of another Jew. When you are there for another Jew. When you're willing to put yourself on the line for another Jew. Is that have no even if it's done with a little bit of towards. So the Gemara says, the other tribes began disparaging his house. So they said, when he said that who is actually speaking of the Gemara, I'm not seeing the shade and smell. So they started disparaging him. I remember. So Pinchas's mother was from Israel. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, so Pinchas's mother was one of the daughters of Israel from the family of Israel. So the tribe started disparaging Pinchas. So look at this guy. His grandfather was a priest for Avodah Zarah. And this guy, the grandson of a priest for Avodah Zarah, has the chutzpah to kill a tribal prince. So the pastor comes and gives you yichus. Then Elijah ben Aaron. Therefore, again, the pastor is it's true, but he's also the grandson of Aaron. When it was from Moshe, Hakdei Lo Shalom. He says to Moshe, they knew, literally again, remember, Hineni Nosin Obisi Shalom. Hashem gives Pinchas the covenant of peace. So Hashem says to Moshe, go and extend this covenant. This covenant of peace, of shalom, to Pinchas. Therefore, go tell Pinchas, Hineni Nosin Obisi Shalom. See, I give Pinchas the covenant of peace. Now, by the way, just as an aside, it's quite fascinating that of all the gifts that Pinchas could have gotten, he gets this covenant of peace. What's the pshat? At a very basic level, it's important to understand that when a person takes a life, even if it's warranted, even if it's justified, even if it's a mitzvah, the act of taking life fundamentally changes who he is. But who says, I want Pinchas to remain pure and distinct. I want him to change as a result. Give him the grace of shalom. Give him the grace of shalom. When a person has to take life, they live with that trauma. Even if it's totally justified, right? But they live with that trauma. It changes something. When you take life, it changes. So the Shmuel says, because you did this for me, I'm giving you the covenant of peace. That you should find peace in life. That you should find tranquility. That you should not have to live with the guilt of what it is. What you did was 100% correct, 100% warranted. And even though you know that, the trauma is still there. The Shmuel seeks to see the aching soul of Pinchas and giving him this shalom of peace. Pinchas, you will have this kapara. Ultimately, again, you have this shalom. In your act, what you did for Klal Yisrael should be a kapara you own. The fact that Pinchas was willing to stand up to that issue, the fact that Pinchas was willing to defend the honor of his Baruch, that is a pussy will remain for Klal Yisrael for many generations. Amra Maida said, Zarjim Asnaim, oh, Hayish, Malak El Kum, Imo Dala Nelson, as in the Absent Gemara says, the pasuk is from Mishnah. Zanzir Masmai Otayish, Umela Alpum Imo. So what does this mean? The Gemara says, David Meos Esim Ba'as Baal Osa Rasha Osani. So apparently, Zimri did not just have one activation with Kazbi, but he had a lot of activations. Zimri again, 400, right? David Meos Esim Ba'as 424 activations. Obviously, he didn't have correlation. It means that he engaged in a lot of immorality. Pinchas waited until Zimri finished. Well, obviously not so he finished because remember he had to catch him in the act, but he waited until he was fired out from multiple acts of violations and he was still engaging. So what you know there, Shemalach al Kum Kimo, the Mastis Atano, Shishim. Later, Virginians have 60 acts. Okay, so apparently again, so Zimri engaged in so many acts of immorality that his testicles shriveled. He was filled with semen so much that she became like a saturated field. So again, using a bit of hyperbolic description of the idea that the immorality was so rampant. What Zimri and Husband did, they unleashed the tidal of immorality into conversation. So they themselves must have engaged in acts of morality most of the day, but they created this tidal wave of immorality all around them. Lord Cosby Shma, in fact, her name, the name of this Disney princess was not Cosby. What was her name? Shvila Noi, Bas Sur Shma. Why do they call it Cosby? She Tizba Ba'adir, she liked her father. Remember again, her father told her Israel had relations with the head of the Jewish people. And she had relations with the tribal priests. Remember, Cosby, Sha'amar Abiyah, Cosby Amazah. Husband was filled with so much food supplies. She said to her father, Cosby, allow these people to be destroyed for me, or by me. Rashi says over here, Cosby, Shachut Osam al Yavi. Let them be slaughtered. She wouldn't give herself. Remember, she knew that it wasn't going to end well, but she was willing to give herself for the destruction of Israel. Literally, again, if you look between the reeds, right between the reeds in the swamp, Rashi says, being clean overnight, if you look in the secluded places, that's where you'll find Shvila Night. Again, why do people look at secluded places? Because they want to engage in immoral acts. So if you want to find Shvila Night, look for the secluded space between the reeds. My Bible, Adi Kalfi, the kind of Shvila Night. My Bible, just something doing her up there between the reeds. What does she do there? She literally prostitutes out the monk. Shvila Night was so immoral that she even cast the dispersion. Incredible. I'm going to go for them. Hamisha Shimos Hito Zimri. There were, Hamisha Shimos Hito. 5 names were given to the tribal prince of Shem. Zimri, Ben Salo, Shaul, Ben Aknanis, Shlumiel, Ben Surishadai. Zimri, why was he called Zimri? Ashnasa Beta Kedeta Muzet, because he's somebody acts of relations that his testicles shriveled off. Okay. Ben Salu, Ashid, Disney Abonos Shom Despacto. And ultimately, again, Ben Saul, she says over here, basically, God, she used to be sat with Russian pistol. But because she married and asked for the past, she caused the iniquities of his family to be spoken about. Shaul, Asherisha Athlos Baradeva, he literally let himself out for behavior. Ben Aknanis, Asher Asa Maisikinan. Called Ben Aknanis, because he engaged actions like Canaanite-like actions. Umashmo, what was actually his name? Shlumiel Ben Tzurishadai. Incredible. Also, again, his name was actually Shlumiel Ben Tzurishadai. What's that? This point out something really interesting. If you think about it, right, so his actual name wasn't Cosby, right? It's Zimri, right? Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, right, Zimri was a descriptive name that represented multiple acts of immorality. His real name was Shimon Elbert, because remember again, he's been Nasi of Shimon. We just read his name by Hanukkah because it seems so long ago. Tribal princes. Those who think about it, by the way, like the name itself is so holy. Shlomi means like Shlomi El, right? I create a sense of peace and spiritual tranquility and harmony without Hashem. Like, in other words, I try to live my life in consonance with Hashem. So we all want, right? I want shalom with Hashem. And as a result, Tzuri Shabbat. Hashem is my rock. Hashem is my rock. So talk about a person who actually has so much to be said. Shumi out, I'm showing that some well, I live a life in harmony and confidence with Hashem, and as a result, Tzuri Shabbat. Hashem is my rock. He's my anchor. And yet to see something amazing. That someone so holy could literally again drop to the depths of the pit. I want to say this is a lesson we keep seeing over and over and over. Which is no matter how holy a person is, right? Like we spoke about this last week. He never says, "Atam ba'atzmecha yomoscha." Do not believe in yourself into the day that you die. Because a lie might think, "For also, the same things are beyond me. We have human beings, and we're weak. And in one moment, I can be on the highest of high, and the next moment, I can sink to the lowest of depths. Such is the nature of the human condition. So you say to yourself, what do I do with this? It's very simple. This is why we have to live life with conscience. Because we have to understand that everything we do matters. Every action we take matters. Every decision we make matters. Because even the smallest, most innocuous decisions put me on a particular diet. And that diet ultimately leads me somewhere. And enough bad, small decisions sets me up for that moment when I have to make a really dramatic decision and I make the wrong one. And then suddenly again, I descend to the depths of the crazy. You don't usually go from Shmuel ben Tzuri Shaddai to Zimri in just a moment. There's a whole bunch of other things that happen along the way. We're susceptible to sin. We're susceptible to failure. And that's why they're living like a constant sense of vigilance. I'm about to do something. What is it going to do? Where is it going to put me? What character does it eat me? It's constant vigilance. Again, it's not going to prevent me from making mistakes because we all make mistakes. But at least if I'm always aware of what direction I'm going on, put myself on my path, I can save myself from those steep falls. Right, the most like, oh, wow, okay, we'll stop over for today. Tremendous now. Wishing everyone an incredible day. Look forward to seeing everyone. Koto and Shalom.
He's given up. To his credit, he's used to saying words like night or fight, and the IGH makes an I, so rally, right? Very confusing. Yeah. So linguistically, he's still incorrect, but I can see where he's coming from. North Carolina, August 19th, 21st.
First, I want to say good morning, let us begin.
Right? Yeah. I'm not in North Carolina anymore.
Taking all of our responses for this morning show today. Our annual comic-con response to Touch Tuesday, 5785. Those who talk about yourself, we're dedicating all the student transfers of this year as his host and songs follows the Amisrael. Our comic-con response is for the month of Adar, Habali of the Torah, Terry and Steve June, and loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Hakoin, received what you did. And then your families in memory of Mr. William Duke, Zeb Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, Hilda Buchanan. The film sponsor for today, Adam Ponka, in memory of Moshe Ben Amir. Moshe Ben, his birthday is today on Zayin Adar. Beautiful dedication, and it's close to we have the opportunity of this beautiful product to go check and everything. American art, all the show stuff and all families in the come up. All of those who really push and have them together, come for the Israel. From the American the rest of our country's home. And their holy soldiers who call Maaseh. Because we got beautiful God ahead of us. They say we got 80. We are picking up at the Mishnah on test. Sorry. On test release 79. Just to orient themselves a little bit. So the Mishnah spoke about a very interesting thing. This is for a Rothschild, a murderer, who got mixed up with other people. So quite literally, the group got mixed together, and apparently we don't know this group. So it kind of said, who was two? One is Potter. Nothing like Israel. He says, no, what do we do? Constant, also, people, we go ahead and we bring them all into a closure. Closed space, as Joshua points out, keep them quality, and allow their stomachs to explode essentially, kill them passively. Children passage, which you want to ask a very simple question. Malachir, by the way, what exactly is the case? We understand that there's Reuben, right? Obviously, we can't identify who Reuben is because if we're able to identify him, then halacha l'maaseh wouldn't have this problem. There's a shiloh here. Who are the Achim? Reuben is getting mixed into a group. Who is this group? So even not here, Shimon, if you tell me that we're talking about that Reuben gets mixed into a group of just regular other people, and if that was the case over here, so Reuben is a Rothschild, and then he's going ahead and he's getting mixed in with a group of other people who are just children, just innocent people. And literally, we don't know who's the rest of the innocent people. So of course, it kind of come and make sense. It kind of comes, everybody is talking. What are you going to do? What are your options over here? The options are to either put everyone to death or put no one to death. So obviously, we're going to put no one to death. The Sue, the holding of the Huda, personally, furthermore, again, analyze this. So actually talk areas of where one is that everyone else is an innocent person. Is that you either going to take up those circumstances, you're going to put everyone together in a keep, you're going to put everyone, like in a jail cell or whatever, incarcerate everyone together and just keep them barley for their stomachs exposed, knowing that the people in this group are innocent, doesn't make any sense. What is the case? What is the Rothschild and his doctors? What is the case of the murderer who gets mixed in with a whole other group of people? What is that case? It says the Gemara. Here we go. I'm going to go on the flow. The Rothschild Shalom Nigmardino, she's Ari Berotskin Acherim Shenigmardino Askin. Okay, so here's the case. The case is Reuben. Right? Reuben is an individual who is, let's say, a murderer, but Shalom Nigmardino. What Nigmardino means that his judgment was not solidified. Not solidified. Now, what does that mean? Wasn't concluded. So Bezdin knew how they were going to rule about the case. Bezdin knew that they were going to find him guilty, but Bezdin did not get around to actually issuing the verdict itself. Right? Let's say, by the way, section 8, remember we saw this, that in the capital case, Bezdin was going to condemn someone. What's the halacha? He couldn't adjudicate and condemn that same day. Remember what was that? He has to sleep on it. So you can very easily have a case where it's clear that Satan is going to be convicted. Satan is going to be convicted, but they didn't get around to issuing the judgment yet. So what happens? He escapes. He escapes, and he gets mixed up in a group of other individuals. And his eyebrows go ahead and shave like you know. So Reuben himself is the guy whose judgment was not yet solidified. He gets mixed into a group of other murderers whose judgment was solidified. The problem, of course, is that we don't know who's who. So what do we do in this kind of scenario? So watch this. Rabbi sadly is going to so other element of who went to. So Rabbi will cannot go ahead and pass the finalized verdict on someone unless, of course, they are present in front of the case. Or essentially, say it a little bit differently. You can't pass a verdict in abstention. It turns out, so because the defendant is not there, therefore, Bezdin was unable to go ahead and pass the verdict. So because they're able to pass the verdict, what's the only other option? What do you do? Everyone's possible. Remember, so there's two pieces here. Number one, you live in Bezdin, therefore you can't do extension. Number two, you don't know who Reuben is in the context of the group. So what are you supposed to do with this now? Again, so you know everyone in this group, by the way, the crazy part is, everyone in this group is murderer. Everyone is murder, right? So everyone else besides Reuben already has a verdict passed against them. Reuben didn't yet have a finalized verdict. He can't pass the verdict in extension. So the problem is, we're stuck. We're stuck. So therefore, the Tanakh says the only thing to do in this situation is allow everyone to go free. It says that Yehuda certainly Gamri Nanilo, even Drotsky. And Yehuda says, no. You cannot allow everyone just to be punished. For one simple reason. What do we know about this Kabbalah? What do we know about them? They're all killers. They're all murderers. So we are not good. On the other hand, we can't actively execute them. Why not? Why not? Now listen out. Remember, According to the Yehuda, even Reuben, right? He did not have his verdict passed against him. That's a technicality. But if David didn't get a chance to kind of pronounce the verdict against Reuben, but the nice, it's not like there's a suffix about his status. But you know how David was going to rule. So Yehuda says, you literally have a chevra of murderers. So what are you going to do? Just going to let them go free? So the Mitzvah is on the Nanilo, gave a notice to them. So he said this, to let everybody go free, you can't do that because they murder us. Constant also with therefore, so what do? We go ahead and we put them in enclosure, essentially we incarcerate them, feed them barley, and they start to explode. So kill them passively. So it's like, so this is the first interpretation of the Mishnah, Rabbi Avo, and therefore it turns out that halacha l'maisa, what it comes down to is the inability to pass the verdict in extension. So the Rabbanah said because you can't pass the verdict, therefore again you have even essentially clericals not guilty. Because you have a not guilty party mixed in with a whole bunch of guilty parties, and we don't know what to do, there's no choice but to exonerate the Chesed. Rabbi Yehuda says absolutely not. I understand you can't pass the verdict. I got it. But at the same time, they're all murderers. So what do we do? Kill them passively by keeping them in the enclosure and feeding them barley. Okay, that's first interpretation. Rothschild says no. But other than the I will not give you the two. So Rothschild says that can't be the case. If actually talking about a person who's a murderer, right? And got mixed in with a whole other federal. Everyone will agree that he's going to be popular. Everyone's going to be popular. Why? Look at last batch. He's 16. All of the Itakad, Colonial, Ain't no Saraya, you're supposed to be going to go. Rahman of the so the Lord says that is simply not true. Right? And the Lord says like this. Halacha l'maisa, everyone agrees that his verdict cannot be passed in extension. Right? And the lack of a Gemar din, by definition, is in halacha. Either one of two states, either Hayim or your partner. Your Muslims or your Christians, right? There's no part of the only in the kitchen. There's no other place in life where there's power. So again, and you're going to like this. The lack of in marriage is, by definition, your partner. Which means, therefore, if we're talking about a person, and Reuben is getting mixed in with the whole family, and Reuben doesn't have the marriage, everyone else has the marriage, it goes without saying that everyone will agree that, of course, have is going to be popular because you can't execute the cover when you know that there's an innocent party mixed in there. Okay, so therefore everyone says, Alaha, what's the case over here? Alaha, Shar Shalom Nitmagino, Shemish Ari Bishra Mahim, Shemid Magino. Oh, fascinating. And everyone says, the case of here has nothing to do with people, instead, what does it have to do with? Oxen. It's a case ultimately again. Of oxen. So halacha l'maisa, you have an ox, shalom nidmadino. So I have a goring ox, right? The sure not clunk. I have a goring ox. The ox is going to be condemned to death. The final psak was never delivered. And what happens? It gets mixed in with other shvarim, shnigmadino. Okay, so that's the halacha. Condemned ox, right? Or I should say, condemned the chevra of oxen, and an ox that is not yet had its margin got mixed in. There we go. Rabbanah say, Nisas Bailim, Nisas Hashar. They said it was repeated before, that the judgment of the ox is reflective of the judgment of the owner. And the owner, namely what? They come to Nisas Hashar. Rabbanah will say like this, and also we see this because the passage itself equates the judgment of the ox with the judgment of the Baal of the owner. And therefore the halacha says will be like this. In the same way, the owner cannot have the margin in extension, so to the shard cannot have the margin in extension. Therefore, if a shard that doesn't have its margin gets mixed in with the rest of the group, if you have a margin, you have an innocent shard mixed in with a group of guilty shards, and there's only one option, which is what? To go ahead and exonerate the entire group. Exonerate the group. Okay, so the Gemara says. So the Gemara says that's Rabbi. So can you count this as Rabbi? In coming here, Shasha Alubafana. Don't close to it. Last line. That you the Savar, constant also people. You know that can't be the case. Because halacha l'maisa again, they're all guilty. The fact that myself There's a technicality over there that one of his farms didn't have his margin. Doesn't change the fact that all of them are in fact guilty, and therefore you can't kill them actively, you can kill them passively. So let's say, so fundamental machlokas, fundamental is Rabbi Abon and Rish Lakish about how to interpret the Mishnah. Rabbi Abon saying that halacha said this is including the person. Ruben was about to have his verdict delivered. He got away from the sin before his verdict got delivered. He got mixed in with a whole other group of convicted murderers. You don't know who is who. But Abon is saying you can't convict the person in absentia. Ruben doesn't have the Gemara din. This doesn't have a Gemara din. Effectively, halachically, he's still considered to be like an innocent party. So you have an innocent person mixed in with a group of murderers. There's only one choice to do with the group, which is why I raised everyone. Rabbi says, come on. I understand. So we can't actively execute everyone. But for my side, you have a group of murderers. Therefore, kill them passively, bring them into the people, keep them bodily, let their stomachs explode. They sluggish? No, this is not a person. This is not a person. Because if it was a person, everyone would agree with Rabbanon. Rather, this is a case of shard, and you give shard like you're doing it on it. Good. Some of the what's the capital K? 88. You know, I need to tell you a lot. So listen to this. So therefore, Rabbi says the two things just make sense. Because remember again, there was a distinction about the Mishnah. Yossi says, even if Abba Chalafta was a great time. Even if Abba was mixed into the group, the halacha would be the same. So what does it mean? You look at the capital. You have to tell you a lot. Even if such being the Shmuel, so listen to this. So the Gemara says, right, Rabbi Yossi says, even if the person who got mixed in was Abba Chalafta. That was Rabbi Yossi speaking saying was like this. So it will say, imagine for a moment that the person who got mixed in the group is like Abba Chalafta. Abba Chalafta is a good shot. So you can say, even if the person, especially you know, we have to do, everybody was a murderer except for one person. Even we don't know who's who. So Rabbi Yossi says, even if the person who got mixed in was Abba Chalafta, still the halacha applies. Now what Hashem is saying is, you're kidding yourself, but obviously Abba Chalafta is not a murderer. Nevertheless, Rabbi Yossi says this group dynamic still would apply even if Abba Chalafta was mixed in. So you must say, what does that mean? Who does that apply to? Rabbi says, what does it mean to say? Shnayim shayu omdim to this, Yasa Pushmedinehem, Vaharag. Besides, Yasa Pushmedinehem, Vaharag, Shnei Pturin. Alright, so what's this? Rabbi Yossi is explaining the case a little bit. Listen to this. You have two people standing together, right? Ruben and Shmuel standing together. Now, from their collective space, someone shot an arrow. What don't we know? Who shot the arrow? Now, the arrow went and killed someone, but we don't know. Was it Ruben or was it Shimon who shot the arrow? Now, we know with absolute certainty that the arrow emanated from the group, but I don't know who the arrow emanated from. Gemara says, both are going to be Pasha. Rabbi Yossi, but because that was another statement. Rabbi Yossi, Afilu Abba Chalafta b'nei. Rabbi Yossi said, even if the two guys is Abba Chalafta. In other words, another thought like this: if it's Ruben and Abba Chalafta, and from within the group, someone shot an arrow, and the arrow went ahead and killed Shimon, but we don't know who it is. So you'd be tempted to say, oh, it's short Ruben. It's short Ruben. Can't be Abba Chalafta. Abba Chalafta will never do such a thing. Nevertheless, even if one of the people is Abba Chalafta, ultimately both are Potter. I know its definition. Who went ahead and shot the arrow? Therefore, by definition, you have no choice but to examine it. I will say, this is all part of the same motif, right? This is what Rabbanan says in Mishnah. Whenever you have any level of ambiguity about the identity of the murderer, by definition, we're just always reticent to execute. And in general, halacha is reticent to execute anyone. Halacha comes to tell us when the identity of the murderer is somewhat ambiguous, we just can't carry through. Even in the case, two guys living in Abba Chalafta is a good one guy. They're standing together. An arrow shoots from the demon, kills Shimon. You can say logically, who's the killer? got to be moving that Abachalafta. Even in a case like that, you won't execute anyone because of identity ambiguity. We're going to Rashi for just a moment. Allah Amarava, Bishop Hotel of Beijing Kama, he goes Shnayim Omdim, Yetzachik Nebineh. Two people are standing right and an arrow shot forth from between them. King Yodim Isa Mehan Zarko, I don't know who shot it. Two is our shape, two both are potter. Rabbi Yossi, Akiva Abachalafta Nebineh. Call Yodim Shukasi. Below Zarku, from the Chaibin Ligida. Machine High Chazaka. The Buddha Moja, the Buddha Maxio, Snikipo, Allah, Allah, the Kahama, the Kishin Natural, the Masni, Kahani, the short shooting process and the point of the Buddha itself, or myself, even Rabbi Yehuda would have been a case like this, right? Even Rabbi Yehuda would have been a case like this, Allah, for myself, everybody is going to be Pata. Listen, there's an interesting hospital also. You think to yourself, well, why wouldn't you say that Abachalaf is Pata, right? What's the logic? So obviously, the logic is that when there's any identity ambiguity when it comes to a capital case, you have no choice but to pass it on one. But there's also something else to take this thing. You might know that this particular other says, "I'll come in back to Makah your most." Do not believe in yourself in the day until the day that you die. So, of course, dies to be easily said. Instead of you should believe in yourself. First, they should believe in themselves each and every day. So, it doesn't mean I'll come in back to Makah your most. So, what does that mean? Angel says never say that they are incapable of performing any Avera. You know, sometimes like you see a particular Avera and you're like, oh, I would never do that. I would never do that. Don't say that. Because given the opportunity, people would perform almost any Avera. Vaharaya, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu has to prohibit it, it means that man has somewhere, somehow, a natural proclivity to do it. Right? If you didn't have a proclivity to do it, you probably would have to ask it. So there's this tremendous mismatch. Like even Abachalafta was one of the two guys. Even Abachalafta is not incapable of shooting an arrow and killing someone. It's tremendously so because sometimes you become a little too self-assured and a little bit too confident about things that we would quote-unquote never do. I will say our own lives. If you look at our lives, I would imagine that I've done myself. There are data that I thought I would never do, but I would never do. I thought they lived beyond me. And so now, Baruch Hashem, I found you photos. I come through. Right there, I found the ability to go ahead and do it. The nature of man is we find ourselves kind of trespassing lines that we never thought we would, but we do. And the more on guard we could be about ourselves, the more vigilant we are, and the more honest we are that if you could give me the opportunity, I would do almost anything and everything. The more real we are about ourselves, and the more vigilant, the more on guard, and the more we can protect ourselves by crossing those lines. Incredible yourselves. One of the brothers like the church in my village, I was trying to now again going back, circling back. So now we understand what Rabbi Yossi was referring to, right? So Rabbi Yossi in the Brisa, when he said, even if Abachalaf is one of the two people, that was talking about a different case. That's talking about two people standing together, an arrow shoots forth from between them, the arrow goes and kills someone. So the Gemara says, even if one of the guys is not like a drug law does, you say, of course, it wasn't a drug law, it wasn't the other guy. No, there's identity ambiguity, and therefore both ultimately again will be part of the circle back. The church is Mardinos and is out of the Shara Hated. If you have to have a star, the star ultimately again had its margin, and the time that she was other shvarim. So the Gemara says, "Of the Shama Halim Ma'alya, the Shama Halim Ma'alya means other innocent shvarim. So a shar that is condemned to death, that mixed with other innocent kedra, what shalacha, soaking those sons. Ultimately again, we stone all of them. Stone all of them. So the Gemara says, never say that obviously this is by animals. Right? This is by animals. This is not by people. So we'll stone all of them. But the Yudah says, no, closer or some people. And the Yudah says, no, we're not going to actively kill them. Rather, what we do, we'll go ahead and we can passively kill them. You can borrow me in your ultimate because don't keep it at all. Try. I but learn. Allah, Shem, Lisa, the Akashak, Yalda, Shizu, but is that true? Is that true? Yeah. The Muslims now, this is a reverse of what we were saying before. It sounds like, now what the Gemara suggesting is, even according to the Buddha, whenever you have a case of a potential innocent party mixed in the group, you're never going to kill anyone. You're never going to. You can't. So what's the case of Machnisi also people? What's the case of a shar? What's the case of a shar? So you have a shar ultimately again that killed someone, and it got mixed in with a Hebron innocent shvarim. So the Yehuda was so Tanakama says, kill everything. Kill everything. But Yehuda says no, Machnisi also involved. So the Gemara says this. Is that true? But I listen to this. Harashem Mitzvah Hashyola. Let's say you have a cow that kills someone, and that's the way to prove birth. Much thing is like Yoga, Loga Mutter. If the cow gave birth before its verdict was delivered, the offspring is Mutter. The offspring is Mutter. So the US is in the Shemigma, Yoga, Lodasa. But if it only gave birth after the Gematria, then the offspring is going to be also this Ari Bakhin. Let's say again the offspring of the cow. Let's say the offspring was created. Let's say the offspring of the cow gets mixed in the root of the cows, clear and backwards, and again the group gets further mixed there. And in that case, again, we put all of these sucking cows into a pen together, let them die that way. The Lazar of Shimon Omer, the Dean also with these. And the Suffer also, the Lazar Shimon says, no, we go ahead and we bring it to Beis Din, we keep the Beis Din, and we stone the group. Omer Mar, not like the Magina, Yoga, Vlada, let's go back to this. The Gemara said that if have to kill someone, give birth to his offspring, give birth to before the marriage, and ultimately the offspring. Yeah, that's what not having the outlook. That means if somebody birth before the marriage, what is that means that it was at the time that the cow born. Now, if that's the case, the Gemara says, the Gemara says, also, he was Radan not to yet Rabbi says that if you have a cow, pregnant cow that born, both the cow and its offspring are going to be also why? Because we view the fetus as being participatory in the act of glory. In which case, again, the fetus has the status of the mother. First, similarly, blood and the cause, also, he is blood on your assuming again, if you have a pregnant cow. The pregnant cow is so what's the halacha? Both the cow and its offspring are, there was a offspring that context for Kabbalic purposes. Right? Why? Because we view both the mother and the fetus as having been sex. It's interesting, not so easy for you. You see here that in these cases, if you have a cow that's pregnant, the fetus shares the status of the mother. So if the mother glories, then the fetus has the status of a glorying cow as well. If the mother was sodomized, so ultimately again the fetus has the status of being sodomized as well. Therefore, can't be offered up as a carbon. So yet the Gemara makes a distinction. It sounds like everything is dependent on did the cow deliver before or after the Gemara did. But in reality, this is not about the Gemara did. The Gemara says, Ema, actually, Nigmar Dina Bidya, Yalda, Vladamut. I don't know what it like this. If before the Gemara din was passed, the mother became pregnant and birth, then the offspring is mutter. Pregnancy happened after the event. After the event. The pregnancy happened, so the mother gored. Then the Gemara says like this. If the mother became pregnant and gave birth before the Gemara din, before that it was delayed, like it was delayed, then halacha l'maisa, the offspring mutter. Then you should need to marry, but if halacha l'maisa gets the offspring, sorry, but if after the verdict occurred, then the cow became pregnant and gave birth, blood the offspring. Ultimately, the offspring is the offspring. So you must okay, let's analyze this more. Let's talk about this in a second. If you have this case over here of a cow, right, convicted of glory, right? Or that matter again, the cow that is sunlight. It doesn't even matter what the case is. Either way, the mother is impacted, right? The mother has a change of status. So now we're saying is like this. This is the best way. We're saying this. The mother is going to go to case. Right? The mother went ahead and scored another cow. So now we're saying is as follows. If after the act of glory, the mother is pregnant and gave birth before the verdict, so then the offspring is mutter. If the mother became pregnant and right, either became pregnant and birth after the verdict, or even between pregnant before the verdict and birth after the verdict, then the offspring ultimately again is going to be awesome. The Gemara says, well, let's analyze it, right? In order for this mother to give birth, what has to happen? What has to happen? We should have a talk, how these things work. We're always scheduled different here, right? But obviously, in order for the mother, right, in order for the mother to become pregnant, so again, there has to be a father. There has to be a father, right? So Lamaisa, now the assumption over here is that the father is an innocent party, which means that in this child, there's two forces. There's a mother who's guilty, and there's a father who's innocent. So in halacha we call this zet doreh. Two forces, creating one product. So let's say this is interesting. So now you're automatically, the Gemara is operating under the assumption that the status of the child is automatically determined by the mother. But there's a father also. Right? There's a father. And the father's status is totally mutter. So the Gemara says this whole thing makes sense according to the opinion that says zed gorein aser. Right? Then even though you have two forces, you have gorein means causation. Right? You have two causes: a mother cause, a father cause. The mother cause is guilty. The father cause is innocent. So again, if you go with the opinion that says that as long as one of the causes, this is not a word, but as long as one of the garments. Contributing forces, right? In order, right? If one of the contributing forces ultimately, again, is culpable, is liable, then that liability is passed down to the offspring. And this hopefully makes sense. Even other things will say, "Hello, Lemandama Zed going mutter like her." Now, for a second, there is another school of thought. Another school of thought ultimately is what? When you have two contributing forces, one of them is innocent and one of them is guilty, that halacha l'maisa, then the offspring, shares the guilt of the guilty contributing force. What is there to say? Guilty was my going anyway. If you ask me, my going right? Rabbi says, the heart is the notes of the achad margin. Rabbi you with the gama. Well, she'atina sacharuba keheter ve'isud gamu lo shiyabo. Once I saw again, if you won't, so this hopefully makes sense. If you'll grab and going, water, then the nice automatically be answered. You must say, Allah Amradina, Rabina says, if I shall only my dina Ibra to Yalda, Vlada Mutter. If I shall only my dina Ibra, which Nigma dina Yalda, Vlada Asar, Uba Yarahu. You must be right. Right, but let's reframe this a little bit. In actual meaning, if the verdict has not yet been passed, right, and what? Actual Nigma Ibra Yalda. So if the verdict has not been passed yet, and the mother becomes pregnant and births, the offspring is going to be mutter. Now listen, this is in line with the idea, very simple idea, that when does liability occur, or when does culpability set in? Only when? After marriage. After marriage, even though the mother already committed the act of glory, but again, you're not liable until this marriage. See, if halacha l'maisa, so the timeline is like this: the mother gored, then became pregnant. Gave birth all before the margin. Halacha l'maisa, again, the offspring is totally Muslim. Absolutely no problem. On the other hand, if Absalom is my Ibra, when we should nigmar tina yalda, but let's say again, goring, right, pregnant, the margin, birth, in that case, halacha is vlada asa. In that case, ultimately, again, the offspring is going to be asa. I go, what about 7% goring, mutter? Very different over here. Ubar, Yarafina. Let's say there's another piece. What's the other piece? A fetus is considered to be an appendage of the mother. So therefore, again, if the mother is pregnant with the fetus at the time of the marriage, and when the mother is passed, so that the marriage falls on the entirety of the mother. There is record has literally, again, literally is like a thigh, like a leg of the mother. Right? So the fetus is considered to be a leg of the mother, and therefore, halacha l'maisa is going to share the burden. Incredible. So there are a number of halachas that come out over here, which is first of all, number one, in a case, in a case that Allah when I said you have a murderer who got mixed in, right? Let's say in the Yisod Rabbi Abo, right? Who got mixed in with another group of Rothschild Shenigmar So what do you do in that case? Right? So let's say Ruben was accused of murder, and Beijing was going to rule in a certain way, but Beijing didn't get the opportunity to literally pass in on his verdict. And he gets mixed in with the whole cover of actual murders. So what's the halacha? So you pass in that you cannot pass a verdict in absentia. At least for now, that's how it goes. Right? You can't pass a verdict in absentia. And therefore, again, the only thing you can do with that kebra is exonerate all of them. Exonerate all of them. So that is that indeed, we end up passing really like that. Yeah, okay, fine. So we have the case we'll do for now. Let's go back to it. So the next part of the Mishnah was, let's say, so in part one of the Mishnah, you have someone who may be guilty, but his marriage wasn't passed, mixed in with the rest of the Chabad guilty parties. The next case for Mishnah was as follows. So let's say you have a group of guilty parties, all mixed in together, but the difference is they have different death penalties. And we don't know who's supposed to get which death penalty. What halacha? First of all, what do? You administer the most lenient death penalty to the entire Chabad. Now, what was our problem? The Machotes, which is considered to be a more hammer or a more lenient form of death. Okay, so the Gemara says this. Here's what's fascinating about this. The fascinating about this is no one is disagreeing with the principle, right? So if you have a group of convicted murderers, all right, who get mixed in with each other, but yet they have different misos in different verdicts. Everyone agrees with the principle that you can execute them all, right, using the most lenient form of death penalty. So what's interesting about this is as follows. In order to go and put someone to death, what do you need? Hasra. Now, hasra usually includes the very form of death in which you're going to execute the person. So how can you give someone a lesser death penalty in order to give yourself for that death penalty? So it's really a very important result, which is Musul Davamar, Havimusul Davakal. Hasra was something more common, or was usually, by definition, the word to administer something more lenient. So once you receive Hasra for a more common death penalty, it automatically makes you one for less death penalty. I'm not really how I'm asking. So here, the history of stamp. Interestingly, maybe the case over here is where the agent makes the person stamp. In other words, they said, if you do this, you're going to be liable for a death penalty. But what? They didn't say which death penalty. It's interesting. You must have the high candidate, and this reflects the following. The sign of the shark having me so Shabbatoro is releasing also elevated. So, what the halacha is for any having misos, right? For any death penalties in the Torah, and Rashi points out that we are touching dragon cross and Rashi, Shachayim Misos, Chutz Mises, Sheretzarach Hasra, Zachmon Amaro Sachmavos Hashashvez, we have to see this. That Mises, that's the one who incites others to worship Hashem Shara. He is the exception to the entire rule. Everyone else needs Hasra, but Mises does not require Hasra. Because halacha essentially we throw hook at mises. So interestingly enough, everyone else, Shar having mises in the Torah, in the mises also elevated. So number one, you can only adjudicate in the case of 23. That's number one. Number two, the Aidin, also says the Hasra. And I love what I said. So this is again, this is being 101. Or I should say, Misa being 101. Or to execute someone, number one, they have to be charged for the invasion of 23. Number two, they have to be agent. Number three, they have to be Asra. Number one, say now, the Az, Shuyadu, Misa's state. And Tanakama holds, furthermore, so what do they have to say? They just have to say, Ruben, if you do this, you are liable to be executed by this. They don't have to say what type of misas based, but they just have to say misas based. If he just says no, but we got it, Actually, Gehazer Misa Hu says not true. Not true. It's not enough just to say generically. Rather than he says, you have to articulate what type of Nisas phase Reuben is going to be liable to. So we'll say that. So what's the transaction? So what's the better? This is, I just want to point out, this is not focus. Partner not focus makes it Hasra. Tanakama says, all you even have to say is, even if you do this, you'll be liable to death penalty. Rabbi says, no, they have to indicate which death penalty. So Gemara says, Tanakama knows in the coaches. So Tanakama learns stuff in the coaches. I will say, interestingly enough, what happened in the coaches? People got back in the coaches. What happened? Who's the coaches? This was the guy who was publicly violating Shabbos. That was, and I remember what happened in the coaches. They put him in jail because they did not know what did not be. We saw yesterday that they knew that he was going to be put to death. But rather what? They didn't know which means that what. When Ethan gave him a straw, what Hasra did he do? It has to be a straw because Campbell comes in about a straw. So that they said, Ruben, coaches, stop doing what you're ceasing to desist. If you don't do this, you're going to be put to death. But clearly, what didn't they say? What didn't they say? What type of death? Why didn't they say it? They didn't know it. So Tanakh says, what do you see from there? You see from there that proper Hasra does not require the articulation of a particular manner of death penalty. All it requires is an articulation of death penalty. On the other hand, when you go already, you say, no, the coaches should not die. Don't bring a raya from the coaches. Don't bring a raya. Right? Don't say, do not bring a raya from the coaches. Why? The coaches wasn't accepted. Rothschild means it was not seem like a foul. Not seem like a foul. Allah comments again, literally because they did not know what to do. This was the first time this happened, but this is not the norm. The norm is when Indians did Hasra for a death penalty, Allah comments they have to say explicitly which death penalty you're liable to. The coaches is an exception to the rule. Incredible. No, let's go like that. That was, by the way, Allah comments that's there, it's unconstant. That Hasra does not have to be Nisa specific. Like the witnesses do not have to say, even if you do this, that you're going to be subject to Skiva, Straifa, Hereg, or Kaya. They just need to be able to say, even if you do this, you are going to be liable to Nisa space. Incredible. Let's go like that. And it's still administrative. There's this number again. So then of course, after we establish that principle, that by definition, Hasra for a more common form of Nisa, by definition, it even works for a more powerful form of Nisa. After that, then obviously devils in the details. So again, which form of which form of Nisa is more powerful? Okay, that petition had a progress. So the verse says as follows. So we said, "Nagam is nothing." Master, we learn Bray, and it's nothing. In his color. So if you have a group of people who are Chayet Sreifa, get mixed in with a group of people Chayet Skila. And also now, the assumption of Gemara is working is like this. The Lashon of and the Srafim in his color means the majority of people in a group are Chayet Skila, and the minority of people who are Chayet Sreifa get mixed in with each other. That's the case. So what happens? Halacha. The Shimon says you have to do the Skila. Shasrefa Kamura. The Shimon says they should be judged with Skila. Why? Because out of Skila and Sreifa, so Sreifa is the more Hammer, Skila is the more cow, and whenever you have a mixture of people, so you always minister the more cow, Misa. On the Rabbi Huda, Abba, go to Misa. So Yehuda says to his father, Father, don't pass me that way. Right? Don't articulate it that way. For what? One reason. My area is a Shefa Kamura. Why do you actually get into a case? Ultimately, again, that Shreifa is more Chomer. There's a simple reason. Take a plate, nobody's coming in. So what's happening here? Right, so the case of the village, you have a minority of Nisrafim who get extended with a majority of the skull. Right? So a minority of people Chayet Sreifa get extended with a majority of people who are Chayet Skila. But the Shimon says everyone agrees that you give them Skila one, because Skila is more powerful than Sreifa. Comes on Rabbi Shimon son Rabbi Yehuda and says, don't say that. Don't say that. You don't even have to get into all of this. It's simple. Why should the Kabbal get Skila? Why should they get Skila? Why? because the majority of the group gets the majority of the group are miscovered. That's why they should get if he asked this, how should we frame this? And it's covered in instruction. So the better way to frame it is a minority of this get mixed in with the majority of this stuff. Right? So minority of the group are high get mixed in with the majority of the group that are high. The Rishon says this beyond, which was a little bit skila, shashika kamura. Rabbi Shimon says the group should be judged with skila, right? Even what? Even though the other minority, so the group should be judged with skila is more kal than straightforward. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you know, say that come say, even if the straightforward, that's kamura. The come say that it should be judged with straightforward. Because the Chacham say that straightforward is skila is more kamura. So take a plate, the group and it's not in the group. We're talking about a minority listening to a majority of this stuff. It should be given straight. Nothing to do with what's more powerful, because the role, which you mentioned, some Rabbi would become a Hassam, Rabbi would become a Rabbi Shimon. This is Rabbi talking to Rabbi Shimon. Really, the other straight for Kamura, so he mentions, quite you Rabbi Shimon, you hold that straight as Muhammad, and we say no, Skila is Muhammad. Okay. So therefore, again, I'm not focused about now. We'll see the Rambam next week about the actual hierarchy. Once we get through the Mishnah, we'll see the actual hierarchy of all of this. But let's say it's the extreme. Now the Gemara ends off with something fascinating. The Gemara says, you notice, by the way, the exchange between son and father is very interesting, right? That Shimon said that halacha l'maisa, skila, right? If a group a group ultimately again of Nisrafim gets mixed in with the group of Niskalim. So the majority of Skila, minority of Skila. But the Shimon says, give the group Skila. Why? Because Shrefa is more common than Skila. So the Shimon, his son said, Father, don't say that. That was his lesson. Father, don't say that, because you're going to get into you just use role. So that was this. I'm going to make Shmuel Rabbi Yehuda. Now Shmuel says Rabbi Yehuda, the son of Rabbi Shimon. Shimon, sharp one, which means right, Rabbi Yehuda, young man. Papa Pe Aleph, Lotima Le Lachot. Why are you talking to your father that way? And what we're going to see over here, so ultimately again, Shmuel is taking Rabbi Yehuda to task, and how Rabbi Yehuda spoke to his father. So let's say there's a number of beautiful things happening. Number one, the general Yisod. If you see something, say something. If you see something, say something. Now, never something custom. You go ahead and listen to someone else's speech. Like, but when I saw, if you see something egregious, it's important to point it out. And let's say that what I want to point out over here is how Shmuel points it out. You notice how Shmuel gives Rabbi Yehuda Musar? He doesn't say, what's the matter with you? He doesn't say, Asispan. Like, and give him a fresh guy. He doesn't give him a. What does he say? Shmuel. Sorry, Yehuda. You're Tom Cluffer. You're a big Cluffer. So it says sometimes the best way to give Musar is not by teaching instruction to people, but it's by building them up. This is the Aaron Accordion approach. Right? The Aaron Accordion approach to Musar was not to say what's the matter with you. Who are you? Like, why would you do the Aaron Accordion approach was to go ahead and to show someone how great they were. And when you show someone how great they were, and right, you get people to believe in themselves, then they come to understand that certain behaviors are in fact unique to them. So such a profound yesod over here. So Shmuel is very shocked by the way that Rabbi Yehuda spoke to his father of Shimon. But how does he call the task? By demeaning and test the Shalom. But by saying to him, Rabbi Yehuda, Shimon, you are sharp, you are smart, you are competent. So you need to know that you need to be better than this. You need to act and almost like, this is the way to give Musar. Sometimes I like to have to say things to people, and it's so tempting to kind of come out sharp and to cut them down. Just because I said, if you've ever been on the receiving end of that, or so we all have, it usually doesn't work. No one is ever beaten down and says, oh, now that I've been down and feel like 2 cents, now I'm really ready to become the best version of myself. Like, surely, when people are beaten down, you know what happens? They stay down. But when you build people up, like, you're great, you're fantastic, you're amazing. Well, let's talk about this thing that just occurred. Something that you're coming at it from a level of I believe in you. I think you're fantastic, and that's why you could be better than this particular behavior. So what was the problem? What's the capital Aleph? So the Gemara says you can't. So Shmuel says that you can't really speak to your father. Why not? The Gemara says let's say I see my father. I see my father violating the Torah. Violating Torah. Lo yomer lo abo. I violated the Torah. Son should never say to a father, "Father, you violated the Torah precept." And omer lo abo. Half does the Torah. Rather, a son should say, "Father, it says like this in the Torah." His Gemara says, "Isn't that the same thing?" So, I mean, right? So the father's eating a cheeseburger. Father, it says in the Torah that one shouldn't eat a cheeseburger. Isn't that the same thing? Okay, so I'm not saying father don't eat a cheeseburger. Instead, I'm saying again, father says he doesn't eat a cheeseburger. The Gemara says, "Ella omer lo abo mikra kasem b'Torah tafu." Rather, a son should say to his father, "Father, you know, there's a pasuk in the Torah, and this is how the pasuk is." In other words, son gives over information. So he gives over information, and ultimately, again, through the conveyance of information, the father ultimately understands what is in fact doing. So that is the way it gets. By the way, that is codified in Shulchan Aruch. Son sees the father doing something wrong. The son is obligated to point that out. Okay, but a son is obligated to point it with incredible sensitivity, not in any way saying what the father is doing is wrong, but rather sharing information with the father, and ultimately the father then understanding of his own volition that what he is doing may be incorrect. What's that? Just want to go for something very important. Look where he ended. I was like, at the Mishnah, say Aleph, perfectly in line with that basic. And this is tremendous potential. You know, it's in our doc journey. There are days that we say to ourselves, we are never going to finish this in 7.5 years. Right? We're going to be in a different cycle. There's a side, same thing always happens. At the end of every single week, we are exactly where we need to be. On the one side, we're just busts of the dumb. They give us tremendous physics and how the Father runs the world as well. A lot of times, like, you see things day to day, and you're wondering, you know what, this is never going to work out. It's never going to be okay. So let's say, if we can make it where we need to make it to, as Buster of a done, as human beings, at the end of every single week, Allah has come to come to strengthen our vitality for this powerful. But the results will also always get us exactly where we need to be, choreograph the events exactly how they need to be choreographed. At some time, all the pieces drop and everything comes together. One time, good job.
Hey, I'll invite you and your boyfriend. I got a new truck. Do you want to go for a ride?
All right, everyone's doing good Shabbos over here. Shabbos here.
Her boyfriend was.
Shabbos moms all around Baltimore.
You know what's funny about him saying #truck walk? Is that he said #truck walk? Yeah, but it's kind of like, okay, so did he try to say truck or was he saying truck? Say truck, probably. I mean, to him, truck is truck. You know? Yeah, they're the same word. Yeah. I wonder if he.
All right, everyone say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show today.
Truck. Speech therapist have to be in there to practice truck. Yeah.
Our annual commentary sponsor for Touching Pay 5785. Tosim Mishpacha Barzdo. We're dedicating all the Shimon shows this year as a zuchus for Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Habalim of Tova, Terry and Speed Zin, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Hirsch Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zechron Levachon. Our Dafnomi sponsor for today, Adam Plonka, in memory of Moshe Ben Amram. Moshe Rabbeinu. His yard site is today on Zion Adar. Such a beautiful, beautiful dedication. And Hashem, we have the ability, opportunity, and privilege to be able to learn the beautiful Torah Kedosha each and every day. Looking at the merit of our comments, we're all going to Shem Sav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all of those who need a refuah should have one together with Kol Choli. So the Sparkle Merit Hashem bring the rest of our hostages home, and may our holy soldiers be successful with Chol Maaseh Yedeihem. Listen with that, let us begin with a beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is daf Hey 80. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Test. Sorry, at the Gemara. Oh no, that's my base 79. B. So just reorient ourselves a little bit. The Mishnah spoke about a very interesting case. The Mishnah spoke about a murderer who got mixed up with other people. So literally, again, the group got mixed together, and apparently we don't know who is who. So the Tanakama said, "Kulam Pturim." Everyone is potter. Potter comes on a Rabbi says, "No, what do? Konsin Osan Kippah." We go ahead and we bring them all into an enclosure, a closed space. As Rashi points out, feed them barley and allow their stomachs to explode. Essentially, kill them passively. Kill them passively. To which the Gemara asks a very simple question: Manachir. By the way, what exactly is the case of here? We understand that there's Reuben, right? Now, obviously, we can't identify who Reuben is because if we're able to identify him, then halacha l'maaseh wouldn't have this problem. But the Shiloh is, who are the Achirim? So Reuben is getting mixed into a group. Who is this group? So Ilay Ma'achirim Sherim Subshita. If you tell me that we're talking about that Reuben gets mixed into a group of just regular other people, right? If that was the case right here, Reuben is a Rotseach, which means he is a condemned killer. He's going ahead and he is getting mixed in with a group of other people who are just Sherim, just innocent people. And literally, we don't know who's Reuben, who's the rest of the innocent people. So of course, the Tanakama makes sense. The Tanakama, everybody's puzzled. What are you going to do? What are your actions over here? The actions are to either put everyone to death or put no one to death. So obviously, in that scenario, we're going to put no one to death. The Su, Bahalim, Rabihuda, Konsonos, and Kippah. Furthermore, again, let's analyze this. We're actually talking about a scenario of where one person is the Rothschild, everyone else is an innocent person. Is Rabihuda going to say that under those circumstances, you're going to put everyone together in a keeper, you're gonna put everyone together again, like in a jail cell or whatever, and incarcerate everyone together and just feed them barley till their stomachs explode, knowing that the majority of people in this group are innocent, doesn't make any sense. So what is the case? What is the case of Rotseach Shenis Arev Bachir? What is the case of the murderer who gets into a whole other group of people? What is that case? It says the Gemara. Here we go. I'm Rabbi Avo. I'm Mishkuel. Hava Rothschild Mardino Shenis Arev Velotzkim Achirim Shenigmar Dinon Askim. Okay, so here's the case. The case is Reuben. Right? Reuben is an individual who is Rothschild, a murderer, but Nigmar means that his judgment was not solidified. Not solidified. Now, what does that mean? I should say, wasn't completed. So Beis Din knew how they were going to rule about this particular case. Beis Din knew that they were going to find him guilty, but Beis Din did not get around to actually issuing the verdict itself. Right? Let's say that way. Section is a lot of things. Remember, we saw this. And in the capital case, the Beis Din is going to condemn someone. So what's the halacha? You couldn't adjudicate and condemn that same day. Remember, what did you have to do? You have to sleep on it. So you very easily have a case where it's the Beis Din is going to convict him. Beis Din is going to convict him, but they didn't get around to issuing the judgment yet. And what happens? He escapes. He escapes. And he gets mixed up in a group of other individuals. So Reuben himself, a guy whose judgment was not solidified. He gets into a group of other murderers. His judgment was solidified. The problem, of course, is that what? We don't know. So what do we do in this kind of scenario? So watch this. Income and do for other fun of Hilchot Kuvan Keturim. So that I want to hold book. You cannot go ahead and pass a finalized verdict on someone unless, of course, they are present in front of Beis Din. In other words, or essentially, to say it a little bit differently, you can't pass a verdict in abstention. It turns out that because the defendant is not there, therefore Beis Din is unable to go ahead and pass the verdict. So because we're unable to pass the verdict, what's the only other option? What do? Adverse potter. In other words, if you can't execute, remember, so there's two things happening over here. Number one, Reuben is not in front of Beis Din. Therefore, he can't pass the verdict in abstention. Number two, we don't know who Reuben is in the context of the group. So what are we supposed to do with this? Now, again, so we know everyone in this group, by the way, crazy part is, everyone in this group is murdered. Everyone in this group is murdered, right? So everyone else besides Reuben already had has a verdict passed against them. Ruvain didn't yet have a final verdict. He can't pass the verdict extension. So the point is, we're stuck. So therefore, the Tanakh says the only thing to do in this situation is allow everyone to go free. The Gemara says that Yehuda Miftarli Gamri Nanilo Kivan Drosmi. That Yehuda says no. You cannot allow everyone just to be parted for one simple reason. What do we know about this Chabra? What do we know about them? They're all killers, right? All murderers. So we are not good. On the other hand, you can't actively execute them. Why not? Now I will say now, remember, according to the Yehuda, even Ruvain, right, who did not have his verdict passed against him, that's a technicality. Right? Bezdin didn't get a chance to pronounce the verdict in front of Ruvain. But for Maisa, it's not just a suffix about his status. That we know how Bezdin was going to rule. So Yehuda says you literally have a chevra of murderers. So what are you going to do? Just going to let them go free? So Yehuda Miftarli Gamri Nanilo gave a Rothschild. So Yehuda said this. To let everybody go free, you can't do that because the murderers don't constant also the keeper. Therefore, local mice, what do? We go ahead and we put them into an enclosure, we incarcerate them, feed them barley, and their stomachs will explode. So kill them passively. So I'll say, so this is the first interpretation of the Mishnah, Rabbi Avo, and therefore it really turns out that halacha l'maisa, what it comes down to is the inability to pass a verdict in abstention. So the Rabbanan said because he can't pass the verdict, therefore again you have Reuben essentially who's quote unquote not guilty, because you have a not guilty party mixed in with a whole bunch of guilty parties and we don't know who's who, there's no choice but to exonerate the Chevra. But Yehuda says absolutely not. I understand you can't pass the verdict. I got it. But at the same time, they're all murderers. So what do? Kill them passively by keeping them in the enclosure and feeding them barley. Okay, that's first interpretation. Rish Lakish says no. But Adam Dukli Amalov Bigi B'Psiri. So Rish Lakish says that can't be the case. If we're actually talking about a person who's a murderer, right, and got mixed in with a whole other chevra, everyone will agree that he's going to be potter. Everyone's going to be potter. Why? Look at the last Rashi, Diptiri. So Rabbi Avo says that is simply not true. Right? Rabbi Avo says like this: Halacha l'maisa, everyone agrees that a verdict cannot be passed in abstention. Right? And the lack of a gemar din, by definition, in halacha, is either one of two states. You're either highest or you're partner. Right? You do nothing extraneous, right? There's no power of going in the kitchen. There's no other place in life where there's power. So therefore, again, everybody will say like this: the lack of a gemar din, by definition, says what? You're partner. Which means, therefore, if we're talking about a person and Reuven is getting mixed in with the whole Chevra, and Reuven doesn't have the Gemar Din, everyone else has the Gemar Din, it's saying that everyone will agree that, of course, the Chevra is there because you can't execute the Chevra when you know that there's an innocent party mixed in there. Okay, so therefore, Rabbi Moses, what's the case here? Avahacha, B'Shalom Nigmar Dino, and it's Ari B'Shlar Machirim Shenigmar Din. Oh, fascinating. Rabbi Moses says, the case over here has nothing to do with people. Instead, what does it have to do with? Oxen. It's a case ultimately again of oxen. So I you have an ox. Shalom need my dinner. So I have a boring ox, right? For sure, not fun. I have a big ox. The ox is going to be to death. The final psak was never delivered. And what happens? It gets mixed in with other sharim. Shalom my dinner. Okay, so that's the halacha. Condemned ox, right? Or I should say, condemned the chevra of oxen, and the ox that is not yet had its gemar got mixed in. Here we go. Rabbanan say, Nisa is violent, Kaf Nisa Sashar. So Rabbanan will say, we'll see this before, that the judgment of the ox is reflective of the judgment of the owner. Namely what? They come to Rabbanan will say like this, and also we see this because the pasuk itself equates the judgment of the ox with the judgment of the baal of the owner, and therefore the halacha essentially will be like this: In the same way that the owner cannot have the Gemar Din in abstention, so to the Shar cannot have Gemar Din in abstention. Therefore, if a Shar that doesn't have its Gemar Din gets mixed in with the rest of the group that did have a Gemar Din, you have an innocent Shar mixed in with a group of guilty Shvarim, and there's only one option, which is what? To go ahead and exonerate the entire group. Exonerate the group. Okay? So the Gemara says, that's the Rabbanah. That's last line. And we discover Konsin also the people. The other says no, that can't be the case. Because halacha l'maisa again, they're all guilty. They're all guilty. The fact that halacha l'maisa is a technicality over here, that one of the Sharm didn't have his Gemar Din, doesn't change the fact that all of them are in fact guilty. And therefore, again, you can't kill them actively, but you can kill them passively. They will say, so fundamental machlokas, fundamental was the Rabbi Avo and Rish Lakish about how to interpret the Mishnah. Rabbi Avo, saying that halacha l'maisa, this is a din in a person. Ruvain was about to have his verdict delivered. He got away from Beis somehow before his verdict got delivered. He got mixed in with a whole other group of convicted murderers. We don't know who is who. But Rabbanan is saying you can't convict a person in absentia. Ruvain doesn't have the Gemar Din. Because he doesn't have the Gemar Din, effectively, halachically, he's still considered to be like an innocent party. So you have an innocent person mixed in with a group of murderers. There's only one choice to do with the group, which is what? Exonerate everyone. Rabbi says, come on. I understand you can't actively execute everyone, but from myself, you have a group of murderers. Therefore, kill them passively, bring them into the kippah, feed them barley, let their stomachs explode. Reish Lakish, no, this is not a person. Because if it was a person, everyone would agree with the Rabbanah. Rather, this is a case of Shar, and the din of Shar is like the din of Torah. Good. Some Rabbi says this house. What's the cap of pay? 88. Ihaki. I know the Tani Allah. Rabbi Yossi, Afilu Abba Chalafta Beineihem. So listen to this. So therefore, Rabbi says the truth is this makes sense. Because remember again, there was a statement about the Mishnah. Rabbi Yossi says, even if Abba Chalafta was mixed into the group, the halacha would be the same. So what does this mean? So you look at the top Rashi. Ihaki had the Tani Allah. In the Reish Lakish, being the Shmuel. Kamosif, Ihaki, Achirim, the Mastisim, the Rosim Kamar, Arot's action is Arev, Bohokar, Ulubasofnis, Arev Kamar, Hadutran, Rabbi Haki, Rot's action is Arev Achirim, Kulam Turim, Rabbi Yosef, Filu, Abba Chalafta Beineihem, Kulam Turim. Samaya Filu Kam Rabbi Yossi. So listen to this. So the Gemara says, now Rabbi Yossi says, even if the person who got mixed in was Abba Chalafta. Now what Rabbi Yossi seems to be saying was like this. So I was going to say, imagine for a moment that the person who got mixed in the group was all like Abba Chalafta. Abba Chalafta was a big tzaddik. So be tempted to say, even if the person, let's say we go, everybody was a murderer except for one person. But we don't know who's who. So Rabbi Yossi says, even if the person who got mixed in was Abba Chalafta, still the halacha applies. Now, what that seems to be saying is, you say to yourself, well, obviously, Abba Chalafta is not the murderer. Nevertheless, Rabbi Yossi says this group dynamic still would apply even if Abba Chalafta was mixed in. So you must say, what does that mean? Who would that apply to? Rava says, Hachi Kama, this is what it means to say. Shnaim Shayu Omrim, listen to this, V'yatza Chutz Mirineihem, V'harag. Besides, V'yatza Chutz Mirineihem, V'harag, Shnei P'turim. All right, so Rabbi Gemara is reframing the case a little bit. Listen to this. You have two people standing together, right? Reuben and Shimon standing together. Now, from their collective space, someone shot an arrow. What don't we know? Who shot the arrow? Now, the arrow went and killed someone, but we don't know. Was it Reuben or was it Shimon who shot the arrow? Now, we know with absolute certainty that the arrow emanated from the group, but I don't know who the arrow emanated from. The Gemara says, both are going to be Patra. Rabbi Yossi, because now the same way. Rabbi Yossi, Afilu Abba Chalafta Beineihem. And Rabbi Yossi says, even if one of the two guys was Abba, in other words, I'm going to thought like this. If it's Reuven and Abba Chalafta, and from within the group, someone shot an arrow, and the arrow went ahead and killed Shimon, or we don't know who it is, so you'd be tempted to say, it's for sure Reuven. It's for sure related. It can't be Abba Khalafta. Right? Abba Khalafta would never do such a thing. Nevertheless, even if one of the people is Abba Khalafta, ultimately pulls that putter. Since we do not know its definition, who went ahead and shot the arrow? Therefore, by definition, we have no choice but to examine it. This is all part of the same move, right? Because this is what Rabban are saying in Mishnah. Whenever you have any level of ambiguity about the identity of the murderer, by definition, we're just always reticent to execute. And in general, the halakha is reticent to execute anyone. The halakha has become up when the identity of the murderer is somewhat ambiguous, we just can't carry through. Even in a case, two guys driven Abba Khalafta is a Gadol Adar. They're standing together. An arrow shoots forth from between them, kills Shimon. You'd be tempted to say logically, who's the killer? It's got to be Ruvain and Abba Khalafta. Even in a case like that, both execute anyone because of identity ambiguity. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Two people are standing right, and an arrow shot forth from between them. I don't know who shot it. Both are potter. Rabbi Yossi, afilu Abba Khalafta b'neihem. Shakol Yodin shu chosid v'lo zarku v'mechayden li'idach mishum hay chazaka. U'baha afilu Yehuda moda v'ad Yehuda damar konsen osu l'kipa v'Allah Allah koi elahi kamartana kama v'kisur nachay v'lasis v'lahi katani v'shar shnig madina. So once I said the point of the Yehuda is that Allah l'maisa, even Rabbi Yehuda would agree in a case like this. Right? Even Rabbi Yehuda would agree in a case like this. Allah l'maisa. So everybody is going to be potter. There's an interesting Mr. on this also. You think to yourself, well, why wouldn't we say that Abba Khalafta is there, Abba Khalafta is potter, right? What's the logic? So the logic is that when there's any identity ambiguity when it comes to a capital case, we have no choice but to potter everyone. But there's also something else that's interesting. The Mishnah says, do not believe in yourself in the day until the day that you die. The question can be easily misunderstood. Of course, you should believe in yourself. A person should believe in themselves each and every day. So this is not what does that mean? What we're supposed to say is that a person should never think that they are incapable of performing any avera. Sometimes like you see a particular avera and you're like, oh, I would never do that. Don't say that, because given the opportunity, people will perform almost any avera. If HaKadosh Baruch Hu has to prohibit it, it means that man has somehow a natural proclivity to do it. Right? If you didn't have a proclivity to do it, HaKadosh Baruch Hu wouldn't have to answer it. So there's this tremendous response, like even if Abba Khalafta was one of the two guys, even Abba Khalafta is not incapable of shooting an arrow and killing someone. It's tremendous yisod because sometimes we become a little bit too self-assured and a little bit too confident about things that we would quote unquote never do. And we'll say in our own lives. I think if we look at our lives, I would imagine that I've done it for myself. There are averos that I have done that I thought I would never do. I thought they were beyond me. But somehow, Baruch Hashem, I found the yicholah. I dug deep, right? And I found the ability to go ahead and do it. The nature of man is we find ourselves kind of trespassing lines that we never thought we would, but we do. And the more on guard we could be about ourselves, the more vigilant we are, and the more honored that the truth is given the opportunity, I would do almost anything and everything. The more real we are about ourselves, and the more vigilant, the more on guard, and the more we could protect ourselves. Start crossing those lines. Incredible yourself. It was like the Shushan Imagine. Now again, going back, circling back. Now we understand what Rabbi Yossi was referring to, right? So Rabbi Yossi in the Brisa, when he said, even if Abba Khalafta is one or two people, that was not a different case. That's talking about two people standing together, an arrow shoots forth from between them, the arrow goes and kills someone. So the Gemara says, they're potter. Even if one of the guys is mamish like a Gadol Adar, so you say, of course it wasn't a Gadol Adar, what's with the other guy? No, there's identity, ambiguity, and therefore both ultimately again will be potter. Now circle back. The Shor Shnig Bardino is Ari B'Shar L'Chayr. If you have it have a Shor, and the Shor ultimately again had its margin, and it got mixed with other Shvarim. So the Gemara says, B'Shar L'Chayr Ma'alya. That Shar L'Chayr Ma'alya means other innocent Shvarim. So a shar that was condemned to death got mixed in with other innocent chevra. What's the halacha? Sopranosum. Ultimately, again, we'll stone all of them. We'll stone all of them. So the Gemara says, never say that obviously this is by animals, right? This is by animals. This is not by people. So we'll stone all of them. But Yehuda says, no, constant also the people. And Yehuda says, no, we're not going to actively kill them. Rather, what will we do? We'll go ahead and just kind of passively kill them. Just put them in the pen, feed them barley, and they'll ultimately die. Or by animals, don't feed them at all, and they'll die. But is that true? Is that true? So if you have, we'll say, this is a reverse of what we were saying before. It sounds like, now with the Gemara, even according to Rabbi Yehuda, whenever you have a case of a potential innocent party mixed into the group, you're never going to kill anyone. You're never going to kill anyone. You can't. So what's the case of Machnisin also? That's the case of a shar. So you have a shar ultimately again that killed someone, and it got mixed in with a chevra of innocent shvarim. So Rabbi Yehuda was Tanakama says, kill everything. Kill everything. Rabbi Yehuda said, no, Machnisin also the kippah. So the Gemara says, is that true? But listen to this. Interesting case. Let's say you have a cow that killed someone, and afterwards it gave birth. If the cow gave birth, it was delivered, the offspring is mutter. The offspring is mutter. So the Gemara says, but if it only gave birth after the Gemara, then the offspring is going to be also then the offspring of the cow. Let's say in the case of the offspring of the offspring of the cow gets mixed in with other cows. And again, the group gets further mixed together. Constant also the keeper. And in that case, again, we put all of the suffix cows into a pen together and let them die that way. But those are Shimon Omer, Median also the days. When the supplement also, those Shimon says, no, we go ahead and we bring it to Beis Din, we keep the Beis Din, and we stone the group. Omer Mark, Imagine Migmar Dina, Yalda, Vlada Mutaris. So listen to this. Let's go back for just a second. The Gemara said that if the cow that killed someone gave birth to his offspring, gave birth to his calf before the Gemara did, then ultimately the offspring is permitted. The Afagab, the Nagcha, Havan, the Abna. Now, what's interesting about that case is, in other words, if you're talking about that it gave birth before the Gemara did, what does that mean? That means that it was pregnant at the time that the cow gored. Now, if that's the case, the Gemara says, Yet Rava says that if you have a cow, pregnant cow that's gored, both the cow and its offspring are going to be usher. Why? Because we view the fetus as being participating in the act of goring. In which case, again, the fetus has the status of the mother. To which the Gemara says, similarly, Vlad HaNirvas, Aser, Ki Uvlada Nirvas. Similarly, again, if you have a pregnant cow, and the pregnant cow is sodomized. So what's the halacha? Both the cow and its offspring are Aser. Now, let's say Aser in that context would mean like for carbonic purposes. Right? Why? Because we view both the mother and the fetus as having been sodomized. So interestingly enough, so what do you see from here? You see from here that in these cases where you have a cow that's pregnant, the fetus shares the status of the mother. So if the mother gored, then the fetus has the status of a goring cow as well. If the mother was sodomized, so ultimately, again, the fetus has the status of being sodomized as well, therefore can't be offered up as a carbon. So yet, the Gemara made a distinction. It sounds like everything is dependent on, did the cow deliver before or after the Gemara did? But in reality, this is not about the Gemara did. The Gemara says, Ema, Achalo Nigmar Dina Ibra, Dialda, Vladamoto. Rather, what it means is like this. If before the Gemara din was passed, the mother became pregnant and birth, then the offspring is mutter, which indicates to us the pregnancy happened after the event. After the event, the pregnancy happened, so the mother gorged. Then what the Gemara says is like this: if the mother became pregnant and gave birth before the Gemara din, before it was delayed, right? It was delayed. Then halacha l'maisa, the offspring is mutter. But if halacha again, the the offspring. Sorry, but if after the verdict, then the cow became pregnant and gave birth, Vlada also. Ultimately, the offspring is also. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this a bit more. Okay, so let's talk about this just a second. So if you have this case over here of a cow, right, that was convicted of goring, right? Or for that matter, again, a cow that was sodomized. It doesn't really matter what the case is. Either way, the mother is impacted. Right? The mother has a status. So now what we're saying is like this. Listen to the question. It's like this. The mother, let's go with the goring case. Right? The mother went ahead and gored another cow. So now we're saying is as follows. If after the act of goring, the mother became pregnant and gave birth before the verdict, so then the offspring is mutter. If the mother became pregnant and either became pregnant and birth after the verdict, or even became pregnant before the verdict and birth after the verdict, then the offspring ultimately again is going to be also. So the Gemara says, no, let's analyze this, right? In order for this mother to give birth, what has to happen? I guess we should have a talk, how these things work. We'll schedule a different shit, right? Obviously, in order for the mother, to become pregnant, so again, there has to be a father. Right? So the Maisa now, the assumption over here is that the father is an innocent party, which means that in this child, there's two forces. There's a mother who's guilty, and there's a father who's innocent. So in halacha we call this zeh gore. Two forces creating one product. So this is interesting. So now the Gemara is operating under the assumption that what? That the status of the child is automatically determined by who? By the mother. But there's a father also. Right, there's a father, and the father's status is totally mutter. So the Gemara says this whole thing makes sense according to the opinion that says zeh gorein aser. Right, and even though you have two forces, you have gorein causation. Right, you have two causes: a mother cause, a father cause. The mother cause is guilty. The father cause is innocent. So again, if you go with the opinion that says that as long as one of the causes is the wrong word, as long as one of the garment. Contributing forces, right? If one of the contributing forces ultimately again is culpable, is liable, then that liability is passed down to the offspring, then this whole thing makes sense. You must always will say, hello, there is another school of thought. Another school of thought ultimately is why when you have two contributing forces, one of them is innocent, one of them is guilty, that Allah Ta'ala then the offspring lab dafka, bears the guilt of the guilty contributing force. What is there to say? So let's see, what's Michael Neymar? Look at Rashi. Michael Neymar. Rashi says, the heart kushinot of the achad margin la ilu l'chidei gama la she'ach min azachar hubal she'herev ve'esid garmu lo shiyabal. So let's say, so again, if you hold, so this whole thing makes sense if you hold zeh gorein asa. But if you hold zeh gorein mutter, then lemaisa, why should the offspring automatically be aser? To which the Gemara says, Allah Amar Rabina is very interesting. Rabina says, Ima, if I shall nigmar dina ibra v'yalda v'lada mutter. V'im actual nigmar dina ibra, u'mish nigmar dina yalda v'lada aser, ubar yarach mutter. The Gemara says, you're right. Right, Rabina says, let's reframe this a little bit. In actual if the verdict has not yet been passed, and what? Actually, so if the verdict has not been passed yet, and the mother becomes pregnant and births, the offspring is going to be mutter. Now, this is in line with the idea, a very simple idea, that when does liability occur, or when does culpability set in? Only when? After Gmardin. Even though the mother already committed the act of goring. But again, you're not liable until there's Gmardin. Say if halacha l'maisa, so the timeline is like this. The mother gored, then became pregnant, gave birth, all before the Gmardin. Halacha l'maisa, again, the offspring is totally mutter. Absolutely no problem. On the other hand, im ad shalom Gmardin, ibra, well, let's say again, goring, right, pregnant, Gmardin. birth, in that case, the halacha is vlada aser. In that case, ultimately, again, the offspring is going to be aser. But what about zev goren mutter? Very different over here. Ubar yerech no. I will say there's another piece here. What's the other piece? A fetus is considered to be an appendage of the mother. So therefore, again, if the mother is pregnant with a fetus at the time of the Gemar Din, then when the Gemar Din is passed, so that Gemar Din devolves upon the entirety of the mother. The Uber is reckoned as literally, again, literally like a thigh, like a leg of the mother. Right? So the fetus is considered to be a leg of the mother, and therefore, halacha l'maisa is going to share in the mother. Incredible. So there are a number of important halachas that come out over here. Which is, first of all, number one case. So this is very quick. In the case of Allah, burger who got mixed in, right? Let's say, like we saw that be a bowl, right? Who got mixed in with another group of Rothschild. So let's say, so what do you do in that case, right? So let's say Reuben was accused of murder. And Beis Din was going to rule in a certain way, but Beis Din didn't get the opportunity to literally pass in on his verdict. Mixed in with the whole cover of actual murders. So what's the halacha? So we pass in, you cannot pass a verdict in extension. At least for now, that's how we're passing it. Right? You can't do extension. And therefore, again, the only thing you can do with that chevra is exonerate all of them. So that is indeed in the past really like that. Yeah. Okay, fine. So let's say let's go back there. So the next part of the Mishnah was, let's say, so in Mishnah, you have someone maybe guilty, but his Gemara wasn't passed, mixed in with the rest of the Chevra of guilty pleas. The next case of the Mishnah was as follows. So let's say you have a group of guilty parties, all mixed in together, but the difference is they have different death penalties. And we don't know who's supposed to get which death penalty. So what's the halacha? It's very simple halacha. What do? You administer the most lenient death penalty to the entire chevra. Now, what was our problem? The machlokas, which is considered to be a more chamor or a more lenient form of death. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara is the Gemara is Shmanina. What you see from here is Musar Davar Chamor, Hava Musar Davar Kal. So let's say, here's what's fascinating about this. What's fascinating about this is nobody's disagreeing with the principle, right? So if you have a group of convicted murderers, all right, who get mixed in with each other, but yet they have different misos based and different verdicts. Everyone agrees with the principle that you keep them all, right, using the most lenient form of death penalty. So what's interesting about this is that in order to go into what do you need hasra. The hasra is very form of death when you execute a person. How can you give someone a lesser death penalty when ultimately you didn't give them hasra for that death penalty? It's a very important result. Because musur davar having musur davar kal. Hasra for something more chamor, more stringent. A definition works to administer something more lenient. That's the way it works. So in other words, once you receive for a more common death penalty, that automatically makes you warn for a lesser death penalty. I'll give you how I'm asking. What's the case over here? The issue about stand. Interesting enough, the Uriah says maybe the case over here is where the agent warned the person stand. In other words, they said, Ruben, if you do this, you're going to be liable to a death penalty. But what? They didn't say which death penalty. Interesting. Remember the high Tanahu, and this reflects the following view. The Sanya, Ushai Chagini, so Shabbatorah, in Mamisin Osa Elevator. General Bozait Halacha is for any Chayde Misos. Right? For any death penalties in the Torah. And Rashi points out that here, it's actually right across the Rashi. Shai Chayde Misos, Chutz Mimesis, Sheno Tzarach Hasra, Rachmona Amar Lo Sakma Los Hasas. What's what you've seen this? Right? Mesis, that's the one who incites others to worship Avodah Zarah. He is the exception to the entire rule. Everyone else needs hasra. A mesis does not require hasra. Whereas because halacha l'maisa, essentially, we throw the book at the mesis. So interestingly enough, everyone else, shar chadim mitzvah Torah, ain mamisim osin elevator. So number one, only adjudicate their case in the Beis Din of 23. That's number one. Number two, ve'edin, you also need witnesses. v'hasra, and halacha l'maisasra. So once again, this is Beis Din 101, or I should say Nissan Beis Din 101. In order to excuse someone, number one, they have to be judged in the Beis of 23 Sanhedrin Katan. Number two, they have to be Udu. Number three, they have to be Asra. Number saying that Ba'ad Shiyagi'u Shuchayiv Nisas Beis Din. Now, Tanakama holds, furthermore, so what do they even have to say? They even just have to say, Ruvain, if you do this, you are liable to be executed by Beis Din. So they don't have to say what type of Nisas Beis Din, but they just have to say Nisas Beis Din. If he says no, but we go Omer, actually, Be'eza Miso Hu Nera. He just says not true. Not true. It's not enough just to say generically, you're going to be put to death by Beis Din. Rather, Yehuda says, you actually have to articulate what type of Nisas Beis Din Reuven is going to be liable to. So what's the point of contention here? So we'll say, by the way, this is, I just want to point out, big machlokes. Fundamental machlokes in nature of Hasra. Tanakama says all the Edom have to say is, Reuven, if you do this, you're going to be liable to a death penalty. Rabbi Yehuda says, no, they have to indicate which death penalty. So the Gemara says, Tanakama yelled in Mekoshesh. So Tanakama learned stuff in Mekoshesh. Now, interestingly enough, what happens in Mekoshesh? You keep on references back to Mekoshesh. What happened to him? Who was Mekoshesh? This was the guy who was publicly violating Shabbos. That was it. I remember what happened to Mekoshesh. They put him in jail because they did not know what to do. They knew that he was going to be put to death. But rather what? They didn't know which death penalty, which means that what? When the Edom gave him Asra, what Asra did they give him? There has to be Asra because there was something that Asra. So what happened? He said, Reuven, Mekoshesh. Stop doing what you're ceasing to desist. If you don't do this, you're going to be to death. But clearly, what didn't they say? What didn't they say? What type of death? Why didn't they say it? They didn't know it. So Tanakh says, what do you see from here? You see from here that proper hasra does not require the articulation of the particular manner of death penalty. All it requires is an articulation of death penalty. On the other hand, Rabbi Yehuda says, no, because Shaisa. Don't bring a raya from Mekoshesh. Don't bring a raya. Right? They'll say, do not bring a raya from Mekoshesh. Why? Mekoshesh was an exception. Rothschild means it was Yotzi Min HaKlal. Yotzi Min HaKlal, again, literally, they did not know what to do with it. This was the first thing that happened, but this is not the norm. The norm is when agents give hasra for a death penalty, Allah said they have to say which death penalty you're liable. The koshesh is an exception to the rule. Incredible. But let's go like that. That was the way. Allah that's how he passed it. That hasra does not have to be misa specific. Right? The witness is do not have to say, if you do this, you're going to be skila, streifa, you're just going to be able to say, if you do this, you are going to be lying in these space. Incredible. Let's go back there. And it's still a minute talking. So let's remember again. So then, of course, after we establish that principle, that by definition, hasra for a more cumber form of misa, by definition, it works for a more kal form of misa. After that, then the problem just is the devil's in the details. So again, which form of misa is more kumber, which form of misa is more kal? Okay, so that condition had enough focus. So the Gemara says as follows. So Mishnah, let's come to the topic. Master of the test, and it's spoken in its color. So let's say if you have a group of people who are who get mixed in with a group of people chayiv siva. Now, the assumption the Gemara is working with like this: the lashon of and the srafin bin iskalin means the majority of people in this group are chayiv siva, and a minority of people who are chayiv sreifa get mixed in with each other. That's the case. So what happens? Rabbi Shimon says, Rabbi Shimon says they should be judged with skila. Why? Because out of skila and streifa, so streifa is the hammer, skila is the mortal, and whenever you have a mixture of people, chayvim misos, you always administer the more kal misa. Rabbi Yehuda, Abba, go to Nisiya. So Yehuda says to his father, Rabbi Shimon, Father, don't pass me that way. Right? Don't do that way. For one reason. My area to say, why do you have to even get into a case? Ultimately, again, that sifa is more common. There's a simple reason. Take book place, you Ruben is coming in you. So this is so what should happen over here? Right, so the case over here is you have a minority of Nisrafim who get mixed in with a majority of Niskalim. Right? So a minority of people, Chayit Sreifa, get mixed in with a majority of people who are Chayit Skila. Rabbi Shimon says, everyone agrees that you give them Skila. Why? Because Skila is more Kal than Sreifa. Comes when Rabbi Shimon son Rabbi Yehuda and says, Abba, don't say that. Don't say that. You don't even have to get into all of this. It's simple. Why should the Chavra get Skila? Why should they get Skila? Why? Because Rov. Because the majority of the group are Niskalim. That's why they should get Skila. He asked us, how should we frame this case? And Niskalim ben Nisrafim. So the better way to frame it is a minority of Niskalim get mixed in with the majority of Nisrafim. Right? So minority of the group are Chayim. Get mixed in with the majority of the group. The Rabbi Shimon says, now it makes more sense. Rabbi Shimon says the group should be judged with skila, right? Even though they are the minority, but still the group should be judged with skila because skila is more than streifa. Okay. Ema seifa come the Chum say that do not be streifa. Shaskila chamura. Chum say no, they should be judged with streifa because the Chum say that streifa is more kal than skila. Skila is more hard. So they proclaim the Ruben Israfim in it. It's even simpler about a minority mixed into a majority of Nisrafim. It should be given straight. Do with what's more power, the Rov. Which reminds us some Rabbanon to come and it was a Hassam, Rabbanon to come and this is Rabbanon talking to Rabbi Shimon. Liditach, the Amrit Seifa Chamura, the Gemara says, according to you, Rabbi Shimon, you hold Seifa as more Chamur, and we say, no, Skila is more Chamur. Okay, so we'll say, so therefore, again, fundamental Machlokas, about now, we'll see the Rambam next week, about the actual hierarchy. Once we get through the Misos Bezdin, we'll see the actual hierarchy of all of this, and we'll say an interesting exchange. Now the Gemara ends off with something fascinating. The Gemara says, if you notice, by the way, the exchange between son and father was very interesting, right? That the Shimon said that halacha l'maisa skila, right? If a group ultimately again of Nisrafim gets mixed in with a group of Niskalim, so the majority are skila, minority are shreifa. Rabbi Shimon says give the group skila. Why? Because shreifa is more common than skila. Rabbi Shimon, his son, said, "Father, don't say that." That was his lashon. Father, don't say that. Don't say that, because you don't even have to get into this. You can just use road. So that was that says. Amar le Shmuel Rabbi Yehuda. So now Shmuel says to Rabbi Yehuda, the son of Rabbi Shimon, Shidina, which means right, Rabbi Yehuda, you're a very smart young man. Papa Pei Aleph, Lo Tema Le Lavu. Why are you talking to your father that way? Rabbi says we're going to be here. So ultimately, again, Shmuel is taking Rabbi Yehuda to ask for how Rabbi Yehuda spoke to his father. So I said there's a number of beautiful things happening over here. Number one, generally so if you see something, say something. If you see something, say something. Now it's never something pashut to go ahead and discipline someone else's kids. Right? But Lamaisa, sometimes if you see something egregious, it's important to point it out. I must say here's something interesting how Shmuel points it out. Do you notice how Shmuel gives Rabbi Yehuda Musar? He doesn't say, what's the matter with you? He doesn't say, asispanim, right? And give him a fast. What does he say? Shimona, Rabbi Yehuda, you're Talmid Chacham. You're a big Talmid Chacham. So says sometimes the best way to give Musar is not by deconstructing people, but it's by building them up. This is the Aaron approach. Right? The Aaron approach to Musar was not to say what's the matter with you, who are you, right? Why would you do this? The Aaron approach was to go ahead and show someone how great they were. And when you show someone how great they were, and right, you get people to believe in themselves, then they come to understand that certain behaviors are in fact beneath them. So such a profound result over here. So Shmuel is very shocked by the way that Rabbi Yehuda spoke to Father Rabbi Shimon. But how does he call him to task? Not by demeaning him, but by saying to him, Rabbi Yehuda, Shimon, you are sharp, you are smart, you are a Talmid Chacham, you are great. So you need to know that you need to be better than this. You need to act better. This is the way that people are. Sometimes in life we have to say things to people, and it's so tempting to kind of come out sharp and to cut them down. So the truth is also, if you've ever been on the receiving end of that, which I'm sure we all have, it doesn't work. No one is me down. It's just, now that I can beat you down and feel 2 cents, now I'm really ready to become the best version of myself. Like generally, when people are beaten down, you know what happens? They stay down. But when you build people up, right? You're great. You're fantastic. You're amazing. But let's talk about this thing that just occurred. Just suddenly now you're coming at it from a level of, I believe in you. I think you're fantastic. And that's why you could be better than this particular behavior. So what was the problem? The capital Pei Aleph. So the Gemara says, you can't really, so Shmuel says, you can't really speak his way to your father. Why not? The Gemara says, let's say I see my father, violating Divrei Torah, violating Torah law. Lo yomer lo abba, avarta Divrei Torah. Son should never say to a father, Father, you violated Torah precepts. And lo omer lo abba, pas kasid b'Torah. Rather, a son should say, Father, it says like this in the Torah. Usually says, isn't that the same thing? So, hayuha. Right, so the father's eating a cheeseburger. Father, it says in the Torah that once you eat the cheeseburger, isn't that the same thing? Okay, so I'm not saying Father don't eat the cheeseburger. Instead, I'm saying, okay, Father says in the Torah don't eat a cheeseburger. So the says, Ella, Omer, Lo, Abo, Ikra, Kasu, Batara, Kafu. Rather, a son should say, Father, you know, there's a pasuk in the Torah, and this is how the pasuk is. So in other words, son gives over information, and ultimately, again, through the conveyance of information, the father ultimately understands what it is that he is in fact doing wrong. So as I said, that is the way, again, by the way, that is codified in Shulchan Aruch. Again, remember, if a son sees the father doing something wrong, the son is obligated to point that out. But a son is obligated to point it out with incredible sensitivity, not in any way saying what the father is doing, rather sharing information with the father, and ultimately the father then understanding of his own volition that what he is doing may be incorrect. What's that? Just want to end off with something very important. Look where he ended. I'll say. At the Mishnah, Pei Aleph, Amud Aleph, perfectly in line with that notion. You know, if in our daf journeys, there are days that we say to ourselves, we are never going to finish this in 7.5 years. Right? We're going to be in a different cycle. Same thing always happens. At the end of every single week, we are exactly where we need to be. We're just bust the done. Give us tremendous physics in how HaKadosh Baruch Hu runs the world well. A lot of times in life we see things day to day and we're wondering, you know what, this is never going to work out. It's never going to be okay. So let's say if we can make it where we need to make it to, as bust the done, as human beings, at the end of every single week, Allah has the strength and tough enough for the Baruch Hu that the Rebbe will also always get us exactly where we need to be, choreograph the events exactly how they need to be choreographed. At some point, at some time, all the pieces drop and everything comes together. Mosai, Shabbos.
I think 0%. I mean, I just giving job and weapon like that at any age is dicey to me.
Well, let's see how old you are.
I did it. I mean, I have a little factory. You know, situation. I did not know you were shooting bows and arrows. You were up shooting arrows with a bow.
Kadoosh. Kadoosh, dude. Brian Callen, give him his flowers, dude. That was a good one. That's a good one.
Brogan seems like the kind of guy that would shoot bows and arrows, right?
Yeah.
So is it the idea that he's just saying that because Rogan did it?
I don't know. But, you know, there's an ocean of arrows and all that. See? Arrows! If I told you I shot bows and arrows, you'd believe me.
Right, bows and arrows. When did you do that? Since probably fucking second grade. Okay, so bow and arrow practice. You practice that on the side of the range.
There it is. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, Brian's stupid, dude. XJ, dude.
Jay can confirm. Child in second grade was given to a bow and arrow and taken to a range because they had bow and arrow ranges in Colorado. That seems like something you could look up.
Yeah.
Jamie.
Dude, it wouldn't it be crazy if Jay wasn't his brother?
I was thinking about that too.
Like if you're playing you, there would be blood. scene where Daniel Clayton finds out he's not his brother, right? He's like, those house of the loyal.
Well, and that, like, the way it is with Shab and Jay is like Shab saying stuff and Jay being like, why we didn't do that?
Yeah, because he's gonna post it.
It's almost like you're not my brother, but I know you are.
And then Shab's in the water just staring at him like, you did that.
And Shab is not smart enough to figure that out. If Shab was Daniel Clayton, that guy they'd be in business together forever.
Yeah. Also, dude, Jay is definitely the lie detector, dude. Because if Shab's talking to Jay and he's making something up, he's lying, and then he drops an axe to Jay, it's like, come on, dude, what are you doing? You're talking to Jay.
You know, he says to Jay, he lies. He said, no, just ask Jay. I'm Jay. I picture Jay as just all day long. He's like in a tucked in shirt, tie, in an office, just all day long answering the phone like, oh, no, that didn't happen. Oh, you can trace back on that. No, that didn't happen. Oh, an arrow.
Oh, really, dude? Comic book? Oh, yeah, he saw a comic book.
He said, what? No, he's just lying again.
Let's see here. Let's hear from back. Sure. Oh, this one's funny. But, okay, so Brendan's about to do comedy, so let's laugh. She says, let me see your pullback. He wants to see what he looks like when he shoots the bow, right? Right, shoots the arrow. You're starting here. Hilarious, dude.
Oh, so he's doing a bit like he doesn't know how to do it?
Yeah.
And he's killing in this room.
Dog, Brendan's bouncing back.
Dude, check out his mangina.
Oh, shit.
Brendan's got a mangina. Look at that. You paused right on the mangina. Did you just, what are you, a chef?
Oh, dude, I'm cooking hot today, dude.
Yeah,
That's a mangina.
Josh Wolf is loving that bit.
And there's no Photoshop, dude.
Now, this is not Photoshop. That's just a pause on the mangy.
That is a black hole of vagina, dude.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You like your manginas? You like your manginas? Thank you. I studied ancient Japanese archery, honestly.
I feel like you're doing that all around.
Well, didn't you see the pictures? Yeah, that's how they were done. Yeah.
Funny as fuck, dude.
Yeah.
Fuck the haters, B. That's funny.
It's a painted narrative you got.
You don't agree? Because typically in other podcasts where the people agree with each other, you'd be like, yeah, dude, that's fucking funny, dude.
Straight Talk Wireless, it's not awful. Yeah, I mean that's like a decent. It didn't make me laugh out loud or anything. I think I understand why you told me to focus on it because I'm like sort of like sometimes I'm not always focusing.
Yeah.
But
you can't stop thinking about the dog in the pound, dude.
The dog is distracting me. But I think that sort of took me out of it a little bit.
Oh, what? Until you focus.
Yeah, I was like, because then I was like watching it, and I watched it and didn't laugh.
Hilarious.
You didn't laugh either.
It's PC, dude. It's physical comedy. You wouldn't understand anything about that. You and your wittiness and cleverness, dude. Fuck you. Fuck you. Okay, this one's posted by Brendan is a hack. Heard it both ways, B. And also, too, I hate doing this bit where I love Brendan Shaw because then you say something for real, and it makes me look like I really love Brendan Shaw. You know that? I'm like, fuck. But he's awesome. I love him. Yeah. It's called, I think it's safe to say, Renella doesn't find Brendan funny. And this is probably my favorite clip of the week. Oh, wow. 100%. And you'll see why, dude. Let's see if you laugh at this one, dude, you fucking bitch. Bitch. Yeah, see. Ready?
Pressure hours are very rough here. Someone stole money from us. That's right. But you know what? Yeah,
What do you got money sold for you?
but you know what? I come from the Darko School of Learning. I'm really good. So you know what about marijuana? It's supposed to be pretty good luck, too. It's been tough this year, though. Yeah, I'm tough. Everything you bigger, the better.
That was amazing. Yeah, you're right. That is the best clip. We've been doing it so much that he did it, and then those shoes.
Also, too, I don't want there to be any confusion. I started doing it because Shop was doing it.
Right.
So, like, people were like, why would you do the good? It's like, dude, Shop's doing it.
Yeah, you started doing it, and then we said it on the pod, so we just like can't stop. Have we figured out, is that magic line on the table?
Probably, I don't know.
I want to know what it is. And then what's that book? Don't
Burn the country.
I wonder if that's that guy's book.
Steve Renella, yeah, probably.
They should have put it like a little bit out more. You can see it. I mean, now it's like right there, more likely to buy the Black Buffalo tobacco alternative or magic line in that book. It's not really in the frame. Or rain. They're covering up the rain there. I'm a merch guy.
I mean, we got rain right here, baby.
Yeah, we're selling merch and we're selling rain and they're not even giving us any money, Bob. Not money.
Dude, honestly, Rain did DM me. They're like, yo, sales are through the roof since you guys started putting it out.
Really?
I was like, well, give us a percent. 1.6 million they owe us. I'm not even laughing, dude.
Yeah, man. Hey, Adrian, the new CEO of Rain, Alan Thompson, I think his name is. He cut us out of the deal. But you know what? We're going to bet on ourselves, baby.
Yes, sir. And Andy's like looking at me.
Oh, she's out of it.
She's upset with how I handled the situation. She wanted us to be at the pricing.
Yeah, so this is her daddy.
People steal money from us. I say, good. And I buy a truck.
TRX or Raptor? Both. Let's see what you did there. Like,
really quick, I just love this. Like,
you dribbled the trucks up.
I want you to know that Steve Renella would have fucking laughed, dude. It's the whole clip's like, he doesn't find the funny. He would have fucking laughed if it wasn't for who, Brendan Cooney?
Papa?
Brian Callen jumping the gun on the punchline, dude. I know you saw that.
What was that?
Let's watch it.
You know what? I come from the Darko School of Learning. I'm really.
Oh, wow, dude. Yeah, wait for your co-host, man.
Look at this guy right here. That's the big
Lips already.
He was dude. Timing is what comedy's all about. Why are you gonna cut off Papa, dude?
Yeah, you gotta let him go.
Let him go, dude. It's so infuriating.
You know what? I come from the Darko School of Learning. I'm really.
He wasn't even finished saying learning.
How funny would it be if, like, Cal's like good, and then Chubb, you know, he's just going right after him, Renella's like, good. And Jocko pops up from behind the couch, he's like, good.
He comes out of nowhere, barf.
I like that.
Where is Tank, dude? Alrighty, so let's go to the next clip, dude. That one, that doesn't get better than that, dude. Just see Renella just looking at him like, you guys got how much money stolen? It's good. What the fuck is happening here, dude? Anyways, this one's posted by Haphazard, great guy. Never met him. It's called They Have a Medium on the show. Even the ghosts are big fans of Papa. Let's see.
Yeah, but it seems like there's a lot of people coming through. He's like, you're a guy that starts with a K that you fought with. And I'm like, he keeps showing you guys like fighting. I'm like, I'm like, Kimbo came through. He's just saying it's unexpected, like a relationship. That was sweet. He's like, all right, we have a loud guy here. He's dressed like a bodybuilder. I was like,
Who is that guy?
Is that the medium?
Well, Hap says that they have a medium on the show. They have a quote-unquote medium.
So that's the medium, that guy with the baseball cap?
I said quote-unquote. That feels so stupid.
What is it supposed to be? In quotation?
Quote-unquote.
Oh, it's a quote-unquote?
Yeah. I said quote-unquote, dude. They have a quote-unquote medium.
Yeah.
Nobody would have noticed if I didn't say it.
No, I didn't even notice, man. This guy, he does not strike me as someone who's a medium. I always think like women are mediums.
I feel like he's more of a man-gina. He's got a little gina there. Do you see that?
That one, they're shadow. Yeah, they're shadows.
He's got a shadow band.
Your medium shows up, he just looks like a frat guy.
Yeah.
Dude, like, and he says frat guy shit. I'm getting right now, he's like this guy that was on the fighter in the queue with the NA, like he said these 5 videos on that. So, Kimbo. Show's like, oh, Kimbo Slides.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, yeah.
But he's not really talking. You guys are fighting each other right now.
Yeah, dude, he just told me that he had drink a beer, dude. Yeah, freaking like crack open, shotgun a beer, dude.
Oh, dude, your mom or your girl, your wife's grandma, she's cakes to get the back right now, dude. Not worth it. I'm still in someone.
Yeah, I'm hearing that. Like, you're like a goose. He's like, he's a G word. Like, begins with a G, dude. Like, you know, gay. Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Rip another one.
dude, yeah, I'm talking to a former LA Times reporter. He's saying, dude, I don't like what he's saying, but you're good. Sounds like a lot of bullshit, right?
all right, yeah, dude. It just keeps going. Podcast novel, like, it starts with a P. I'm like, Pax. He's like, yep, Pax is here. So,
yeah, dude, I could be a medium and talk to Brendan.
Yeah, he just looks up Chop's name like members' names.
No, I could probably be your saying like there's a P, I'm seeing a P. These are facts. You know?
But I'm saying, like, medium, it sounds like he was just, like, looked up the names of family members of Shop. It was like, here's the P, you know.
Do you understand Shop's giving a P? You don't have to do any lookup before.
But he says the P thing. He's like, it begins with a P, and then Chop's like, because he knows.
Yeah, but if he would have said like it begins with a C, he'd be like Cheetos. You know, he would have just yeah, I'm seeing Cheetos. You know, he's just like anything.
He just does Gringo Poppy stuff. He's us. He's not medium. He just watched the Gringo Poppy one time. He's like, your mom was on the phone. She wasn't gonna get something, but she was.
She
really likes it.
She wanted that. She brought up donuts. The vaccine.
You're not anti-vax, but like that there was something you saw, like a guy, even if we're Shop like this guy is amazing.
I don't know why, but it looks like you were scared about the security of your house. You got a ring.
There's something big.
Yeah.
What's big?
I'm seeing shoes. Boots. Oh my god, it's a huge dick. Oh, sorry about that. Dude, Annie's out.
Yeah, she's relaxing.
Let's see.
The majority of those guys. And just saying how, like, he's so proud of me. Like, you pay that bill. And also, like you said, I went through a really tough time. And you keep your head down, just what you're doing. You're on the other end of this. Where I'm so proud of you. Like, most people fold up shop. And then tell Brian the same thing. I know you went through a tough time. Tell us you guys doing the right thing.
Wait, your uncle told Brian this?
No, the media was telling that, like, I'm sorry, yeah, your uncle, then, I'm just kidding. The uncle, you're right. The uncle is telling him about himself and Brian. Yeah.
The uncle's a social media manager.
The uncle cares deeply. His favorite podcast, even as a ghost, is still the Fire.
They're not even talking about the tough time with Tiger Bella. They're not talking about Ring Pop. They're talking about their engagement numbers. Yeah, he's like the numbers.
The numbers are good. Yeah. I've always been a numbers guy. Yeah. He starts being like Miho, like Miho. Taquitos. That's keto, man.
That's the tough time he's talking about. I know there's a tough time your grandma or your wife's mom made taquitos when you should have been keto.
Mediums are just people that make you like, they're like, oh yeah, I'm talking to your uncle right now. He still thinks you're cool. He thinks you're great. Also, all your friends are great. Yeah. And it's bad times. Guess what? They're over.
Already down. Okay, John Lennon.
And I'm telling you guys are on the other end of it. Keep doing what you're doing. It's going to pay off.
Okay, come on, man. Yeah.
The ghost was nice to Brian. That's nice.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
You have to be nice to Brian.
Dude, I don't know about medium. That kid's all fucking.
I mean, it's just a scam, but it's not like a really mean scam because it's like you're just being like, oh, like I said, everyone loves you. They're watching you. They want you to do well. Things are gonna look up. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying it's for sure not real. I kind of, that bothers me when people are like, it doesn't, and you're stupid and all that. I'm just saying most likely it's bullshit.
Yeah.
But if you like it, good. If you're not, don't get me wrong.
If you look up medium in the dictionary, the definition is long muscle.
Yeah, well, it's like, if a big guy gets in a small car and your only takeaway is that, how does he get in there? And then, but then sometimes you look at a big guy in a small car and you're like, wow, that's ridiculous. That's the same way I feel about me.
So both ways.
I see it both ways. So,
all right, we got one more clip, guys. This one's called this was posted by Uncle TYS.
Peak redaction. That's clips about me. Are you I'm trying to get my mom.
He lives with you.
No one in here believes medium stuff? Go say that. No. You guys are bored now, dude. You guys are weird. No, shut the fuck up. No. Wait, you don't have to. What do you mean?
Yeah. Good catchphrase. It's funny to believe wholeheartedly in ghosts and mediums, but not believe in a disease that people you know have had. Like Rogan had. He admitted he had COVID. Yeah. So it did exist, at least.
believe in COVID. You know what I mean? Come on, isn't that what we believe in a lot? Exactly. Yeah. Come on, what? You can get COVID. You can get COVID. I've had it 4 times. Yeah. So do you believe in it?
Yes. That's so good. Sorry, Andy. You're not built for this show. But we'll never give you a. You gotta watch it again.
Oh, you want to watch the live again?
Well, I like how he says I had it 4 times.
Dude, let's just real quick comment on this outfit, dude.
You think it's crazy?
It's amazing, bro.
It's the deep V, right?
Deep V, maybe not, maybe button up with a little loose button.
Okay.
And gold chains, dude. Yeah, and a golden hat. Because guess what? It's the golden chain.
It's the golden out. I think the hat is what makes it weird. Other than that, I think it's pretty normal for Papa.
I was trying to give Matt McCorkle a shout out there. You shout out.
Oh,
It's the golden shower.
what's that?
Well, Matt McCorkle. Or what's his name?
Sean
Sean McCorkle. Sean
McCorkle. Okay.
Yeah, you know Matt Mitchell on the
Show?
Sean
Oh, yeah.
McCorkle said that he had this is another post of Chang's. I don't know if you saw it. But he's like, yeah, Brendan is on the golden shower. Hilarious. Saying that he's talking to mediums. And guess what? They contacted him. When they're contacting the dead, messing with Ouija. Way too much setup too for the one punchline. Right. And then the punchline is his stand-up career, dude. His dead. He was contacting his stand-up career.
Oh, one of the posts, yeah. Well, if you haven't seen it, we did 2 interviews with Sean and he asked Daddy.
What is his name? Big Sexy.
Yeah, Big Sexy. Daddy. Yeah, so check that out. Yeah. Especially the first one blew us all away. Changed the game forever. So check that out.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you know, and also just don't talk to mediums, dude.
That's sure does paint a narrative. I don't care. Maybe you go to a medium and you hear from Kimbo Slice. That's pretty block or that close to me.
So, true. Talk to a medium. Ask Kimbo for the deets, the facts.
Yeah. If you can get to a medium and you can get Kimbo on the line from the medium, ask him if he's been talking to Sean. That's what I want to do. Because that puts the whole, him making up he's talking to celebrities on a different level. If he's now talking to, not actually lying about talking to dead celebrities. Yeah, that's a whole different thing. That's different.
Also, too, if you do talk to a medium, ask to speak to Eli from There Will Be Blood. And ask him, did Daniel Plainview drink his milkshake? Or say that?
Eli is a movie character, so the medium may look at you like you're redacted when you do that.
That's a good medium then. If the medium just starts acting like they know what they're talking about, you know what I'm saying?
If the medium starts doing movie voices, if he starts doing impersonations, you might just be on our show.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I am the revelation.
We're going to watch There Will Be Blood.
Yeah, there'll be a sample. There will be less than a few. All right, bye. Later. If everybody had a North Star across the USA, then everybody be there like it took a long way. It's anywhere to there, to Los Angeles too. I can turn to black hair, trouble to black hair. You see, it never said we didn't have any lines. Shadow in the new it's never me. All over the country, never leave away. Never show their kids all the people that came. One day, we will never do the Beach Boys again. Stop my favorite time of the week when you can hear Papa try to speak. It's a problem to me. You better watch 10 minutes of shop. Welcome back to 10 minutes of shop. As always, please join the patrons desperately needed. We are reviewing stand-up specials. We just did Rob Schneider special. We just called,
What was it called?
Woke Up in America.
Yeah. We took 2 weeks off of the comedy reviews because we're so Netflix with work and stuff. Yeah. Kind of blocked myself for content, but
It's back, Big Daddy. It's back, Daddy.
leave a comment with what special you want us to do next.
And we also have early access to this show on the Patreon. But anyways,
Also, too, October 15th, I'm at the Ontario Improv.
look at you guys.
Why would that work too much, baby?
Nice. Should be a hot show. Tickets still available.
Yeah, but it's the calm before the storm. Don't forget that.
That's right. All right, well, anyways, that's not why you're here, though. No. You are here to watch 10 Minute Shot. So start the timer, play the chin clip. Timer starts now.
All right, the first clip here is posted by You My Ninja. Oh, that's a dicey name right there, dude. It's called Brendan Schwab. They don't spell his name right. That's disrespectful. Schwab tries to get in the comedy mothership. Let's see this.
I thought we were going to have audio.
All right, audio is king. Let's get back to audio. Here we go.
Best brains, please. Looks like the beginning of Enter the Void by Gaspar Noé. Noé, ever heard of a great movie in 1999?
Hell yeah, dude. That movie, to be honest, dude, that movie could have been an hour and a half, dude. But it was even shorter. It was 4 hours.
Was it really?
Yeah.
I saw it a while ago, but I really liked it. It was good.
Same here. It was crazy. You're right. It's probably what it says, though. Kind of weird. What was there? Maybe it's a different movie. Let's see. I like how he got that far into the mothership without even just like bypassing the line.
Oh, that's the mothership. Wow. I didn't know.
Oh, well, the audio probably messed you up. But yeah, this is Brendan Schwab trying to get to the mothership.
Oh, another instance of me not even listening to the title, but it's Jesus. Let's go with the audio reading.
That's a good terrible reason you got to understand America.
I like no. I mean, no is just like you saying no to that guy, but it sounds like you saying no. This isn't America. This is Holston.
Yeah, we do a 6th Street. 6th Street deal for deer. Let's be honest, it doesn't sound like Brendan. It sounds like a Brendavius.
This is Brendan. All right, Brendan Sneaky. That's so funny. Oh, you're saying he sounds like a black guy?
Yeah.
I can't. I honestly don't think so.
Well, when you say bro,
There could be so many races. Yeah, dude. I mean, look at Trevor Wallace's bro.
oh, yeah. Oh, this is probably Trevor Wallace.
Yeah, I mean, this literally could be Trevor
This is
Wallace.
Trevavius, dude.
But they probably, draw the red carpet for him and Schultz.
You're
This
right.
is Schultz recording. Yeah, if he says the word merch.
He said, this is not America. Oh, what the fuck? Brendan Schwab's voice randomly at the HS Go today. So what do you think about that? Trying to get into the mothership?
I can't believe that the mothership has security like that.
Yeah.
Decked out. They're like that's like a comedy sauce on it.
Yeah.
I mean, sure they have security now, but it's not like that.
No, they don't got some dude with a vest on.
Yeah, they had more than one guy with a vest on.
That's crazy.
And then the guy with the vest on had one of those hats with the U. What is that? What is this? That Perry or something like that? Like the nicer clothing line. What is it called? I think that's what it was. But anyways, there.
Dude, it should be. This next one's posted by Kilo One Kenobi. I guess it's from an old episode of T-Fat K with Shane Gillis.
Oh yeah, sounds
This is
great.
Bell Lacey. He says, we all know he really thought it was chomping at the bit. And the clip is called, it's chomping at the bit, right? Listen here.
And that's what you're dealing with. And there's 100 other guys just like me that are fucking chunk.
I like how he says 100. There's 100 other guys. Nobody's just like you, Brittany. You're one of a kind.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
No one is like Scoob.
Nobody's wearing you say this all the time. Nobody's wearing that either.
Nobody's wearing the Chief Wahoo guy anymore. No one has ever been this bad at stand-up. If Scoob was like, hey man, you're like me, it's almost like an insult.
Really? I think so. I would be honored. Yeah. If he saw himself in me, I'd be like, whoa, dude, I gotta sit down. You know what I mean?
I like it in the sense that it's like it's flattering from his perspective, but at the same time, I'd be like, we different.
I mean, yeah, there's a fear inside of me that he'll treat me like Eli from Throwing Blood at the end of the movie where Daniel Levy kills him. If you're ever to meet him.
Oh yeah, I mean, he might be very angry. He's like, I am a real comic.
That was a little bit of me.
I'm produced.
Don't bully me, Brendan! They're fucking chomping at the dick. You're not gonna make it. Yeah, that's my time.
It's chomping the shit, right?
There's no way. I don't think he brought. My guess is he doesn't always say chomping in the dick, but he said it wrong this time. And then he immediately realized that instead of being honest, he did a pop visit.
Could be a Freudian slip.
That's right. With all his history, you're right. I mean, you can't count anything out this way.
Chomping at the 8-inch. I mean, at the dick. I mean, the bit.
Eggs being good.
Too many people say chomping at the dick. True. So I changed it up.
If you were like saying that for your whole life, yeah, you know, chomping at the dick.
I like the idea of too many people say chopping at the bit. I don't think that's true either. I don't hear it. It's a saying. It's like, people say it. Do too many people say firing on all cylinders? Cinders, as I say. No. It's why would you come up with that? It's so bad.
Chopping at the dick.
Chopping at the dick.
They're different in Denver. I'll tell you that right now.
Because people hanging out with him have never said anything to him about chopping at the dick.
Maybe we're behind on this one, so I'm pretty sure people got to the bottom of it. But listen, dude, where there's smoke, there's fire. Right? He didn't know the original saying.
No, I mean, there's so many sayings there's so many sayings he gets wrong and doesn't know, but this one he knows.
The smartest told the shit. Yeah. Anyways, let's go. We're trying to speak for him, but we shouldn't because it's always publicly. We always know the answer.
True. Even with that most redacted thing.
Yeah, exactly. This one's posted by Haphazard, homie.
Oh, shout out to him.
It's called "Got rid of the overly modded truck that was too big to replace it with a too big modded truck." Let's see. Okay. Yes, discuss. I don't know if that's good or not. So you got a Raptor. But that was the Raptor. I got a Taylor.
That's, to be fair to me, and I like Raptors music. Listen, it's like Yankees Red Sox. I don't care. Either TRX or Team Raptor. That Raptor, to be fair, it came pre-modded, so it had like carbon fiber all over it. It was lived in. It was positive.
It's always like, what's he even talking about? Every clip, like, to steal his food. What are we doing here? TRX versus some other truck is Yankees Red Sox. I don't think that's a good analogy, and I don't even know what he's talking about. There's just no way it is. But it does answer my question when I asked, like, what is TRX? Oh, that's a kind of truck, I guess.
Yeah, TRX.
Yeah, Raptor. Come on, you know trucks? Oh, I know.
I like acting like I do, though.
Yeah. Well, and people may respect you more. Yeah, you didn't have to tell the truth there. Come on, dude. That makes you different.
Yeah, I'm different.
You're different than Papa. You fessed up. You could have made me look like a little pig.
You can argue that I'm the same as Papa because I'm acting like I know my trucks.
But you immediately said you don't.
No. Okay, so yeah, I'm different.
Because you could have made me seem like a duck.
Yeah.
But instead, you're like, no, Brennan, my friend Brennan, co-host, my North Star. If I may. He's not a duck. He's a hawk. Before they just doubled out. I'm trying to get better for him. That's my whole thing, is just get better for Brian.
Alright, sorry. Okay, so let's keep on here.
The suspension had so many issues. The engine was starting to have so many issues. So they just tuned it wrong, so I got rid of it. So and I couldn't drive it.
So why'd you get this one?
Because I like it.
That's not really an answer to the question. Okay, that's fine, but why?
I got that one because it's a Hellcat engine. There's so many possibilities.
That's a good answer for a lot of crimes you would commit.
It is kind of like,
Why did you rob my bank? I'm not free.
American.
It's American. American about my shit. Yeah, no,
I get that one because it was a Hellcat engine. So many possibilities. He sounds like somebody that has no idea what he's talking about. Define Hellcat engine, Brendan. 8 inches.
Okay, so Daddy buying next Thursday's gonna be a battle for Daddy. 1,000 horsepower.
but I saw that.
Race meet in front. Hey. Race meet in
Well,
front.
you're in effect that has 1,000 horsepower because it's a big car, so it may not go that fast.
That's like his only takeaway, dude. Good point. It might not go that fast because it's a big car. Like, come on, dude. Come on, man. But how does it go that fast if it's only... I see what you're doing, but this is ridiculous. He's saying that the truck can beat the Ferrari.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. It's a comedy podcast, Brendan. Be cool. He's joking, bro. But I don't understand the joke. He's a premier stand-up comedian. I don't get it. He almost toured the UK. That's right. He did have a tour going. He was a lot closer than we were. Was he? Open question.
That's what I'm like Vin Diesel. I'm living like 1 quarter mile at a time.
Vince Diesel. He's like Vince, yeah. Vincent.
Fine, but that means you're probably going to either like die soon or run out of money. You know what I mean?
Fair point.
He does, he's just doing voices, really. He wants to do a bit. There's no bit there, but it's the voice. Yeah. Oh, really, dude? Oh, really? Oh, really, dude? Yeah. Also, too, there's been other posts. Oh, dude, I don't know if I pulled it up. Maybe we'll see later, but he's got a story post where it says, gets only 10 miles per gallon. Good. Oh, yeah, I saw that. I mean, we do a lot of voices, too, on the thing. Yeah. They only do one voice, and I think we try and have, like, an idea behind the voice. Like, when we're like, if I said I was going to do a voice, yeah, I would agree. It's kind of the same, I don't know, but yeah, but I don't know, it's still funny. Like, Daniel Plainview saying good. That's a good one. That's a good one. I've abandoned my boy. Good. But there's, like, a bit behind that. And maybe we're wrong, maybe it's tired, but not yet. I don't think. Yeah, no, Dad is tired. My favorite comment sounds too good on the Patreon. Where overused the good bit. Good. Yeah, I think he might be the first person to have said that. Yeah. Other people have tagged it, but you know how you can think that doing that exact same bit over and over again. Yeah, so far it has been. All right, so and also too, people are like, where'd you get the good bit? It's been like so long. It's because they said it all over T-Fat K. We watched that one long clip before we started recording last week. Yeah, you heard it, I did it, and then you said it, and then we just started doing it. And I was mocking Brendan because that's what he said. He's like, I watched Jocko Willing at 4 in the morning. So I was like, ooh. And I'll admit, another admission here is I do like the Jocko idea. It does make me feel good. Oh, yeah, we'll see. I did it before Jocko said it. Yeah, I swear to God. It was more like a thing in the kitchen. You know, we ran out of tomatoes. Good. Not with the voice. Good? We always say good. It's ridiculous in the way he does it, where he's like, you know, oh, your son has cancer, good, or whatever that clip is, good. His daughter had pneumonia. Yeah. Watch this clip. Like, obviously, that's ridiculous. But the idea of, like, just, you know, anything bad that happens, just say good, trying to overcome it. I like that message. These are dark times for us. We're open minded. Open minded with no promise of a future. Good. All right, so this one's posted by Who the Fuck Are We? It's called a Beast of a Comic. Of course, they misspelled comic.
And our fail is in stand-up. So Shane Gill's number 1 special, great special, number 1 special.
I'm just laughing at, like, the idea is, in our field, stand-up, everything he says to me is funny. He's just talking about stand-up, talking about Shane Gillis, talking about stand-up. You know, he's like my coworker, and he's like number 1 now, but, you know, I was number 1 at one point. Oh, dude, Job is terrible. You know, stand-up. I don't think great guy I've ever met, but whatever he's about to say, it's just ridiculous to me. That'd be like if I was talking about Shane, like, you know, we both are doing it. It's like, no, it's a huge difference, even though we're all one of the 1,000. We both put our pants up one leg at a time. Yeah.
And our fail is in stand-up. So Shane Gill's number 1 special, great special, number 1 special. You have a week now.
those shoes are electric.
Yeah, those are Beetle Transformer shoes. But he did say George Carlin, right? So, bravo, Bob.
Yeah, it's hard for me to say George Carlin now. I swear to God. I always say George Carlton now.
I'll go a step further. I don't want to say Carlin. I want to say Carlton.
Timeline for the next 2-3 years. We were talking about that. Now I'm thinking about some of these great specials. You have a week, man. A week. And then, so my thing, why do it?
Why do it? Why are we down here? You're right. No more specials, dude. No reason.
Dude, I love the new Shane Gillis special, dude. He's blockbuster. We've been talking about that for a while.
Nowadays, you know how many times they want to see the specials, dude? 7 times a week.
No, you watch it one time a week and you do it begrudgingly.
Yeah.
All right, so this next one's anything else about that one? These shoes are blockbuster.
Bad shoes, like you see them in the store and you go, wow, people buy those. And then it's like, or you go, wow, who buys those in the shop? Literally goes and takes one. You can get these in size 10.
Size 10.
Say his feet are
small, dick having ass motherfucker. All right, this next one's posted by All I Do. This next one's posted by All I Do Is Lie to You. It's called Barn Door, playing the same position as Aaron Rodgers. Let's see.
Most people thought it looked like Ian Hernandez, right?
Wait, I think he's Rodgers.
I think he might have.
Like, same body type.
Come on.
I did that on one episode.
I just douched myself, dude.
I mean, if you caught yourself, I'm pretty sure I said Aaron Rodgers. Corrected. I said Melbourne, Australia. Okay. Even though I watch him again, he clearly says Florida.
Yeah, I know. That's both of us got confused
Both ways, though.
Yeah.
To be fair.
Well, I just want to say I got men on the mind, dude. Aaron Rodgers on the mind. And on the airwaves now. Let's see.
That's where look at that shit.
It's so funny that he does the code switching.
Yeah, it's all voice. This is so unfunny. That was who said that? Where did he hear that?
He's like, Chappelle called me Brett Davies. Just saying. You know what I'm saying? A boy from
Did Chappelle call him Brett Davies?
It's a joke. Yeah. You know, I'm a comedian. You know,
Yeah,
so we do
you're
jokes.
always keeping them busy.
We just do bits. Yeah.
I can tell how you were. When Aaron Hernandez, I used to have my head shaved when I found the UFC. When he was on trial, I was in Maria Del Rey picking up like Twisted or something. I was buying the grocery. This dude's on trial, and I hear the guy behind me going, I'm telling you, he's lying in something. No, this motherfucker's right. That's him. That's him. Wait, go back. We're going to that statement. Go back to that. Go back to that. Wait, go back to that. That's crazy. Look at this. Look at this crazy. That's crazy. Come on, man. That's crazy, right? Come on. And they have the same size, too. Same height, same body type.
Same brain.
He played tight end. He played tight end. He played football at Colorado, University of Colorado. What position did you play? I was a fullback, like H-back.
Yeah. Okay, so you gotta help me out with this. What's the difference between a tight end and a fullback?
So they both block, but the fullback's more like a running back.
Yeah,
The fullback is more like a running back, and the tight end catches.
Okay.
The tight end is like a really jacked, big wide receiver.
Gronkowski.
Yeah, he's a tight end.
And then a fullback is
Like Mike Allstott, who that's Shab was talking about before. They're like a big, maybe some. I don't know a whole lot about football, but I think fullback's probably like a big running back that blocks more than actually runs.
okay. He's like an offensive linebacker.
In a way, they do similar duties, but they also run and catch. Okay, score touchdowns.
Tight. All right. Let's go to the next one. Then the fucking football blockbuster. I'm trying to get into football though. I'm doing my best.
Yeah, you are right. That's something you're doing.
Yeah. All right. So this was posted by All I Do Is Lie to You. It's called Brenda Keeps Everyone Honest in Sports Stats. Let's see.
So I was playing football, and they were terrible. And I was like, where's the score? Where's the score? Like, we're going to keep scoring. I'm like, the fuck, we don't. Rest of the game, I bring scoreboard. 14-0. Like,
He's the most realistic when he's doing his dumb dad shit. Because I believe that.
Yeah, a team of coaches like, all right, kids, let's just have fun. We're not going to keep scoring. The fuck, we are.
If he said they have, they use like dropping F bombs. Just like, oh! But he's famous, so they're like, okay, that's fine. Brennan's got a little crazy every once in a while.
if you hurts the kid's feelings, I'm like, where I come from, These little bitches need to know they're not.
Yeah, where do you come from? Did you grow up rough? I don't think so, dude.
These little bitches, the fuck we are? These little bitches need to know what's up.
I know it's not true. He's a dude. He's copyright, so like, yeah, he's joking. Sure, this is a silly time, right?
Okay, yeah.
But I can't help but imagine him actually saying this verbiage in front of the kids.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, I don't think it's not possible that he's doing this. Yeah. I think that they, like I said, it's kind of it's the most believable of the things he says.
We're not keeping school with them. They think everything's all good. We're a professional athlete. Yeah.
It's not all good at T-ball. It is all good. If it's not all good at T-ball, then where is it good? That's like those are the salad days, Papa.
Yeah.
It's 28-0. It is 28-0. It's halftime. What do we do different?
I like how his quote switching though too is kind of like an effeminate female black woman.
Oh no, bitch! It's fucking 28-0, and this guy, I don't know who he is, but he's loving it just as much as we do. Because Shab is, I hate to tell you this, guys, Shab's funny. You know, I mean, some of you understand that. I think a lot of you do. But if you were to go here and see him acting like this, you're gonna laugh. Now, not on purpose, really, but it's like impossible if you're there and he's saying things like this to not laugh. That's why he's laughing.
You guys would think that I'm the whole episode of T-Fat K if I was on it, but I would be genuinely enjoying myself.
Yeah, because you would just be shocked at the things being said, and you'd be like, oh man. And then when he does a Shabism, it's like you've been waiting to happen.
So what do you think about Russell Brand, dude? Just wait for it. Yeah, just let him go.
Yeah, because that's the best brains question. Because he's gonna say some crazy shit. Or best case scenario, he just says 8 inches.
Yeah, and if he hits me with one of those like elongated,
Yes. Or one of those ones where he's like, when he says man at the end of it, like oh man, I like that too.
And then he goes daddy. I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm just gonna go to the back and
Your daddy would be like a fine wine. That's like a word. 88. Oh, what is this? 82? No, we went into the. You went downstairs to the cellar and just went up.
Those orange slices, the prime, nobody's getting them. I'm not believing that, all right? Yeah, hell yeah. What's wrong? How's it all?
Sir.
best brains, dude.
Yeah.
Because we can even make a high school team. I'll be real with you. It's Coach Brendan. Half y'all shouldn't be on the field. But we're entertaining. He would check friends of mine. My friends would be like, my friend, when you play T1 football, I was at Buffalo Bills for a couple minutes. But he fought UFC, so he's
like, what is happening? They all just had some magic mind. It's crazy.
And he said, my friend said, played in high school. My friend said, he's talking to my fingers. I ran a 4.5 in high school. And Brendan didn't even know because no, he didn't. And I told him, I said, I don't think you're lying. I think your coach who did the time is lying. I said a 4.5. You don't run a 4.5 here. 4.5. It's fast. It's fast. You have to see it. How's the 4 6 higher? I did, probably 3:15, 12 times. 12? Yeah. 3:15, 12 times. Yeah. TRT did it 12 times. I did 225, 40.
I didn't follow any of that because I'm not a numbers guy.
Well, that's the whole like Brock Lesnar comparison thing, where it's like Brock Lesnar did this and you did that. How's that possible, B?
Yeah, you know. Yeah, no, I trust in the chain chefs. They're probably right.
Honestly, like, even if you were to tell us that, I know I'm lying. That's a fucking lie, dude. You know what I mean? It's like, it's gotten to the point where you cannot trust anything Brendan's saying, but I'm game. I'll listen to everything that comes out.
Well, I enjoy watching him lie.
Yeah. All right, so let's go to this one. It's posted by the homie Haphazard. It's called The Year 1 Year is Up. Have you seen this one?
No, but I like the country not to stay as the tag.
Yeah, the country not to stay. All right, let's see this one here.
This time. You're smart though, because you see a lot of people that get internet fame, and then they have to get up on stage, and you have to put in the work. It lasts 1 year, sir. Last 1 year. You'll see them like they're big on YouTube.
Why does he have to say something, dude?
Yeah, you should send this one out, Bob. Send it out. If they're talking about it, just send it out.
But then again, it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, you can get douche
Because if Papa just sits there pensive, they're going to be like he's thinking about how he sucks or whatever.
Yeah, so we should be like, yeah, I know, I did it. Yeah, I have seen this one. I actually have seen this one.
They on TikTok or Vine, whatever, and then they start headlining, and then a year goes by, like, where'd they go? Because they don't put in the work. Because the audience, you got 1 year. Yeah, you can't go back. You want a good show, you can't go back.
Y'all could do it. You won't grow. See, some people still got an audience, but they do this every year.
Yeah.
And you can't grow until you can't cheat the work because it's not cheating.
I don't know. You want to look it up?
Sure.
All right.
I like his necklace. It says something is popping.
Something is popping.
I honestly couldn't pull it off, but I like it.
Let's go to YouTube.
He's not wrong with what he's saying about Papa. But I don't know. I mean, I think you can. I don't know. Because I haven't been touring like that. Is Country Wayne? So we still don't know. He's all right. Never mind. Let's see here. Country Wayne. Must be like an internet guy.
They don't tag him in the. Oh, that's fucking up.
Whatever, dude. I just wanted to make sure I didn't know who it was.
Country Wayne. He's a YouTuber. Oh, you do YouTube?
Oh, so he does stand up.
Oh, he does?
It says, brings a southern fire in the one-of-a-kind stand-up special on Father.
Oh, okay. On Netflix. Wow. Check it out someday. Yeah. Let's see here. All right, so let's finish up this.
No way, nobody ever did it, and you're not going to feel good about their fruits if you don't work. So, yeah.
Okay, so they're speaking on it from experience because he's a YouTuber turned comedian. I'm assuming. I don't know anything about
My only disagreement with that clip is that, don't talk about men on airwaves.
That's that's good. But they didn't name the waters. They didn't drop names.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, Papa already knows not to talk about men on airwaves.
I know, yeah.
I don't know where we're at there.
Yeah. Wow, how are we doing here?
All right, so this one's also posted by Haphazard. It's called Beast of the Dead. Did we watch this one?
Maybe.
Let's see. Ready? Here it goes.
The movie of the cartoons. The movie's good. Yeah, it's on Netflix.
Yeah, it's really bad.
My son, he's Tiger's into, was it Kazam? That guy, it's like a superhero. Yeah, Kazam. When you look at Kazam, it's not even a thing out there. I was like, that's gay. Yeah, but he's young. Yeah, but he's gay.
I don't know how it shocks me, but it's like, it shocks me when he does that.
Yeah.
You're calling your son gay because he likes Kazam?
The superhero movie? I think he's saying the act is gay, not necessarily that his son is gay.
Oh, just liking the movie is gay?
Liking, I think, like superhero. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Brendan needs help on so many things. One of them is fatherhood. He's making some bad decisions.
Yeah, he said the F word for gay people. He's saying retarded. He's saying gay. He's trying to follow in Shingles' footsteps. Even after he said that Shingles' podcast sucks.
That is funny. He was like, it's not that good. It's like way better than this.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Well, but no, it's not gay if it's that young.
Yeah, it's really gay.
And all the superheroes
One question.
Kazam?
Yeah, but how old is he?
7. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That's for them to see.
Meaning of the minds.
Yeah, it's right there, but why did he say that? There's not anything out of him.
I feel bad. I don't feel bad for Chris. But he's trying. His comedic mind is like, all right, let's figure out how to get a laugh here.
Right. It's the leader shop.
Chris, are you not listening?
But I'm saying like who
His comedic mind is combating.
All right, fellas, good morning. Good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's here today. Our annual Talmud to reduction paid. Listen, Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Rothschilds as the Zichus Soros Tolos and this. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Haba Alinu Latova, Stephen Terry Zinn in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen on the occasion of his 12th yard site, Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zichron Lebracha. And our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Mel and Karen Ram, Leaving Nishmas Mel's grandmother, Esther Bas Yaakov Lebracha. We hope that the merits of our Talmud Torah, all of the Nishmas have the families in the Chamo, all of those who need reflection should have one. Karach Hashbach Shemir home all of our hostages and our holy soldiers successful. The whole of the Syria. So we got to begin today's class is Ayin Ches 79. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem on Ayin Ches on the base 78b. We left off with Rabbi Nechemia, which is all right, pretty far up on the dot, but all right, that's fine. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 lines down from the top. Rabbi Nechemia, it's supposed to remember again, just kind of starting like something in the middle of something, just to orient ourselves a bit. You know, I was talking about the concept of incarcerating someone because you don't know what to do with them. So remember again, what's the relevance? What's the relevance of that for us? The relevance of that for us is as follows. We're dealing with the case over here where Reuben injures Shimon. And Shimon looks like he's going to die, but hasn't died yet. So we need to hold on to Reuben and figure out what ends up happening with Shimon. So we're trying to figure out, where do you find the makar? What is the source for this concept, ultimately, again, that you can hold on to someone or incarcerate someone until you know exactly what the outcome is, what you're going to do with them. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Nechemia, Yoleth Megadif. So Rabbi Nechemia learned that this concept of Megadif. Megadif was the blasphemer, the person who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu b'farhesya in public in the desert. The lo haviyada ibak talahu. Because again, Rabbi Nechemia says the Megadif is describing that example because the whole chapter of the Megadif was no one knew what to do with him. So therefore, what did they do? They incarcerated him. They held him. They put him in a holding cell because kilo parash maya selah. They did not know what to do with him. So they come and that's the makar. Sometimes when you don't know what to do with someone, by definition, hold them, incarcerate them until you figure it out. So the Gemara says, "Rabbanon megadef hora shah haisa." Rabbanon said, "No, you can't bring a right from the megadef because the megadef was an outlier. Hora shah literally means, like a temporary allowance. But for our purposes, what it also means is it's an outlier. It's not a paradigm, it's an outlier. Why? This is very interesting. There were two instances of people who committed egregious acts in the desert. Okay, let me rephrase that. There are multiple instances of people who committed egregious acts in the desert. There were two times where someone did something and Moshe did not know what to do with the individual. One of them was the Koshish. The person was Mechal Shabbos, violated Shabbos before Hasi in public. And the second was the Gadif, was the person who blasphemed HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Listen to this. The Yar says as follows. Yodei Haya Moshe Rabbeinu, Shalakoshish B'misa. Moshe knew that the Mekoshish, the guy who was Mechal Shabbos, Moshe knew that he was Chayiv Misa, Shneimar, Mechaloleha Mos Dumas. Because everyone knows that the punishment for Shabbos desecration is death. Hello. What did Moshe Rabbeinu know? Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know which death penalty should he get. Shneimar, Kilo Parash Maya Selo, Aval Gadif, Lo Ne'emar Bo, Lo Ne'emar Bo, Ela Farish Rapi Hashem, Shlo Haya Moshe Yodea, Im Hu Ben Misa Kar Im Lav. But by the Megadif, Moshe Rabbeinu had no idea what his punishment was. It's interesting. Now Moshe Rabbeinu knew obviously something has got to happen to this guy. He did something terribly egregious. What's his punishment? But Moshe Rabbeinu had no idea. Therefore, they had to go ahead and incarcerate him. According to the Rabbanon, because Moshe Rabbeinu had absolutely no idea what to do with the Megadif, he cannot serve as a source for this concept of Chavshua, of incarceration. So Bechemia, and you'll see Trev Umdini. So Moshe said, here's what's interesting. So now, going back for just a moment, we had this concept. We had this concept of Umdini. Umdini means that based on values. So remember again, we saw this in the Mishnah. This is the next Mishnah as well. That halacha l'maisa, in order for someone to be liable, basically has to evaluate if the injury was strong enough to cause death, if the weapon used was capable of causing death. So the Gemara says, I understand why the Torah records two different concepts of umdini. One case is amdul l'misa v'chaya. So one is talking about a case where Beis Din originally says, so Reuben hit Shimon. Beis Din, right? Shimon didn't die instantaneously. So what happens? Beis Din evaluated the situation. They evaluated that Shimon is going to die. Shimon is going to die. What happened? Chaya. Mazel tov. Shimon lived. And what's the halacha in that case to both sides? The halacha is that Reuben goes free. V'chad amdu l'misa v'hakyam mashahaya. In the other cases where Reuven again injured Shimon, Shimon, Baruch Hashem, well, Shimon looked like he was going to die. Then Baruch Hashem, he has a recovery, or I should say, a partial recovery. That in that case also Reuven goes free. Why do you need two of these evaluations? So what it's talking about a case where literally again, Reuven injured Shimon. Shimon was going to die. Bezin evaluated that he was going to die. Baruch Hashem, he recovered. And the halacha therefore is that Reuven goes free. And what it's talking about a case where Reuven injured Shimon. And then what happened? So Bezin said, okay, he injured him, but halacha he didn't injure him in a way that's threatening to his life. And then Shimon ends up dying. Even in that case, Reuven goes free as well. Right? Why does Reuven go free as well in that case? Because halacha l'maisa, at the end of the day, Bezin originally evaluated that Reuven did not do something that potentially caused Shimon's death. Rabbi Nechemiah would say, "Amdu l'chaim umeis lo tzarich bra." No. Halacha l'maisa, the case where Bezin evaluated, they said Shimon's not going to die, right? And then he died. Of course, Reuven is going to go free. And there's no shaila over there. Why? Shari yotza mi Bezin zaka. Because again, once Bezin already went ahead and said that she's not going to die as a result of these injuries, Reuven is scot-free already. Now again, he may be high for damages. But Allah Almighty is not going to be brought back to Bezin for any kind of injury. Okay, so let's say the first hard line. Interesting case over here. Reuven injures Shimon. Right? And what happens? Bezin evaluated, and they said that Shimon is going to die of these injuries, or this is the type of injury that could bring about Shimon's death. And what happened? Baruch Hashem, Shimon lived. What's the halacha? Potter also. Ultimately, Reuven is potter. Again, we'll have to see exactly what potter means. Potter, obviously, what does potter mean? What does it mean? Potter from death penalty, right? The shaila is he going to be chayav in damages? All right, we'll get to that. I'm doing. But first, let's say again, Reuven injured Shimon, and then what happened? He's evaluated, and he said, okay, Shimon is going to die as a result of these injuries. And then what happened? And then Baruch Hashem, Shimon's condition improved. What's the halacha? Omdin also omed sheni l'mamon. Oh, very interesting. At that point, I will say, obviously, if Reuven injures Shimon and Bezin says, okay, Shimon's going to die, there's no financial judgment against Reuven. Why not? Right? You can't be chayiv both Misa and Mamon. You can't be chayiv death penalty and monetary compensation. Now the second piece is very interesting. So Reuven injures Shimon. Bezin says, okay, Shimon's going to die. So therefore, again, we're waiting for Shimon to die, then we'll execute Reuven. There is no monetary judgment against Reuven. In this case over here, interestingly enough, then Baruch Hashem, Shimon has a shtek of Shlomo. He has a little bit of an improvement in his condition. In that case, the Brisa says, we bring Reuven back to Bezin. Omdin also omed sheni l'maman. Okay, Baruch Hashem, now Shimon's not going to die. No problem. Baruch Hashem will bring Reuven back to Bezin for a second judgment to assess monetary damages. Good. So the Gemara says, "In la'achar came hechbed umeis halach." I'm sorry. In la'achar came hechbed umeis. So we'll say, what happens afterwards again? So now this is an interesting case, right? So Reuven injures Shimon at first glance. So Bezin says Shimon's going to die of injuries. So obviously, we're going to wait till Shimon dies to execute Reuven. Then Shimon's condition improves. So what do? We bring Reuven back to Bezin for an omed sheni, a second evaluation for monetary damages. Then what happens? Shimon becomes ill again, or his condition worsens, and he dies. And Nechemiah says, okay, in this case over here, we're not going to put Reuven to death because there's too much going on over here. So we'll go after the second evaluation damages, and we will pay those damages to Shimon's heirs. The Chum say, "Ein omed achar omed." Chum say, no, we don't do valuations after valuations. Like that's too confusing. Time we look another brisa. Amdua l'misa omdin also l'chaim. So listen to this was like if halacha l'maisa, Reuven injured Shimon again, and based in judge Reuven is going to be put to death. And then what happens? If Shimon's condition improves, we'll change the evaluation. All right. L'chaim ein omdin osa l'misa. But interestingly enough, if Reuven injures Shimon and Beis initially says Shimon's going to live, and then Shimon's condition worsens, we do not change the evaluation. In other words, essentially what we're saying is like this. We'll change the evaluation when it benefits Reuven, which is a line in general which is aligned with the general motif that we are reticent to put people to death. That's happening over there. So therefore, if Reuven enters Shimon and Beis and says, Shimon's going to die, and then Shimon's condition improves, we'll change the evaluation from capital to monetary. On the other hand, if Reuven enters Shimon and at first glance Beis says Shimon's going to survive, therefore this is a monetary case, not a capital case, and then Shimon's condition declines, we will not go ahead and switch the evaluation. What happens if you originally evaluated the situation and you said that, okay, Shimon's going to die, and then Baruch Hashem, Shimon's condition improves? So and another valuation we value for monetary damages. And if halacha afterwards Shimon's condition worsened and he died, so that halacha is mishali nezek ipsar liyarshin. We'll go ahead and we'll make, so again in that case, since there was already a monetary judgment against Reuven, we'll make Reuven pay the damages to the inheritors. Me'emasai mishalim, just in general, by the way, when assessing damages, we'll say, especially in these kind of cases where there's an injury, maybe he's going to die, then he gets better. How do you evaluate damages? From ultimately from the time of the injury. So we don't, this is interesting, we don't assess damages. Let's say from the time that Shimon's condition improves, and we switch it from the capital case to a monetary case. Rather, we assess damage from the time of the injury itself. And ultimately, the Stam Mishnah follows Rabbi Nechemia. Okay. So the way that Rambam passes is just in this case. This is actually an interesting case about changing the status of valuation. So the way that Rambam passes is going to read this. He says, "Hamakis chaveira be'ever be'ever v'yosven omni also. Imagdol l'chaim no secham shulvan v'niftar tafilu chala hamuka v'hechter meismach masamat." So what's the Rambam says like this? Reuven injures Shimon. If based in evaluating the situation, they say, okay, you know what, Shimon's going to live. He's going to live, obviously, we'll say, and obviously, David is consulting doctors with this also. I did not make any other decisions based on this. But Allah says, Reuven's going to live. Fine, so what do? They assess damages against Reuven, and we're done. And even if the next day Shimon dies, and doctors determine Shimon died as a result of his injuries, that's it. There's no capital liability for Reuven. Once the judgment has been done, that Allah said this is that Reuven is chayiv financially, the case is closed. Even Shimon subsequently dies from this. That is good. Goes on. The halacha l'maisa, if and based on necessity, they say Shimon's going to die. So what do we do? We incarcerate Reuven until Shimon dies. In Mace, Yiharik Hamaka. The heckle in a shop and a fushling of all up the Sharbi, Mishayim actually. So this is interesting. In this case, so if Shimon dies, we'll put Reuven to death. Shimon experiences a refuah shalema. Now get this. What is actually something yesterday's that? What is the definition of refuah shalema? Definition that Shimon walks on his own volition outside. Right? In that case, Reuven is totally free. So that's another Rambam pasuk. So again, halacha said based on assesses that Shimon is going to survive is a monetary case. Assess damage to Reuven, and Reuven goes on his way. Even if Shimon drops dead next day, and it's clear that it's a result of his injuries, the judgment is done. If, on the other hand, based on evaluated that Shimon is going to die as a result of his injury, we incarcerate Reuven until the time of death of Shimon. Then we adjudicate this as a capital case. Unless, of course, Shimon has a refuah shalema. The refuah shalema is defined as walking on his own volition, of his own power, his own power. Outside, then we release Reuven. So listen, one piece. I don't know. I tried to look out for this a little bit. How long, does this go on for? Right? In other words, what does this mean that we like the Adam says, we incarcerate Ruvain? How long do you incarcerate him for? Until one of two things happens: until Shimon dies or he gets better. But it sounds like interesting enough that if Shimon lingers as a result of his injuries, we keep Ruvain incarcerated as long as it takes to go ahead and be Mabar and clarify what this is. Okay, so that is the halacha ultimately again based on the assessments. Mishnah. This kav is an interesting case. This kav is interesting case. Ruvain intended to kill an animal, but he ended up killing a person. Okay, so again, his intent was going hunting, right? He was going hunting, right? And what happened, right? It's deer season, right? We decided he's going hunting, and he ended up killing a person. Okay, or for that matter, again, he intended to kill an akum, but instead he killed a yid. He was going to kill a nefel. Nefel in this context is a non-viable child, right? And he killed a regular viable person, right? So in all of these cases, potter. We'll say in all these cases he's potter. Now why? Because remember again, in order to be chayav for murder, there needs to be intentionality. And intentionality is defined in this first piece as you have in mind to kill someone specific. But if again, I want to say in all of these cases, Ruben did have in mind to kill someone specific, and then that mindset did not materialize. Therefore, he's going to be potter. Now, this kavim la'kosa amasna, but we'll hire bakadela hamis amasna. Ruben goes over to Shimon, and his intention is to hit Shimon on the leg, right? Very hard. Now again, but that type of injury on the leg would not have caused Shimon's death. Ruben did not aim his punch, his blow very well. So what ends up happening? He ends up hitting Shimon on the heart. And when he hits it, Shimon dies. Shimon dies. So here I will say, but the intentionality of the blow delivered, had it been delivered in the way that it was intended, would have caused injury, not death. But because the blow was not delivered in the way it to be delivered, it causes. So the Gemara says, what's the halacha? Once again, because we see in order to be chayiv for capital cases, there has to be intentionality. And intentionality, we're going to see really means two things. Number one, intentionality and intentionality deliver the blow in a certain. Ruben hesitates on his heart, kappa behind us. But the truth is, and it was a hard enough blow that would have killed Shimon. But what happened? He ends up hitting Shimon on the leg instead, and this type of blow normally when delivered on the leg. This type of blow when delivered on the leg normally would not be a death blow. Would not have death. What happens? He makes. But nevertheless, Shimon died as a result of it. Because the Lord says, now why is Ruben potter in this case? Because again, what we begin to see is, in order to be chayav in a capital case, the injury you delivered has to be one that under normal circumstances is capable of causing death of the individual. So in this case over here, this type of blow on the leg normally would not have been able to cause death. It did in this case. Therefore, Ruben is going to be potter. Incredible. This kind of hakos al hagodol for the high bagdil hamis. Right, agono v'hol lo ala katan. V'high bagdil hamis as hakatan. In this potter, so let's say similar case over here. So Allah Almighty again. You intend to hit an adult, a gadol, and this type of blow would not normally kill a gadol, but instead you end up hitting a child. And again, this type of blow could kill a child and did kill a child. Once again, potter. This kavin hakatan, v'hayu bakadil hamis is katan. Listen to this case. Reuben intended to go out and deliver a blow on a child, and this type of blow would have caused the death of the child. But what ended up happening? The halcha ala gadol, Reuben ends up hitting a gadol. Now, under normal circumstances, this type of blow would not kill the gadol. But in this case, when we killed the gadol, potter. Again, I will say, same theme over and over. About this case, so what you see over here is you see according to the Mishnah, in order to be for killing someone, what do you need? Number one, intentionality of the victim, or intentionality as to the identity of the victim. In order to be high the capital case, you have to kill the person you intended to kill. That's number one. And number two, blow, or whatever it is, the mechanism of death has to be something that is capable of truly bringing about the death of the individual. Okay, next. Let's listen to this. But Reuben was going to injure Shimon. He was going to injure him on the leg, and this type of injury is something that would have caused the death of Shimon. And what happened? And he did it. He injured Shimon on the leg. And what happens? I'm sorry. I said that wrong. Reuben was going to injure Shimon on the leg. And the type of blow delivered would have normally brought about the death of Shimon. And what happened? But instead, Reuben delivered that same blow on the heart. And what? And Halochsa again, he ends up killing Shimon. Chayiv. Why? Why? Because it was a death blow. Since again, had the injury been delivered in the way it was intended, it would have caused the death of Shimon. Therefore, this is called a death blow. And even though it ends up on a different part of the body, if it results in the death, the injury is going to be chayiv. Very interesting. So same idea. Reuben intended to kill an adult, and he injured the adult, or the death blow was delivered in a way that would have caused the death of an adult. But then he ended up going and killing the katan. Katan died. Chayiv. Ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be chayiv. I will say that this is interesting. Over here, we'll have to see exactly what this means. But again, the Gemara says chayiv. Rabbi Shimon says, "Afilu niskavi larag ezeh, v'harag ezeh patur." Rabbi Shimon says, no, even if you had intention to kill A, but instead you killed B, ultimately you're going to be patur. Okay, so let's analyze. It says Gemara. Rabbi Shimon here. What is Rabbi Shimon going on? Is Rabbi Shimon going on the Reisha, or is he going on the Seifa? So the Gemara says, if you want to say that Rabbi Shimon is going on the last case, that we're through this case in the Mishnah, the problem is, it shouldn't, right? It should say Rabbi Shimon Potem Ibayale. It should just say Rabbi Shimon Potem. That's it. You don't have to say Niskavi Lara Gezeva Haragazet. Just say the Tanakama said that if I you intended to hit a katan, and the death blow delivered was strong enough to kill a katan, and instead you killed the gadol. Tanakama says you're chayiv. If Rabbi Shimon's arguing for that, it should say Rabbi Shimon Potem. So rather what? The Gemara says Ella Arisha. Rather, Rabbi Shimon is going on the Reisha. What's the Reisha? This is fascinating. The Reisha was this Kavin Larag is Habein Labarak is Adam. Like if Reuben had intention to kill a behemah, but instead he killed a person, or he killed an akum. And instead he killed a Jew, or the Nephalim Baharag is Ben Kriel. He had intention to kill a non-viable baby, and instead he killed a viable baby. In all of these cases, patur. Now, what can you infer from this? Interestingly enough, which you can infer according to the Tanakama, which is indeed what the Tanakama says later on. The only reason why you're touching in that case according to the Tanakama is because your action ended up resulting in the death of an entity in a different category. Right? You had intention to kill a behemah, you killed an adam. You had intention to kill an akum, you killed a Yehudi. You had intention to kill a nefel, you killed a ben kayama. Okay, so your intention did not materialize. But according to the Tanakama, if I intended to kill, but instead I killed Shimon, I'm chayiv. Because the Tanakama says the threshold for liability is intentionality to commit an act of murder, even if I end up killing a different person, as long as that person is quote unquote in the same category as my intended victim, I'm chayiv. And that comes on Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says, no, you're not. Rabbi Shimon says, Afilu niskavi lara gezeh bahara gezeh patur. Rabbi Shimon says, no, that is not true. In order to be chayiv for murder, two things have to occur. Number one, you have to deliver a blow that is capable of causing death, and your intended victim must be killed. But if you end up killing the wrong person, you cannot be tried for a capital crime. Now again, there's still other forms of liability, but Lamaisa, you can't be chayiv murder. So I'll say, so I just want to point out, this is a just so you understand, this is a raging machloket. So what's happening over here. According to Tanakama, as long as you end up killing someone in the same category, you're going to be chayiv. Okay, if it's different categories, Adam behema, Akum Yehudi, Katan Gadol, Nathal Ben Nathal Ben Kayama, two different categories. Okay, you're not going to be chayiv. But in the same category, even though again you end up killing the wrong person, you're going to be chayiv. Shimon says no, that's not the way it works. In halacha, you're only chayiv for a premeditated act of murder with a death blow that is capable of causing death, and with the victim you intended to kill. Incredible. So Pshita, the Gemara says it's obvious. Listen to this. If Reuven and Shimon are standing together, but Amar, Reuven Kamachavna, the Shimon Kamachavna, and what happens? And let's say again, Reuven and Shimon are standing together. Plony, like the murderer. Murderer comes along and says, "Listen, guys, I'm going to kill one of you. I'm going to kill. I see differently. I'm going to kill Reuven. And by the way, I only have kavana for Reuven. Hineni mucham zuman, right? La'avar avela shekasu b'torah, right? And I only have in mind to kill it. It's my kavana to kill Reuven. And what happens? He ends up killing Shimon. And a plutayu. So we'll say, okay, so that's my focus. Tanakama and Rabbi Shimon. According to the Tanakama, you'll be chayiv. According to Rabbi Shimon, you're not chayiv. You must listen to this. This is wild. So what happens? What happens if Plony, the killer, says, Reuven Shimon, guys, listen, today on my to-do list is to kill someone. I wasn't really specific as to who I'm going to kill. Right, so it's maybe either one of you, and he ends up killing one of them. What is that in that case? Or we'll say, what would happen over here, where let's say again the murderer lacked specific intent for an intended victim? What would happen there? Inami, Kasava Reuven, Benimsa Shimon. The other possibility is what happens if the killer intended to kill, we'll call it the person on the left, because ultimately again he thought it was Reuven, but it turned out to be Shimon. So interestingly enough, in that case, he had kavana for that goof, for that body, but it turned out to be the wrong person. So what's that halacha? So Tashman said, Shimon Omer, Ad Shimon the Plonian Miskabe. Shimon says ultimately one is only liable for death until literally the killer says, I have kavana to kill this particular person. My time to Shimon. So again, it turns out that the person of Shimon is going to be liable. So you have specific intent for a particular person, and that specific intent materializes. That's when you will be chayiv. So what says, by the way, my time to Shimon. What's Rabbi Shimon's logic? So the Gemara says, the pasuk says, "Va'arav lo v'kama lo." The pasuk says literally again that he will lie in wait for him. Va'arav lo. Right? So ultimately, like he plans, he schemes for him. V'kama lo, and he rises up against him. So the Gemara says, "Achis kavin lo." Ultimately, until he goes ahead and has kavana for him. So Rabbi Shimon says essentially the pasuk says that Allah myself, you're only going to be chayiv in the capital case until you have specific intent for the victim, and that specific intent materializes in exact accordance with, I should say, your acts materialize in exact accordance with your intent. Rabbana Amir Prad Lazoric and the goat. So by the way, the Rabbana say that pasuk of Arav Lo B'Kama Lo, which will say that pasuk really seems to like scream intentionality that you're only going to be chayiv. Excuse me. If you intentionally go ahead and murder someone, which again, you have specific kavanah for someone, and that kavanah materializes. So what did the Rabbanan use it for? The Rabbanan used that for a different case. Listen to this. The Zorik Evel ago. That comes to exclude a case where let's say I come along and there's a group of people standing. I throw a stone into a group of people, and the stone kills someone. So the pasuk teaches me I'm not chayiv for that. Now again, when I say I'm not chayiv, I'm not chayiv death. I'm not chayiv death penalty for that. So says, by the way, what's that case? So that happens. Let's say, by the way, just like on a moral, ethical level, it's an interesting case, right? I take a stone, I throw it into a group of people, the stone falls on someone and kills them. The Rabbanan will say, I'm not chayiv for killing someone. Why? Now the Gemara says, by the way, what's the case? Here's the dummy. So we're talking about a case of 9 kusim and 1 yid. So okay, that makes sense. Why? Because again, there was a row of kusim, and therefore one would not be chayiv in a case for the death of a kusim. Dinami pal the suffix the fashos lacha. Even if it's half and half. Even if it's half and half, ultimately again, suffix on whether or not there's capital liability, and therefore I'll be part of the Tisha Yisrael the kusi echa b'nei. Wow. What's the case? The case ultimately again is where there were 9 Israel, 9 Yidden, and 1 Kusi. But nevertheless, I'm Potter. What's the pshat? Davine Kusi Kavua. That was again, because since the presence of the Kusi is established, therefore Allah Almighty is Kavua. Right? He's established. And we have a principle called Kavua. Listen again, this is the famous case of you find a piece of meat, right? And there are nine kosher non-kosher stores and 1 kosher on the reverse case as well. So what's the status of the piece of meat? It depends where you find it. You find it in the public, you find it in the store. We have a concept called kavua. Anything that is established within a group essentially switches the group dynamics and makes it free. So even in a case where you have 9 Jews and 1 Kusi, since that Kusi is established in the group, it's considered to be like half and half. And now halach l'maaseh, nevertheless, if I throw a stone into that group and the stone kills someone, I am not liable for that. So so therefore, what we have over here is just to point out, we are left with this raging debate. I cannot really even underestimate the raging kite or the ragingness of this debate. Right? So again, I have in mind to kill Ruvain and I end up killing Shimon. What's my liability? According to the Rabbanan, I'm chayiv. Why? Because I had in mind to connect with murder, and I ended up murdering someone who is in the quote-unquote same category as my intended victim. Therefore, I'm chayiv. According to Rabbi Shimon, I'm potter. I'm potter from death penalty. Chayiv with a lot of other bad stuff in life, but again, potter from death penalty. Why? Because according to Rabbi Shimon, in order to be chayiv for a death penalty, there must be a premeditated act, a desire to kill someone, and my intentions must materialize upon the intended victim. Incredible. So let's analyze more. So Bishlama, is kind of like chayiv. So according to Rabbanan, we say that if I have in mind to kill Reuben and I end up killing Shimon, I'm chayiv. So the Pasuk says, that if men are fighting and they end up going ahead and shoving the pregnant woman, and she ends up miscarrying. So it's talking about again where the men are fighting and they end up causing the death of the first person. Right? So Reuben is fighting with Shimon. His intention is to kill Shimon, but he ends up killing someone else. So therefore the Torah says, the Pasuk says Reuben is fighting with Shimon. Reuben ends up killing someone else. Reuben is liable in the capital sense, which means that even though Reuben had in mind to kill A, but he ends up killing B, he's going to be liable. Shimon, what does that Shimon do with that pasuk? Which the Gemara says, moment. Rabbi Shimon says it doesn't mean capital T. What does it mean? It means monetary compensation. According to Rabbi Shimon, if Reuben's fighting with Shimon with the intention to kill Shimon, and he ends up killing someone else, there's not capital liability, but rather what is there? Financial liability. Here's the Rabbi. The sign Rabbi Omer v'nasat nefesh tachas nefesh mamon. Rabbi says in this case of us over here, where the Torah says v'nasat nefesh nefesh, which is talking about the case of where Reuben is fighting with Shimon. Right, Reuben ends up falling onto her, hitting a pregnant woman. She ends up miscarrying. So the pasuk says, "V'nasat nefesh tachas nefesh." She will give one life for another life. Rabbi says that refers to monetary compensation for the loss of the pregnancy. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Nefesh mamish, you say means money. Maybe it literally means a life for a life. Ne'emra nesina lamato, and ne'emra nesina moshe amadeis lemalo. It says in the Sina above and it says in the Sina below. Mar lahalon mamon, afkan mamon. So I'll say both contexts it means monetary compensation. Amar Rava. So Rava says, "Hay Tan b'Chizkiya, Mafka midbei Rabbi umidbei Rabbi umafka Rabban." So what's that? So just so you know, so first of all, we have our machlokes, Rabbi Shimon and the Tanna Kama. Right, so that is still sitting there. About again, I have intention to kill Ruvain. I end up killing Shimon. Is there liability? Tanna Kama says yes. Rabbi Shimon says no. So just hold on to that. Just hold on to that. Now I will say the Gemara brought up that machlokes, by the way, is really also embedded in how you go ahead and interpret that pasuk, where two people are fighting, they end up bumping into a pregnant woman and she ends up miscarrying. So the pasuk says, "V'nasat nefesh tachas nefesh." Rabbi don't understand that means capital liability. Rabbi Shimon, based on Rabbi, says that means financial liability. Now the Gemara says, by the way, there's another opinion. Rabbi says another opinion. Hay determined the Chizkiya, mafka midrabi mafka. This opinion of the Chizkiya is not like Rabbi, not like the Rabbanon. So take a look at Rashi. Rashi is in the second line from the top. The husband of the Chizkiya mafka midrabi Rabbanon. Rabbanon mechayil le misa. Then it's kavi laro gezev ahara gezev. Rabbi mechayil le mammon. The other time of the Chizkiya lo mechayil mammon lo misa. So watch this. So there's essentially going to be three sheetas, right? So when I intend to kill Ruvain, but I end up killing Shimon, what's the halacha? So according to the Rabbi, Chayiv Misa, right? According to Rabbi, which is also the view of Rabbi Shimon, I'm not Chayiv Misa, but I am Chayiv what? Monetary compensation. There's a third opinion, when I have in mind that I end up killing Shimon, I'm not Chayiv Misa, or am I Chayiv Mammon? I'm not Chayiv anything. I'm not Chayiv anything. That's right. So third opinion over here, not going to be chayiv anything. So the Gemara says, now where does that come from? Listen to this. Tanan b'Chizkiya. This is fascinating. Maki adom maki behema. So we'll say, right? Torah speaks about again one who kills an animal, one who goes ahead and kills a person. The pasuk says, "Maki behema yishamena u'maki adam yumas." So this is very interesting. Torah equates killing an not equates, but juxtaposes the death of an animal, or the killing of an animal, the murder of an animal, the murder of a person. And so it says, if I kill an animal, you shall mena, I have to pay. And if I kill a person, you must, I'm put to death. Okay, so watch this. So we'll say when it comes to killing an animal, the halacha makes no distinction to whether or not what, a meshogeg or a mezid. Also makes no distinction. Whether I have kavanah, don't have kavanah. Makes no difference if I kill. These are like whether I kill the animal going up or coming down. And in all cases, we'll say if I kill an animal, makes no difference. What's halacha? Compensation to the owner of the animal. Watch this. What the big Chizkiya is focusing on over here is this juxtaposition of the death of an animal to a death of a person, to show that just like when it comes to the death of an animal, it doesn't make a difference how I kill the animal. What's the halacha? I'm liable. So too, when I go ahead and I kill a person, there is no distinction about say whether I kill someone b'shogeg or I kill someone. Now let's do it in sentence. Or I kill a b'mezid, right? Shogeg b'mezid. Intentionality, lack of intentionality. Derech yirida, derech aliyah. Whether I kill a person going up or coming down. L'chayva mammon el l'posher mammon. In all cases of murder. Now the variable is sometimes you're chayiv death for killing someone, something else. But one thing is clear, which is in all cases of murder, I'm not chayiv mammon. So this is the Chizkiya shita. And anytime you kill a person, you chayiv financially. Now, whether or not you're liable to be put to death, that's going to depend on how the murder occurred. But one thing is clear, which is you're never chayiv mammon, and that's the juxtaposition. When you kill an animal, it doesn't matter how you kill the animal. One thing is, which is what? You're chayiv mammon. When you kill a person, one thing is clear, you're never chayiv mammon. Whether you're chayiv misa or not is a different discussion, but never chayiv mammon. So Gemara says, "Ma'ishem miskavin." So what does it mean if you don't have kavanah? Ilay ma'ishem miskavin klal and shogeg. So when we say, so we'll say, what does it mean in the case where it says I'm not miskavin? So If not miskavin, it means I didn't have kavanah to kill someone at all. That's called shogeg. That's called shogeg. Ela pshita she miskavin lazeh ela lazeh. Rather, one side, shogeg means I killed someone accidentally. And miskavin means I had intentional ruvain and I ended up killing Shimon. V'katani l'chay b'mamon el l'pochro mamon. Rabbi said, what do you see? But yet, nevertheless, in that case, I'm not chayiv mamon. V'ibar katol. My each trip lemifte 1 second. Obviously, if I'm a death penalty, then of course there's no need to exempt you from monetary compensation. Why? Why doing the drug delay? Ella, lav shmanina, lav bar kitalahu, lav bar mamon. Rather, we'll say, what do you see here? If there's a case where I'm not liable to death penalty, and I'm also not chayiv for mamon. What's that case? That case is where I have intention to go lame, I end up killing. So I'm not chayiv for misa. Why? Because again, I didn't kill my intended victim, but I'm also not going to be chayiv for mamon. So Rabbi said, this might be the most debating thing that has happened today so far. I just want to point out something amazing. So what we have over here are three different opinions. Three different opinions. Opinion number one, Drabana, Tanakama. Tanakama says, I have intention to kill Ruvain, and I end up killing Shimon. What does Tanakama say? Tanakama, I'm liable. Chayiv Nisa. Why? Because ultimately, again, at the end of the day, you had intention to kill someone, and your intention materialized upon someone in the same category. As long as you're in the same category, you're going to obviously, you have intention to kill an Akhl, and you kill a Yehudi, you're not going to be chayiv. You have intention to kill a Behema. You go and you kill an Adam, you're not going to be chayiv. Neifel, Bar Kayam, okay, but assuming your intention materializes in the same category, halacha you are chayiv nisa. Rabbi Shimon, I have intention to kill Ruvain. I ended up killing Shimon. What's the halacha? Potter. Now what it sounds like is Potter, but chayiv for monetary compensation, like Rabbi. Then third category, turn to the Chizkiah. You have intention to kill Ruvain and end up killing Shimon. What's the halacha? Potter gamri. Not chayiv nisa and not chayiv money. How do we paskin? The suspense is key. Right? How do we paskin? So I say, listen to this. Maybe that was the moment. Right, for you understand. I was going to listen to this. Ramba, Hilchos Rotseach, Perek Dalet Halacha Aleph. Here it is. I'm miskavin Naro Gezer V'Hara Gezer. I have intention to kill them, and I end up killing Shimon. Hotter Minisas Bezdin, Umina Tashlumin, Umina Galos. How's like the Chizkiah? How's everything? Now, again, I will say, I just want to be clear. It's bad, right? It's bad. And I'm saying, in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there's also going to be some level of liability. But halacha l'maaseh can have intention to kill Ruvain. I end up killing Shimon. I'm not chayiv death, right? No death penalty. Not chayiv tashlumin, and not even chayiv galus. Now, what's galus? What's galus? Remember, I can't wait to get to the second mark because it's so exciting, right? But l'maaseh, again, when does galus come about? Shogeg. So you can't call it a shogeg. Because halacha l'maaseh, again, it wasn't accidental. There was intentionality over here, right? Not chayiv tashlumin, because as the Chizkiah said, apparently in any case with his bloodshed, it's not monetary compensation, and also again, not chayiv because it's incredible. It goes on. Now, by the way, the way the Rabbi illustrates this is Hazorich Evan Lesok Edom Yisrael Harak Echle and Pakirus and Basin. So the Rabbi illustrates in an interesting way. I throw a stone into a group of Jews. Right? So we'll say, and now again, I know that when you throw a stone into a group of people, it's definitely possible it's going to cause death. And in fact, it causes the death of someone. I'm Potter. That's how you pass it. It's but as modified by Targum Chizkiah. So therefore, I will say again, you intend to kill A, you end up B, even if they're in the same category. Potter from Esau, Potter from Tashlumin, Potter from God was absolutely incredible. Riveting. All right, we'll say Mishnah, let's go. We're catching up with the rest of the world. And here it's Hashem. God's action is Ari Ba'Chered. This is an interesting case. A murderer gets mixed up with other murderers. So we'll say, by the way, it happens, right? Sometimes based on the decisions you make, really dictates the chevra that you hang with. Right? It's just like the chevra that you associate with makes you the kind of person that you are. Sometimes the person you choose to become also dictates the chevra that you end up gravitating towards. So Rotseach shenis arev ba'achirim. How does that even happen, right? A murderer gets mixed up with other murderers. So what's the halacha? So I'll say, so we'll have to see. Well, in all reality, so besides the Musar Haskell with it, that ultimately your actions will dictate, right? Your peer group influences your actions, and your actions often dictate your peer group. So a murderer gets mixed up with other murderers. So what's halacha? Kulam pturim. I'm sorry. Really, the case of it, achira means other people. Other people. So in other words, Reuben killed someone. So Reuben gets mixed up with other people. That was we'll have to see the exact mitzvahs of this in the Mishnah. But it sounds like this. We don't know which one Reuben is. Kulam pturim. Everybody is potter. Okay, we'll see the exact dynamics of that case. Rabbi says, no. Constant also the keeper. We put them all literally again in the jail cell. Now the mission is to spell out the rest, but the rest is we go and we feed them barley until their stomachs explode. Okay. Certainly needs a smidge of clarification on that. All right, so we'll see. I will say, let's take in general, you have a group of people who are all condemned to death, but different deaths, different misos faced them. And now, because they all got mixed up, we know who is subject to which penalty. And as one can imagine, I'm the skilla guy. You give me skilla. I know the guy says, give me sreifa. No. If we have a group of people who are all subject to a death penalty, we don't know which death penalty. So what's the halacha? Nidonin b'kala. We administer the most lenient death penalty to all of them. Essentially, what that halacha is we're going to see you cannot give someone a more stringent death penalty than the one they are obligated to. So therefore, by definition, if we're not sure which death penalty, we give them the more kal one. Now, of course, it's going to be a little piece, as we know, there's a machlokes as to in misos based in which is considered to be more kal and what's more chomer. So, for example, haneskalim and israfim. Let's say you have a chevra. Some of the chevra is chayv skila, some of the chevra is chayv streifa. You don't know who's who. So what do? Rabbi Shimon over and you throw the skila. Rabbi Shimon says we give them all skila. Right? Why? Sreifa chamura. Because everyone knows sreifa is more chomer than skila. They say no, you don't have a sreifa. Just the opposite. We give them sreifa. Why? Skila chamura. Because everyone knows that skila is more chomer than sreifa. Rabbi Shimon says, "Ilo lo haisa sreifa chamura." It's not true. It's not true. Sreifa is clearly more chomer. How do you know that? Because if sreifa wasn't more chomer, then a baskoi who committed adultery wouldn't be singled out for sreifa. It's not true. Skila is more chomer. How do you know? Because the blasphemer and the person who worships idolatry gets skila. The Gemara says, what happens if they have a chevra? Some of them are subject to hereg, which is beheading, right? Saif, and others are strangulation. Which one? Which is the more kal? Rabbi Shimon says saif. Beheading is the lenient form of death penalty from the chenek. Some say ultimately it's chenek. So what's actually interesting enough, everyone agrees on the principle. What's the principle? That if you have a group of people on death row who get mixed up with each other, and we're not sure who's getting which death penalty. We're not sure who's getting which death penalty. Then what's the halacha? You can only administer the most lenient of death penalties. What's the problem? So there's a machlokes again in two categories between skila and sreifa, which is kal, which is chomer, and between chenek and hereg, which is kal and which is more chomer. Incredible. We'll stop here for today. We are all caught up. Tremendous stuff. Great job.
Too much. They stole $1.6 million. Okay, yeah, Brennan is like down on his luck, dude. He lost a lot of money. Good. Fuck, you got me, dude. All right, let's finish this thing. Oh, wait. Yeah, man. No privacy, though. I think she's cute. Everybody's cute. Yeah. Any kid in my yeah. Yeah, she's hot. That's how straight in her views, I think, but she's hot.
Oh, dude, I convert to whatever view. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I vote for Biden. I gotta agree with you.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Beginning by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's here to stay. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Touching Payno 5785 and Tosin Baba. We're dedicating all the Shurim and Rothschilds this year and the Schus of the Soros Tavos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Stephen Kelly Zinn, in memory of Kelly's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Svi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziva, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zichron Libracha. But with that, let us begin with a lot ahead of us in that time. Today's daf is Ayin Ches 78. We are picking up on daf Ayin Zayin 77b, about 15 lines down from the top. So the Gemara says, Rabbi. First, some very interesting cases over here. Rabbi says as follows. Zot Tzra B'Kosel, the Chazor La'achareh B'Had B'Chayes. Listen to this case. Literally translated, someone throws, Tzra is usually defined as a rock. Someone throws a rock at a wall, and ultimately, again, it springs back and kills someone. One is Chayet. Okay, so what's the case there? So that's actually very interesting. You can see Rashi is right across to the left. Zot Tzra B'Kosel. He has intention to kill his friend. Now what's the case? The so Rashi points out the very primary case of intentionality. Well, ultimately, again, so Reuben is throwing the rock at the wall with the intention that it ricochets off the wall in order to go ahead and kill Shimon. So such an act, again, even though the stone is ricocheting off the wall, Halakha L'maaseh is considered to be the koach of Reuben, and therefore again is going to be chayiv. So the Gemara says the Tanakh, so again, we further define this to go Elu Hamsachakim B'Kadar. So what are we talking about over here? This is like the case of those who go ahead and play a game. They're going to play with the ball. Shahar Dominated. Now, the Shogin Bowling, if they kill someone eventually, they're chayiv Misa. If they kill unintentionally, ultimately again, doubles. So what's the case over here? Let's take a look at Rashi, one more Rashi. English Hamsachakim B'Kadar, this is so interesting. We're given to Novos, Mahakos Hakadya B'Kosa B'Koach. It was common for children, young people, to go and take the ball, throw it against the ball with immense force. The ball would go and ricochet off the wall and go back. The Akash Zara, after the thrower would throw the ball, so the player would run to the wall. The Chavero also. And what would the goal be over there? The goal would be that someone would catch the ball, and after the runner. Throw it at the runner, who deserves the goal. So this is like not dodgeball. Is it like suicide? Is it what is it? No. Is it like suicide? Like whatever. It's a kid. Yeah, whatever it is. You throw the ball. Okay, stop. Okay, none of you are correct. So again, so you're going ahead, you're throwing the ball against the wall. Again, the idea is to throw the ball against the wall. I know these plays are a little. You throw the ball against the wall. Right? The goal is you throw it as hard as you can because you want the ball to go as far back as you can. You, the thrower, have to get to the wall. Someone catches the ball and they throw it at you. So throw it at you. If you get hit by the ball before you get to the wall, you're out. That's it. So in this case over here, there's a smidge of a twist in this game over here, and the thrower is trying to throw it hard enough that it can kill someone. So again, if he has that carbono, because remember again, I was like, the idea, in order to be killing someone, there has to be a suicide. It's called suicide. That's the name of the game. Figures in the middle. So not the best name of the game, but that's the name. And so again, it gives intentionality, and the thrower goes ahead and has in mind that he wants to throw the ball with enough force to kill someone who gets it. Then if it's been music, the chai because he's Rothschild, he's a murderer. If it's the show, then ultimately again it's go. So I'm not saying that. What's the chiddush over here? What's the chiddush? The chiddush over here is that there is a secondary, what we'll call it is, I want to call it a secondary force, because that'd be a little bit dangerous. But there is a secondary force, right? It's not the shot that like the thrower moving and directly actually moving in. There's a wall. So the interesting kind of idea over here is I would have thought that the presence of makes it that this is no longer the koach kamash malon with the wall is still considered to be the koach haruvein, and therefore again, if there's intentionality, ruvein will be chayiv as a murder, and if it's b'shogeg, he'll be chayiv golos. Incredible. So the Gemara says b'shogeg golden pshita. So obviously, if Reuben throws the ball hard enough and it kills Shimon accidentally, then Reuben's going to go to goals. That's obvious. That's obvious. So the Gemara says, you're right. The lazy thing in Nairobi is Shifale. The Kiddush over here is not in the Shogi case. The Kiddush over here is in the lazy case. Reuben did it intentionally, he goes to goals. What's the deal here? Malditima, Hasras, Safeki, meaning by the hydrate. I'm at a thought that this is a case of what we call Hasras, Safeki. What does it mean, Hasras, Safek? But I'm going to put this was, remember again, in order to be chayiv for a Hasra, what you have to do, you have to go ahead and word someone with a symbol of definitiveness. Right? But again, maybe in this case over here, the ball's not going to go back, the ball's not going to go far enough. I'm going to put that it's Hasras, Safek, Kamash Malan, that it is not. Kamash Malan, Halach Lamesa. When someone plays this game, they're going to throw hard enough that the ball ricochets back, and if our local Lamesa pick it with the intention to kill someone, ultimately Ruvain will be chayiv. Incredible. So this is very important for our students. Remember again, what's our topic? Our topic over here is well, who's chayiv inside, right? Who's chayiv in Herod? And the example that we're giving is one who kills another. What we did yesterday's daf, which is what we're focusing on, was with Samson, confinement. If you can find someone which is direct koach, you are chayiv. Now what the Gemara is doing is branching out a little bit, and even in a case where there is another intervening factor, it could still be considered your koach. So in this case, for example, the other intervening factor is the wall. I'm at the foot of the wall, makes it that it's no longer my koach. Kamash Malon, no, it's still considered to be my koach. Incredible. Okay, so which the Gemara says, 20 about coming Rabbi Avo. You go Elu, Hamisatik in the cover. So again, we're focused on this ball playing case. Shahargu Toch Arba Amos Potters, put the Arba Amos highest, leaving interest rate. So now, Ruben throws the ball against the wall. So if Ruben throws the ball against the wall, and again, remember, intentionality is everything. If his intention is to kill Shimon, now the US says like this. If he goes ahead and he kills Shimon within Dalit Amos of the wall, also here that he's going to be Potter. Outside of Dalit Amos, he's going to be higher. So what's the shot over here? First of all, take a look at Rashi. Rashi again is right across to the left. Rashi says, "From the Santi Makador, Shaharu Tov Dal Amos Turin, and Haya Hamu only the soul Arba Amos also. When we speak a lot to Dal Amos Asher Masasa Bahagasa Potter Hazorek Migos." So again, this is talking about what we have shown you. So if reminds. So Shimon was standing Dalit Amos on the wall. Reuben will be Potter. More than Dalit Amos on the wall, Reuben will be chayiv. What's going on over here? Actually, hit dummy. What's the case? If at the end of the day, Reuben did not want the ball to go further than Dalit Amos. He didn't want it to go further, right? I think it put an enemy. And even if the ball was less than Dalit Amos and killed Shimon, ultimately Reuben should be chayiv. But again, if at the end of the day, Reuben did not want the ball to go farther at all, wanted to push it all, I think it could be enemy. And even if it wasn't Dalit Amos, what's the case here? The Gemara says, "Amar le stam zachakim bekador kamo minach necholei." In general, when people play this game, right? Halacha l'maisa, the goal is what? The goal is to throw the ball. And what does the thrower want? What does the thrower want? The thrower wants the ball to ricochet back as far as possible. So therefore, the Gemara suggests is like this: if the ball only goes less than Dalaramas, then that's again that is not the fulfillment of the desire of the thrower, and therefore, if something happens, ultimately again the thrower will be kosher. If the ball, however, ricochets Dalit Amas or more, that is a manifestation of the intent of the thrower, and therefore, halacha myself, he will be chayiv. Okay, now we get to the cause of this, to which the Gemara says, sorry, good, remember, did you hear no, now, what's the chap of all this? What's the takeaway of all this? The takeaway of all this is that Reuben throws the ball against the wall with intent, and that ball goes and kills Shimon. Ultimately, why? Because you actually throwing the ball against the wall. The ball ricocheting against also the wall is considered to be Reuben's koach. Because also remember again, if you have one, you can only be behind someone if what? If it's your force. That's like, for example, again, we'll see this more today. All of those other cases we had in the Mishnah. For example, right? I go ahead and I tie Shimon up at night, even though the sun's will rise the next morning and kill Shimon because of heat stroke. Ruben's not chayiv. Why? Because the death force is not there. It's not his koach. It's not his koach. He incites the dog against Shimon. Not chayiv, it's not his koach. The takeaway from all of this is throwing a ball against the wall. The ball ricocheting against the wall and killing Shimon is considered to be Ruben's koach. Which the Gemara says, really? Is that really considered to be Ruben's koach? After all, listen to this. There's a kasha. Very interesting case here. Hamakadesh v'nafal kiddush al yado or al hatzad. The Achaka, Kilota was showcase, puzzle. So it's a very interesting case here. Paraduma. How do you create paraduma? Remember again, how do you create the paraduma concoction? You take the right, you go ahead and you slaughter it, you burn it, you create ash. You then mix that ash with spring water, with mayim chayim. Right? You go ahead and afterwards, you take that, you mix it, then you sprinkle it. Now, what's interesting enough, the halacha is the ash has to be applied or has to be added with the koach of the individual. Right? If the ash drops in by itself, or it doesn't come in with the koach of the individual, then the entire concoction is invalid. Actually, just a moment. Hamikadesh. First of the intermediate, why by Hashem Kadesh? Mechat as be'efer misinas efer alamayim. Kari kiddush kizam says good. So says, now what happened in this case over here? In this case, right, what Kolam Reuben is the ash. The ash comes ahead and falls out of his hand. What happens? It hits against his hand and falls into the water. Or for that matter, again, it falls on the side of the utensil with the water and then falls in afterwards. What's that about? Puzzle. The concoction is puzzle. Why? Because apparently this is considered to be a lack of cocoa. So what do you see from here? That when something comes out of your hand, into something else, and then goes into the final destination, that's not your koach. That's not your koach. Therefore, using that logic, if Reuben throws the ball against the wall, the ball ricochets against off the wall and kills Shimon, what should be the halacha? That also should not be his koach. That shouldn't be his koach. To which the Gemara says, what's the case over here? The show says. If you look at actually that says over here, the show says, first white line, and the first white line, when you touch me koach, which is shown up, element asimo the shasas miyoto the showcase. Show says, ma'im shoshi. You must know what's the case over here. You can imagine the case over here where the ash falls out of the hands, falls onto the sides of the cleat, stops. Then a moment or two later, slips in. Okay, that's a very different case. Because in that case, when the ash itself comes to rest, even just momentarily, under the cleat, then the koach of Reuben ends, and then the rest of it trickles in afterwards. It's very different than the ball case. Why? In the ball case, there's no cessation of dynamic activity. The ball leaves Reuben's hand, it hits the wall, it ricochets immediately. So Reuben's koach never stops. So it's a very interesting distinction. So even though there's an intervening wall, the fact that there's never a cessation of dynamic activity makes it my koach. The moment that there's cessation of dynamic activity, i.e. the ash sits on the side and just give it a freeze for a moment, right? see it. Falls on the utensil, and then just like a second or slips in. That's no longer my koach. That's no longer my koach. Also, a tremendous mitzvah in that also, the whole avoda of life. This is why perpetual growth and perpetual movement is always necessary, even if it slows down a bit. Because as long as I'm always going, it's my koach. It's my koach. Right? So even if it's a little bit slower at times, a little bit faster at times, but as long as I'm always going, I'm always moving, it's my initial koach. The moment kind of you stop for a moment. That's the moment when your koach ends. The moment when your koach ends, some stuff moves this way, stuff moves that way, but it's no longer your koach. Incredible. Someone goes like this. Yeah. So the Gemara says, good. Touch my another case. Very interesting case. You have a needle. The needle is ritually impure. Let's say it came in contact with a mace, right? So now you want to go ahead and purify it. How do you purify it? You pour on the sprinkle on it from the water of Para Adina. Okay. So now what happens? So what do you have? So interesting in case there's a tummy needle that is sitting on an earthenware vessel. So now what happens? You sprinkle the waters of the paraduma on the needle. Safek ala mechat, hiza, safek ala chares, hiza, right? Umitza ala haza also. So I sprinkle the water. Now we're not sure again, did the water go on the needle? Or perhaps the water hit the clean utensil and then splashed back on the needle. What's the halacha? Puzzle. Ultimately, your name is puzzle. They're both saying that based on what we learned, that actually should work. Why? Because even if the water even if the water splashed back off the klicheres onto the needle, that should still be what? My koach. No different than if I throw the ball against the wall and the ball goes and kills the shimon. Right? It's the same idea. But yet, over here you see that it's possible. So you see over here that when there is an intervening factor, it's no longer koko. To which the Gemara says no. I'm going to put you can figure out matzah itmat, not mitzah, not to splash back, but matzah. Matzah will say that ultimately again, we're not sure if you look at Rashi over here. Rashi matzah itmat, the mitzah is to have a kaza. It's not mitzah, which means splashing back. Ella, luxury mitzah. No, it's not mitzah. What's the case over here? The case over here is where we para aduma water on the needle. So what are we not sure of? We're not sure how it got there. Did it get there somehow because there are three possibilities. One is that the water landed directly on the needle, which we're good to go. Possibility two is that the water hit the klicheres and splashed back on the needle, which would also be okay, because that's koko. But then there's possibility three. The water hit the klicheres and what? Trickled back onto the needle. That would not be good. So if both sides, these two attempted approaches, both by Paraduma, to kind of diffuse the Gemara's argument, both fell flat. They both failed. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, what we thought originally, namely that koko will work. In other words, that when you throw a ball against the wall, and that Reuben throws the ball against the wall with the intention to kill Shimon, and the ball ricochets off the wall and kills Shimon, halacha l'maisa, Reuben will be chayiv. Even when it's an intervening wall, that is still considered to be koko. Incredible. Let's go back there. So Itmar, Amra Papa, still similar cases. Haman the Katsu the Kabe, Ashkele Bit Kedenayo, so he ties up his friend Shimon, and he goes ahead and afterwards releases, right, because let's say ties him up by a dam of water, and then afterwards he bores a hole in the dam. His friends, right, bores a hole in the dam, and the water comes and drowns Shimon. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Giri B'gei L'chayim. These are considered to be the arrows of Reuben. Of we've seen this expression before. Giri B'gei is another expression for your koach. So this is considered to be the koach of Reuben, and therefore Reuben is for killing Shimon. Whereas the one second, how do you do the koach rishon? This is only assuming that it's koach rishon. Koach rishon means initial force, which means that there is an immediacy. And when Reuben goes ahead and makes the hole in the dam, the water comes gushing out immediately, and Shimon is right there. However, let's say again, Reuben ties Shimon up, he's away half a mile away from the dam. But we know that over time the dam water is going to come and kill Shimon. That's called secondary force, and therefore there will not be liability in that particular case. So it's very important. Okay, so we're going to go Papa. Zorak Tzolamala, it's an interesting case. Zorak Tzolamala. Reuben throws a stone upward. Listen to this. The whole of it started. Now the stone does not come directly down. Instead, the stone kind of falls to the side a little bit. The harga. It kills Shimon. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Shimon is chayiv. Sorry, Reuben is chayiv. Reuben is chayiv. Now, once again, this is very interesting. Let's say now, what do you see from this case? Reuben is chayiv. Listen to this case. Well, explain slowly. What is Reuben chayiv? Reuben is chayiv when the stone doesn't come down straight down. He's only chayiv when the stone kind of comes down and arc. Yeah, this is where we're like a little bit towards the side. But if the stone were to come direct down, Reuben would not be chayiv. Now listen to this. What's the reason for that? He shouldn't be called kohu because it's his koah. Interestingly enough, the fact that the stone didn't come straight down. What is that called? That's called gravity. Gravity is not the cause of moving. But when the stone comes down a little bit at an arc, right, at an angle that comes down, that's moving. That's what moving can do. Moving doesn't contribute to gravity. Moving contributes to the movement of the stone to a different location. So whereas my time is shouldn't be kohol, so else. Also, much interesting. If it's Reuben's car, and she just continues to go upward and upward and upward, to which I in Chesed Dalei you love Kopo, Tezel Sagas. And if it's not his car, then ultimately Rashi says, "Below Kopo Tezel Sagas." Tibom Yad connect them a little bit starting. And ultimately, I should just fall right down. To which the Gemara says, "You're right, Ella. This is very interesting. Koach Kochoshu." So this is not the typical case of Kocho. It's rather about saying, since the Gemara is introducing a new category of Koach Kochosh. What does Koach Kochosh mean? Diminished Koach. Rashi says that the Koach Kochoshu. In a Koach Chazak. So this is not like a strong Koach. Sas Koach. Yishkan. The Haidel Oslo El Mishum Shekala Koach Chozak Hazika. Very close to ours. So it's interesting. You're right. So you have to know. Your car is where the iron continues on its way because of your car. So obviously this is a diminished car. Why? Because again, Reuben intent was to throw it up. Obviously Reuben's car is coming to an end because it's coming back down. But his car is still felt. Why? Because it's not coming straight down, which would not be Reuben's car. But rather it would just be gravity, but it's moving somewhere else. It's coming down somewhere else. So the fact that it's coming down a little bit at an angle at the arc, that's Reuben's koach. But again, not a full-blown koach, but rather a koach sas, a little bit of a koach. Okay, incredible. So let's say it turns out, by the way, that you begin to see that so far we see that there are three categories of koach, right? There's what we call direct koach, which is, Reuben throws an object at Shimon and kills him, okay? Or Reuben holds Shimon down in the water and kills him. There's almost like we'll call it an indirect koach, which is Reuben throwing the ball against the wall with intention, then it ricochets off and kills Shimon, and then there's almost what we call diminished koach, right? So direct, indirect, diminished. What's diminished koach? Reuben throws it up with the intention that it's going to come down over here. So again, when it comes down in an angle at an arc, that's diminished koach. Incredible. So what's the interesting case here? He costs our maklos, the race, listen to this. So 10 people come along and they hit Reuben. They hit Reuben with maklos, with staffs. And he dies. Now, why don't they do this game about Sakas being the Zach? So ultimately, again, whether they hit him at once, or they hit him at once, or they did it one after the other, they are tougher. That you did the Messiah, you the Messiah says like this. They are going to say, Omer, the Zach Chayu, the Nishikira gets Misasa. So again, so kind of hold the local myself, whether they go ahead and whether they all hit together or they hit one after the other, ultimately again they're going to be potter. Because there's joint responsibility over here. You can't point the finger at one particular individual. And the Union says, no, it depends. If they go out and they do it together, ultimately One after the other. The last guy who hits Ruvain, he's going to be higher. Why? Because the thing is clear. He's the one who actively hastened the death of Ruvain. So once this, remember, again in halacha, there is culpability for hastening death. Hastening death is tantamount to bloodshed itself. So therefore, the last guy who goes ahead and hits Ruvain, he's going to be higher for going ahead and killing Ruvain. Already open them. This is very interesting. We stand in the Achadashu. Both the Tanakama and the Sira, that shouldn't be the same possible. So this is fascinating. Listen to this. This is fascinating. The pasuk is, if a person listens to the Lashon man, kiyake kol nefesh adam. I would say that kol seems to be a little bit extraneous. If a person will kill the entirety of a nefesh. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Savi, kol nefesh, adi kol nefesh. You're going to be responsibility of what? If you took the entire life. In order for that to be responsibility, one person has to take the entire life. So in this case over here, where you have 10 people involved, one person is not taking the entire life, therefore there can't be responsibility. But if you look at the same Saba, Kol Nefesh, Kol B'Du Nefesh. And then the Sarah says, no, Kol Nefesh means any amount of Nefesh. If you take any amount of Nefesh, there's also, so isn't that fascinating? So that Rabbanon, Kol Nefesh means only Chayim. If you take a life in totality, but if you're only one of many, you're not Chayim. Now you can have the Sarah, Kol Nefesh, even any amount of Nefesh that you take, you are responsible for. Incredible. Rabbi says, this is very interesting. Let's talk about our terms over here. Everyone agrees that if you kill a treifa, you're potter. You kill a treifa, you're potter. Now, again, who's a treifa? Now, if you look at Rashi, this one, Rashi says over here, Hakomozi Mahorigas a treifa, Kidon Nekav Haveshet, or Kolas Hamor. Let's say a treifa is someone who has some type of fatal internal, or some type of internal injury from which he will definitely die. Okay, it's very, very clear when it comes up with different terms. It's like a treifa. So that's an example is, his esophagus or his windpipe is cut. Or he has some type of hole in the brain, some type of fatal injury from which he's really going to die. So listen to this. So the Rabbi says, everyone agrees, if you get treifa, you punch it. The Rabbi says, why are you punching to a treifa? Right? Because in halacha, a treifa is considered to be dead already. That's halacha for the treifa. So if you kill a treifa, there's no liability for that. The goal says Bidu Shemayim, the goal says Shemayim, Shuchayim. So let's say then we have a goal says Bidu Shemayim. Now what's a goal says Shemayim? What's a goal says? A goal says is someone who is dying. But when you're not, goal says doesn't have to be that someone has an internal injury. Not goal says. What's the typical case of a goal says Bidu Shemayim? Someone who's very old, they're just dying. Very old. So people sometimes die of old age. So the person is dying. That's called the ghosts. Remember, there's no define because all people kind of love ghosts and treifa together because they're both imminently dying. But very different reasons. A treifa has some type of internal injury which is 1000% fatal. A ghost is just someone who's dying. There may or may not be some maybe there's not an injury, it could be just old age, or it could be just some type of illness, something else. But a treifa, again, is an internal injury. So if you go ahead and, everyone agrees that if you kill a ghost, it's your chai. The most is very important. Why? Because a ghost is considered to be fully alive in every way. A treifa is halachically considered to be dead. A ghost is fully alive. These are topics in end-of-life issues. So if you go ahead and you make end-of-life decisions that actively accelerate the death of a ghost, one can be liable for that. So the Gemara says, well, so what's the point of contention over here? What's Ghost be the Adam? It's very interesting. Rashi says over here, so it's like Ghost be the Adam is someone again who, let's say, was injured, has an injury, but not a treifa injury. But nevertheless is dying as a result of those injuries. So what is that person's status? So the Gemara says, Marvin dominating treifa, Marvin dominating gosis. One of the things it says, a gosis b'dir adam is like a treifa, and one says, no, a gosis b'dir adam is like a gosis b'dir shamayim. So you go, Marvin dominating treifa, the one who says that a gosis b'dir adam is like a treifa. My time, what's the reason? My time, I'm dominating the gosis b'dir shamayim. Why does he not compare to the gosis b'dir shamayim? Gosis b'dir shamayim was a bit nicer. Because the gosis b'dir shamayim was like, nothing happened to the gosis b'dir shamayim. There's no traumatic event. There's no injury, no one did anything to the person. That's the definition of a gosis. The Gemara says, hi, is Avide Maisa. But that gosis b'dir adam, something happened to him. Someone did something to him. The one who compares a gosis b'dir adam to a gosis b'dir shamayim, why is he not compared to a treifa? Because a treifa is something very specific. Treifa is someone who is injured in a fatal way. Something happened to this man, something happened to this individual. There's a very specific injury that has occurred, and that's why again there's liability. Tiny kind of negotiations. Let's say kind of ultimately again. We talk about negotiations. The person will go, as we put it before. The person will go ahead and literally another nefesh adam. Havi hamake es chaviro. Ve'im bo kidei lahamis. Upo achar behemiso shechayik. So we'll say, this is very interesting. Ruben goes ahead and hits Shimon. But he hits him in a non-fatal way. And then what happens? Right? And someone else comes along. Let's say then Levi comes along and hits Shimon and kills him, but ultimately again Levi is high. And his father, Trish Gemara says, what's the Kiddush over here? In Bokeh Lahamis Pshita, obviously, let's say if Reuben delivers the fatal blow to Shimon, and Rick comes along, and then delivers a fatal blow to Shimon, of course Reuben's potter. What's the Kiddush over here? So what is it talking about? Very interesting. Let's say Reuben delivers a fatal blow to Shimon, but Shimon didn't die yet. And then Levi comes along and delivers another fatal blow to Shimon. That's what? Levi's chayiv and Reuben is not. Whose opinion is this? Ustama, Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseda. Like I said, Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseda, it's very true. Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseda, Shita is kol nefesh. What's kol nefesh? In order to be chayiv for taking life, you have to perform the totality of the act. If you do not perform the totality of the act, only part of it, ultimately, again, you are not going to be chayiv. Incredible. But how is this a treifa pater? So it's just as before. If you kill a treifa, your pater. So it's like, this is pretty amazing. A treifa is considered to be halachically dead. And therefore, if you go out and you kill him, there is not liability for that. The treifa shot with the days in chayiv. So if they do the pater. Oh, I'll say, watch this. What happens if a treifa kills someone? So if you kill a treifa, your pater, fine. What happens if a treifa kills? What's that like? Nurses at the back. If the treifa killed someone in the presence of Bezdin, according to that, if you didn't kill in the presence of Bezdin, the treifa will be pater. What's the shot? Listen to this. If Bezdin, my time, will be out. So if the treifa kills in the presence of Bezdin, essentially, how can Bezdin not act? How can they not act? They have to do something. Right? Bezdin saw Reuben is a treifa. He's dead. But how could Bezdin not act when they go ahead and they see someone going ahead and something terrible? So on the other hand, what do you see from this? When you see something wrong, you have to act. So, I say that sometimes we see things that are wrong. When I see things that are wrong, it could be I see someone doing something wrong, or I see something that is broken, or I see someone that needs help, or something you see yourself, you know what, not my problem. If you see it, it is your problem. If you see it, you have to try to do something about it. You have to try to help. In this case over here, Bezdin see someone doing something terrible. The guy's a treifa. He's halachically good as dead. I got it. You still have to do something. If you see something, do something. Not just say something. If you see something, do something. Something about Kaddish says, that everything that we see in this world, we only see it because HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted you to see it. And if He wanted me to see it, it's because He wants me to do something about it. Now, it's true, I can't necessarily fix every single problem, but I could somehow be involved in some way. If you see it, or if you hear it, it means HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants you to do something about it. You saw this guy Ruben, who's a treifa, kill Shimon, he's a treifa. You still have to try to do something incredible. But listen to this. Shimon is well, let's say Shimon. So Ruben kills Shimon outside of Beis Din. So now what happens? Ruben the treifa, Ruben the Beis Din. So what's the halacha? Ruben really potter. But you know why he's potter? Listen to this. It's an English shata yachala zima. Because remember again, in order for witnesses to be believed, you have to be heard if you related to Adam Zolim. Now, what happens ultimately again with Adam Zolim? Reciprocal punishment. It's not going to work over here. Why? Because you're testifying about a man who's already dead. So because we're testifying about a dead man, therefore, again, the witnesses themselves are not subject to Hazama. For any testimony that is not subject to Hazama, by definition, is never believed. Fascinating. So, Rabbi says this. However, as a treifa, if one sodomizes a treifa, the sodomizer is chai. Treifa sharava b'knei beis chai shalach b'knei beis butter. But if a treifa himself sodomizes someone else, then what's the halacha? If he does it in the presence of Beis Din, he'll be chai. Not in the presence of Beis Din. He's potter. First of all, I'm saying, b'knei beis chai b'tzibiyat ha'mekelecha. So the presence of Beis Din is going to be chai. Why? Because once again, I will say, how can Beis Din not take action if they see something so terrible happen in their presence? Shalom b'knei beis Din potter. But not in the presence of Beis Din potter. I'm saying Ruben's potter, the treifa's potter. Why? To have the English shata yachala zima. Because we'll say what same thing. Witnesses are not going to be believed to testify vis-a-vis Ruben. Why not? Because it's a testimony that is not set to Azama. Why not? Why not? Because you're testifying about a dead man. So because it's not there, for again, there's no Hazama possibility. One second. Hazama is the same case. Why do we both the case of sodomizing, right, and the case of murder? It's the same result. Since murder is Hanlach. However, there's a change in Shricha. You're right. The Kiddush case of Rabbi is actually one who sodomizes the treifa. That's the Kiddush over here. The Gemara says why? It's Shricha. Shmar the Tima. They obviously command the Mishnah, which relates to the Potter. I might have thought that sodomizing a treifa is like sodomizing a corpse. Now, let's say, what's the halacha when you sodomize a corpse, right? So if you don't know, it's okay, by the way, right? I'm actually happier you don't know, right? Right? Let's say, so like, what is the halacha if you sodomize a corpse? Ultimately, it's potter. Not good, right? But myself, there's no liability. So I would have thought that sodomizing a treifa is like sodomizing a corpse. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, again, there's no fear there. I'm not sure that it should know, but it's the enough. Because we know that as much as the treifa is halachically considered dead, but technically speaking, it's still considered to be relations with the human being, and therefore, again, there's liability for that case. Rabbi says follows. Even if you do a treifa, the words were in there, we'll listen to this. So witnesses who testify at a treifa and were then made into Adam Zolim are not put to death, which is what we just said before. And the treifa was moved. Listen to this. So witnesses who testified at a treifa and then are found out to be liars are not put to death because, again, they're testifying about a dead man. But witnesses who themselves are treifas, right? Witnesses of themselves are treifas who testify and are then found to be liars, Adam Zolim, can be put to death. Rashi says no. I feel even treifa should be the fish inner. No, even witnesses who are Adam Zolim, witnesses who are treifas cannot be named Adam Zolim because listen to this. In order to be named Adam Zolim, the witnesses who made you into Zolim themselves have to be into Zolim. And let's remember again, how do you become Adam Zolim? Right, witnesses show up, they testify about something. Then what happens? A second set of witnesses say, you could not have seen that because you were with us at that time. Well, in order for witnesses to name it to Zolim, the witnesses who make them into Zolim also have to be able to name it to Zolim. But the Zolim witnesses about witnesses who are treifas can be presumably why? Because the witnesses that they're testifying about themselves are considered halachically dead. So because the mazinin, the witnesses who make the presumably cannot themselves be presumed, if on a technicality they can't be put to death. Okay, incredible. Rabbi says, short trait to shar chayiv. Listen to this. What happens if Reuben has a shar, and Reuben's shar is a treifa? It's a treifa, right? Ultimately, again, a Reuben's trait shar kills someone. What's the halacha? It's chayiv. The shar adam treifa shar pater. But if the owner is a treifa, ultimately, again, the owner is not liable. If the shar is a treifa, the owner is liable. If the owner is a treifa and the shar kills someone, he's pater, which again, that makes sense because the owner is considered dead. My time also is I'm across Hashim Sakel. The God Ba'alav you must. The Pasuk says the shar will be stoned and also his owner will be put to death. Kolecha the Karina Beit Gam Ba'alav Yumas, Karina Beit Shar Yisakel. Kolecha Lo Karina Beit Gam Ba'alav Yumas, Lo Karina Beit Shar Yisakel. So essentially it's a combination. Wherever the owner could be put to death, that's when the shar could be executed. But if the owner can't be put to death, then the shar is not executed. And therefore, in this case, if the owner is a shooter, the owner can't be put to death. So because the owner can't be put to death, the shar can't be put to death either. Rashi says, no, after the shar trait and nami, shar kasa. Even if the owner is totally fine, but the shar is a trait, you also can't put the shar to death. Why not? My timer. Kevan deilu bairim habu katiri shar nami pater, because essentially the Rashi is going to say like this: any case where the owner himself will be pater, right? The shar will also be pater under similar circumstances. So since the owner would be pater if he is a treifa, so the owner will also be pater. Since if the owner were a treifa will be pater, so too if the shar is a treifa, the shar will also be pater. Okay, incredible. She's about like Helen. So I'm about Kabayatov. Kishitim to the Aras Nachash Prim Sinafu Omid. The Fichach Makish Bisaif and Nachash Pater. So let's remember again back in the Mishnah. What happened in the Mishnah? We have an interesting case of what happens if Reuben takes a snake. He holds the snake's mouth open and he takes the snake's fangs, puts it into Shimon's hair. So what's the halacha? So in that case again, Rabbi Yehuda held that you're chayiv, and the Chacham said that you're pater. Now what's the logic? The Gemara says. So Rabbi says like this. According to Rabbi Yehuda, we have to say it as follows: that in a snake, the poison, the venom, is already on the tip of the fangs. It's already there. And therefore, Allah Chalamaisa, essentially, when Reuben comes, Reuben is directly killing Shimon by inserting the fangs of the snake into the Shimon's hands. And therefore, again, Makish B'Sayif, ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be chayiv, right? Liable to death by beheading. The Nachash Pater. But ultimately, again, the Nachash is Pater. No difference in the Nachash. Why? Because the Nachash is like a sword. Nachash didn't do anything. Because the venom is just already right there. It's already present. It's already present. So then the Chachamim, oh, that's Nachash and Hatzmal Maki. No, it's not it. A snake decides to produce its own venom. And therefore, even though Reuben is taking the teeth of the snake and plunging it into the hands of Shimon, it's the snake that's producing the venom, and therefore it's the snake that's killing Shimon, not Reuben. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa. Therefore, the Gemara says, "The aras nachash mi'atmo l'maki, the fikach nachash b'skilo b'makish pater." Therefore, halacha l'maisa, again, the snake is going to be executed, but ultimately, again, Reuben is technically pater. I'll say, by the way, the way that I'm asking is halacha l'maisa. Asking ultimately like the Chachamim, that we don't view the venom as being there on the tips of the fangs of the snake, and therefore we view this case, even though Reuben himself is taking the snake and putting it into the hands of Shimon, we view that as the snake killing Shimon, not Reuben, and therefore technically speaking, the snake is lying not, and therefore Shimon will not be executed again, or gives up on a technicality. You know what I'm saying? Obviously very bad, but when I say again, that's the halacha. Mishnah. Hamakis Chavero, being the Evan, being the Egrot, Vamdur the Misas. What's the interesting case over here? Reuben is Shimon, right? Either with a stone or with his fist. Now what happens is Shimon doesn't die immediately. But Bezdin assesses, and Bezdin says, okay, Reuben definitely delivered a death blow. In other words, he definitely injured him enough that he's going to die as a result of this injury. Okay? Then what happens? The Heikel Menashaya, interesting case. Then what occurred? Then Shimon Baruch Hashem, Shimon Baruch Hashem had a shtickle recovery, right? He got a little bit better, but then ultimately he succumbed to his wounds. So what's the halacha? So you see what's interesting in this case? So again, Reuven injured Shimon, and Beis saw, okay, this was an injury that definitely could result in death. Then what ends up happening? Right? Shimon has a shtickle of shlema, right? But then ultimately he dies. So what's the halacha? Now what's that? When we say he dies, it's not that he gets hit by a bus, right? In other words, he died like literally, you see, as a result, ultimately, again, of these injuries. But again, in the middle there was this little bit of a refuah. So what? Rabbi Yudson says, Chayiv. Chayiv says, ultimately, again, Reuven is going to be Chayiv for killing Shimon. Rabbi Nechemia or partner Shakalai Mudavar. Rabbi Nechemia says, no, he's partner. Why? Like that government needs some proof. Some proof that what? Some proof that maybe Shimon's death wasn't solely the result of the injury he sustained from Reuven, since he did have a little bit of this, that's what Shimon. Okay, so let's have a look. As you got Rabbi Nechemia, in Yaakov this Halek Bachus Mishanto, so the pasuk says Reuven injures Shimon, and then what happens? Shimon goes ahead and gets back up. He walks outside Amish Anto, and the Gemara says that Amish Anto means of his own strength. What's that? 78a, and therefore again Reuven does not have liabilities. He says what? If he said like that, Shezem Halik for sure, someone say, why does God have to tell me that if Halacha says Shimon recovered, that Reuven is not killed? Isn't that obvious? If Reuven injures Shimon, right, hits Shimon, Shimon's very badly injured. But then Baruch Hashem, Shimon goes ahead and he's up and about and he's walking in the marketplace of his own volition. So the king don't execute Reuven. If Shimon's there walking around in the marketplace, of course you don't execute Reuven. What's going on? So here we go. Elo, Zesh Shamdu Misa, the heck of the Mashaya, or the Achar hit the Unays Shabu Potter. By the way, the word says, what's going to teach is as follows. If Reuven injures Shimon, and Beis says this was the type of injury that could have caused Shimon's death, but then Shimon has a shtickle before, and as a result of that before, what happens? Bakshim has a little bit before, and then afterwards, he succumbs to his injury. That Reuven is potter. The Reuven is potter. Essentially, what's saying, what the pasuk is teaching me is, if after the injury there is a shtickle before, there's no other healing, even if Shimon subsequently succumbs to his injuries, Reuven is going to be potter. The Gemara says, "V'Rabbanan, I've been I'm not going to actually." So what's that's the kind of comment. What does Rabbanan do with this drasha? Melame shechov shenoso. This is very interesting. No. What it teaches is like this. I want to say, in any case of injury, right, where Reuven injures Shimon, and now again, we're not sure what's going to happen. Shimon, the guy's going to recover. Beis Din incarcerates Reuven to see what happens with Shimon. Right? So that's the halacha. We incarcerate Reuven until we see what's going to happen with Shimon. Then Nehemiah. Rabbi Shimon, right? We did Rabbi Nechemia not incarceration. We've done this many times before. In the Jewish legal system, there's no concept of incarceration. There's no jail. There's no jail in the Jewish penal code. Why? Because Chazal understood. Chazal understood a long time ago, punishments are meant to be rehabilitative. That's the goal, right? Either rehabilitative or they provide atonement. So either they allow you to come back a functional member of society, or ultimately again you can't come back to society or execute you, but the punishment atones for your sin. So in that light, locking someone up in a cell and keeping them for prolonged amounts of time has zero rehabilitative effect on a person. I think this is not finished. No longer things right from the beginning of time. That's why there's no concept of incarceration. The only time we find incarceration is when we don't know what to do with the person. So what you might suggest over here, Reuven injured Shimon, is the injury result in death or not? We gotta hold them, we gotta hold them until we figure out what to do. So you might say, Rabbi Nechemia, how do you know whether Rabbi Nechemia or not concept of incarceration? The other thing, Makoshish. So I said it was against Makoshish, right? Makoshish was the guy who gathered water, chopped wood on Shabbos. He publicly desecrated Shabbos. So remember again, the pasuk says, "By Mishmar, they incarcerated him." They didn't know what to do with him. So they got incarceration. Rabbanan looked for Makoshish. So why didn't Rabbanan also not for Makoshish? Because the Gemara says, "Makoshish back Tomahu, Moshe lo haba yada katla demai." No, Makoshish was different. The reason they incarcerated Makoshish is they knew that they were going to execute him. What didn't they know? How to execute him. Lachuti high, the Lord Yadina Talamu, Ilabak Talamu. That's different than in this case, because when Reuben injured Shimon, we didn't know what to do with Reuben. Right? Is Reuben a murderer? Is Reuben not a murderer? That's a different kind of conversation. I'm going to say, we'll stop over for today. We're going to pick up again with this Sugya incarceration tomorrow, which is really quite interesting. We'll say, excellent job. Excellent job. Just remember, sometimes it's not about where you end, but it's about where you began. Right? So look at where we began, and we'll say, and again, if you're not right, tremendous accomplishment today. Shkaya, everyone. The details. Yeah. Let's have a great day, everyone. Shkaya, everyone.
Best nights of our lives spent there watching Chop talk to Helen. When I whispered in your ear, said, "Bold, you said no." I said it. Said 8 inch. Damn, Hester goes both ways. Hester was up there goes both ways.
We have this 2-night open mic program. And we also have door people at the store or at the partnership rather that all are comics now. So they audition in front of Adam.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show today. Our Angle Tomato sponsor for Touching Pay 5785 until Mishpava. We're dedicating all the Shiurim and Drushos this year in the schus of the Soros Tavos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Stephen Terry's in memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zichron Livracha. So with that, let us begin. We have a lot ahead of us in this Hashem. Today's daf is Ayin Ches 78. We are picking up on daf Ayin Zayin days 77b, about 15 lines down from the top. Mar says, we'll say some very interesting cases over here. Go as follows. Zarak Snar Bakosel, the Chazor La'achareh V'Harga Chayes. Listen to this case. Literally translated, someone throws, Srar is usually defined as a rock. Someone throws a rock at a wall, and ultimately, again, it springs back and kills someone. One is higher. Okay, so what's the case here? So this is actually very interesting. You look at Rashi. Rashi is right across the left. Zarak Snar Bakosel, then is Kavin L'Harga Chavero. The intention to kill his friend. Now what's the case? The Zarak Srar, the Ika Bakos Mekach, the Chazra Mikol Achoreha, Bahar Go Chayiv, Daha Nami Kochohu. So Rashi points out that we're talking about a case of intentionality. But ultimately, again, so Reuben is throwing the rock at the wall with the intention that it ricochets off the wall in order to go ahead and kill Shimon. So such an act, again, even though the stone is ricocheting off the wall, halacha l'maaseh is considered to be the koach of Reuven, and therefore again he's going to be chayiv. So the Gemara says the Tanatuna. So again, we further define this. We go in Elu hamasachakim b'kadar. So what are we talking about over here? This is like a case of those who go ahead and play a game, literally play with the ball. Shahar go amazing. Yaragin, the show game bowling. If they kill someone intentionally, they're chayiv. So if they kill unintentionally, ultimately they go. So what's the case over here? Take a look at Rashi, one more Rashi. We go to Elush Hamisachakim Bekadar Shahar go. This is so interesting. Regilin Tinogos, Hakos Hakadar Bekosa Bekoach. It was common for children, young people, to go ahead and take the ball, throw it against the wall with immense force. In order that the ball would go ahead and ricochet off the wall and go very after the thrower would throw the ball, so the thrower would run to the wall. And what would the goal be over here? The goal would be that someone would catch the ball, and throw it at the runner. Throw it at the runner. If Yakol Lachavin, who deserves the goal, Sash, in the Tana, in this Kaddish, Targis, Chaver, the Chazaras, or Lachavel, Bish within Hamis Chai. So I will say, this is like not dodgeball. Isn't it like suicide? Isn't it like, what is it? No. Isn't it like suicide? Like, whatever. It's yeah, whatever it is. You know, you throw the ball. Okay, stop. Okay, none of you are correct. So again, so you're going ahead. You're throwing the ball against the wall. Again, the idea here is you throw the ball against the wall. I know this place here, but you throw the ball against the wall. Right? The goal is you throw it as hard as you can because you want the ball to go as far back as you can. You, the thrower, have to get to the wall. Someone catches the ball and they throw it at you. If you get hit by the ball before you get to the wall, you're out. That's it. So in this case over here, there's a smidge of a twist in this game over here, and the thrower is trying to throw it hard enough that it can kill someone. So again, if he has that kavanah, the idea is to be high for killing someone. There has to be suicide. Yeah, it's called suicide. Right, that's the name of the game. We play this in Europe. So not the best name of the game, but that's the name. So again, if there's intentionality and the thrower goes ahead and has in mind and wants to stop like throw the ball with enough force to kill somebody, that's it. It's amazing. He's a murderer. If it's a shogeg, then ultimately again it's goes. I won't say nothing. What's the Kiddush over here? What's the Kiddush? The Kiddush over here is that there is a secondary, what we'll call it is, I want to call it a secondary force, because that would be a little bit dangerous to use that. But there is a secondary presence, right? It's not the pshat that like the thrower, Reuven is throwing the ball directly at Shimon and hitting him. There's a wall. So the interesting kind of idea over here is I would have thought that the presence of the wall essentially makes it that this is no longer the koach of Reuven. Kamash Malan, even with the wall, it is still considered to be the koach of Reuven. And therefore, again, if intentionality, Reuven will be chayiv as a murderer, and if it's the shogeg, he'll be chayiv dollars. Incredible. So the Gemara says the shogeg golem, shita. So obviously, if Reuven throws the ball hard enough and it kills Shimon accidentally, then Reuven's going to go to Golos. That's obvious. So the Gemara says, you're right. The Mazid in Herod, the Kiddush is not in the Shogeg case. The Kiddush over here is in the Mazid case. That Reuven did it intentionally, he goes to Golos. What's the Kiddush over here? Mal Tema Hasas Safeki Miyemar Dahadre. I might have thought that this is a case of what we call Hasafek. What does it mean, Hasra? That I might have thought that this was, remember again, in order to be chayiv for a Hasra, what do you have to do? You have to go ahead and warn someone with a certain level of weakness. Right? But again, maybe in this case over here, the ball's not going to go back, the ball's not going to go far enough. I might have thought that this Hasra is Kamash Hormon that it is not. So that Halach Lamesa, when someone plays this game, they're going to throw hard enough to ricochet back, and therefore, if it's with the intention, someone ultimately will be incredible. So we'll say, so this is very important for our study. So remember again, what's our topic? Our topic over here is about who's chayiv and who's chayiv and herod, and what we've been giving is one who kills another. What we yesterday stuff we're focusing on with something, confining someone. Find someone which is direct koach, you are chayiv. Now what the Gemara is doing is branching out a little bit, and even in a case where there is another intervening factor, it could still be considered your koach. So in this case over here, for example, the other intervening factor is the wall. I might have thought that the presence of the wall makes it that it's no longer my koach. The mashmallah, no, it's still considered to be my koach. Incredible. Okay. First, the Gemara says, "Honey, so again, we're focused on this case. Shahargu Tok Arba Amos Potter. What's the Arba Amos highest? This is interesting. So now, Reuven's throwing the ball against the wall. So if Reuven throws the ball against the wall, and again, remember, intentionality is everything. If his intention is to kill Shimon, it's not the Gemara says like this. If he goes ahead and he kills Shimon within Dalet Amos of the wall, ultimately again he's going to be Potter. Outside of Dalet Amos, he's going to be Chayiv. So what's the pshat over here? First of all, take a look at Rashi. Rashi again is right across to the left. Rashi says, "Can you go on the side of the Kador? Shahar Mitzvot Dalal Amos Tzivim, and Haya Hamuka only this so Arba Amos also. But when we speak a lot for Dalal Amos Atshem Asasa Bahargasa Potter Hazorek Migotos. So again, this is talking about the Shogi. Say if the Maisa Shimon was standing between Dalal Amos and the wall, Reuben will be Potter. More than Dalal Amos and the wall, Reuben will be Chayav. What's going on over here? What's the case? Right? If at the end of the day, Reuben did not want the ball to go further than Dalal Amos. He didn't want it to go further. Right? If you look poor tonight, then even if the ball went less than Dalal Amos and killed Shimon, ultimately Reuben should be chayiv. But again, if at the end of the day, Reuben did not want the ball to go farther at all, wanted to destroy the ball, I feel to be. And even if it went more than Dalal Amos, what's the case over here? The Gemara says, Amar Lei Stam Isakim Bekadar Kama Minach Nechalei. So in general, when people play this game, right? Halacha l'maisa, the goal is what? The goal is to throw the ball. And what does the thrower want? What does the thrower want? The thrower wants the ball to ricochet back as far as possible. So therefore, what the Gemara is suggesting is like this. If the ball only goes less than Dalal Amos, then that's, again, that is not the fulfillment of the desire of the thrower. And therefore, if something happens, ultimately, again, the thrower will be putter. If the ball, however, ricochets Dalal Amos more, that is a manifestation of the intent of the thrower, and therefore, halacha, he will be chayiv. Okay, now we get to the cause of this, to which the Gemara says, Amalei, the memra, the yechi hai gafno. Now, what's the chaf of this? What's the takeaway of all this? The takeaway of all this is that when moving the ball against the wall with intent, and that ball goes and kills Shimon, ultimately Reuben's chayiv. Why? Because the act of throwing the ball against the wall and the ball ricocheting off the wall is considered to be Reuben's koach. You want to remember again, if you have one rule, you can only be chayiv for killing someone if what? If it's your force. That's why, for example, again, we'll see this for today. All of those other cases we had in the Mishnah. For example, I go ahead and I Reuben ties Shimon up at night, even though the sun can rise the next morning and kill Shimon because of heat stroke. Reuben's not chayiv. Why? Because the death force is not there. It's not his koach. It's not his koach. He incites the dog against Shimon. Not chayiv. It's not his koach. The takeaway from all of this is throwing a ball against the wall. The ball ricocheting against the wall and killing Shimon is considered to be Reuben's koach, which the Gemara says, really? Is that really Reuben's koach? After all, listen to this. Very interesting case here. Hamakadesh v'nachol kiddush al yado o al hatzad v'achakach nofel v'shokes puzzle. So it's a very interesting case here. Paraduma. How do you create parad? Remember again, how do you create the paraduma concoction? You take the right apple, you go ahead and you slaughter it. You create ash. You then mix that ash with spring water, with mayim chayim. Right? You go ahead and afterwards, you take that, you mix it, then you sprinkle it. Now, what's interesting enough, the halacha is the ash has to be applied or has to be added with the koach of the individual. Right? If the ash drops in by or doesn't come in with the koach of the individual, then the entire concoction is invalid. Take a look at Rashi just a moment. First of the intermediate, why lies in Rashi? Mekadesh, the Efer Mesinas Efer Alamai. Kari Kiddush, some sense good. So see now what happened in this case over here. In this case, right, we'll call him Reuben, has the ash comes ahead and falls out of his hand. And what happens? It hits against his hand and for water. Or for that matter, again, falls on the side of the utensil with the water and then falls in afterwards. What's the halacha? Puzzle. The concoction is puzzle. Why? Because apparently this is considered to be a lack of coherence. So what do you see from here? That when something comes out of your hand, something else, and then goes into the final destination, that's not your koach. Therefore, using that logic, if Reuben throws the ball against the wall, the ball ricochets off the wall and kills Shimon, what should be the halacha? That also should not be is koach. That shouldn't be his koach. George speaks. What's the case over here? Bishop says. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here. Bishop says. First white line, and the first white line. Lonitas mikoach lefila rishona ela me'asim okazer v'shasas miyada l'shoges. Shoses, kimo ma'im shoses. You must know what's the case over here. You can imagine the case over here is where the ash falls out of the hands of Ruvain, falls onto the sides of the cleat, stops. Then, a moment or two later, slips in. Okay, that's a very different case. Because in that case, when the ash itself comes to rest, even just momentarily, on the side of the cleat, then the koach of Ruvain ends, and then the rest of it trickles in afterwards. It's very different than the ball case. Why? In the ball case, there's no cessation of dynamic activity. The ball leaves the hand, it hits the wall, it ricochets in the cliff. So Ruvain never stops. So I'll say a very interesting distinction. So there's an intervening wall. The fact that there's never a cessation of dynamic activity makes it my koach. The moment that there's a cessation of dynamic activity, i.e. the ash sits on the side of the utensil, just for a moment, right? You can see it, falls on the utensil, and then just like a second later, slips in, that's no longer my koach. What's like tremendous concept also. The whole avoda of life is like perpetual growth and perpetual movement is always necessary, even if it slows down a little bit. Because as long as I'm always going, it's my koach. Right? So even if it's a little bit slower at times, a little bit faster at times, but as long as I'm always growing, I'm always moving, it's my initial koach. The moment kind of stop for a moment, that's the moment where your koach ends. The moment where your koach ends, so stuff moves this way, stuff moves that way, but it's no longer your koach. Incredible. Gemara goes back there. So there Gemara says, good. This says, Tashma, another case. Very case. You have a needle. Yeah, the needle is ritually impure. Let's say, chemicant for mace, right? So now you want to go ahead and purify it. How do you purify it? You pour on the sprinkle it from the water of Kala Aguma. Okay. So now what happens? So what do you have? So interesting, the case where I have the tummy needle that is sitting on an earthenware vessel. So now what happens? You sprinkle the waters of the paraduma on the needle. Safek ala mechat, safek ala kares, right? So tussle. So now you sprinkle the water. Now we're not sure again if the water go on the needle, or perhaps the water hit the kares, the earthenware utensil, and then splash back on the needle. What's the halacha? Puzzle. Always puzzle. Based on what we learned, that actually should work. Why? Because even if the water even if the water splashed back off the klicheres onto the needle, that should still be what? My koach. No different than if I throw the ball against the wall and the ball goes and kills the shit. But it's the same idea. But yet over here we see that it's possible. So you see over here that when there is an intervening factor, it's no longer kol. To which the Gemara says no. I'm going to put about Yehudim Shvei Rav Matzah. Not mitzvah means splash back, but matzah. Matzah means Rabbi say that ultimately, again, but we're not sure if you look at Rashi over here. Rashi's matzah itmar lav lashon mitzvah to habat taza. It's not mitzvah, which means splashing back. Ella lashon mitzvah. Kilomar hazar mitzvah. What's the case over here? The case over here is where we find para aduma water on the needle. And what are we not sure of? We're not sure how it got there. Did it get there somehow because there are three possibilities. Possibility one is that the water landed directly on the needle, which was good to go. Possibility two is that the water hit the klicheres and splashed back on the needle, which would also be okay, because that's kohol. But then there's possibility three. What's possibility three? The water hit the klicheres and what? Trickled back onto the needle. That would not. So therefore, both sides, these two attempted approaches, both by Paraduma, to kind of diffuse the Gemara's argument, both fell flat. They both failed. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, what we thought originally, namely that kocho will work. In other words, that when you throw a ball against the wall, and that right, Ruben throws the ball against the wall with intention to kill Shimon, and the ball ricochets off the wall and kills Shimon. Halacha l'maisa, Ruben will be chayiv, even with an interview. wall that is still to be Kochol. Incredible. Let's go like so Itmar, Amra Papa, still similar cases. Haman the Katabre, the Ashkelay did Ketanayo. Listen to this. And ties up his friend. And he goes ahead and afterwards releases, right, because they ties him up by a dam of water, and then afterwards he bores a hole in the dam. His friends, right, bores a hole in the dam, and the water comes and drowns Shimon. What's the halachah? So the Gemara says, "Girei the these are considered to be arrows of Reuben." Of course, we've seen this expression before. Girei the is another expression for koach. So this is considered to be the koach of Reuben, and therefore Reuben is chayiv for killing Shimon. So let's say 1 second. How do you mean Rishon? Which is only assuming that it's called Rishon means initial force, which means that there is an immediacy. That when Reuben goes ahead and makes the hole in him, the water comes out immediately, and Shimon is right there. However, let's say again, Reuben ties Shimon up, away half a mile away from the dam. But we know that over time the dam water is going to come and kill Shimon. That's called secondary force, and therefore again there will not be liability in that particular case. So this is very important. Okay. So goes like, Zarak throw them out. It's an interesting case. Zarak throw them out. Reuben throws a stone upward. Now the stone does not come directly down. Instead, the stone kind of falls to the side a little bit. Vaharga, and kills Shimon. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Shimon is chayiv. Reuben is chayiv. This is very interesting. We'll say now, what do you see from this case? Reuben is chayiv. To this case, we'll explain this moment. When is Reuben chayiv? Reuben is chayiv when the stone doesn't come down straight down. He's only chayiv when the stone kind of comes down we're like a little bit towards the side. But if the stone were to come directly down, Reuben would not be chayiv. Now listen to this. Gemara says, "Only my brother should have papa. My time, what's the reason for that? You shouldn't be kochohu because it's his koach." I was supposed to say, interestingly enough, the fact that the stone didn't come straight down. See, when the stone comes straight down, what is that called? That's called gravity. Gravity is not the koach of Reuben. But when the stone comes down a little bit at an arc, right, at an angle, it comes down. That's Reuben. That's what Reuben does. Reuben doesn't contribute to gravity. Reuben contributes to the movement of the stone to a different location. So the rest of my time, you shouldn't be koho. Ikoho tezel el. What's that? It's interesting. If halach l'maisa, if it's Reuben's koach, it should just continue to go upward and upward and upward. Which I in Chesed Aleph say, "Be love koho." And if it's not his koach, then ultimately Rashi says, and ultimately it should just fall right down. To which the Gemara says, right, Ella, this is very interesting. Koach, kochoshu. So this is not a typical case of kocho. In fact, Rabbi says, the Gemara is introducing a new category of koach, kochosh. What does koach, kochosh mean? Diminished koach. Rashi says over Ela koach koach inu koach chazak. So this is not like a strong koach. Ela ktsas koach. Yesh kan v'haydelo azla le'el mishum shekhala koach chozek hazrika va'even chozeres la'aretz aval adayin holech sim ktsas kocho. So it says right. So inachinam. Real koach is where the item continues on its way because of your koach. So obviously this is a diminished. Why? Because again, Reuben in the church wants to throw it up. Obviously, Reuben's koach is coming to an end because it's coming back down. But it's still felt right because it's not coming straight down, which would not be Reuben's koach. Well, rather, it would just be gravity, but it's moving somewhere else. It's coming down somewhere else. So the fact that it's coming down a little bit of the arc, that's Reuben's koach. But again, not a full-blown koach, but rather a koach tzatz, a little bit of a koach. Okay, incredible. So let's say it turns out, by the way, that you begin to see that so far it seems that we have 3 categories of koach. There's what we would call direct koach, which is, Reuben throws an object at Shimon and kills him, okay, or rolls Shimon down on the water and kills him. There's almost like call it an indirect koach, which is really throwing the ball against the wall with intention that it ricochets off and kills Shimon Chayiv. And then there's almost what we call diminished koach, right? So direct, indirect, diminished. What's diminished koach? Ruben throws it up with the intention that it's going to come down over here. So again, when it comes down at the angle of the arc, that's diminished koach. Incredible. So what's the interesting case here? He calls our maklos, the mace, listen to this. So 10 people come along and they hit Ruben. They hit Ruben with maklos, with staffs, and he dies. Now, whether they did this, so ultimately, again, whether they hit him at once, or they hit him at once, or they did it one after the other, they are pater. They are pater. Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira says like this. Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira Omer, so again, so Tanakama holds that whether they go ahead and whether they all hit together or they hit one after the other, ultimately again they're going to be pater. There's joint responsibility over here. You can't point the finger at one particular individual. And Yehuda ben Meseira says no. If they go ahead and they do it together, ultimately again they'll be pater. But the one after the other, the last guy who hits Ruvain, he's going to be chayiv. Why? Because one thing is clear. He's the one who actually hastened the death of Ruvain. Moses, remember, again in halacha, there is culpability for hastening death. Hastening death tantamount to bloodshed itself. So therefore, the last guy who goes ahead and hits Ruvain, he's going to be chayiv for going ahead and doing it. Already open on. It's very interesting. Both the Tanakama and the Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira darshan the same passage. This is fascinating. Listen to this. V'ish kiyake kol nefesh adam. This is fascinating. So the pasuk is if a person, listen to the lashon, v'ish a man, kiyake kol nefesh adam. I'll say that kol seems to be a little bit extreme. If a person will kill the entirety of a nefesh. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, Rabbanan Sabri, kol nefesh, adika kol nefesh. The only responsibility is what? If you took the entire life. In order for that to be responsibility, one person has to take the entire life. So in this case over here, where you have 10 people involved, one person is not taking the entire life, therefore there can't be responsibility. Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira sabar, kol nefesh, kol duhu nefesh. Rabbi Meseira says, no. Kol nefesh means any amount of nefesh. If you take any amount of nefesh, there's responsibility. So we'll say, isn't that fascinating? So the Rabbanon, kol nefesh means only chayiv if you take a life in totality, but if you're only one of many, chayiv. That you do have to say, kol nefesh, even any amount of nefesh that you take, you are responsible for. Incredible. Amar Rav says, Hakol modim beges hatrefa. This is very interesting. Modim beges hatrefa shupat. Rav says, let's talk about our terms over here. Everyone agrees that if you kill a trefa, you're pater. If you kill a trefa, you're pater. Now, again, who's a trefa? Now, if you look at Rashi just a moment, Rashi says over here, we'll say a treifa is someone who has some type of fatal internal or some type of internal injury from which he will definitely die. Okay, very, very. We're going to come up with different terms. That's a treifa. So Rashi's example is, his esophagus or his windpipe is cut, or he has some type of hole in the brain, some type of fatal injury from which he is imminently going to die. So listen to this. So Rabbi says, everyone agrees, if you kill a treifa, you're pater. Rabbi says, now why are you pater to kill a treifa? Right? Because in halacha, a treifa is considered to be as if he is dead already. That's halacha with a treifa. So therefore, you kill a treifa, there's no liability for that. The ghost says b'dei shamayim, the ghost b'dei shamayim shuchayim. So then we have a ghost says b'dei shamayim. Now, what's a ghost says b'dei shamayim? What's a ghost says? A ghost says is someone who is dying. But interestingly enough, ghost says doesn't have to be that someone has an internal injury. Ghost, not ghost. What's the typical case of ghost is b'dei shamayim? Someone is very old, very ill. They're just dying. I don't say people are just some kind die of old age. So the person is dying. That's called the Goses Bidei Shamayim. Right? Remember, that's why I want to define our terms. Because often people kind of lump Goses and Treifa together because, hey, they're both imminently dying. For very different reasons. Treifa has some type of internal injury, which is 1000% fatal. But Goses is just someone who's dying. There may or may not be some others. Maybe there's actually could just be old age, or it could be just some type of illness, something else. Treifa again is an internal injury. So if you go ahead and everyone agrees, if you kill a goses, you're chayav. A goses is very important. Why? Because a goses is fully alive in every way. A treifa is halachically considered to be dead. A goses is fully alive. That's why these are major topics in end of life issues. So if you go ahead and you make end of life decisions that actively accelerate the death of a goses, one be liable for that. So the Gemara says, so what's the point of contention over here? Goses b'di adam. What's goses b'di adam? It's very interesting. Rashi says over here, so we'll say goses b'di adam is someone again who, let's say, was injured, has an injury, but not a treifa injury, but nevertheless is dying as a result of those injuries. So what is that person's status? So the Gemara says, married medami like a treifa, or married medami like a goses. One opinion says a goses b'dei adam is like a treifa, and one says no, a goses b'dei adam is like a goses b'dei shamayim. So we go, married medami like a treifa. One says that a goses b'dei adam is like a treifa. What's the reason? My time alone medami like a goses b'dei shamayim. Why does he not compare it to a Goses B'dei Shemayim? Goses B'dei Shemayim was Avdei Maisa. Because the Goses B'dei Shemayim was like, nothing happened to the Goses B'dei Shemayim. There's no traumatic event, there's no injury, no one did anything to the person. That's the definition of a Goses. So the Gemara says, hi, is Avdei Maisa. But that Goses B'dei Adam, something happened to him. Someone did something to him. The one who compares a Goses B'dei Adam to a Goses B'dei Shemayim, my time alone madam treifa. Why is he not compared to a treifa? Treifa mechatri simanim. Lo mechatri simanim. We'll say treifa is something very specific. Treifa is someone who is injured in a fatal way. Something happened to this simanim. Something happened to this individual. A very specific injury that has occurred, and that's why again there's liability. Tani time coming to Rothschild. So we kind of ultimately we talk about Rothschild. The ish kiyake kol nefesh adam. A person will go, as we put it before, a person will go ahead and right, another method of them. Lahabi hamake es chadero, ve'in bo kedei lahamis, ubo achar behemiso shu chayiv. So we'll say, this is very interesting. Reuven goes ahead and hits Shimon. Reuven hits Shimon, but he hits him in a non-fatal way. And what happens? And then what happens? Right, and someone else comes along. Let's say then Levi comes along and hits Shimon and kills him. Then ultimately, again, Levi is chayiv. And Reuven's pater. First, the Gemara says, what's the chiddush over here? In Mokadil Hamis Pshita. Obviously, we'll say if Reuven delivers a non-fatal blow to Shimon, and Levi comes along and then delivers a fatal blow to Shimon, of course, Reuven's pater. What's the chiddush over here? El Yesh Mokadil Hamis Uba Achar Bahamiso Shu Chayiv. What is it talking about? Very interesting. Let's say Reuven delivers a fatal blow to Shimon, but Shimon didn't die yet. And then Levi comes along and delivers another fatal blow to Shimon. That's what? Levi's chayiv and Reuven is not. Whose opinion is this? Ustama Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira. Like also, what is Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira holds? It's very interesting. Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira shita is kol nefesh. What's kol nefesh? In order to be chayiv for taking a life, you have to have performed the totality of the act. If you do not perform the totality of the act, only part of it, ultimately, again, you are not going to be chayiv. Incredible. If you kill a treifa, you're pater. So we'll say this is pretty amazing. A treifa is considered to be halachically dead, and therefore, if you go ahead and you kill him, there is not liability for that. The treifa shag b'fnei beis and chayiv. Show b'fnei beis and pater. Oh, we'll say watch this. What happens if a treifa kills someone? Say if you kill a treifa, you're pater. Fine. What happens if a treifa kills someone? What's that like? Versus it depends. If it kills someone in the presence of Beis Din will put him to death. If he didn't kill in the presence of Beis Din, the treifa will be pater. What's the pshat? Listen to this. If they base in my time, Chayiv Tiksiv will be Altara Mikebecha. So also listen to this. If the treifa killed in the presence of Beis Din, essentially, how can Beis Din not act? How can they not act? They have to do something. Like Beis Din saw Reuven kill Shimon. Reuven's a treifa. He's dead. He's dead. But how could Beis Din not act when they go ahead and they see someone going ahead and doing something terrible? On the other hand, Shalom B'fnei Beis Din, Pastor to have that Eid Shiyat Tegachozir. What's about before you go on to this? What do you see from this? When you see something wrong, you have to act. You have to act. Sometimes we see things that are wrong. And when I see things that are wrong, it could be I see someone doing something wrong, or I see something that is broken, or I see someone that needs help. And sometimes we say to ourselves, you know what, not my problem. It's not my problem. If you see it, it is your problem. If you see it, you have to try to do something about it. You have to try to help. In this case over here, they can see someone doing something terrible. The guy's a treifa, he's halachically put as dead. I got it. You still have to do something. Never say, if you see something, do something, not just say something. If you see something, do something. The Rabbi Kodesh says that everything that we see in this world, we only see it because the Kadosh Baruch wanted me to see it. And if he wanted me to see it, it's because he wants to do something about it. Now, it's true. I can't tell you to fix every single problem, but I could somehow be involved in some way. If you see it or if you hear it, the Kadosh Baruch Hu wants you to do something about it. Beis Din, you saw this guy moving, who's a treifa, shouldn't die if he's a treifa. You still have to try to do something. Incredible. Now listen to this. Shalom B'fnei Beis Din. Now let's say, Reuven kills Shimon. So Reuven kills Shimon outside of Beis Din. So now what happens? They bring Reuven the treifa, to Beis Din. So what's the halacha? Reuven's going to be pater. But you know why he's pater? Listen to this. It's an Eidos She'ata Yachala Azimo. Because of us, remember again, in order for witnesses to be believed, they have to have the ability to remain into Eidim Zorim. Now, what happens ultimately again with Eidim Zorim? Reciprocal punishment. It's not going to work over here. Why? Because they're testifying about a man who's already dead. So because they're testifying about a dead man, therefore, again, the witnesses themselves are not subject to Hazama. Well, any testimony that is not subject to Hazama, by definition, is never believed. Fascinating. So there's no technicality. So what Rabbi says is, if one sodomizes a treifa, you're chayiv. Sodomizer is chayiv. Treifa sheraba b'fnei Beis Din chayiv b'fnei Beis Din pater. But if a treifa himself sodomizes someone else, then what's the halacha? If he does it in the presence of Beis Din, he'll be chayiv. Not in the presence of Beis Din, he's pater. First of all, I'm going to say, b'fnei Beis Din chayiv b'sugiyat armikerecha. So in the presence of Beis Din is going to be chayiv. Why? Because once again, I'm going to say, how can Beis Din not take action if they see something so terrible happen in their presence? Shalom b'fnei Beis Din pater. Not in the presence of Beis Din, their part. I should say Reuven's part, the treifa's part. Why? To have the Eidos She'ata Yachala Azimo. As well as say what? Same thing. Witnesses are not going to be believed to testify vis-a-vis Reuven. Why not? Because it's a testimony that is not subject to Hazama. Why not? Why not? Because you're testifying about a dead man. So because it's about a dead man, therefore again, there's no Hazama possibility. Therefore, Allah says, Gemara says, 1 second. Hasulam, same case. Why do you need both the case of sodomizing, like, and of murder? It's the same result. To which the murder says, Hanuach, you're right. The Kiddush case of Rabbi say is actually one who sodomizes the treifa. That's the Kiddush over here. The Gemara says, why? It's shrichale. I might have thought that sodomizing a treifa is like sodomizing a corpse. And listen, what's the halacha when you sodomize a corpse, right? So if you don't know, it's okay, by the way, right? I'm actually happier you don't know, right? I was saying, so what is the halacha if you sodomize a corpse? Ultimately, pater. Not good, right? But the myself, there's no liability for that. So I might have thought that sodomizing a treifa is like sodomizing a corpse. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa again there. Kamashwan the mishum hanohu, but it's there no. Because you know that as much as the treifa is considered dead, and technically speaking, it is still considered to be relations with a human being, and therefore again there's liability for that case. Rabbi says follows. Listen to this. So witnesses who testify about a treifa and were then made into Eidim Zolim are not put, is what we just said before. Eidei treifa was moved neragin. Now listen to this. So witnesses who testify about a treifa and then are found out to be liars are not put to death because again they're testifying about a dead man. But witnesses who themselves are treifas, right? Witnesses that themselves are treifas, who and are then found to be liars, can be put to death. Ravashi says no. No, even witnesses of us even witnesses who are treifas cannot be made. Why? Because listen to this. To be made into Eidim Zolomim, the witnesses who made you into Zolomim themselves have to be made into Zolomim. Let's remember again, how do you become Eidim Zolomim? Right? Witnesses show up, they testify about. So what happens? A second set of witnesses say, you can have seen that because you were with us at that time. In order for witnesses to be made into Zolomim, witnesses who make them into Zolomim always have to be able to be made into Zolomim. But the Zolomim witnesses about treifas came into Zolomim. Why? Because testifying about themselves are considered dead. So because the mazimin, the witnesses who make them into Zolomim cannot be made into Zolomim, therefore on a technicality they can't be put to death. Okay, incredible. Rabbi says, short treifa shar and chayim. Listen to this. What happens if Reuben has a shar, and Reuben's shar is a treifa? It's a treifa, right? Ultimately, again, a Reuben's treifa shar kills someone. What's the halacha? It's chayiv. The shar sha'adam treifa shar pater. But if the owner is a treifa, then ultimately, again, the owner is not liable. If the shar is a treifa, the owner is liable. If the owner is a treifa and the shar kills someone, he's pater. Which again, of us, that makes sense because the owner is considered to get. My time was the reason. Amakra hashar yisakel v'gam ba'alav yumas. The pasuk says the shar will be stoned and also his owner will be put to death. Kolecha de karina be'v'gam ba'alav yumas. Karina be'ashar yisakel. Kolecha lo karina be'gam ba'alav yumas. Lo karina be'ashar yisakel. So essentially, it's a combination. Wherever the owner could be put to death, that's when the shar could be executed. But if the owner can't be put to death, then the shar is not executed. And therefore, in this case, the owner is a treifa, the owner can't be put to death. So because the owner can't be put to death, the shar can't be put to death either. Rashi says, no, if you do shar treifa nami, sharat pater. Even if the owner is totally fine. But the shar is a treifa, you also can't put the shar to death. Why not? My time off. Kevan de ilu bailim havu p'tili, shar nami pater, because essentially Rashi is going to say like this: any case where the owner himself would be pater, right, the shar would also be pater under similar circumstances. So since the owner would be pater if he is a treifa, so therefore halacha l'maisa, the owner will also be pater. Since if the owner were a treifa, would be pater. So too, if the shar is a treifa, the shar will also be pater. Okay, incredible. She's the boss I call it. Rabbi Yaakov. Kishutim told her, "You do aras nachash b'shinafu omeid lefichach makish b'sayif nachash pater." So once remember again back in the Mishnah, what happened in the Mishnah? We had an interesting case of what happens if Reuben takes a snake. He holds the snake's mouth open and he takes the snake's fangs and he plunges it into Shimon's hands. So what's the halacha? So in that case again. In that case, Rabbi held that you're chayiv, and the Chacham said that you're pater. Now, what's the logic? The Gemara says. So Rabbi says like this. According to Rabbi, we have to say as follows: that in a snake, the poison, the venom, is already on the tip of the fangs. It's already there, and therefore Allah Lamaisa, essentially, when Reuben is directly killing Shimon by inserting the fangs of the snake into the Shimon's hands. And therefore, again, makish b'sayif. Ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be chayiv, right? Liable to death by beheading. The nachash pater. But ultimately, again, the nachash is pater. It goes right into the nachash. Why? Because the nachash is like a sword. The nachash didn't do anything. Because the venom is just already right there. It's already present. No, it's not true. A snake decides to produce its own venom. And therefore, even though Reuben's taking the teeth of the snake and plunging it into the hands of Shimon, it's the snake that's producing the venom. And therefore, it's the snake that's killing Shimon, not Reuben. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa. Therefore, the Gemara says, Therefore, Allah again is going to be executed, but ultimately, again, Ruvain is technically potter. They'll say, by the way, the way that Rambam passes halacha l'maisa, Rambam passes ultimately like the Chachamim, that we don't view the venom as being there on the tips of the fangs of the snake, and therefore we view this case, even though Ruvain himself is taking the snake and putting it into the hands of Shimon, we view that as the snake killing Shimon, not Ruvain, and therefore technically speaking, the snake is liable, but Shimon is not, and therefore Shimon will not be executed again. It gives off on a technicality. Again, I will say, obviously very bad, but Lamaisa again, that's the halacha. Mishnah. Hamakis Chavero, being the Evan, being the Egro, Vamdur Lemisa. What's the interesting case over here? Ruvain hits Shimon. He hits Shimon, right, either with a stone or with his fist. Now what happens? We'll say Shimon does die immediately. But based in assessment, says, okay, Ruvain definitely delivered a death blow. In other words, he definitely injured him enough that he's going to die as a result of this injury. Okay, then what happens? Then what occurred? Then Shimon Baruch Hashem had a shtickle recovery. Right, he got a little bit better, but then ultimately he succumbed to his wounds. So what's that law? So you see what's interesting in this case? So again, Ruvain injured Shimon, and basically saw, okay, this was an injury that definitely could result in death. Then what ends up happening? Right, Shimon has a shtickle of shlema, right? But then ultimately he dies. So what's the halacha? Now, when we say he dies, it's meant that he gets hit by a bus, right? In other words, he died like literally we see as a result ultimately again of these injuries. But again, in the middle there, it was this little bit of a flaw. So what's the halacha? But the Gemara says, chayiv. Tanakama says ultimately again, Ruvain is going to be chayiv for killing Shimon. Rabbi Nechemia Omer Pater Shagalai. And Nechemia says no, it's pater. Why? Means there's some proof that maybe Shimon's death wasn't solely the result of the injury he sustained, since he did have a little bit of this before Shalema. Okay, so let's analyze. As you guys have in Nehemiah, in Yaakov this halach before Mishantel, so the pasuk says Ruvain injures Shimon, and then what happens? Shimon goes ahead and gets back up. He walks outside Al Mishanto. And the Gemara says that Al Mishanto means of his own strength. So what's that? 78a. And therefore again, Ruvain does not have liabilities. The Gemara says, what? If he somehow died, so we'll say, why does the Torah have to tell me that if Halach L'Maisa Shimon recovered, that Ruvain is not killed? Isn't that obvious? If Ruvain injured Shimon, right, hits Shimon, Shimon's very badly injured. But then Baruch Hashem, Shimon goes ahead and he's up and out and he's walking in the marketplace of his own volition. So the Torah says, okay, we don't execute Ruvain. How does it execute? If Shimon's there walking around in the marketplace, of course we don't execute Ruvain. What's going on? So here we go. Elo, Zeh Shamdul Misa, the Hekam Mashahaya, or the Akar hit the Mace Shahu Pacha. Rather, what says, what's coming to us as follows. Then if Ruvain injured Shimon, and Daisy says this was the kind of injury that could have caused Shimon's death, but then Shimon has a shtickle refuah, and as a result of that refuah, what happens? Bakshim has a little bit of refuah, and then afterwards he succumbs to his injury. That Ruvain is Pacha. The Ruvain is Pacha. Essentially, what Gemara is saying. But the possible teaching you is if after the injury there is a shtickle refuah, there's a little of a healing, even if Shimon subsequently succumbs to his injuries, Ruvain is going to be pater. Gemara says, I've been knocking my garsh today. So we'll say that's the kind of comment. What does the Rabbanan do with this garsh? Melame shechoshino. So this is very interesting. No. What it teaches like this. We'll say in any case of injury, right? We're moving into Shimon. And now, again, we're not sure what's going to happen. Shimon, the guy's going to recover. Beis Din incarcerates Ruvain until we see what happens with Shimon. Right? So that's the halacha. We incarcerate Ruvain until we see what's going to happen with Shimon. Rabbi Nechemia, Chavi Shimon, where does Rabbi Nechemia learn out incarceration? We've learned this many times before. In the Jewish legal system, there is no concept of incarceration. There's no jail. There's no jail in the Jewish penal code. Why? Because Chazal understood a long time ago, punishments are meant to be rehabilitative. That's the goal, right? Either rehabilitative or they provide atonement. Either they allow you to come back a functional member of society, or ultimately again you can't come back to society. We'll ask you, but the punishment atones for your. So in that right, locking someone up in a cell and keeping there for prolonged amounts of time has zero rehabilitative effect on the person. Right? This is not a Kiddush. Torah is really going to the time. That's why there's no concept of incarceration. The only time we find incarceration is when we don't know what to do with the person. So, for example, the Gemara suggesting over here, Reuven injured Shimon. Is the injury going to result in death or not? We got to hold them. We got to hold them until we figure out what to do. So, the Gemara says, Rabbi Nechemia, where does Rabbi Nechemia learn out the concept of incarceration? So also there was a case of Makoshish, right? Makoshish was the guy who gathered water, chopped wood on Shabbos. He publicly desecrated Shabbos. So remember again, the pasuk says, they incarcerated him. They didn't know what to do with him. So they learned that incarceration. So why does Rabbana also not from Makoshish? The Gemara says, Makoshish bar Tolahu. No, the Koshish was different. The reason they incarcerated the Koshish is they knew that they were going to execute it. What didn't they know? How to execute it. That's different than in this case. In this case, when Reuven injured Shimon, we don't know what to do with Reuven. Right? Is Reuven a murderer? Is Reuven not a murderer? That's a different kind of incarceration. We'll stop over for today. We're going to pick up again with this sugya of incarceration tomorrow, which is really quite interesting. Well, it's an excellent job. Just remember, sometimes it's not about where you end, but it's about where you began. Right? So look at where we began, and we'll say, and again, it's not light. Tremendous accomplishment. Go ahead, everyone. Yeah. Great to everyone. Go ahead, everyone.
This is a product
Off the wall.
I'm responsible for I will never try this, but I will. Yeah, try it with 250.
Yes, this is a dark. I've played this in New York. I'm saying, I remember it's called. What is that? Yeah, because the goal was to try to get the person running the ball as really as hard as you get. Basically, a little ball.
So they do the honest
That's helpful.
Sure. George, come on over here. You can measure us. So we'll do it from, I don't trust you, from wrist to palm. We'll do our fingers, Baba. Well, no. You don't do the whole entire hand. Okay, we can do the hand first. Let's do the hand first. You know when the pot is coming screeching off, so
someone on the Discord was telling me, like, he's like, oh, I think he was watching live or watching it when it just came out, and he goes like, right now on T5K they're measuring in their hands. And I had no idea what he's talking about, but I sort of had like a vision of it, and this is exactly what that was. Them comparing hand size. I like how he said,
all right, you want to say good morning, Baruch Hashem, incredible schools. To be able to continue in our journey of Sanhedrin, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor. For Tafshin Tehei, the Tafshin Bracha. Mention gently ocean touches this year in the schools of the Sarah Stavos for Israel. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for Yimos of Adar, Abba, Tova, Terry, and Steve Zinn, Rami Yamir, and his father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Herschel Ben Yosef Hakori, on the occasion of his 12th yard site in our, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, and Yisrael, on the Rafa, built and America, Talmud Torah, all of the Shamas area, the families in the Cholo, all of those in need of food, Shabbat, and Kol Cholis from American Torah, from bring home. All of our hostages in there, holy soldiers, be successful. The whole Maaseh Yedei. Well, so with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. A lot to do today. Today's daf is Ayin Zayin 77. We are picking up on Ayin Baba Levez 76b, 12 lines down from the top. Some really beautiful Gemara today. Ha'oiv eshkinav, person who loves his neighbors. V'amariv es krovov, and he goes ahead and he brings his relatives close. V'hanose es bas achoso, and he marries his niece. He marries his sister's daughter. And he lends money to a poor person at a time that the ani is struggling. When you call out, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will answer. So we'll say a really beautiful Gemara. Because so many times that we go through life and we're wondering, what exactly is like the recipe for success, right? Well, what do I want more than anything? I want to know that when I reach out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he's going to answer. Right? I want to know that when I need something, that he's almost sure when he's going to be there. So what kind of person do I need to be? What is it that I need to do in order to have responsibility? Responsiveness. Right? Responsiveness is not to responsibility, right? What is it that I need to do in order to make sure that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to be there for me? And it's so beautiful. So Chazal give you these formulas. So what's the formula for success? Someone who loves his neighbors. Which means, what's interesting about your neighbors is, although to a certain degree, you could try to choose them, right? Because you could choose where you live. Once you go ahead and you move somewhere, you definitely can't control who lives around you. Right? What's after that? It's after you find this quote, someone who brings his relatives close. You certainly can't choose your relatives. Maybe certain relatives you do choose. But a lot of relatives you don't choose. So what's the common denominator over here? Common denominator is person is able to get along with other people. Person is able to go to close relationships. You get along with your neighbors. You get along with your relatives. You are an agreeable person. You are an agreeable person. V'anose is basacho, so it's the same idea. Now let's say now, actually the truth is, this you see comes in Chazal more, but Chazal's almost like focus on marrying one's niece, your sister's daughter, or leaving aside the actual marriage of the niece. The idea, if you think about it, it represents really relationships going from, I would say, further out to closer in. There's neighbors, relatives, and a niece. So you know this in life, that sometimes the most difficult, sometimes the most challenging relationships are the ones that are closest to you. Like, those are the most challenging relationships. You like to think, of course you get along with your family. Right? Of course you get along with your spouse. Of course you get along. No, that's actually sometimes it's the people that are closest to you that you have the most difficult time forging a meaningful relationship with you. So I could be the kind of person and go from outside the circle to inside the circle, who can get along with my neighbors, who can get along with my relatives, who can get along again with my spouse, right? Which Chazal are terming it as the sister of my neighbors. If I could do that, what does it take to build relationships in life? What does it take? What does it take? I quoted this in million occasions. I've taken this. There's no wrong answer to this, because it takes a lot of things. But I think on a most basic level, the primary need that it takes to build relationships in life is vatranos, a willingness to yield. As Rabbi Nachman writes, I've quoted this many times, but that's not Rabbi Nachman, Tov Yios Vatron. That's it. It's good to be mevater. It's good to yield. It's good to yield. It's good not to always have to have everything your way. It's good to be able to know how to sometimes give in to the other, because it's just not worth the fight. And if you think about it, in each and every one of these relationships, you need to vaster. You want good neighborly relations? What do you need? You need to have a neighbor vaster. Why? Because at some point in time, your neighbor, whatever they're going to do, they're going to leave their trash out, or their trash is going to go into your lawn. Or perhaps they have a dog and the dog gets loose and nestles itself in your backyard for prolonged amounts of time. It just could happen. Right? So if you want to have relationships with your neighbors, vatron. You want to have relationships with your family, you have to be mevater. You want to have shalom bayis with your wife, you have to learn how to be mevater. You have to learn how to yield. Otherwise, all of these relationships become unsustainable. And Gemara says, if you're the kind of person who can create relationships with others, Kadosh Baruch Hu says, I promise, I'll have a relationship with you as well. I'll have a relationship with you as well. How does that relationship manifest itself? So when you call out to me as Tikra, you call out to me, and Hashem will go ahead and listen to you. And of course, that last one is the Ani. It's interesting because the way to read that Ani case is so the way it's understood is you're lending money to an Ani at a time that an Ani is having difficulty. So look at this last night, it's just crazy anyways. You realize, but it doesn't make sense. It's interesting because what does it mean an Ani who's struggling? By definition, if you're an Ani, then what? Then you're struggling. So maybe it means like Hamal that's Ani B'Shas Don't doesn't mean that you lend money to a struggling Ani. What it means is you lend money B'Shas Don't even when you're struggling. It's talking about the lender. It's easy to be about tzedakah, and it's easy to be mevater, and it's all the same of Hashem. What's tzedakah? Tzedakah is being yielding with your money. It's my money. It's my money. I worked for it. I worked very hard for it. I earned it. Why should I give it away? That's what it means to be mevater. You have to have emotional vatronis, and you have to have financial vatronis. So if I'm the kind of person who's financially mevatel, financially yielding, and I help another person out even when I'm having a difficult time. The Gemara says, Chazal say you're that kind of person. You're mevatel for people, you're mevatel emotionally, you're mevatel financially, you're yielding, you're giving. Because Baruch says if that's the kind of person you are for others, I promise I'll be there for you as well. Incredible Gemara. All right, let's go back here. No. So let's back to Shrefa. Also, that's the Pasuk says over here, quoting, this is the Isha Sheyukach as Isha Ves Imo Zionu. So this is if a man marries a woman and her mother. So it's right? She's also Ves Hen. So this is interesting. He'll be burned by fire, Shrefa. Also, him, the perpetrator, Ves Hen, plural. Now we'll say, now the Pashtos. The first time over here is once you're married to Rothschild, once you're married to Rothschild, you can marry Rothschild's mother. And if he does so, it's punishable by Shrefa. Now once it is punishable by Shrefa, it doesn't Rothschild do anything, right? Rothschild just married Ruvain legally. The fact that Ruvain goes and marries Rothschild's mother, that's on Ruvain and mother. So why does it say that Ruvain and Eshen and them, plural, both women are put to death? That can't be what it means. So the word says as follows. So I'm talking about Osovia Eshen, Osovia Eshach was going to be Rabbi Shmuel. No, the following means that Ruvain is put to death with one of these women, i.e. the mother-in-law. Rabbi Kiva says, Osovia Shten. Rabbi Kiva says, no, it means him and both of them. So what's going on over here? My bad, what exactly is the machlokes over here? I'm not buying much more. What's the machlokes over here? Have a dash in the pasuk. How so? And Yishmael Savar also Ve'eshen. Razik says, right, we say that we go ahead and we put to death Ruvain and then plural. Also Ve'es Achas Mehem. The reading is Eshen doesn't mean both of them. Eshen means Achas Mehem. It's a contraction. One of them. One of the women. She came to Lashon Yivani, colon la'achas hina, because apparently in Greek, the word for one is hina. So S-N, one of them. The Ein Chamos, Midrash Asya, and also this pasuk is not, and ultimately again the mother of his mother-in-law is learned up in a different drasha. That you keep a supper, also vs hen. What does that mean? Also vs shtehen. So it means him and both of them. What does it mean both of them? And again, Rabbi Shmuel is learning out the prohibition. Rabbi Akiva is learning out the prohibition of mother-in-law, mother-in-law's mother. Thank you, mother-in-law's mother from this particular passage. Rabbi says no. The point of contention is something else. And the Machlokes Rabbi says, what is the status of the mother-in-law after the death of the wife? So again, Reuben is married to Rachel perished. So obviously, when Reuben is married to Rachel, so they write Reuben's mother-in-law, Rachel's mother is permitted to him. What happens when Rachel dies? Right? Does the mother-in-law prohibition still remain? So Shmuel said, so Shmuel says yes. Yes, in fact, the mother-in-law prohibition remains active death right to the point where the relationship is punished by death. Rabbi Akiva Saba Yisur Bakar. The Kira on the other hand holds it's only in Isser. Now we see only in Isser. It's also, but it's not Sreifa. Okay, the most like that brings to the conclusion our study on Sreifa Shkoyach. Says the Mishnah, Very Rabbi, until later. Right, so we go from Sreifa to Herek. Herek, remember again, is decapitation. Right, through the sword. So the Idu HaNeherakim. These are the people who are put to death. The word for Herek is Saif. Saif, but again, it's called Herek, decapitation with the sword. So these are the people who are killed with the sword. Who are they? Number one, Halotzeach. Someone who murdered someone else. Okay, number two, Yanshe Yeridachas. Remember, Yeridachas is a city which worshipped Avodah Zarah. So Allah says the city is put to death. It's killed by Saif. Rotzeach Sheita Esrei, the Evan Obabarzon, or a murderer who killed someone, who killed his friend. With a stone or with iron, the Kalash Allah Musokamayim. So I'll say these sugars are going to be very interesting. Now, Kalash also Sokamayim means he holds his friend's head under the water. They say he holds his friend's head under the water, or he holds his friend in the fire. I mean, not really friends, crazy, but again, you understand the point. So the Ma'ozahar, what is it? It always struck me that Able could also mean fellow. It doesn't have to be a cover. But it is interesting that how Chazal Torah itself also does this. That whenever so many other words you could use for someone else, someone else. Let's say it's fascinating to see if in general, like Rabbi Nachman writes that when one commits an Avera, every Avera always has like a twofold component to it. On one hand, there's the Avera, but also the lost opportunity for a mitzvah. Like in the moment that I could have been doing the Avera, in the moment that I'm doing the Avera, I could have been doing something positive that very same moment. So there's like this duality of loss in the mission of an Avera. It's true of the person as well. And for every person I harm, and for every enemy, they could have been a friend. So it's interesting to see that the Torah first, see the Ruben's condition is holding his head under the water, and the Torah calls him the Ehu, right? So there's that duality, there's that obvious, that terrible mistreatment, but there's also the loss of perhaps what could have been a friendship. Okay, there you go. So calls me to the fire. Then you have Allah Misham Umes. Now listen, we're going to see all of this. And Shimon is unable to take his head out of the water, or he's unable to get out of the fire, and therefore he dies. Chayav, ultimately again, Reuben is going to be chayav for this. That's an act of bloodshed. Another case. What happens if Reuben pushes Shimon into the water, or pushes Shimon into the fire, and ultimately again, Shimon could have gotten up. He could have gotten up, but Umes and he dies. In those cases, Reuben had Pata. So this is quite fascinating. Even though Reuben pushed Shimon into the water, and even though Reuben pushed Shimon into the fire, since Shimon could have gotten up but failed to do so, Reuben is not liable. She said, if again Reuben goes ahead and incites a dog to go ahead and bite him, he incites him to bite Shimon. She was like as I know. Potter, ultimately, it's Potter. Why? Because this is going to be a case of grammar. This is causation. Because in these cases over here, Reuben is creating a force, but he's not the direct damager. It's the dog that is damaging. It is the snake that is damaging. Even though, again, Reuben riled it up. He should force it up. But what happens if Reuben took the snake? Right? Literally held the snake's open and put the snake's fangs into Shimon. Now listen, interestingly enough, it's the venom that kills Shimon, not Reuben. What's the halacha over here? So you must look at the Chayim in that case. That's that, and therefore Reuben is going to be Chayim. The common poacher is going to be Potter. As well, so a lot to talk about in this here. Let's see the Gemara. I'm a Shmuel. It may not only have my yad the barzon. So this is very interesting. That look at Rashi. First Rashi in the Gemara. Last short line in Rashi. Lo ne'amar yad. Kimash ne'amar be'eben yad or be'kli eitz yad. So let's say in the sugis where it talks about killing someone, the lashon of the pasuk is if Reuben kills Shimon be'eben yad. Now, what that means is literally it could be a stone that he's holding in his hand, or reading on the sense of a yad means that you have the ability to kill
as far as
someone.
fashion goes,
To kill
I
someone
don't understand
with
it. I'd like someone to help me.
with that
I
evidence.
look at
With
Brandon,
that evidence. In
I'm
other
like,
words,
well, that's
the
not
halachas
good.
are going to
You
see
know, guy
that
starts
in
with
order
an
to be
A,
liable
Gucci
for
shoes.
going ahead and killing
Oh,
someone,
Gucci's like supposed to
halacha
be this
l'maisa,
expensive
the
flash
item
right?
that you kill the person with
Why
has to be
they
capable of
they should,
delivering a death
Brandon
blow.
goes in the store.
If it's not capable
They
of
should be
delivering a
like,
death
no,
blow,
no, 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 no.
if I go ahead and I take a pebble,
Outfits.
moving takes a pebble, comes a little pebble, he throws it at Shimon, he throws it at Shimon, and somehow, and again, under normal circumstances, what would have happened if you threw a pebble at someone? Whatever, they get dings, but it happened to be that it hit Shimon in a way, and however it hit and he does, Reuben's going to be higher for that, because what he did not really have the capacity and the ability to cause death. So I told you, he's Lashon of Yad by, so the answer is, why doesn't it use the same Lashon of Yad by Barzal? Because ultimately, again, Barzal is different. Barzal is different in that when it comes to wood, so ultimately, again, so when it comes to iron, iron has the unique ability to go ahead and even in a very small shear. So the US is telling you, he writes Rabbi, so Rabbi says, so there is no Hakadosh Baruch Hu, Shars and Minas B'chol. Iron has the ability to kill in even the smallest amounts. Therefore, the Fikach will nitpir Torah both shear. And therefore, the Torah didn't give a shear. Now, what's unique about iron? So Rashi points out over here, Shabbat is the Choshu, the third white line on the bottom. I did Triba, Shetok, Ro Na'at, the Dashat Obelibo. That because iron could stab. So because iron could stab, therefore, even the smallest amount of iron has the ability to cause death. Therefore, the Torah doesn't use the notion of yad. Yad means that normally the item used to kill someone has to have a shield in order to generate liability. When it comes to iron, because iron is so dangerous, even without a shield, ultimately again there's going to be liability. The Hanini did Barzin with us, but this is all assuming that what? This is all assuming that Halacha L'Maisa, one went ahead and pierced an organ that could be fatal. Okay, the Kavash of a Sopha Light. So let's say listen to this. So now remember, the Mishnah said, if Reuben goes and holds a Shimon under the water, there's liability for that. So the Gemara says like this. The Gemara says, the Sefer was Kamash Malon. Both the Rishon and Sefer, the beginning and the end of the Baisa, both suggest tremendous lessons. What are the lessons? So the Rishon, in the first case, Mishnah teaches us a Chiddush. The last few Gafo, Kevan de Yafalos Misham, Chai. So let's say in case number one of the Mishnah, what's case number case number one is where Reuben holds Shimon's head underwater. And again, Shimon is Reuben is Chai. What's the Chiddush there? The Chiddush there is, how did Shimon get into the water? I don't know. Or Reuben didn't put him there. Or Reuben didn't necessarily put him there. Right? So in other words, the Chiddush in the Elisha is, even though Shimon's already in the water, Reuben didn't put it there. But if Reuben comes up, right, Reuben didn't put Shimon, he did something in the water. Shimon was in the water. Reuben comes along and holds Shimon under the water. There's liability for that, even though Reuben did not place him there. Sefer up in Sefer Rothschild. What's the Chiddush of the Sefer? Afagav the dog falls, keeping the Yafalavos Misham Umeis Potter. The Chiddush of the Sefer is, remember what's happening in the Sefer? Reuben pushed Shimon into the water. But now again, and let's say Shimon dies, if Shimon had the ability to get himself out of the water and didn't do so, even though he was only in the water because Reuben pushed him there, Reuben will not be liable. Incredible. Kavash Minoah. They'll say, how do we know that there's liability holding someone's head under the or for holding someone in the fire? In other words, that here, I didn't create these circumstances, right? Shimon may already be in the water, or Shimon may already even be in the fire. How do I know that if Reuben holds his head under the water, holds him in the fire, that Reuben is liable? And then you see, Shmuel Barakah, Pasuk says, Obey God. Or if Reuben treats Shimon or hatred, so much of it, if he hits him with hatred or animosity, Ravos is Hamid Samse. So this goes ahead and includes Mitzvah. What does Mitzvah mean? Literally again, constricting. The something means holding someone in place. In this case, over here, holding Shim's head underwater, holding Shim in the fire. Listen, there's a tremendous Shahadu in this as well. And it's interesting. How does the Torah define animosity? What's involved? Mitzamim. First of all, mitzamim means when you constrict a person. You don't allow a person to move. I don't mean physically, well, this is physically. The same thing as, especially in relationships, we back people into corners. And they cannot be the people they need to be, or they cannot accomplish the things they need to accomplish because someone is constricting them. There's tzimtzum. When you constrict a person, that's evil. That's animosity. It's animosity. So much of life and so much of relationships is allowing people to be who they need to be without trying to make them in our own image. In relationships, there's a natural yitzhara. Whether it's in parenting or it's in marriage, to make other people in your image, right? I need my kids to look like this, to be like this. I need my spouse to be like this. That's not what relationships are about. Relationships are not about making someone else in your image. Relationships are about forming and creating beautiful synergistic partnerships so that you can accomplish more as a collective than you can accomplish as an individual. And when you make someone, when you constrict to someone, you know, that's evil. That's animosity. Incredible. Story. There was a guy doing something so Ruben Shimon's animal, and what did Ruben do? He tied up Shimon's animal and left him in the sun. And as a result, the guy, heat exposure, the guy, what's that about? Ravina said that the guy is potter. I told you, right? About Chabara is potter. Okay, so Ravina says this guy is why? When it comes to murder or an accidental murder, it's not the same thing as an intentional one. Not only is an extenuating circumstance is not the same thing as premeditated. Yet, something. And so let's say, so that when it comes to murder, like even though again, accidental killing is not the same thing as intentional. All the same thing as Russell. If you keep a person in place, if Ruben keeps his head under the water, what's Tavaho? He's fine. So to again, Ravina wants to see in this case over here, where Ruben tied up Shimon's animals, the Shimon's animal cannot move out of the sun, and God is a result of his jerk, Ruben's going to be chayiv. So the top of our anxiety and Ezekiel, Sha'asam show we can raise it, but only so. Remember here, when it comes to Ezekiel, when it comes to damages, now let's talk about just enough damages. Accident damage is as intentional. Only is the same thing as Russell. Why is that? What's kind of like the operating, not phrase, but the operating concept by Ezekiel? Adam Muadiola. A person is always answerable for his actions. So when it comes to damages, to say, oh, I'm sorry, it was an accident. Okay, I forgive you. You're always responsible for damages. That's very interesting. So that when it comes to taking a life, so where there's a distinction between intentional and unintentional, only in so yet you're chayiv for confining someone, like if you're going to Shim's head in the water, he's going to be chayiv for that. So therefore, you're going to tie Shim's animal in the sun, and the animal dies. He's going to be chayiv for that. Bachar says no, it's about why. The nighttime of the apple, the visit, that ultimately the Moshe Shiv Acha. Why is that? America, most Yimas Amakel, Rothschild. So it's a part that the murderer will be put. Rothschild gave a lot of something, when you seek it, not priority at something. So ultimately, the church is discussing. Sorry, the Acha is like this. The deed with something is one that is brought up by Ezekiel, by damages. I'm sorry. The idea that something is brought up by Rothschild is ultimately, again, the Samson is not brought up by the Jews. I want to point out, remember, we just learned out, the Gemara just asked, how do you know that you're high from the Samson? How do you know that you're hiding someone in a situation which results? Remember again, what did you have? Called the adult Gamos. Remember, that's talking about consumer. So the Achel was the concept of mistake is not brought down in the case of murder. It's not brought down in the case of abuse, and therefore it doesn't apply. Very well, so this is really quite fascinating. Just understand what this mafia is over here. So the only time you hide for damages is when you actively damage someone with your own koach. Let's say here in this case, we're going to take Shimon's animal, ton, and the animal can't move and the animal dies, the doctor is going to say, you're not fighting for that. That's not good. It's not good. And we don't, obviously, I love donating, but there's no legal recourse that Shimon has under the fence. It's a fundamental offense. So again, you understand that the Samson applies both by bloodshed as well as by Nezikin. The Acha is only a project, doesn't apply by Nezikin. Another example, I won't say that, I'll tell you as we go along. So I love the Lema Paskin like Rabbi. That means Samson is chayiv both by bloodshed and by Nezikin. Therefore, again, if Reuben ties up Shimon's animal in the sun, and you're going to die heat exposure, and the animal dies heat exposure, ultimately remains chayiv. Now, we have a couple of other things that we have to qualify over the rest of the stuff, but just understand, nugget number one, Paskin, like, well, it's not number one, I've had a lot of nuggets so far, but nugget number whatever, but we Paskin like Ravina. Present Ravina, the one is chayiv from the Samson for confining someone or something, both by bloodshed, by Ratzeach, as well as by Nezikin and damages. Okay, let's go back to Amarava. Kaf makes Potter. Very interesting. What happens if Reuben ties up Shimon, and Shimon dies of starvation? However, 5 years later, Shimon's had no food, no water, I don't know the person because Rabbi had food and water, and Shimon dies. So Rabbi says that Reuben is Potter. Reuben is Potter. Rabbi says now, why? What sounds very strange to us. What's the logic? Without to look at Rashi. Rashi's in the first short line. Kafson is put out. The Geshash of Kafson ain't kind of the Var Hariga. Varav Abone Eilot. Vaholit Lekoza. La'achaz man kol shah. But I've done it something the night of all the Zuma. So let's listen to this. Essentially, that Rabbi Paskin, that means saying, holding someone in place and then dying as a result of being held in place is chayiv. That is only if the force which brings about death is present at the beginning of the event. So, for example, Reuben holds Shimon's head underwater, right? So Reuben is going to be chayiv. Why? Because the water, right, which is the vehicle of death, is right there in present. Right? So again, in the previous case, if you notice, right, Reuben ties Shimon's animal up in the blazing sun. The sun is there. The sun is there. Where let's say Reuben is a reality for Shimon, but there's no death force that's present in that moment, then Reuben will not be dead. So, for example, Reuben cannot, Shimon dies of starvation 5 days later. Okay, at the time that he said, okay, at the time that he tied him up, again, starvation, but there was no death force. So because there was no death force, therefore there is no technical liability. I'm also not I'm sure that people is not smiling upon Reuben for what he's done. But we're talking about in a very realistic framework, liability or not. The Beijing execute Reuben for what he did in order to be hired from something, for confining someone, the death force has to be present at the time the person was confined. If the death force only comes later, there is no liability. Next, Mamarava, another example. Mamarava, Kaf Sabakama Umes, Betsina Umes Chayiv. If Reuben tied Shimon up, and he tied him up in the blazing sun, right? Or he tied freezing cold, ultimately then Reuben and then Shimon dies, Chayiv. Ultimately again, so Reuben is going to be Chayiv. But on the other hand, Sof Chama Lavo, Sof Tzina Lavo. Let's say Reuben ties Shimon up at night. And at night, it's fine. There's no sun. When the sun comes up the next morning, by the time it gets to midday, Shimon's going to die of heat exposure. So Reuben's part of why. Some idea why. at the time that Reuben tied Shimon up, there was no present death force. So because of ultimately again, Reuben is going to be Potter. Because Sof Kama level, Sof Sina level, Potter. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Rabbi says, Kapsa B'Kniari. So this is very interesting. If Reuben tied Shimon up in front of a line, Potter. That's right, Reuben is Potter. Then let's say now, why is that exactly? If you look at that, you're actually very close. Kapsa B'Kniari Potter. Didn't Nani Lo Haya Kaus, Lo Haya Yah. Never say, I have to read this way. But this is fascinating. Why? Because they say the clinical tests have shown your chances of survival with a lion, whether you're bound or not bound, are non-existent, right? Rabbi says your chances of survival are no better if you're untied with a lion than if you're tied up with a lion. So Rabbi says, if Reuben put, I always say the idea here is you're going to see this. That for nice, I remember again with a wild animal, we saw this in the Mishnah about Sisabas citing the dog. Those cases seem a lot more like drama like causation, because it's not Reuben killing Shimon, rather what is it? It's the lion killing Shimon. It's the fact that Reuben would have had him up. Okay, his chances would have been no better had he been untied. Well, from my side, he's bugged. It happens to be, we're going to see, and I'm not asking, and things like that, he actually tied. But again, we'll see it for later. It says, because of the Harry Potter, if the Yutushin Chayiv. This is very interesting. If you guys Shimon up with Yutushin, what are Yutushin? Yutushin are gnats. So I guess it was a person dying as a result of prolonged gnat stinging. Yeah, something, whatever. What else? Reaction. First of all, what's the idea over here? Because if Reuben was untied, what could he do? Right? Actually, out, he could shoo it away. The fact that he's tied up now, so he's tied up, that ultimately again results in his death. So as Rav says, I feel it's maybe Yutushin Nami. Rav says, no, even with Yutushin, even with gnats, he's still going to be Potter. Why? Honey Asli the Honey Asu. So the gnats that he dies from are the gnats that are present at the time. Once again, the death force is not present. As we work with the gnats, this gnat chevra comes, this gnat right? So again, who causes the collective gnat chevra and causes his death? But again, the death force is not present at the time that he is tied up. Incredible. So let's say, so again, information over years before. In order to be chayiv from the sun to tell me one, the chayiv from the sun both by Nizu or by Nisa as well as by Nizikin. Number two, you're only chayiv from something if the death force is at the time that you are tied up to the individual. Yeah. It's good idea. Says the Gemara. If not, kafar like Gigis is very true. Upara Mazika. If let's say Reuben took a barrel, and he put the barrel over Shimon, right? Not put Shimon over the barrel, right? But he went ahead and he put the barrel over Shimon. It actually says over here, actually right across to the right, Kafala Gigis, Umes Bahavu. And ultimately, again, now apparently the issue with going ahead and putting it over someone is they suffocate. Over time, they will suffocate. So the is or Shimon sleeping. And what does Reuben do? Reuben goes out and opens the ceiling so that frigid cold air comes in while Shimon is sleeping and ultimately kills him. Rashi says over here, so he opens up the ceiling and cold air comes in. So let's have a whole ultimately again. One says Chayiv, one says Potter. What's going on here? To study the Rahus on the Potter. So it's like the Parashtos is the one who says Potter. Why? Because Rabbi says the Potter. The Rabbi comments the Potter. Rabbi just said that if you can Shimon up and Shimon later dies of station, that really is Potter because the death force isn't present at the time of the time up. So again, the Pashtus in these cases as well. When Reuben go ahead and puts the barrel over Shimon again, Right now, there's air. Right now, there's air. Or when he opens up the ceiling, right now, there's a draft. But Rabbi said again, one can make the argument the depth force is not present, and therefore again you'd be part of this case as well. So Tumor says not necessarily. This guy is maybe not. Maybe this price is actually Rabbi Zera. How so? How so? The Gemara says, I'm sorry. To say Rabbi Zera, he Damar Potter. Maybe it's Rabbi Zera holds the Potter. Why? What Rabbi Zera? So Rabbi Zera is this. The idea of the Chave, the place of the Shisha. If someone takes his friend, right? Ruben takes his friend into a house made of marble. Now, also now again, the Chav over here, Rashi says the base of the Shisha. The Sasal Bios, so they have a Orban. A house that is made of marble can be made airtight. So Reuben puts Shimon in an airtight home. And then he goes ahead and he lights a candle, and Shimon dies, and Shimon chayiv. I'm saying this is fascinating. Now, why is that? Why is he chayiv? By lighting the candles, what does Reuben do? What is Reuben doing? He's taking up all the oxygen, right? So he's taking up all so because he's taking up all the oxygen, therefore he is responsible of Shimon. Now the Gemara says time to outreach. Now the only reason he's chayiv is because he actually lit the candle. What you can infer from this is had he not lit the candle, but he just put Shimon airtight home, I say would not be chayiv. Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time that he didn't. So which the Gemara says, "Time of the arbitally shraga." So it was chayiv because of the candle. How about arbitally shraga low? If he would not have lit the candle, he would not be chayiv. So it's very well be that our Bryce reflects the view. Rabbi Zera, to which the Gemara says, not necessarily. Amri, shas some. I'm sorry, no Amri. The Gemara says it's not necessarily. I'll tell you why. Hassam, in the case ultimately again, in the case over here, below Shraga Maskal Havla, in the case of the airtight home, Yishuv Rabbi is apparently the kindling of the candle goes ahead and somehow also tints the air. So apparently the actual act of going ahead and lighting the candle, not with the candle, so Shimon would have been just fine. I mean, for long enough time, but what it been? Well, Maskal Havla the Shaykh in the days. Haka, in the case of the excuse me, of the barrel, I'm sorry, the bias, the low sugar, now you must still have the shaita. So as I say, interestingly enough, the Gemara says that the pieces are not comparable. Hasam below sugar, maskala, without the candle, the future air would not have started at the right time, but over here, the low sugar, now you must still have the shaita. But over here, ultimately, without the candle, future air begins. So, exactly to compare both cases. Interesting enough, the way we pass here in this case over here is we pass now. So comes out over here is machlokes. Yes, right. So Ruben puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or right goes Ruben puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or opens up the roof. Right then it becomes cold. The halacha. What is halacha? So it's machlokes. Now the only machlokes is ultimately he says what, but it's clear that there is fundamental machlokes as to again there is liability in this particular case. So as I say, in this case, we will have to see exactly what happens. Because this case is a little bit different because on one hand, the death force is present, but the death force is not immediate, prolonged. In other words, at a point in time, Shimon will run, but right now he has enough. At a certain point in time, perhaps the cold will kill Shimon, but right now it's not an impact. So we'll see this case in Eretz Hashem in this case, because this is kind of like a little bit of an in-between, where on one hand the death force is present, but the death force is not necessarily present in its entire full amount. So again, hold on to this case, we'll read back. The Rambam, Eretz Hashem put all of this together in a beautiful panoramic halakhic view for us. So we'll just point out how incredibly striking this lashon over here is that kafa le'iti. Right, so what happens? So Reuben is putting Shimon a barrel of so the right portion was kafa alei yigis. Reuben goes ahead and puts a barrel over Shimon. This lashon is very nice. It's right. Why is it reminiscent? It's the same lashon that the Gemara second Shabbos uses for her Sinai. Right, that the Gemara is a beautiful Gemara, dramatic Gemara. He lifted up the mountain over us, and what held it over us yigis. Like a barrel. So apparently what's fascinating about a barrel is that there's a No, don't put it on the inside of a barrel. Why not? Fix over in front of you. Apparently, you could suffocate inside of a barrel. So they both were telling us something incredibly amazing. Sometimes a person could feel like they're suffocating in Yiddishkeit. It can happen. It can happen. A person feels overwhelmed, ultimately again by the responsibility, by the realities that sit over us. And sometimes the gigis of Torah could ultimately feel overwhelming. It's almost as if HaKadosh Baruch Hu is validating that emotion. We all have moments like this where I know what I have to do, or I know what I should be doing, but the reality is it feels very overwhelming for me. It feels very overwhelming, and it feels incredibly suffocating. And the emotion was saying, I get it, I understand it. Yeah, at times it could be beautiful, and at times it could be inspiring, and at times it can actually be suffocating. That's in the right. It's in the right. There are sometimes when someone is struggling with something, I say that there's a great phrase called toxic positivity. Toxic positivity, and we all know people like this, where you're struggling with something that belongs to them. What do they say? What do they say to you? It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. You're going to be fine. And what's often your reaction to that person? I literally want to kill you with my own hands, right? Like, be quiet. Be quiet. I know it's going to be okay. I know it's going to be okay. I got it. I know I'm not going to. I'm going to be fine. But that's not what I want from you right now. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. And you're sweet, calm. It's going to be okay. You're so strong. Fine. Shut up. Right? No, I understand. I got it. Right? Sometimes what a person needs when they're going through difficult times is just some empathy, just some validation. That's all. So, okay, I know. I'll stand strong. I'll remain standing. But just validate what it is I'm going through. That's all. Just tell me what you Just tell me it must be really hard. Or I'm so sorry that you're in this predicament, or that I can do to help. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. I think this over here is that where do we learn this out? Where do we learn that toxic positivity is truly toxic? And sometimes the best thing you do for someone is just you don't be there for them. It's Kosh Baruch Hu. Sometimes I can do this. As well as I got the other thing, this Yiddishkeit thing, it's big. Sometimes it can feel like it's complicated. I say it, you can do it, right? But to be good, I got it along with you. Just know that I say, I'm the one who's holding the battle. Not someone else holding the battle. HaKadosh Baruch Hu holding the battle. So because I'm holding the battle, we got this together. But I certainly understand that at times, your responsibilities may feel profoundly overwhelming. All right, let's go back to Second Gemara. Dark Bar is a very interesting case. Dark Bar, the Sula Bar, listen to this. Reuben pushes Shimon into a pit. Pushes into a pit, and what happens? But there was a ladder in the pit. So remember again. Just to see what's happening over here. Now, interestingly enough, remember, a pit also has a header, right? A pit is proposed, it's like in our Baba Kama days, right? That a pit has some type of like noxious fumes inside of it also. So clearly, if Shimon stays in the pit, he's going to die. There's a ladder. But what happens? Or what happens? You know, just like a time of events. You think it's Shimon into a pit, but there's a ladder. What happens? Now someone else came along, Ba'ach have a silko, else came along, and removed the ladder. Okay. Who cut the silko? Reuben himself came along and took out the ladder. Potter ultimately looked at his partner. Why is Reuben? Even if the Shajir, the couple here is, as long as at the time that Reuben pushed Shimon, there was a ladder. There was a lot. As long as you were there of the pushing, then what? Then remember again, this was not an act that caused the death of Shimon. So just to even if it's the most traumatic way, imagine for a moment, Reuben standing there. Reuben pushes Shimon. Before Shimon hits the ground of the pit, Reuben kicks out the ladder. Reuben's still not going to be fired. Why? Because everything is determined by the moment, but that was the act. And since the moment that Reuben pushed Shimon was present, there was not an act that caused bloodshed. Because again, the mice of the ladder was there. The ladder was there. Listen, obviously, again, we're talking about the fact that Reuben will not technically liable. Obviously, Reuben's a bad guy. He's a bad guy, right? And things catch up with bad people. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Kadam is go, told him if he loves such as that, but even if the Sharja Yakalamasu, Upata of the Yushum Sila Plamas is the thing to grow up the armor. So it says, since at the time that Reuben pushed Shimon, the ladder was there. Even though Reuben took the ladder out before Shimon hit the ground, ultimately again Reuben is not going to be tired. Incredible. So it's Rabbi says, Zara creates a trispiado. Let's say shot an arrow at Shimon. But good news, Shimon had a shield. Shimon had a shield. Upa Ahanatlo, for someone that after he shot the arrow, someone came and took the shield. After the root part of an upload, or even if I took the shield, Potter, really Potter, why? But even the shield ain't suck to get delay. But I said there was remember, everything is determined at the moment that we shot the arrow. And at the moment that we shot the arrow, what was the Metzias? What was the Metzias? Shimon cannot be harmed by the arrow. So therefore, this act of shooting the arrow was not an act which could cause bloodshed. Because it couldn't cause bloodshed, therefore, again, Reuben is not going to be fighting. Even as again, let's say Reuben is fighting fast. He shoots the arrow, and someone after he shoots the arrow, he goes and grabs Shimon's shield. So that now the arrow kills Shimon. Reuben's in Potter because at the time that he killed Shimon, the arrow could not have killed Shimon. Incredible. So the man says as follows. Another case. Good. Amrava. Zara case. Listen to this. Let's say Reuben shot an arrow at Shimon. The salmon and the adult. But it's okay because Shimon had the remedy for an arrow. Remedy for an arrow. In other words, yes, the arrow was gonna quit, and he had a bandage. He had a order to bandage up the wound, and it would have been just fine. So after the arrow was shot, someone else came along and installed medication. After the rhythm of his run, or even his pain installed the medication. Ultimately, we're going to really about the what? But even the Shagabe, Yocham is Fabon Saba. It's all the same thing. In order to be high for bloodshed, it has to be that at the time of the act, the death force was present. But if at the time of the act, the death force was not present. So again, the ladder was in the pit, right? The shield was in the hands of Shimon. Shimon had the remedy for an arrow piercing, even though it was subsequently removed after he was thrown into the pit, or after he released the arrow, or after he went ahead and shot the arrow. And even if Reuben himself removed it, still didn't be part of why? Because at the time of the act was not capable of causing the death of Shimon. Incredible. The truth is, even if right, Shimon didn't have the remedy in his hand, but he was readily available at the place, right? So again, even in that kind of case here, the Reuben's act not one which could have caused bloodshed. Only is then someone else. What happened to Halacha myself? At the time that he shot the arrow, Shimon had the medicinal remedy. But then he shot the arrow, Shimon had the medicinal remedy. What's the halacha? In that case, ultimately, Reuben is not going to be high. Interestingly enough, this is interesting because in this case over here, remember, at the time that Reuben shot the arrow, Shimon did not have the remedy. He didn't have the remedy. Halacha l'maisa, he did the remedy before Reuben was brought to the Din Torah. So therefore, halacha l'maisa, Reuben will not be high. Rabbi, we have to stop over here for today. There's much more. Again, just throwing out all these cases right now. To show tomorrow's daf will really consolidate this into a comprehensive framework. It's incredible. Tomorrow, everyone.
It's very tough.
All right, Trevor.
It doesn't fit. No, it's like sitting right here. You know, measure your hands on your waves. Measure the head off the cameras, dude. Yeah.
All right, well, say good morning. We'll continue in our journey of Sanhedrin, thanking all of our sponsors for the thing. our annual Talmud Torah sponsor. Annual sponsor for Tavshin Pei. The Tilsim is Gava. This year in the schools, the Soros Tavos for Amis. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar. Habalin Lova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Kuhn, Zvi Herschel Ben Hakoin, on the occasion of his 12th yard site in our, and the Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zechon Lebracha, Yod Dan, and our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Sadna Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all of those who need our Fush Shabbat, the Chol Chalei, so Mechim Shprach, and Mechim bring home. All of our hostages and our holy soldiers be successful. The Chol Maaseh Yidus. What's that? A lot to do today. Today's daf is 77. We are picking up on Bava Mosai's 76b, lines down from the top bottom. Some really beautiful today. Person who loves his neighbors, his Krovov, and he goes ahead and he brings his relatives close. The Hanos says Bas Achosa, and he marries his niece. He marries his sister's daughter. Vamalva Sarah Ani, the Shas money to an Ani to a part at a time that the Ani is struggling. Allah Kasif Omer as Tikra Vashem Yad. When you call out, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is really a good, beautiful Gemara. And so many times, like we go through life wondering, what exactly like the recipe for success? What do I want more than anything? When I reach out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right, I want to know that something that Ribono Shel Olam is going to be there. So, what is it that I need to do in order to have responsibility? No, responsibility. Right, responsibility from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What is it that I need to do in order to make sure that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to be there for me? It's so beautiful. Sometimes Chazal use formulas. So that's the formula for someone who loves his neighbors, which is, although to a certain degree, you could try to try because you could choose where to live. Once you go ahead and you move somewhere, you definitely can't control who lives around you. Right? What's after that? What's after that is Mekayvis Krova, someone who brings his relatives close. You certainly can't choose your relatives. There's certain relatives you can choose, but a lot of relatives don't choose. So what's the common denominator here? The common denominator, a person is able to get along with other people. Person is able to relationships. You get along with your neighbors. You get along with your relatives. You are an agreeable person. So is this an idea? That was saying now, actually, the truth is, this you see the person comes on more, but Chazal's almost like focus on marrying one's niece, your sister's daughter, but leaving aside the actual marriage of the niece. Yeah, I think if you think about it, it represents really relationships going from, I would say, further out to closer in. There's neighbors, relatives, and a niece. So you notice in life that sometimes the most difficult, sometimes the most challenging relationships are the ones that are closest to you. Those are the most challenging relationships. You like to think, of course you get along with your family, right? Of course you get along with your spouse. Of course you get along. No, that's actually sometimes it's the people that are closest to you who have the most difficult time forging a meaningful relationship. I could be the kind of person, and it goes right from outside the circle to inside the circle, who could get along with my neighbors, who could get along with my relatives, who could get along again with my spouse, right? with Chazal as the sister of my neighbor. If I could do that, I will say, take no relationship. What does it take? I quoted this a million times. I think there's no wrong answer to this, right? Because it takes a lot of things. But I think on the most basic, the primary need it takes to build relationships in life is vachranos. Willingness to yield. And Rabbi Nachman writes, I've quoted this many times, lihios latron. That's let's be better. it's good to yield. It's good to yield. It's good not to always have to have everything your way. It's how to sometimes give in to the other. It's just the fighting. If you think about it, in every one of these relationships, you need to be in the doctor. You want good relations? You want good relations? What do you need? What do you need? You need to try to be with that. Why? Because at some point in time, your neighbor, whatever they're going to do, they're going to leave their trash out, or they're alone, or perhaps they have a dog, and the dog gets loose and finds itself. Right? So the nice stuff. You want to have relationships with your neighbors. You want to have relationships with family. You have to be mavak. Have shalom bayis with your wife. You have to learn how to be mavak. You have to learn how to yield. Otherwise, all of these relationships become unsustainable. And the Gemara said, if you're the kind of person who can create relationships with others, Rabbi says, I promise I'll have a relationship with you as well. I'll have a relationship with you as well. How does that relationship manifest itself? That when you call out to me as Tikra, you call out to me, and Hashem will go ahead and listen to you. And of course, that last one is the ani. It's interesting because the way to read that ani case is Hamalva Selal Ani B'Shas Dochlo. So the way it's understood is you're lending money to an ani. That an ani is having different. So I was looking at this last night. Maybe it's because it was just late. So it doesn't make sense. It's interesting because what does it mean? An ani who's struggling. By definition, if you're an ani, then what? Then maybe it means like this. Hamal v'es ani b'shas dolkos doesn't mean that you lend money to a struggling ani. What it means, you lend money b'shas dolkos even when you're struggling. It's talking about the lender. It's easy to be about stuff. It's easy to be mavacher. It's all the midah of vacheres. What's tzedakah? Tzedakah is yielding with your money. It's my money. I worked for it. I worked very hard for it. I earned it. So why should I go away? That seems to be mavacher. You have to have emotional vacheres and you have to have financial vacheres. So if I'm the kind of person who is financially yielding, I help another person out even when I'm having a difficult time. The Gemara says, I'll say you're that kind of person. You're mavater for people, mavater emotionally, you're mavater financially. Because if that's the kind of person you are to others, I promise I'll be let's go back. No. Let's back to straight. So it says over here, quoting so this is if a man marries a woman and her mother, so it's also the hen. So interesting. They'll be burned by their sreifa. Also, him, the carpenter, the hen. The Torah is telling me over to Rothschild, right? Once he can't marry Rothschild's mother, and if he does so, it's punishable by streifa. I was saying, who's punishable by streifa? It doesn't. Rothschild didn't do anything. Like Rothschild just married Ruvain legally. Everything then goes to marry Rothschild's mother. That's already the mother. So why does it say that Ruvain and Es and them plural both women are put to death? That can't be what it means. So the word says, so I'm talking about also the as no, the telling the meaning the women is put to death with what these women, i.e. the law. Rabbi Kiva says, also they stand. Rabbi Kiva says, no, it means him and both of them. So what's going on? My bad. What exactly is the machlokes? So I'm not buying mashmal. What's the machlokes over here? Is how to dash in the pasuk. So the mashmal sava. So the eshen. It says right. We say that we go ahead and we put the death Ruvain and them plural. Also the es achas mehem. It really means eshen. Doesn't mean both of them. It means achas mehem. It's actually one of them. One of the women. She came to your bunny, calling the achas pina because of her being greedy. the word for one is hina. Hina, so as and one of them. The aim chamo. So midrasha asya, and I believe this pasuk is not, and ultimately again the mother of his mother-in-law is learned that from a different drasha. Rabbi Kiva Savar, or Sovi as family, or Sovi as shtehen. So it means him and the aim chamos hachaksiva. And again, Rabbi Shmuel is learning out the prohibition. Sorry, Rabbi Akiva is learning out. Mother-in-law's mother from this particular pasuk. Rava Amar Rav, no, the point is to change this something else. Chamosu la'acham after the death of the wife. Reuven is married to Rachel. So obviously, when Reuven is married to Reuven, right, Rachel's mother is prohibited. What happens when Rachel dies? Still remains. Yes. In fact, the mother-in-law prohibition remains even after the death of the wife to the point that the relationship is broken by death. Rabbi Akiva Savar, the Kira on the other hand, is only in Isser. Now we see only in Isser. It's Asr, but it's not Sreifa. Okay, it looks like that brings to a conclusion our sugya on Sreifa Shkoyach. Says the Mishnah. Until later topic. Right, so we go from straight to Herek. Herek, remember again, is decapitation. Right, killing someone with the sword. So these are the people who are put to death. Remember, the other word for Herek is Saif. But again, classically it's called Herek, decapitation with the sword. So these are the people who are killed with the sword. Who are they? Number one, Harotzeach, someone who murders someone else. Okay, number two, Yan She'ir Nidachas. Remember, Ir Nidachas is the city which worship the Zara. Killed by Saif. Rotzeach Shika Esrei, the Evan over by himself, or a murderer, someone who killed his friend, killed with a stone or with iron. The Chalash of the Sochamai. These sugis are going to get very interesting. Now, Kavash also in Sochamai means he holds his friend's head under the water. Okay, so he holds his friend's head under the water. Over Sachar holds his friend in the fire. His friends. But again, you understand the point. So the Gemara over Sachar could also mean fellow. It doesn't have to be a chaver. But it is interesting that Chazal, the Torah itself also does this. That whenever there are so many other sources who could use that, someone else, in general, like Rabbi Nachman writes, when one commits an avera, every avera always has like a twofold component to it. On one hand, there's the avera, also the lost opportunity. Like in the moment of doing the avera, I could have been doing something positive at that very same moment. Like this duality of lost in the position of an avera. It's true for personally as well. Like for every person that I harm, and for every enemy, there could have been a friend. So it's interesting to go first to hear Reuven's holding his head under the water. The Torah calls him Re'elu. It didn't have to be. So there's that duality, there's that obvious, that terrible mistreatment, but there's also the loss of perhaps what could have been a friendship. So it calls him into the fire. Now listen, now we're going to see all of this. And Shimon is unable to pour water, or he's to get out of the fire. And more he dies. Chayev, ultimately, and Reuven is going to be chayev for this. That's an act of bloodshed. Another case. What happens if Reuven pushes Shimon into the water, or pushes Shimon into the fire, and ultimately, again, Shimon could have gotten up. He could have gotten up, but he didn't. Umeis, and he dies. Pater. In those cases, Reuven had Pater. So Moshe, this is quite fascinating. Even though Reuven pushed him into the water, and even though Reuven pushed him into the fire, since she could have gotten up but failed to do so, Reuven is not liable. She said, if again Reuven goes ahead and incites a dog to go ahead and bite Shimon, he incites him to bite Shimon. She was like, as Pater, ultimately it's Pater. Why? Because it's a piece of grammar. This causation. Because in these cases here, Reuven is creating a force. He's not the direct damager. It's the dog that is damaging, the snake that is damaging. Even though again, Reuven riled it up. Here's Shikbaz and Achash. What happens if Reuven took the snake? Right? They held the snake's mouth open and put the snake's fangs into Shimon. That was interestingly enough, it's the venom that kills Shimon, not Reuven. What's the halacha over here? So the Gemara said, Rabbi Yehuda said, no, in that case, that's not. And therefore Reuven is going to be paid. The Chachamim poster, Chachamim on the other hand saying that Reuven is going to be potter. All right, so I'll say a lot to talk about in this sugya. Let's see the Gemara. Amar Shmuel. His name Marlo Ne'amra Yad Darzal. We'll say this is very look at Rashi. First Rashi, last short line actually. Lo Ne'amra Yad. Rashi Ne'amra Be'even Yad or Be'eves Yad. Like in the sugyas where it talks about killing someone, the lashon is if Reuven killed Yad, Even Yad. Now, what that means is, whether it could be in a stone that he's holding in his hand, or usually in the sense of a Yad means is the ability to kill someone with that evidence. With that evidence. In other words, the halachas are going to be liable for going ahead and killing. Halacha l'maisa, the item that you kill the person with has to be capable of delivering a death blow. If it's like, in other words, if I go and I take a pebble, he takes a pebble, he throws that shimon, and somehow, and again, under normal circumstances, what would have happened if you threw a pebble at someone? Whatever, they'd get a ding, but it happened to be that it hit Shimon in a way, and however it hit him, and he dies, Reuven's not going to be fighting for that. Because what he did not really have the capacity or the ability to cause death. So that's why I told you use lashon of yad by Evan and by apes. So the Gemara says, why doesn't it use the same lashon of yad by Barzal? Very interesting. Shabarz because ultimately again Barzal is different. That when it comes to wood, so ultimately again, when it comes to iron has the unique ability to go ahead and kill. Iron is even in a very small shear. So the US says, so the Rabbi says, that iron has the ability to kill in even the smallest amount. Therefore, the Torah both shear. Therefore, they didn't give a shear. I was saying that what's unique about iron? So Rashi points out over here, Shabar Zolim is the third white line from the bottom. That because iron is that, therefore even the smallest amount of iron has the ability to cause death. Therefore, the Torah doesn't use the lashon of yad. That normally the item used someone has to have a shear in order to generate liability. But it comes to iron because iron is so dangerous. Although even without a shear, ultimately again there's going to be liability. The honey the Barzim because so one went ahead and pierced an organ that could be okay. The Kabbalish of myself in my life. Listen to this, and I remember the Mishnah said, if Reuven goes and holds Shimon in the water, there's like both at the beginning and the end of the both tremendous lessons, wonderful lessons. Here we go. Whereas the Rothschild of this commercial, this case Nietzsche teaches us the law even the Yachol Lalos Mishas Chayiv. So we'll say number one of the Mishnah. What's case number one? Here's the one where Reuven holds Shimon under the water. And again, Shimon dies. What's the chiddush there? The chiddush there is, how did Shimon get into the water? I don't know. But Reuven didn't put him there. Or Reuven didn't necessarily put him there. Right? So in other words, the chiddush in the ratio is, even though Shimon's already in the water, Reuven didn't put him there. But if Reuven comes up, right in the water, Shimon was in the water, Reuven comes along and holds Shimon. Reuven did not put him there. Sefer of the Rothschild. What's the Kiddush of the Sefer? Afagav the Dachfo. Even the Rachalanos Misham Umeis Kiddush of the Sefer is. Remember what's happening in the Sefer? Reuven pushed Shimon into. Now, let's say Shimon dies. Shimon had the ability out of the water and didn't because Reuven pushed him there. Reuven will not be liable. Incredible. How about, let's say, how do we know that there's liability under the water or holding someone in the fire? In other words, that here, I didn't create these circumstances. Shimon may already in the water, or Shimon may already even be in the fire. How do I know that if Reuven holds his head under the water, holds him in the fire? Sauerkraut, Pasuk says, Obe'eva. Obe'eva. Or if Reuven treats Shimon with animosity or hatred. So Lashon Obe'eva. Obe'eva he called. If he hits him with hatred or animosity. The Rabbos is Hamet Samse. So this goes ahead and includes Mitzamse. What does Mitzamse mean? Literally again, constricting. Mitzamse means holding someone in place. In this case over here, Reuven holding Shimon's head under the water. Or Reuven holding Shimon in the fire. Because there's a tremendous Mitzvah as well. It's interesting. How does the Torah define animosity? What's Eva? So what does it sound? Sometimes when you put the person, you don't allow a person to move. I don't mean physically, this is not physically. But sometimes, especially in relationships, you back people into corners. And they cannot be the people they need to be, or they cannot accomplish the things they need to accomplish because someone is constricting them. There's tzimtzum. When you constrict a person, that's evil. It's animosity. So much of relationships is allowing people to be who they need to be without trying to make them in our own image. In relationships, there's naturally Sahara. Whether it's in parenting or whether it's in marriage, to make other people in your image. I need my kids to look like this, be like this. I need my spouse to be like this. Relationships are about. Relationships are not about making someone else in your image. Relationships are about forming and creating beautiful synergies partnerships. That you can accomplish more as a collective than you can accomplish as an individual. And when you're mitzamtzing someone, when you constrict someone, the Gemara says that's eva. That's animosity. Incredible. Hoga. Story. There was a guy, didn't some other place to the Chavim Shah. Reuven had Shimon's animal. Reuven tied up Shimon's animal so that it couldn't move and left it in the sun. The animal died. He died. What's the halacha? Rabbi said that the guy was possessed. Reuven said he was possessed. Rabbi says, of course he's chayiv. Why? To murder or an accidental murder is not the same thing as an intentional. And it's in many circumstances is not the same thing as premeditated. Yet, so we know that when it comes to murder, right? Even though again, accidental killing is not the same thing as intentional. Ones is not the same thing as. Yeah, they will say, what's the halacha if you keep a person in the place? If Reuven keeps Shimon's head in the water, what's the halacha? He's chayiv. So to again, wants to suggest that halacha in this case over here, where Shimon's animal cannot move the exposure, Reuven is going to be chayiv. So the top of Ayin Zayin, Nezikin, Sha'asaban Shogi Kamezid, but only Skiraso. I was saying, I remember here when it comes to Nezikin, when it comes to damages. Now, what's the halacha about damages? What's the interest enough damages? Accidental damage is the same thing as intentional. Ones is the same thing as Rothschild. Why? Why is that? What's kind of the operating not the phrase? What's the operating concept by Nezikin? Adam Muad Viola. A person is always responsible for his actions. So when it damages, to say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, there was an accident." Okay, I forgive you. Hey, it was only extenuating circumstances. I understand. Hey, you're always responsible for taking a home, which is very interesting. But when it comes to taking a life, so where there's a distinction between intentional, unintentional, ones and Russell, yet you're chayiv finding someone, like if Ruben underwater, he's going to be chayiv for that. So therefore, again, if Ruben ties the animal's son and the animal dies, Ruben's going to be chayiv for that. Rachel says, no, it's about why. Amr Shashem, my time of the Abba, the why is it? Why is that? Amrikra, most you must Maker Rothschild. Rothschild, the pasuk says that the murderer will be put to death. So ultimately, Rabbi Sharshia's is fascinating. Sorry, Rabbi Acha's idea is like this: the din of mitzamtzim is one that is brought up by damages. I'm sorry, excuse me. The idea of something is one that is brought up by bloodshed, not brought up by Nezikin. Which is, I want to point out, remember, we just heard out, just asked, know that you're high from something. How do you know that you're high from someone in a situation which results in death? Remember again, what did you do based on? You must okay, Eva, he called the adult, the amos. So we learned that from Eva. That's not that much murder. So the Acha will say the concept of mitzamtzim is dafka brought down in a case of murder. It's not brought down in a case of mitzvah, and therefore it doesn't apply. Those most I said this is really quite fascinating. Just to understand that it's fundamental focus over here. So according to Rabbi, the only time you're chayiv for damages is when you actively damage someone with your own koach. But in this case, where Reuben takes Shimon's animal, ties it up in the sun, and the animal can't die, the Vach is going to say, it's not good. It's not good. We don't, obviously, Allah doesn't condone it, but there's no legal recourse that Shimon has with us. It's a fundamental machlokas. So again, Rabbi understands that the din of mitzamtzim applies both by bloodshed as well as by nezikin. Rav Acha, it only applies by bloodshed, doesn't apply by nezikin. Incredible. Amar Rava. Another example that I will say now, I'll tell you this as we go along. Halacha l'maisa, the Rambam Paskin is like Ravino, that we hold that mitzamtzim is chayiv both by bloodshed and by nezikin. Again, if Reuben ties up Shimon's animal in the sun, in a way that the animal is going to die of heat exposure, and the animal dies of heat exposure, ultimately Reuben is chayiv. Now, we have a couple of other pieces we're going to have to qualify over the rest of the stuff. But just understand, nugget number one, we paskin like, well, it's not number one, I'm not a nugget so far, but nugget number whatever, right? We paskin like Ravina. Paskin like Ravina, that one is high from mitzamtzim for confining someone or something, both by bloodshed, I don't say, as well as by seeking damages. Okay, let's go back to Amarabah. Kaf so umeis barav, pattern, very interesting. When Reuben ties up Shimon, and Shimon dies of starvation, whatever, 5 days later, Shimon had no food, no water. I don't know the person because Rabbi has food and water, and Shimon dies. So Rabbi says Reuben is pater. Reuben is pater. Rabbi says now why? What sounds very strange to us. What's the logic of that? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi's in the first short line. Kafso misparav. The Bishash Kafso in Han Dvar Hariga. Varav Bame Elot. The Chazak, La'achar Zman Kol Shah, but Damin is something in the mind of our Zuma. Let's listen to this. Essentially, Rabbi Paskin, that means something holding someone in place and then dying as a result of being held in place is chayiv. That is only if the force which brings it out is present at the beginning of the event. So, for example, Reuben holds Shimon underwater. Right, so Reuben is going to be chayiv. Why? Because the water, right, which is the vehicle of death, is right there in presence. Right. Similarly, again, in the previous case, if you notice, right, Reuben tied Shimon's animal up in the blazing sun. The sun is there. But in a case where, let's say, Reuben creates a reality for Shimon, but there's no death force that's present in that moment, then Reuben will not be chayiv. So, for example, Reuben ties Shimon up. Shimon dies of starvation 5 days later. Okay, at the time that he tied him up, again, there was no starvation. Like there was no death force. So because there was no death force, therefore there is no technical liability. Obviously, in the eyes of Kodesh Baruch Hu, I'm sure the Rebbe Rothschild is not smiling upon Reuben for what he's done. We're talking about in a very technical, legalistic framework. Is there liability or not? He doesn't execute Reuben for what he did. So it's a very important principle. In order to be chayiv for Sifra Mitzamtzim, for confining someone, the death force to be present at the time the person was confined. If the death later, there is no liability. Next, another example. If Reuben tied Shimon up, and he tied him up in the blazing sun, right? Or he tied him up in the freezing cold. Ultimately, then Reuben and then Shimon dies. Chayiv. Ultimately, again, so Reuben is going to be chayiv. But on the other hand, so chama lavo, so china lavo. Let's say Reuben ties Shimon up at night, and at night it's fine. There's no sun. When the sun comes up the next morning, by the time it gets to midday, Shimon's going to die of heat exposure. So Reuben's potter. Why? Same idea. Why? Because at the time that Reuben tied Shimon up, there was no present death force. So because of that, ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be potter. Because sof chamalavo, sof tzina lavo, potter. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Rabbi says, kafsa lefniari. So this is very interesting. If Reuben tied Shimon up in front of a lion, potter. That's very fascinating. Reuben is potter. Then let's say now, why is that? Yeah. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is very close. Kafsa lefniari potter. Di'inami lo haya kafos. Lo haya yakal lahazza atzaminari. Now let's say, actually, we do not pass this way. But this is fascinating. Why? Because also, clinical tests have shown that your chances of survival with a lion, whether you're bound or not bound, are non-existent, right? Rabbi says your chances of survival are no better if you're untied with a lion than if you're tied up with a lion. So therefore, it's interesting. So Rabbi says, if Reuben puts, and let's say, the idea here is that for my son, remember again, with a wild animal, we saw this in the Mishnah about Shisa citing the dog. This case seem a lot more like Rama, because it's not Reuben killing Shimon, rather what is it? It's the lion killing Shimon. It's the fact that Reuben went ahead and tied Shimon up, okay, didn't know better how to be untied. So hello for my son, he's part of it. Happens to be, we're going to see that I'm asking in a case like that, actually chayiv. But again, we'll see it from later. Rama says, because of the Harry Potter, the Yitushin chayiv. So this is very interesting. If Reuben ties Shimon up with Yitushin, what are Yitushin? Yitushin are gnats. So I guess a person could die as a result of prolonged gnat stinging. Yes, something, disease, an infection. So the nice one said, what's the idea over here? Because if Reuben was untied, what could he do? Right? Actually points out he could shoo it away. The fact that he's tied up now, so the fact that he's tied up now, that ultimately again results in his death. So as Rashi says, Rashi says no, even with Yitushin, even with gnats, he's still going to be potter. Why? Hani asli v'hani asu. Because the gnats that he dies from are not the gnats that are present at the time that he's tied up. Once again, the death force is not present. How does it work with the gnats? This gnat chevra comes, this gnat chevra goes. Right? So again, who causes it? It's the collective gnat chevra that goes ahead and causes his death. But again, the death force is not present at the time that he is tied up. Incredible. So let's say, so again, nugget of information over here, 7 years before. In order to be chayiv from Mitzantzim, so we've established number one, you're chayiv from Mitzantzim both by Nezikin as well as by Misa, by Roseach, as well as by Nezikin. Nuggets number two, you're only chayiv from Mitzantzim if the death force is present at the time that you are tied up to the individual. Incredible. So let's go back. Says the Gemara. This is very interesting. If let's say Reuben took a barrel and he put the barrel over Shimon, right? Not put Shimon over the barrel, right? But he went ahead and he put the barrel over Shimon. And Rashi says over here, actually right across, right? And ultimately, again, now apparently the issue with going ahead and putting the barrel over someone is suffocate. Over time, they will suffocate. So the Gemara says, or Shimon sleeps in. And what does Reuben do? Reuben goes ahead and opens up a piece of ceiling so that cold air comes in and Shimon is sleeping, and ultimately kills him. Rashi's over here. He opens up the ceiling, and cold air comes in. So what's the halacha? Ultimately, again, Rabbi Zera, Chad Amar Chayiv, Chad Amar Patra. So Machlokes, Rabbi and Rabbi Zera, one says Chayiv, one says Patra. What's going on over here? This time to Rabbi Amar Patra. So I will say the Pashtos, Rabbi is the one who says Patra. Why? Because what did Rabbi say before? Damar Rabbi, Chafso of Meis Berach Patra. Remember, Rabbi said, Rabbi was the one who just said that if Reuven ties Shimon up and Shimon later dies of starvation, that Reuven is Patra. Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time of the tying up. So again, the Pashtus in these cases as well. When Reuven goes ahead and puts the barrel over Shimon again, right now there's air. Or when he opens up the ceiling, right now there's a draft. But Lamaisa, again, one could make the argument that the death force is not present, and therefore again you'd be Patra in this case as well. Tusumar says not necessarily. This time, Rabbi Zeri, maybe not. Maybe this price is actually Rabbi Zeri. How so? Tusumar says I'm sorry. To say Rabbi Zeri, Damar Patra. Maybe it's Rabbi Zeri holds the Patra. Why? What Rabbi Zeri? So Rabbi Zeri, listen to this. If someone takes his friend, right? Reuven takes his friend into a house made of marble. Now, we'll say now again, the Chab over here is actually a base of the Shisha. A house that is made of marble could be made airtight. So Reuven puts Shimon in an airtight home. And then he goes ahead and he lights a candle, right? And Shimon dies. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Who's going to be chayiv? And this is fascinating. Now, why is that? Why is he chayiv? By lighting the candle, what does Reuven do? What is Reuven doing? He's taking up all the oxygen, right? So he's thinking about it. So because he's taking up all the oxygen, therefore he is responsible for the death of Shimon. The Gemara says, now the reason he's chayiv is because he actively lit the candle. What you can infer from this is how do you not lit the candle, but he just put Shimon in an airtight home. Then Allah, I say, would not be chayiv. Right? Why? Because the death force wasn't present at the time that he confined him. To which the Gemara says, time of the adikli shraga. The reason Reuven is chayiv is because he lit the candle. Although adikli shraga low. If he would not have lit the candle, he would not be chayiv. So good very well be that our Bryce reflects the Rabbi Zera. To which the Gemara says, not necessarily. Amri, Shasam, I'm sorry, low Amri. The Gemara says, it's not necessarily comparable. I'll tell you why. Hasam, in the case ultimately, again, in the case over here, the low struggle of Maskil Havla. In the case of the airtight home, this should be able to say is kind of the kindling of the candle and somehow also taints the air. So apparently the actual act of going the candle, had you not lit the candle, Shimon would have been just fine. I mean, for some prolonged amount of time, but would have been fine. Lamaskal havla b'shaita on the base. Hacha, in the case over here, the barrel, the bias, the low struggle, nami maskal havla b'shaita. Suppose I say, interestingly enough, the Gemara says, so the cases are not really comparable. Hasam below struggle of maskal, without the candle, the putrid air would not have started at the right time. But over here, below struggle, nami maskal havla b'shaita. But over here, ultimately, again, without the candle, the putrid air begins. So lav dafka is you could compare both cases. Now, both interestingly enough, the way we pass in this case over here is we pass now. So the interest. What comes out over here is machlokes. Right, so Reuven puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or Reuven puts the barrel on top of Shimon, or opens up the roof, right, and becomes cold. So what is the halacha? It's machlokes. Now the only machlokes is ultimately who says what, but it's clear that there is a fundamental machlokes as to whether or not, again, there is liability in this particular case. So as I said, in this case, we'll have to see exactly what happens. In this case, is a little bit different because on one hand, the death force is present, but the death force is not immediate. It's prolonged. In other words, at a certain point in time, Shimon will run out of air in the barrel, but right now he has enough. At a certain point in time, perhaps the cold will go shimming, but right now it's not an impact. So we'll see this case in Eretz Hashem, what we do with this case, because this is kind of like a little bit of an in-between, where on one hand the death force is present, but the death force is not necessarily present in its entire full amount. So again, hold on to this case, we'll be back with the Rambam, who Eretz Hashem put all of this together in a beautiful panoramic halakhic view for us. So I will just point out how incredibly striking this note here is that Kafa Lein Kigigis. So what happens? So Levin is putting Shimon, so the right question was Kafa Ale Gigis. Levin goes ahead and puts a barrel over Shimon. This lashon is very reminiscent, right? Why is it? It's the same lashon that the Gemara Masechet Shabbos uses for Har Sinai, right? That says the beautiful Gemara, dramatic Gemara, who lifted up the mountain over us and what held it over us, like a barrel. So what's fascinating about a barrel is good information to know. Don't put it on the inside of a barrel. Why not? Because if it tips over in front of you, apparently you can suffocate inside of a barrel. Inside a barrel. The Rebbe I think was telling us something terribly amazing. Sometimes a person could feel like they're suffocating Yiddishkeit. It can happen. It can happen to the person that feels overwhelmed, ultimately by the responsibilities, overwhelmed by the realities that sit upon our shoulders. And sometimes the gigis of Torah can ultimately feel overwhelming. It's almost as if HaKadosh Baruch Hu is validating that emotion. We all have moments like this where I know what I have to do, or I know what I should be doing, but the reality is it feels very overwhelming for me. It feels very overwhelming, and it feels incredibly suffocating. And the Rosh is saying, I get it, I understand it. Yeah, at times it could be beautiful, and at times it could be inspiring, and at times it could actually be suffocating. That's the end of the life. So just like, sometimes when someone is struggling with something, I'll say that there's a great called toxic positivity. What's toxic positivity? Toxic positivity, because we all know people like this, where when you're struggling with something, you go over to them. What do they say? What do they say to you? It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. You're going to be fine. And what's often your reaction to that person? I literally want to kill you with my own hands. I like, be quiet. Be quiet. I know it's going to be okay. I know it's going to be okay. I got it. I get around. I know I'm not going to. I'm going to be fine. But that's not what I want to do right now. Don't tell me it's going to be okay. You're sweet, calm, you're so strong. You're going to be fine. Shut up. Right? I know. I understand. I got it. Right? I got it. Sometimes what a person needs when they're going through a difficult time is just some empathy. It's just some validation. That's all. I know it's going to be okay. I know I'll make it through. I know I'll stand strong. I'll remain standing. Just validate what it is I'm going through. That's all. Just tell me I'm saying. Just tell me it must be really hard. Or I'm so sorry that you're in this predicament. Or is there something that I can do to help? Don't tell me it's going to be okay. And you know what's the godless over here is that where do we learn this out? Where do we learn that toxic positivity is truly toxic? And sometimes the best thing to do for someone is just build empathy and just be there for them. It's powerful. Cover your heart, you this. I got it. This Torah thing, this Yiddishkeit thing, it's big. It's big. And I got it. Sometimes it can feel like it's suffocating. That's it. No, but you can do it, right? But it'll be great. No, I got it. Just know, I'm not going to. Just know that at the end of the day, I'm the one that says, I'm the one who's holding the barrel. It's not someone else holding the barrel. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, am holding the barrel. So because I'm holding the barrel, we got this together. But I certainly understand that at times, your responsibilities may feel profoundly overwhelming. All right, let's go back. Said Gemara. That bar is a very interesting case. The Sulam Bavar, listen to this. Reuben pushes Shimon into a pit. And what happens? But there was a ladder in the pit. So remember again, just to see what's happening over here. Now, interestingly enough, remember, a pit also has a hevel, right? A pit, you've seen this before, it's like, Baba Kama days. That a pit has some type of like noxious inside of it also. So clearly, if Shimon stays in the pit, he's going to die. The good news is, there's a ladder. But what happens Or what happens? Now, just understand the timeline of events. Reuven pushes Shimon into a pit, but the pit has a ladder. What happened? Now someone else came along. Someone else came along and removed the ladder. Okay. Who? Maybe even Reuven himself came along and took out the ladder. Potter. Ultimately, Reuven is Potter. Why is Reuven Potter? But even the Shadje Yochalasu. What's the chap over here is, as long as at the time that Reuven pushed Shimon, there was a ladder. There was a ladder. As long as it was there at the time of the pushing, then what? And remember again, this was not an act that could have caused the death of Shimon. So just to show you, just to even illustrate the most dramatic way, imagine for a moment, Reuven standing with Shimon at the edge of the pit, the ladder is there. Reuven pushes Shimon. Before Shimon hits the ground, Reuven takes out the ladder. Reuven's still not going to be tied. Why? Because everything is determined by the moment of the pushing, right? Because that was the act. Since at the moment that Reuven pushed it, the ladder was present, therefore this was not an act that could have caused bloodshed. Because again, the ladder was there. The ladder was there. Listen, again, we're talking about the fact that Reuven will not be technically liable. Obviously, Reuven's a bad guy. He's a bad guy, right? And things catch up with people. Rashi says over here, Kadam is Kivaso Shazat, but even actually Yakolalasu. We should see the masses the Kuyuve, the Grota Almo. So I'm stressing, since at the time that Reuven pushed Shimon, the ladder was there, even though Reuven himself then took the ladder out before Shimon hit the ground, ultimately again Reuven is not going to be tired. Incredible. So it's Vamra has similar idea. Zarak hates the Tristan. Let's say Reuven shot an arrow at Shimon. But good news. Shimon had a shield. But said after Reuven shot the arrow, someone came and took the shield, or even himself took the Potter. Reuven's going to be provided, but even the Shajide Mitzak for vessel there was others. Remember, everything is determined at the moment that Reuven shot the arrow. And at the moment that Reuven shot the arrow, what was the Metzias? Shimon cannot be harmed by the arrow. So therefore, this act of shooting the arrow was not an act which could cause bloodshed. Because it couldn't cause bloodshed, therefore, again, Reuven is not going to be chayiv. Even if Ash, again, let's say Reuven is lightning fast, he shoots the arrow, and someone after he shoots the arrow, he goes and he grabs Shimon's shield. So that now the arrow kills Shimon. Reuven is going to be butter, because at the time that he killed Shimon, the arrow could not have killed Shimon. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Another case. Good. Amrava. Zark hates. Listen to this. Let's say Reuven shot an arrow at Shimon. The salmon and biyado. But it's okay because Shimon had the remedy for an arrow. In other words, I guess the arrow could have pierced him. So he had a bandage, he had an set, whatever he needed in order to bandage up the wound, and he would have been just fine. Okay. So after the arrow was shot, someone else came along and stole his medication. After the Rukagam of his, right? Or Reuven himself came and stole the medication. Potter ultimately Reuven is going to be Potter. Why? Both say it's all the same theme. In order to be chayiv for bloodshed, it has to be that at the time of the act, the death force was present. But if at the time of the act, the death force was not present. So again, the ladder was in the pit, right? The shield was in the hands of Shimon. Shimon had the remedy for an arrow piercing. Even though it was subsequently removed after he was thrown into the pit, or after he released the arrow, or after he went ahead and shot the arrow, and even if Reuven himself removed it, still going to be possible. Why? Because at the time of the act was not capable of causing the death of Shimon. Incredible. Rashi says, the truth is, even if, right, let's say Shimon didn't have the remedy in his hand, but the remedy was readily available in the marketplace, right? So therefore, again, even in that kind of case, it's clear that Reuven's act was not one which could have caused bloodshed. What happens if halacha at the time that Reuven shot the arrow, Shimon didn't have the medicinal remedies. But then after he shot the arrow, Shimon came upon the medicinal remedy. What's halacha? And this ultimately, again, Reuven is not going to be chayiv. There was an interesting enough. This is interesting because in this case over here, remember, at the time that Reuven shot the arrow, Shimon did not have the remedy. He didn't have the remedy. And since Halacha L'Maisa, he did get the remedy before Reuven was brought to Din Torah. So therefore, Halacha L'Maisa, Reuven would not be chayav. Rabbi, we have to stop over for today. There's much more. Again, we're just throwing out all of these cases right now. And tomorrow's daf will really consolidate this into a comprehensive framework. Incredible Gemara. Back, everyone.
So does John Jones know about the John Everett thing? Probably, right? Got to know about it. Because his face, when he's smiling like that, he's almost like,
It's like, you know what I'm saying.
if I were him, I would love this picture. I would say, look, I finally got a pig. You know, look, he's the guy that called me John Africa. You know, to all my friends, everyone's like doing the happy, or the laughy face, the skull emojis. Yeah, I did. I think he
all right, so it's like good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's such a thing. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tavshin Pei, Tosin Rabbi, for dedicating all the Shuman Drashas this year, wishing a Mazel Tov to Yeshua Mordechai on his engagement travel. Mazel Tov to the Chazon Akar, may we build the message to build a Neman Yisrael, which endures as Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Habba Tova, Stephen Terry Zinn, Rabbi Many of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef Hakoy, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman family generally of Mr. William Ziv, Zev, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, Tony Rafa. We also invite our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Samaria, the families and Chama, all of those who need a full Shnefa, give a cold Torah, Yisrael, Tzvah, Shmina, to send them home. All of our hostages, the Shalom and the Korab, and our holy soldiers should be successful. With all Maaseh Yedehem. But with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Some really incredible Gemara ahead of us. Today's daf is Ayin Vav 76. 76, and we are picking up actually on Ayin Vav. We left off Ima, which is on 76a. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down from the top. Last word on the line. So let's just remember again, we're introduced over here to the topic of Sreifa. Again, which types of relationships are punishable by Sreifa? And now, by the way, you see that you become the denominator. The types of infractions punishable by Sreifa, generally, again, are infractions towards immorality, which becomes the denominator of everything we're doing this over here. So remember again, as you learned yesterday, Zachor explicitly speaks about a man marrying a white woman and her mother, or a woman and her daughter. So now we're building out the framework from there. So the rest is as follows. So we should say that just as the man is prohibited his son's wife, so too she prohibited biblically to his wife's son's wife. So he was right. In other words, the same way he prohibited to his daughter-in-law, his direct daughter-in-law through his son, he should be prohibited to his daughter-in-law through her son. Which is Rabbi Amakra Eshes bin Chovis. Sorry, Eshes bin Khalid. So the Pasuk says, no, he's prohibited to his daughter-in-law. Why? Because she is the wife of his son. One is chayiv ultimately again because a woman is the wife of his son, but not chayiv because she is wife of his wife's son. So you see what we're doing over here? We're just trying to kind of figure out parallel relationships. So we know that a man is prohibited to his daughter-in-law. What's the definition of a daughter-in-law? Your son's wife. So now the Gemara said, okay, so why do we say the parallel relationship? Again, your wife's son's wife should also be asur to you. I want to be clear. All of these relationships are asur. They're asur. The shayla is, are they asur d'Rabbanan or are they asur d'Oraisa? So your daughter-in-law through your son's wife is obviously asur d'Oraisa. So the shayla is your wife's son's daughter, your wife's son's wife also asur d'Oraisa? First Gemara seems to say no. It says H didn't call. That says Domina, so that is the case. The truth is, we saw go back yesterday. Remember, it's only a fundamental focus in general. How to darshan Gzeres Shabbos? How do you darshan Gzeres Shabbos? Do you say Domina? means again, I will say, remember that particular, like the concept of the Gzer Shavu, actually, the defining definition of the Gzer Shavu comes from the source item, or no, the result really focuses on the destination of the Gzer Shavu, the second half of the Gzer Shavu. We'll see aside in just a moment. Turkey, what Rabbi says, in reality, even Rabbi says it is, you can't really learn out this prohibition ultimately of wife's son's wife. Why? Because the one who says ultimately I will learn Gzer Shavu, focus on the initial halacha, and that really determines the defining characteristics and qualities. So he said this, Mahu Kalasura, just as a man. So let's just go with our typical case, right? Reuven is married to Rachel. Right, so remember again, Reuven's Kala, who says Kala? His Kala is his daughter-in-law. Right, so remember again, his son's wife. Mahu Kalas Asura, just as Reuven, his daughter-in-law is Asura to him. After Kalas Asura, so we should say so too, Rachel's son's wife should also be prohibited to Reuven. The Gemara says, if that's the case, Mahu Biskila, Atinam Biskila. So you should say the same way if Reuven has relations with his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that is punishable by skila. So to again, if he has relations with his wife's son's wife, his daughter-in-law through his wife, it should also be punishable by skila. So the Gemara says, okay, Remanda Amar Skila Chamura Ikal Mifrach, but according to the opinion that says that skila is the most chomer form of death penalty, is a problem. What's the problem? We'll say first wide line. Ayin Vav Amud 76a. What's the problem? Mazahu Shikin Skila. Again, I want to say for Reuven himself. So remember again, the relationship with his mother punishable by Skila. Talking about the Yi Shima B'Sreifa. So the problem says, see, the relationships don't line up. Right? Remember again, we're trying to create a certain symmetry. And granted, it's an immoral symmetry, but it's a symmetry nevertheless between immoral, right, public relationships on his side versus her side. So trying to line up essentially to say that just like he can't have relations with his daughter-in-law, his son's wife, so again on his wife's side, he also is pregnant to his wife's son's wife. The problem just is, you see that the symmetry doesn't line up. Why not? Take a look at mother for just a moment. If he has relations with his mother, it's skila. If he has relations with her mother, it's sreifa. It's sreifa, right? That's one of the explicit sreifa that we saw yesterday, is that and now you have relations with a woman and her mother. It's of a sreifa. So you see that the symmetry doesn't up. Come on, the issue is furthermore, second line, both beat up the sreifa, the kalas of the skila. Furthermore, again, if this concept would remain true, it means that if we were to have relations with Rachel's daughter, we're punishable by sreifa. Again, that's an explicit pasuk, a woman and her daughter. That's sreifa. And yet, again, kalasa, according to this logic, if you were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, i.e. his daughter-in-law through his wife, it'd be like skila. So again, just the punishments don't seem to line up. To which you might say, it's not a problem. The truth is, that's not such a question. Why? Beat up the sreifa, the kalas of the skila. We already see that which means are asymmetrical. Why? Because if we're going to have relations with his daughter, sreifa, and yet to get into have relations with his daughter-in-law, meaning his son's wife, ultimately that would be skila. Ella hu lo kalaksa bo bein imo la kalasa. The issue just is that, at least from Reuven's perspective, what's symmetrical is the prohibition a generation above and a generation below. Right? So in other words, for example, his mother and his daughter-in-law from his son are symmetrical. They're both the straight father. So Alamahu lo kalakta bo bein imo la kalasa. So just like for Reuven himself, again, I must say, so much of what we're doing in these previous relationships is creating the continuity of generations above and generations below. So when you look from Reuven's perspective, so again, when you look at the prohibition regarding his mother and his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, the punishments are the same. So again, really on her side, it should be the same thing. We should say that it should be the same punishment if Reuven has relations with Rachel's mother or Rachel's daughter-in-law to her son. The Gemara says, according to the opinion that says that Seifa is more Chamar, ultimately, again, based on this question, we would not be able to dash in this entire thing. Okay, so the Gemara says that's the first side of this. The second side of this was Man Amar. And according to again, this is all lovers' construct. Because all lovers' construct. So remember, just to keep our eye on the ball over here. So remember, we're trying to figure out over here, we might try to make a suggestion that just as Ruben is not allowed to have relations with his daughter-in-law, in other words, his daughter-in-law is defined by his son's wife, but wants to suggest that there should be a symmetrical to his son's wife. His daughter-in-law through his wife. The Gemara is suggesting that lovers in the truth is, whichever way you dance with Zera Shabbat, it's not going to work. In this female, it's not going to work. So, for example, Man Damar, don't even know what it is to Asra. So, again, according to the opinion that actually called the Chopin by saying that literally, again, the defining characteristics ultimately of the Zera Shabbat. Defined by what we'll call the destination of the Zera Shabbat. So he said this, Mahu Kalas Asura, just as Ruben is going on pregnant, so he's not have relations with his son, and Kalas Asura. So we should say the same thing, he relations with Rachel's son's wife. Maybe Ba'asura. So we were like, okay, let's focus on the destination of Zera Shabbat. Hassan would be the skila. So remember again, if Reuben were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, that would be skila. That would be skila. But over here, he would have relations with his own daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that's sreifa. To the ashkichan b'ima. As we find with his mother, because you also remember again, on Reuben's side, things are symmetrical. Because remember, if Reuben has relations with his mother, generation up, or has relations with his daughter-in-law, generation down, same punishment, streifa. The Gemara says, Leman Damar, Skila Chamura Del Mikra. So according to the opinion that says that Skila is more Chamur, we ask the following question. Ma'luhu Shekin Imo B'Skila. Right? So when it comes to it, right? So with his mother, it will be Skila. Tamar B'Hi, Shirima B'Streifa. But yeah, with her, with Rachel's mother, it will be B'Streifa. Lo, Mahu Chalak Tabo Bein Bita L'Kalasa. Ati Tachlok Ba Bein Bita L'Kalasa. So we say the same thing that there's a distinction, the prohibition for Reuben between his daughter and his daughter-in-law. So from Rachel's side, there should be a distinction between his daughter and his daughter-in-law. According to the opinion that for ultimately is more common than skila, based on this question, we can't darshan a par halacha. So therefore, I will say, interestingly enough, the Gemara does not seem able to prove this skila. Right? Remember, what's technically the Gemara wanted to say, but the same way that Reuben's daughter from his son, like his son's wife, is partial by Sreifa, so too, again, his daughter-in-law through his wife, Reuben's daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife is partial by Sreifa, so there should be a parallel prohibition that his daughter-in-law from his wife, Rachel's son's wife, should also be partial by Sreifa. So remember again, both Abaye and Rabbi agree that is not halakha. Abaye says it based on a pasuk. Rabbi says either way, the Gzera Shabbat is not going to work. The Gzera Shabbat doesn't pan out. Okay, so the Gemara, as I'm supposed to say, once again, it doesn't mean it's not prohibited. It's still usher. It just means that the Gemara is suggesting that it may not be a prohibition of Sreifa. Okay, so the Gemara goes back there. The Gemara says, what's the interesting case? What happens if Reuben violates Rachel? He violates her. And then what happens? He violates her, and they have a daughter. So how do I know that halacha l'maisa, if Reuben has relations with that daughter, that's punishable by sreifa? That's called b'dami anasaso. So his daughter, as a result of woman that he violated, having a such relationship like that is punishable by sreifa. Which the Gemara says, what's the kapachomer? Abbas bito anush abito l'kol. It's happening. If Lamaisa, Reuben is held liable for issues with his granddaughter, that's Bito, then what? Allah has come of the camel all themselves. He is held accountable for issues with his daughter, even if that daughter ultimately again is the result of a violation, of violating her mother. So Gemara says, so the ocean and I didn't go inside. You can't create. Once we have this concept that you can't create kavachomers, through you can't create capital punishment through a kavachomer. Capital punishment has to be understood directly. So Gemara says, no, you're right. Gilui no sabali. No, it's not really kavachomer. It's obvious. The Torah holds a man accountable for relations with his daughter. It's controlled by Sreifa. It doesn't really make a difference how this woman is his daughter, whether she's his daughter from a legitimate marriage or whether she's his daughter married with her mother. Either way, a daughter is a daughter is a daughter, and therefore there's going to be liability for this anything. Incredible. Rabbi says, I'm going to Yishkak Barabini, Asya Heina, Asya Zima. Okay, Rabbi on the other hand, this is using all of that from the double Zera Shava of Heina, Zima. Okay, Tani Agua de Rabbi Adam, but Fi Shalom Lamarnu, the Pita Menasasyo, Chutzra Hakasov Lomar, Ubas Ish Kohen. So let's listen to this. So the Gemara says, because you do not know out there, you don't have an explicit drasha. There's no explicit pasuk that says that if a man has relations with his daughter, who he fathered through violating her mother, that if he has relations with her, he is chayik sreifa. Because there's no explicit pasuk that says that. Chutzah hakasov lomar, the pasuk needs to say, Ubas ish kohen. So the Gemara says, Bas kohen he b'sreifa, they ball of a sreifa. So look at this a little bit. So remember the pasuk over here is talking about ish kohen, right? So again, this is the brother of a kohen who commits to sin. Remember, we had this sugya. Is this talking about Elisha? Is it talking about stealing? So, but the Hashtas is Elisha, right? And if a Bas Kohen who is in Elisha commits adultery, halacha is she is judged with Sreifa. That was a unique halacha. So the Gemara says, Ima Bas Kohen, he b'Sreifa being born of Israel. So now Bas Kohen, she herself, is judged with Sreifa. But Lamaisa, interestingly enough, the man with whom she commits adultery is not judged with Sreifa. So too again, the daughter that he has from violating her mother, she is Sreifa, she is judged with Sreifa, the only bar of the Sreifa. But ultimately, again, the man with whom she commits adultery is not judged with Sreifa. I'm not by it says, only the pasuk says, as Aviha, she is profaning her father. She as Aviha. So who is judged with Sreifa? One who profanes her father. This will come to exclude one. It's not the girl who's profaning her father, but rather what? It's her father who's profaning her. Rabbi says, okay, in that case, you could say, the girl is being removed from the typical case of a Bas Kohen, and she's being judged in accordance with the standards of a typical Bas Yisrael. Here in the case of Bita Manasaso. So again, when the daughter of a woman who is violated, so the nice again, where are you going to put her? You're going to put her in the category of just a regular single woman? That doesn't make any sense. As far as it's therefore again, the Gemara learns that just as a man is Sreifa for violating his daughter, or for having relations with his daughter, so too a man is hiding for relations with his daughter, even if she is the daughter of a woman whom he violated. That's the takeaway of the year. As hard as you can assess me now, where's the law? Where's the law? Let's remember again, as we see the way the Torah is structured is, in order to hold someone liable in a capital case, there needs to be two things. There needs to be a law, right? And there needs to be a prohibition, and there needs to be an onus. So where's the law? Where's the law? As far as the people that assess me now, you should know by the Rabbi. It's a very divine Rabbi. Menechad b'nafkulu onesh, mehasam nafkula atzar. So according to Mari Rabbi, the same passage that teaches us the punishment is the very same passage that teaches us the law. Ella, when you're coming to Abod Rabbi Avin, I will say, what about the turn now? Abod Rabbi Avin, wait a minute. From I'm a try at the Chala as Bikha, the Hazmosa. Passage says, do not profane your daughter and have her commit an act of immorality, or literally against it. It's literally translated, do not profane your daughter, has no son, have her become a harlot. So we'll say, so again, that pasuk is going to teach us that halacha l'maisa, a father can't have relations with his daughter, even if that daughter is not from a legitimate marriage, but even if that daughter herself is from a woman whom he violated. Okay, incredible. So now say for Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Acha Bar Yaakov, Hi Al Tekala Estimcha Lazmas Allah Yuda Asa. No, that's not what that pasuk means. They will say that pasuk is for something else. In other words, so now, look what's happening over here. We're trying to figure out, right? We've established that halacha l'maisa, if a man violates his daughter, who he fathered with a woman whom he violated, he's chayiv misa for that. He's chayiv shleita. Where's the law? According to Rabbi Rabbi, it's the same. The law is the same source as the actual onesh. Okay. According to the other opinions, what's the law? The law is the pasuk of Atakalo is do not hurt your daughter by having her engage in acts of harlotry. What's the harlotry over here? What's business? Relations with her father. To which one says, well, hold up. We use that concept for something totally different. We'll say totally different now. We use the concept for something totally different. So the says, hi, no, I'm invited with the Nisanya. We actually use that concept for something dramatically different. We go to the Nisanya. As we learn, Al-Takhala has no son. Do not have your daughter engage in the act of harlotry. Listen to this. Yaakov the Kohen, Hamasi of Bito Levi, the Israel HaKazim. So what's this is fascinating? One might have thought that the pasuk is talking about that a Kohen is not allowed to have his daughter marry a lady or a Yisrael. Wow, right? Well, that's about the preservation of Yichus. Then maybe again to preserve proper Yichus, a bas kohen should only marry a Kohen, and marrying a lady or a Yisrael, the chas v'shalom be like a harlotry, to which the Gemara says. Therefore, the pasuk says the father should not give it to Rabbi Hazno. We're talking about the idea, this is something much understanding over here, that Allah says giving your daughter over into a context where ultimately, again, she's going to be engaged in znut. So what does this refer to? The Moshe Bito, the Shalom Shin Isha, means giving over one's daughter, not for the sake of marriage. Not for the sake of marriage. The Allah said again, so it's the condition upon a father to give his daughter over to a man, not in the context of marriage, but for moral purposes. To which the Gemara says, in came, Lay Makra al Takel, in that case, but the pasuk just say al tachal singular, profane your daughter singular by giving her over to a non-marital context. My akachala, what does the plural mean? Shnami atar. He's going to teach me two things. So it says, so number one, you can't go ahead and give your daughter over to a man in a non-marriage context. And number two, also teaches me that's what. Now, a father can't have relations with his daughter, even if they're violating her mother, because such an act of relation will be an act of profanation. Right? It will be an act of profanation. Okay, so you must not go to that. Fascinating. Rabbi Rabbi, I out the colors b'chanan no samadi. Now listen, remember again. Rabbi Rabbi gave her doubt. He told me on a sasso from a totally different source, right? They told that he told me on a sasso from the same place where they derived the onesh. So that is what Rabbi and Rabbi do with this passage. It's very interesting. So Rabbi Rabbi out the colors b'chanan no samadi. Fascinating. I'm Rav Money. Zeh Hamazi es bito l'zakin. Fascinating. This refers to someone who marries off his daughter to an older man. What's wrong with marrying off your daughter to an older man? Can you sign up? Do not profane your daughter by giving her off, by giving her over to immorality. This refers to someone who goes ahead and marries off his daughter to an older man. Now, what's the concern? She says, "Masi, he's not going to about him." We told she'ena mekabla, so Mizana alavu. Mizana dialav. What's the concern over here? If she's very old, what's the issue going to be? She's going to be is she's going to have a desire for intimacy. She's not going to have a desire for intimacy. So what's going to happen? She's going to seek fulfillment outside of the marriage. So you're setting up a situation that is destined to put her in a very precarious state. So therefore, again, the Torah says, when marrying off your daughter, do not put her in a situation where she's going to commit suicide. You know, it's fascinating. It's fascinating how there's image of created us that people crave intimacy. People crave intimacy, and if they can't find it in the context of their marriage, just the way it's going, because they're going to look for it elsewhere. Again, Torah obviously is not condoning that type of, but the Torah is understanding that that is the way people work. So therefore, again, Torah is telling your father, marry your daughter off to an older man, because if you do that, you are setting, almost like a listener either, you are setting her up ultimately to seek out that intimacy outside the committed confines of her marriage. So remember that Rabbi Kiva differently. If you got married, Zahamasi, sorry, Zahamasha as Bito Bogeres. This refers to someone who delayed marrying off his daughter until she's a Bogeres. The idea is to marry off your children early, and if a father purposely delays marrying off his children, then that's ultimately, again, setting them aside for a life of zilus. So this is very interesting. We look at Rashi here as well. Actually, Masha Bito Bogeres. Actually, sorry, not yet. Actually, take a look, 2 lines up from the bottom. Zan Masha Bito Bogeres. So it's actually a fascinating girsa here in Rashi. Rashi says, Shemisada lahafkira umizana. So let's say, so the word in Rashi itself is very strange. What does it mean? Shemisada means desires, lahafkira, to make her hefker, umizana. And yet she commits zinos. What does that mean? So if you look, by the way, at the Hagos, it's mean, they change it by the letter Hey. Close to Rashash, we say Shash, Magia, Lahatsuzo. And Rashash, Likiga Sa. So it says, we're going to see on the base a little bit. It's fascinating. Why would a father delay marrying off his daughter? Because listen to this from the Gemara's perspective. When there's a daughter in the house, the father has free domestic help. If he goes ahead and he marries off his daughter, what happens? Suddenly now, he's got to go ahead and pay for domestic help. He's delays marrying her off for his own benefit. When a father does that, so it's interesting from the perspective, what that's also going to do is set her up possibly for his nus. She's going to crave that intimacy, she's going to crave that closeness, and then her so when I see setting her up for Zeus, we'll see what that does in just a moment. So the Gemara says, I'm not happy showing that you do the last two lines on the from the same pasuk, right? So Al-Takhala is Bikhala Hadnosa. Do not profane your daughter by putting her into a life of Zeus. What does it mean? So first opinion, it means don't marry your daughter off to a much older man, because again, their drives are not aligned. And she's going to seek fulfillment outside the confines of the marriage. Rabbi Akiva, don't delay marrying off your daughter for your own purposes, because you're going to drive her to Zeus. Incredible. I'm not kind of Rabbi Akiva. Listen to this. Yisrael, Ella Rasha Arun, Vahamasha Bita Bogeres. So this is fascinating. There is no poor person in Klav Yisrael who is not a Russia Arun, a cunning, you were like a cunning Russia, someone who delays his daughter from getting married. So the Gemara says, I'm actually going to against that Russia Aramu. And let's figure out what does it mean. It doesn't mean every single poor person is a cunning Russia. What it means is every cunning Russia ultimately becomes an army, becomes impoverished. Just like every single man who delays marrying off his daughter for his own purposes ultimately becomes impoverished. Why? So the Gemara says, we won't clear this moment. The Gemara says, I'm not sure if you guys I've got to move. I said, a guy who delays his daughter isn't in Russia. In other words, we'll say, what are you talking about here? Talking about a guy, if I means, I haven't found that actually, my daughter's son. Meanwhile, he's purposely delaying her prospects. Why? because he wants to go ahead and halacha l'meisa suit his own stuff. What's happening over here? That's what's driving all of this. Is that not the Kohen Rosh? Rabbi means to say, what's an example of a person who is its honey Russia is going to be accomplished? This ultimately is someone who intentionally delays marrying off his daughter to go ahead and satisfy his own needs. So let's say, like that, just how profound this is.